If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the fracture cosmology on the channel. Chapter 1. Open Bridge. Marcus Cole reached the bridge at 0554, 4 minutes early, which was his pattern and no longer interesting to the night crew. 8 weeks back, an XO arriving early had set Asar's shoulders up. Today, she clocked him at the threshold and went back to her log. At the door he paused anyway. The morning sound was assembling, the primary stack's hum at warm-up, low and even. The consoles cycling green as the day shift booted in. The air handlers running their low, even push. He'd learned the Resolute's acoustic in 6 months, and the bridge still had 10 things it could tell him before anyone spoke. Then he started the perimeter walk. 4 ships now. The Daedalus, the Hesperia, the Galileo, this one. The walk hadn't changed. The bridges had, the consoles had, the people had. The walk was his. Yuki, anything overnight? Lieutenant Tanaka Ross at comms looked up. 1 ping. Geneva Administrative. Routine traffic. Logged at 0241. No personal. Anybody waiting on personal? Ray's sister, but she's on the next cycle. Vargas's mother, last week's. Hassan's nephew is back at school. Tell me if Vargas's comes through. He's been at his console all week without his hands moving. Yes, sir. Marcus moved on. Kaya Moran at Science had 3 sheets of working pages spread along the console. Her own handwriting in the tight, precise script he'd been learning to read for 6 months. The coffee at her right elbow was almost gone, and her sleeves carried the dye mark her uniform got after 8 hours. Lieutenant, House 44K. 8 days out. Stack reads clean. Anything on the harmonic baseline yet? Yeah, nah, 8 days out. All right, I'll come back at 4 light days. Moran nodded without looking up. Marcus had been with Kaya for 6 months and learned by week 3 not to ask follow-ups before she'd finished thinking. If he asked again, she'd stop and restart the original question. He'd asked the follow-up anyway, and she'd told him no. And now they were both clear. He moved on. Reyes at nav. The commit finger was at the chrome rail, right index. The pad just touching. The way Reyes held the gesture when a call was being weighed and hadn't been made. 11 years of plotting course refinements in front of senior officers had given Reyes one tell, and Marcus had read it inside the first week of the deployment. Tomas, transit plan. Loaded. Earth-corrected coordinates per the Geneva brief. 8 days to staging. Wrinkles? 1. 11 minutes off the run if we slingshot off NCS 417B. Brown dwarf 0.42 light days out. Earthside optical at 88% confidence on mass. I haven't committed it. 88 on a brown dwarf. What's the pass distance? 0.04 AU. Marcus rubbed the back of his neck, right palm, slow, the gesture he'd been making before, uncertain decisions since the academy. The crew had been reading it for years. Hana would clock it from 20 paces. Inside Vasquez's cap. Take it to her at the ready room window. Yes, sir. Marcus continued. The commit finger stayed at the rail. Reyes had not moved it. He would not move it until the call was made. At 0618, the engineering channel pinged at his ear. Liam Chen, 23 years old, 4 months out of academy, his voice tight in the way Park's apprentices got when they were trying to hold the calm pitch Park demanded. Flagging an off-baseline event on the secondary coil bus. 0.4-second pressure spike. No alarms, holding the line. Park's voice came through 2 seconds later, even as the harmonic hum. Liam, you're not flagging, you're noting. Note it. Log it. Continue. Noted. Logged. The channel cleared. Marcus had heard Park's flagging versus noting speech 100 times across the dataless years. Flagging meant the bridge had to act. Park would not flag unless the bus was about to fail. Noting meant log entry. It could be read later. Liam was 4 months out of school and learning the difference in real time, in front of the bridge, the way Park ran his apprenticeships, correcting language out loud, trusting the bridge to overhear. Marcus tabbed the engineering display at Park's empty bridgeside station. The spike was on the trace, a small jump lasting 0.4 of a second, well inside tolerance, gone before the diagnostic line had buffered. Bus warm. Park ran it warm. The log would route to the day shift summary at 07. Marcus would read it then. No one on the bridge would have noticed. The channel exchange had taken 7 seconds. The Resolute had absorbed it. He let himself enjoy the absorbing for half a second, the ship doing what the Houston yards had built her to do, and then moved on. At the XO station, Hannah Whitfield was logging Reyes's 11-minute refinement under the commander review queue. Reyes, from Nav, sent across the bridge without dropping his voice. Hannah, the log accepts loose form authorization at XO discretion. 11 minutes is the kind of thing we lose to procedure. Hannah, eyes on her console. And the kind of thing the auditor asks about. Stage it, Tomas. Half smile from Reyes. He stayed at the rail. The exchange was officer to officer at officer volume. The bridge ambient stayed level. The friction lived on the line between two people who knew each other's reads and didn't need to perform. Marcus moved to the chair rail. Vasquez had been at the command chair before handover, the way she'd arrived since commissioning, early, never on the round hour. Her left hand sat on the right armrest's wear corner, fingers loose. Her left wrist hovered at the wear patch where she rested it when she read. The chair was hers in the small way that mattered, and the chair had been hers since the Resolute came out of Houston. Commander? Vasquez tapped the armrest twice. The 2-tap. Get on with it. Diagnostics on the secondary stack. 6 minutes. Walk me through it again when Park has it. Yes, sir. Marcus turned toward Park's engineering channel station. Halfway there, he stopped. The 2-tap had been slow. Half a second between the beats where she normally ran the pair at the rate of her own pulse. He'd been with Vasquez for 17 years. He'd heard the tap thousands of times. The interval had moved. Still, he kept walking. He'd say it to Hannah on the corridor. That much he knew. Not to himself. Commander on the bridge, Asari called. She'd been sitting in the second chair already, and Vasquez had been at the chair longer, but the night shift handover got the ritual line, because Vasquez liked the announcement, and Asara had figured that out in her second week. Sir, Hannah, acknowledging. The bridge settled. Day shift had the watch. Marcus took his XO station. The morning correspondence packet was at his right hand. The stylus was the standard ISCA officer issue, a little heavier than the Daedalus era model. He preferred the heavier weight. He'd told the requisitions clerk back at Houston, so the next batch came in the heavier grade, and the clerk had told him she'd been waiting for someone to notice. The small win was his. The primary stack's hum dropped a quarter tone, as the day shift cycle pulled it from warm-up to cruise. Park's people had closed the morning warm. The bridge was at cruise. The bridge would stay at cruise until something asked otherwise. After handover, Marcus walked aft. Hannah walked with him. The corridor was the standard route, deck 2 down to deck 3, longer if she had something. She'd been XO under Vasquez since commissioning, 4 months ahead of his own arrival. The walk was where the work that didn't fit at the XO station happened. The reads of the day, the names that needed watching, the Geneva questions Vasquez carried and Hannah now carried in parallel. The three of them had been triangulating each other since June. Her running shoes hung in her left hand. She'd change at the gymnasium and run 40 minutes on the incline pattern she'd been using since 2173. Marcus had stopped asking when she planned to change the pattern. She'd told him in March, "When my knees give out," not before. "A SARS report," Hannah said. "Third watch was clean. Nothing inbound. I have the day's correspondence drafts on your desk. 3 Geneva acknowledgments, a personal note for the commander about the senior staff lunch agenda." Senior staff lunch agenda? Vasquez's flag. Post 44K reassignment options. Geneva will ask within 2 relay cycles. She wants the senior staff's preference before she replies. Marcus thought about that. The reassignment cycle was a standing item. Vasquez had been pushing it quietly against a deadline only she had set. He'd assumed she'd wait until 44K was done. She wasn't waiting. "Hannah, 2-tap this morning was slow." Hannah walked one more step. Then she said, "How slow?" "Half a second between beats." Hassan didn't flag at the morning check. Hassan was on the bridge at 0600. She'd have heard it. Then either she didn't catch it, or she caught it and chose not to flag. Marcus did the second of those numbers in his head and didn't like either answer. He kept walking. "You want me to ask?" Hannah said. "No, we watch. If it moves again this week, we ask." Agreed. They turned at the gymnasium door. Hannah stopped. 40-minute treadmill, 3 mornings a week since 2173. Park's engineering schedule had been built around her treadmill window since 2191. He'd accommodated it on the Daedalus and continued it on the Resolute, without either of them ever mentioning it. "You slept," she said. 7 hours. "Better than most weeks." "Better than most weeks. Yes." A small pause. Then, "You should sit at the senior staff lunch today. You have been eating with the junior crew across the week." "I have." "They needed it." "They got it. Today, senior staff." "Why today?" "Vasquez." Marcus looked at her. She looked back. A beat. No more. Then, half turning toward the gym and back, "2 things while we're here. Park asked me yesterday whether you eat with junior crew because you have to or because you want to. Hassan asked the same thing this morning. What's the read?" "Avoidance. Not of them, of the chair. Of the person Vasquez is making you be." Marcus paused at the door. The corridor air handler pushed a low draft past them. He felt the question in his neck before his hand got there. The right palm came up, slow, the familiar gesture, and Hannah watched it without comment. "Are they right?" Hannah held the door handle. "I don't answer that question for senior officers. I'm telling you they're asking. Decide what you want them to see." "All right." With that, she went into the gym. Marcus continued aft. He stopped at his cabin and picked up the correspondence packet he'd left on the desk and walked it back along the same route. The ship's ambient at this hour was almost nothing. The day shift crew at stations, the corridor empty, the air handlers the only sound. He liked it. He'd told no one. He'd come to like the silence in a way that would have surprised the version of himself who'd arrived at Houston Yards 6 months ago, expecting the open-plan bridge to make him crazy. His mother's last letter sat on the cabin console. He'd read it 3 nights in a row and hadn't replied. She'd written about the September fundraiser at the Geneva Signal Physics program and his father's harbor walk on Sunday last. She'd written nothing about the Resolute's reassignment options, and she wouldn't write about them until he told her there were any. He hadn't. He'd write tonight if the day held. The day usually didn't. Mid-morning, Reyes brought the slingshot to Marcus's XO station. He'd been holding it, the discipline of waiting until the bridge was at cruise before raising a refinement. Marcus had been waiting for the walk-up. "Marcus, the course refinement, ready when you want it." Standing, he crossed to nav. Reyes turned the tablet so they could read it together. A clean piece of math. Heading adjustment, slingshot off NCS 417B at 0.04 AU, 11 minutes off the transit. Reyes, quieter, the half volume he used when he wanted the commander's read and not the bridge's. The mass is uncatalogued by ISCA survey. I've got it characterized from Earthside optical and the Resolute's passive scan. The slingshot is tight, solid call, not a free call. Marcus looked at the math. He looked at the confidence band at the bottom of Reyes's display. 88%. Earthside optical at 88 was good, but it was not what he'd commit on without thinking. My old man, he said, used to say a tight turn around a body you can't fully see is a turn you take when the rest of the run is going to make you pay for the time. Is the rest of the run going to make us pay for the time? Not yet. 8 days to staging. Hassan wants the medical readiness recertification window aligned. 11 minutes is a margin she can use if the diagnostics window slips. Then I'm a green light at the operational layer? You're a green light at the operational layer. Vasquez's cap on uncatalogued mass maneuvers is what? Exo discretion at 0.05 AU and outside. Commander's sign-off inside 0.05. This is 0.04. This is 0.04. Marcus walked to the command chair. Vasquez had been reading the morning's correspondence on the wing console, and her eyes hadn't lifted when his pace came in. Commander, Reyes's course refinement. 0.04 AU slingshot off NCS 417B, 11 minutes saved. Confidence 88 on mass. Vasquez tapped the right armrest once. Take it, XO. Loose form. I'll countersign. Yes, sir. Marcus returned to nav. Authorized. Commit. On it. The refinement went in at 0917. The Resolute's heading shifted. The change was visible only on the navigation display. Hana logged the commander's countersign in the bridge record. If the auditor ever asked, the paper was clean. The one tap had been Vasquez's cleanest acknowledgement, the kind she used when the call belonged in his hands and she was telling him without telling him. At 0918, one frame after commit, the harmonic feedback readout at Reyes's console showed a flicker. Marcus saw it from across the bridge. A single line on the lower band trace lifted, paused, and dropped. The next refresh was clean. The one after that was clean. Reyes lifted his commit finger off the rail. He set the pad down on the chrome to mark the moment. He held it there for a second, then he tapped twice. Slow taps, not the commit motion. Reyes pulled the lower band trace into a side panel and ran it back to the slingshot ignition moment. Marcus crossed back to nav. Tomas. Single frame on the lower band, right at the commit edge. No recurrence. Not the slingshot signature. The slingshot would have driven the upper band. Driver? Nothing on the panels. The bus didn't twitch. The array didn't twitch. The flicker showed up on the feedback line and went. Parks people seeing it? Reyes opened the engineering channel. Liam, lower band feedback at 0918. Anything on your trace? A pause. Then Liam, negative on this end, Lieutenant. Bus clean. The line you're seeing isn't sourced from engineering. Park's voice cut in. I have the trace. We'll keep eyes on it. Log it. Logging it, Reyes said. The navigator wrote it up in the nav record. 0918, single frame anomaly on harmonic feedback readout, lower band, no recurrence, source unidentified, will monitor through end of watch. Then he set the side panel to a rolling display. He left it there. He put his commit finger back on the rail. Marcus, across at his XO station, Hana, note it on the bridge record. Source unidentified is the line, not source unknown. Source unidentified. The two words sat differently in an auditor's reading. Hannah made the entry exactly as instructed. Unidentified allowed for follow-up. Unknown required it. Marcus had been an XO for 14 years and knew which word he wanted on the page. Vasquez had not turned from the wing console. The one tap stayed at the armrest. The bridge tempo continued. Reyes's nav console refreshed every 6 seconds. The lower band trace held clean across the next 10 minutes. The slingshot was committed. The Resolute was on her new heading. The brown dwarf was a gray marker at the arc's apex. The 11 minutes saved was a green number in the bottom right corner. Marcus signed the second acknowledgement on his desk. The third. He read the day's draft of the senior staff lunch agenda Hannah had prepared, made 2 corrections, and routed it back to her. The bridge had cleared 3 routine routings to Geneva, and a passive scan flag on a piece of cataloged debris a light day off the starboard quarter, and the lower band trace had held clean. Before lunch, Marcus stood and walked aft toward the mess. Brenda's bread carried through the corridor a minute before the door. He let his pace pick up. He'd been eating with the junior crew for a week. Today was the senior staff. Hannah had read what Park and Hassan were asking, and Hannah was usually right. Behind him on the bridge, Reyes's side panel showed the rolling lower band. Reyes hadn't moved it. He wouldn't. The trace was clean now, and he would watch it until the watch handover. Marcus crossed the bridge corridor and didn't look back. Marcus could feel the flicker, though. Source unidentified on the page meant something out there had pinged his array without registering, and Reyes had read it as outside the slingshot envelope. Marcus had 11 minutes of saved transit on his record. He had also, somewhere in the lower band, an unattributed return he could not yet name. The bridge had logged it and moved on. That was the discipline, and the discipline was right. Marcus carried it to lunch anyway. One clean frame the Resolute had seen, recorded, and declined to explain, and that he could not make himself set down. Chapter 2. The Working Watch. Hannah Whitfield ran the morning watch from the XO station with her right hand on the console in the position she'd been using for 11 years. Palm flat, thumb just clear of the haptic strip, fingers loose. The crew never noticed. It changed nothing she did. Her hand went there anyway. Mid-morning, Ensign Liam Chen approached the station with Park's 2-week engineering schedule. Liam stopped 1 meter back, the junior crew distance Park's deck observed without anyone teaching it, and waited until Hannah looked up. Mr. Park signed off on the secondary stack diagnostic window. Hannah read the schedule. The day 9 window overlapped with the 44K closing approach corridor by 90 minutes. Park's window was wider than the engineering work strictly required, which meant Park had built the margin he'd need if the closing approach turned up something he couldn't predict. Hannah had been XO under Park for 4 months. She'd stopped second-guessing his margins by week 2. Tell Park the day 9 window overlaps with the 44K approach corridor. Push it to day 12. Yes, ma'am, I'll tell him. And Liam, the bus pressure spike at 0618 this morning. Park told you not to flag it. He's right, but you logged it cleanly. That's the work. Keep doing it. The boy went a fraction taller. Yes, ma'am. Liam left. 2 minutes later, Yuki Tanaka Ross crossed from comms with the morning summary. 3 pings overnight. 1 personal delivery for Vasquez, correspondence. Hannah flagged it for routing to the ready room. No personal for Marcus. Yuki, did Vargas's mother's letter come through with this cycle? Not this one. Marcus asked too. He wants me to flag him when it arrives. He's been at his console all week without his hands moving. I noticed. So did Marcus. Yuki returned to her station. Hannah worked through the morning's correspondence drafts. 3 Geneva acknowledgments, the standing weekly to ISCA operations, a routine consumables inventory to the supply branch, She'd been signing acknowledgments at one XO station or another for 1,000 mornings. The stylus weight was the same, the routing card was the same. The only thing that changed across the 1,000 mornings was the commanding officer's name at the bottom of the card and the ship's name in the header. The commanding officer's name was Vasquez. The ship was the Resolute. She'd been signing under both for 4 months. Her thumb tapped the console edge once. Hassan had noticed the tap for 9 months and never named it. Hana herself was only intermittently aware of it. The tap meant nothing on its own. In clusters of 3, it meant she was reading something she couldn't yet place. Today, it stayed at 1. Yuki routed a passive scan return through the XO station. A small, uncatalogued mass off the Resolute's starboard quarter, 0.7 light days out, estimated under 80 kilograms. The signature crossed against catalog entry ICR 2188-441, debris from an unrecovered cargo accident 2 ISV deployments back, the same debris the previous Daedalus survey had already mapped. Hana cleared the flag. No maneuver, no advisory. Log only. 5 minutes later, Kaya's science station routed a similar return. Hana cross-correlated and closed both. The bridge handled 3 or 4 of these an hour at cruise. The Resolute was a survey vessel running through space ISCA had mapped for 11 years, and the catalog was crowded. The XO's job at the station was to keep the small calls landing without burning bridge attention. Reyes broke his nav circuit and stopped at her station. He didn't sit. He never sat at the XO station. The gesture would have been a discourtesy he didn't make. Hana, Park's diagnostic window pushed to day 12 leaves me with no plotted stress envelope for the 44K closing approach. I'd like the window cut by half, day 12 morning instead of evening. Park signed off on the window. I'm not cutting his calibration for your closing approach math. Replot to the window I gave you. Yes, ma'am. I'll note the constraint in the nav log. Tomas, the 0918 trace. Anything? Nothing on the side panel since. The lower band has held clean for 2 hours 58 minutes. I'll watch it through the end of watch. Source unidentified holds, then. Holds. Reyes continued his circuit. After he'd gone, she sat with the call. Reyes was right at the operational layer. The diagnostic window was wider than the closing approach work strictly required, and his math would have landed cleaner with the cut. He hadn't asked performatively. The math wanted the cut, and Reyes had said so. Hana held the line for Park. Park was 6 months into his partnership with the Resolute's primary stack, and the wider window was where he was earning the right to make a smaller window later if the deployment asked for it. The cost of overriding Park for Reyes's preference was higher than the cost of Reyes replotting his approach. The call was hers. She owned it. The reasoning stayed in her head. Reyes wouldn't ask for it. He'd given her his read, she'd given him hers. The bridge worked at that exchange rate. Marcus walked past on his XO circuit. He stopped. Hana, quiet morning. Quiet. Lower band trace? Reyes is watching it. Held clean since. Source unidentified holds, then. Holds. Reyes continued his circuit. After he'd gone, she sat with the call. Reyes was right at the operational layer. The diagnostic window was wider than the closing approach work strictly required, and his math would have landed cleaner with the cut. He hadn't asked performatively. The math wanted the cut, and Reyes had said so. Hana held the line for Park. Park was 6 months into his partnership with the Resolute's primary stack, and the wider window was where he was earning the right to make a smaller window later if the deployment asked for it. The cost of overriding Park for Reyes's preference was higher than the cost of Reyes replotting his approach. The call was hers. She owned it. The reasoning stayed in her head. Reyes wouldn't ask for it. He'd given her his read, she'd given him hers. The bridge worked at that exchange rate. Marcus walked past on his XO circuit. He stopped. Hana, quiet morning. Quiet. Lower band trace? Reyes is watching it. Held clean since. Senior staff lunch at 1200. Vasquez's agenda? Reassignment options. Geneva wants the senior staff's preference. Marcus nodded. The hand came up to the back of his neck, slow, the familiar tell, and went down again. Pre-engagement reading. We get it on the table, she takes it to Geneva. That's the read. Then he continued his circuit. She watched him go. The pace was the same fast walk she'd watched on 3 different vessels across 11 years. The walk hadn't changed. The shoulders had. Slightly less guarded than the first month at the Resolute. Slightly more attentive than the crew's norm. Marcus was settling. He wasn't settled yet. She could see the difference because she'd watched him do this 4 times now on 4 different ships. The Daedalus, the Hesperia for the brief 2181 cross-rotation, the secondary deployment on the Galileo, the Resolute. Each time the shoulders had tightened in the first month, eased across the second, and started, somewhere around month 5, to lift. Today was month 4. The shoulders weren't lifting yet. They would. She'd watched them not lift for 16 weeks. The tipping point was visible from where she sat. The observation stayed with her. She kept it. She'd kept the same kind of observation across 4 XO postings he'd stood, and across 4 XO postings she hadn't said one of them out loud. The XO who did was the XO who lost the captain's trust. Hana returned to the correspondence drafts. The senior staff table at noon was set for 8. Vasquez at the head, Marcus at the foot, Hana, Park, Hassan, Moran, Reyes, Apia along the sides. Yuki had bridge watch through the lunch hour. The rotation skipped comms at noon by the schedule Vasquez had set on commissioning. Brenda brought the catfish. Esther's recipe, Brenda's grandmother on Cumberland Street in Charleston, with cornmeal crust grits and a small portion of greens. Brenda served Vasquez first. She served Marcus second. She set the platter at the center and let the senior staff help themselves. Vasquez, to Brenda. This is the catfish from Charleston. Yes, sir, my grandmother's recipe. She had a place on Cumberland Street. My mother is from Mexico City. She'd have wanted the recipe. It's on the galley log, sir, if she'd still want it. Vasquez nodded. The smallest possible smile crossed her face, the rare one Hana had been watching for since the Daedalus. Brenda returned to the counter. The senior staff ate. Hana watched the table the way she'd watched senior staff tables for 11 years. Reyes asked Park about the secondary stack diagnostic timing. Park gave the technical answer. Reyes nodded. Reyes had been pushing for the tighter window and had got told no through Hana an hour ago, and he made no reference to that exchange now, because the table wasn't where that exchange belonged. Hassan asked Moran about the 44K signature work. Moran put down her fork. 8 days to anything legible. After that, weeks of analysis. The shape of the data is unusual. It's not fitting the templates the catalog predicts for this junction class. Not yet. Could be range, could be the array. I'll know more when we're inside the residual band. Hassan nodded. Moran picked her fork up again. She still ate quickly to get back to the section. Hassan had stopped telling her to slow down by week 3. Apia told a brief story about the Asante Diplomatic Corps' pre-emigration training years, a Sunday Lagos seminar he'd attended at 19. The senior staff listened. The Asante proverb he quoted, say, Obi aoye aduene aoyeno, ohia ya o, which Apia translated as, when the one who thinks of you thinks well of you, you have less want, landed. Vasquez looked at Apia. She returned to her plate. Marcus, at the foot, said, Quasi, the translation does the work, but the twee does more. Say it again. Apia smiled and said it again. Marcus said the first 3 words back at him in passable rhythm and immediately murdered the fourth. The table laughed. Apia corrected the vowel. Marcus tried it again. The vowel was better. Apia nodded. Hana kept the moment. Marcus was opening the table to Apia, and Apia was teaching his captain 3 syllables of twee, and the rest of the senior staff was watching it land. It was the kind of small moment Marcus produced without effort, and Vasquez had been producing for 19 years. Today the moment was Marcus's. Vasquez had given it to him by holding her silence while the moment landed. Vasquez raised the reassignment agenda. Geneva will ask for our preference within 2 relay cycles. Standard check-in. Park, you have a view? Park had been waiting for the question. He'd written the answer at his cabin desk the night before. The Resolute needs a yard return within 12 months for primary stack maintenance. If Geneva is offering a follow-up architect residual junction, the schedule is workable. If Geneva wants us at a deep frontier survey beyond standard relay range, we need the yard window first. I won't authorize a deep frontier deployment past the 12-month yard return window. That's a hard line from engineering. Hassan, mid-bite, set down her fork. 12 months puts us close to the medical readiness recertification window for 2 of the senior staff. Reyes's left shoulder is overdue for a reevaluation. Mine is due next April. A yard return is not just engineering, it's the medical recertification window also. I want both windows aligned. Engineering's 12 months becomes my 11 and a half. Park, quietly, 11 and a half is tight, Amira. Hassan, no give. It's tight. It's also the medical baseline. We don't slip recertification windows. Park looked at her. He nodded. All right, I'll replan against 11 and a half. Thank you, James. Vasquez listened. She did not adjudicate. The senior officers had solved their own constraint at her table. Hassan, anything I should know about medical readiness for the active deployment? Readiness is steady. 3 minor incidents in the past week. Liam Chen's wrist, 2 routine physicals. No constraint. Vasquez nodded. Moran, the 44K signature. Your view on the follow-up architect residual offer Geneva is preparing. Moran put down her fork. Yeah, nah. The follow-up offer is a residual signature class. That's interesting science. The deep frontier alternative is a junction cluster survey. That's core survey work. The value is the cluster. The risk is also the cluster. I'd take the cluster if Park's yard return aligns. It'll align if Geneva gives us the window I've asked for, Park said. Then I'd take the cluster. Reyes, half smile. Of course you would, Kaya. Of course. The table laughed briefly. Vasquez did not call on Marcus. Hana, 2 seats away, watched Vasquez choose not to. The omission was the morning's 3rd signal, after the slowed 2-top Marcus had reported on the corridor walk, and the senior staff lunch Vasquez had set the night before. Vasquez was preparing the senior staff for a decision Marcus had not been given yet. Hana would think about it tonight at her cabin desk. Marcus, at the foot of the table, did not read the omission as omission. He'd stood at 4 XO postings. He knew captains who skipped him at the table had reasons for it. He didn't push. He ate the catfish. He listened. The shoulders Hana had been watching not lift for 16 weeks were still where they'd been. Vasquez didn't look at him. The table moved on. Park's wrist console pinged. He read it without lifting his hand from the table, then replied on the channel quietly. Liam, push the secondary coil pressure check to 1400. I'm at lunch. The single-tone acknowledgement came back 10 seconds later. Liam was 23. He'd been at the Resolute for 4 months. He was learning to handle the engineering deck without Park hovering. The senior staff watched the exchange. Hassan looked at Park. "He's getting better," Park said. "He's getting better," Hassan agreed. The lunch closed. The senior staff dispersed. Marcus walked out with Vasquez. Hassan accompanied them partway out of the mess. Reyes, Park, Apia stayed briefly at the table. Moran had already left. She ate quickly when she ate at all. Hannah stayed at the table for another minute. Brenda was clearing. Brenda caught her looking. They nodded at each other, the small mutual recognition that had been running between them since the Daedalus days. Hannah stood and walked back to the bridge. 3 mornings that week, Hannah ran the gymnasium treadmill at the same incline she'd been using since 2173. 40 minutes, the same 6-stage ramp, the same 2-minute cooldown. Park's engineering schedule overlapped with her treadmill window and had since 2191. He'd accommodated her schedule on the Daedalus and continued it on the Resolute without either of them ever mentioning it. The gymnasium had a small crew at any given hour. She ran alone in the lane she preferred. The treadmill was where she did her clearest thinking. The body had stopped negotiating. The body was simply running. The mind was clear of correspondence drafts and watch rotations and the small bureaucratic calls the XO station required. That week she thought about Marcus's shoulders. She thought about Vasquez's 2-tap slowing. She thought about her father. After dinner, she went to her cabin. Hannah showered. She sat at the desk in off-duty fatigues. She put her right hand on the drawer pull. She held it there. The drawer held her father's letters Richard Whitfield wrote her once a quarter, on standard paper, in the small, careful hand he'd been using since she'd been 12. 9 letters in the drawer. The most recent had arrived on the day-3 relay. She hadn't opened it. She hadn't opened any letter in the drawer in 3 years. Then she took her hand away. The drawer stayed closed. The cabin console held Michael's photograph of Sam at the top of the recent files queue from the day-5 relay. The Portland Zoo. Sam at 7 in front of the panda exhibit holding the stuffed panda Michael had bought her at the gift shop. Sam was grinning at the camera, the way Sam grinned at cameras, wide, unself-conscious, the kind of grin that did not yet know it was being photographed for an ant 8 light-years away. Hannah looked at the photograph a long time. The letter to Michael ran 3 paragraphs. The first was about her morning runs and the Resolute's settled tempo. Nothing operational. Nothing Michael would have to read between the lines for. Just the texture of cruise life. The second asked how Sam's vocabulary was developing. Michael's last letter had mentioned Sam had started saying probably and actually, and Hannah wanted to know what came next. The third was a memory. A Saturday at the Portland docks in 2168, when she'd been 10 and Michael had been 13, and their father had taken them to watch a tug-in-tow in the lower harbor. Michael had cried when the tow had gone wrong and the cargo had had to be re-rigged. He'd been 13 and he'd cried. Their father had said nothing. He'd bought them lunch and walked them home. He hadn't mentioned the crying then or later. Sam, she wrote, would be doing this with Michael soon. The docks, the bad luck operation, the lunch after. Michael wouldn't mention the crying when it came. Hannah closed the letter. I'll write again next week. Tell Sam her aunt sends a hug. Hannah. The letter went to the outbound queue. The next relay courier would route it earthbound on day 9. The cabin lights dropped to minimum. The drawer stayed closed. The desk console held Sam's photograph at the top of the queue. Hannah lay down on the bunk. The Resolute's ambient hum was the low constant she'd known for 6 months. She thought, briefly, without weight, about Vasquez choosing not to ask Marcus at lunch. She thought about the catfish. She thought about her father's drawer. She'd open it eventually. She'd been deciding tomorrow for 3 years. One day, postponing it would cost more than opening it. She didn't know which day. She didn't need to know yet. Hannah slept. Chapter 3. The Courier. Marcus reached the bridge early on day 18. He'd slept 4 hours, which read as accumulating. He'd skipped breakfast. He'd been at the cabin desk before dawn looking at his mother's last letter and not replying. The morning sound assembled itself around him as he came in. The primary stack's hum, the consoles cycling green, the air handlers low and even. The walk steadied what the desk had not. Vasquez arrived on the hour. She'd never, in 9 months of his shadowing her, arrived on the hour. She arrived early. The round hour was outside her habit. Today she sat at the command chair at the round hour and put her left hand on the right armrest and tapped once. Hassan was on the bridge for the morning medical check, the standing rotation she'd run since the Daedalus. She stopped at the rail behind the chair as Vasquez's hand came down. The one tap. Hassan's face stayed level. She finished the medical check. She walked back to the bay. She didn't glance at Marcus on the way out. Marcus saw all of it. To Marcus, it read as Hassan and Vasquez closing a private conversation that had been running between them for months, and that he had now been admitted to as observer. He kept the read to himself. He didn't yet have the next move. The bridge ran the morning cycle. Marcus signed 3 Geneva acknowledgments at his XO station. Yuki at comms reported the Courier's expected window. Arrival between 09 and 10:00, standard relay routing. Park's engineering channel pinged open. The Resolute starboard secondary coil bus had flagged a 0.7% temperature rise across the previous 12 hours. Within tolerance. Trending. XO, I'd like to spin down the starboard bus for a 6-minute cooling cycle. The bus isn't at risk. The trend is. 6 minutes. No operational impact at cruise. Marcus, one eye on Vasquez at the chair. Authorized, James. On it. The starboard bus spun down. Park briefed back 6 minutes later. Temperature normalized, trend addressed, log filed. The ship was running. Park was running engineering. Reyes was running the closing approach math. Vasquez was at the chair, sitting in the way she'd been sitting since commissioning, except for the one tap, and the round hour arrival, and the stillness Marcus had been watching for 2 weeks without naming. Reyes brought a 44K approach refinement to the XO station. The 3-day approach had a tight margin at the second day's harmonic stack tuning window. Reyes proposed extending the tuning window by 90 minutes to give Kaya a cleaner read. The refinement would cost the Resolute a half-day of arrival margin. Marcus looked at the math. The hand came up to the back of his neck. Slow. Vasquez signed off on the 3-day approach last week, Tomas. Take it to her at the 09 window. Yes, sir. Marcus was still routing approach decisions through Vasquez. The chair was hers. The day's operational layer was the chain of command he'd worked under for 6 months. He told himself that twice, once for Reyes, once for himself. Mid-morning, Yuki announced the Courier. Courier Cycle 03 is in relay, standard delivery window. The crew still called them couriers, though the old word was wrong. The relay packet did not chase the Resolute through normal space. It cut a mapped seam lane, surfaced at a scheduled intercept, docked long enough to exchange sealed data, print authenticated packets, med stock, spare parts, and the small private consignments ISCA allowed for morale, then folded back to the relay line. Heavy cargo waited for yards. Letters, coffee, spices, paper, medicines, and grief traveled by seam. The packet docked at the Resolute's starboard reception bay. The docking clamp engagement carried through the bridge's secondary speakers as a low metallic sound. Marcus had been hearing that sound at the start of every cycle for 6 months. Yuki took receipt of the manifest. She read it. She walked to Vasquez's chair. "Commander, there's a medical review flagged for your attention. Sealed packet. Commander's eyes." Vasquez stood. She'd been waiting for 2 weeks by Marcus's count. She'd been waiting for 16 months by hers. "My ready room. Yuki, route the packet now." Yuki transmitted. Vasquez walked off the bridge. Her eyes stayed forward. She made no detour. The one-tap stayed at the armrest, as if the chair had absorbed it. Marcus returned to his correspondence. He kept the page in front of his eyes. He hadn't yet been called. The XO direct line chimed at his console. The chime was a single soft tone, different from the open bridge channel's multi-frequency cluster. Marcus had heard the XO direct chime perhaps 20 times across 6 months. Vasquez didn't use it for routine business. "Marcus, my ready room, 20 minutes." The line closed. Marcus stood. He looked across the bridge at Hana at the XO station. She looked back. "Take the chair." "I have the chair." Marcus left the bridge. Her eyes stayed forward. She made no detour. The one-tap stayed at the armrest as if the chair had absorbed it. Marcus returned to his correspondence. He kept the page in front of his eyes. He hadn't yet been called. The XO direct line chimed at his console. The chime was a single soft tone, different from the open bridge channel's multi-frequency cluster. Marcus had heard the XO direct chime perhaps 20 times across 6 months. Vasquez didn't use it for routine business. "Marcus, my ready room, 20 minutes." The line closed. Marcus stood. He looked across the bridge at Hana at the XO station. She looked back. "Take the chair." "I have the chair." Marcus left the bridge. Marcus didn't take the short route. The short route, straight aft on Deck 2, would have put him at the ready room door in 4 minutes. He had 20. He used them. The long route ran down to Deck 3, aft through the senior officer cabin block, up to Deck 4 past the mess hall and the rec hall, and back to the ready room from the corridor's far side. The Deck 3 cabin block was quiet. The family photograph wall outside the senior officer block held the standing rotation, small framed photographs the senior officers had chosen for the ship. The rotation changed every 6 months. Park's daughter Mia at her secondary school graduation. Reyes's sister Camila at San Diego Bay last summer. A photograph of the Daedalus at the 2189 Junction 31F approach that Vasquez had chosen and not labeled. Marcus kept walking. The mess hall was empty between services. The morning's bread was still in the air handlers Brenda baked at 04, and the smell took 2 hours to clear the corridor. He walked through. The rec hall on Deck 4 was empty. The upright piano sat at the corner. Marcus stopped. The piano had come to the Resolute at commissioning. The Houston Yard's maintenance technician's wife had donated it. The story was on file. The piano was the only one in the ISCA exploration fleet. He had played it twice in 6 months, late at night, alone, badly. He had played a fragment of Charleston tonal harmony both times, a melody his father used to whistle on the harbor walks, and stopped at the 4th bar both times because the 4th bar exceeded what he remembered. His mother could have played it through. He had been raised in a house with a piano. He had stopped at the 4th bar. Marcus put one hand on the closed lid. He kept it there. Then he went on. The ready room corridor ran a short distance from the rec hall. He reached the door. Marcus stood outside it. He had been preparing the conversation in his head for 2 weeks. He had decided to refuse the promotion if offered. He had decided to recommend Hana. He had decided 3 different things across the corridor he had just walked. None of those decisions survived the threshold. What he decided in the last beat before he opened the door was that whatever Vasquez said, he would not show what he'd guessed. Marcus entered. Vasquez was at her desk. She had poured 2 cups of coffee, both black. The packet, sealed, the commander's eyes flag visible, sat between them on the desk. "Sit down, Marcus." Marcus sat. He took the coffee. "I have something to tell you that you've probably guessed. I'm going to tell it in the order I've rehearsed. Ask whatever you need at the end." Marcus nodded. Vasquez opened the packet. She read aloud from the Cognitive Review's confirmation page. The threshold had been crossed. The recommendation was operational step-down within 30 days. She placed the document on the desk between them. "I have IPND. Hassan diagnosed me in March 2191. I have known for 16 months. The threshold was a metric I have been operating under. The threshold has been crossed." Marcus read the document. He kept his hands flat on the desk so they wouldn't move. The text confirmed the dates. Diagnosis, March 2191. Cognitive score baseline at the Daedalus close in December 2190. Progression mild across 2191. Threshold crossing recorded at cycle 92 testing at deployment open. The language was precise. Marcus had asked himself, in 2 weeks of preparing the conversation, what he would say first. He had a sentence. The sentence was, "I'm sorry." He looked at the woman who had been his commanding officer since the Daedalus, and the sentence wouldn't come out. He swallowed once. He tried again. "How long?" 5 to 10 years from diagnosis. Mid-range expected. "I won't be operationally fit beyond the 12 months ISCA Geneva is offering me at Geneva administration. I won't be alive beyond approximately 2199 or 2200. Marcus read the document. Slower. He laid it back down on the desk. Ilara. Marcus hadn't planned the first name. The first name had come out anyway. It was the first time he'd used it in 17 years. He saw her clock it. "You're stepping down." "I'm leaving the Resolute. 5 days. The next Courier. I'll be at Geneva administrative work until the posting closes." "And I'm—" "Yes." Marcus stopped. The conversation he had been preparing for 2 weeks had already not been the conversation in the room. He had decided to refuse the promotion if offered. He had decided to recommend Hana. He had decided 3 different things. All 3 decisions had assumed a Vasquez who would still be on the Resolute in some capacity after the conversation ended. The Vasquez in front of him was leaving in 5 days. Marcus felt his volume come up before he caught it. He pushed it back down. "I am not the captain this ship needs." "I disagree. I have been wrong about many things. Not this." The 2 of them sat with the disagreement. The ready room air handler ran low and even. "Hana is the captain this ship needs." "Hana is the XO this ship needs." "The Resolute has both of you. You will both stay where you belong. The ship will be better for both of you. You know what's on my record. The 2170 reprimand. Yes, I have read it 3 times. I have read your career file since." Again the volume came up before he caught it. The neck rub came up with it. He let his hand drop. He spoke down at his own pitch and made it stay there. "The reprimand is the reason I have been XO for 14 years. It's not the reason I should be a captain in 18 hours. The reprimand is the reason you will be a good captain. ISCA reads it as a black mark. I read it as the moment you saw the institution about to break a rule it should not have broken, and you said no before anyone else in that room. ISCA corrected you for the how. ISCA did not correct you for the that. I have held the chair for 19 years. I want my ship in the hands of someone who has said no before. I am not negotiating this. Marcus didn't have a counterargument. He had spent 2 weeks preparing the counterargument. The counterargument had required Vasquez to be uncertain. She was not uncertain. Marcus sat with it. The packet was on the desk. The ready room ambient was the Resolute's usual hum at this depth, distant. The ship continued beyond the room. "There's a rank attached," he said. "Yes, Geneva is creating it for you." Marcus looked at her. "Captain, formal rank. ISCA has never had it before. The chair has always been commander. Geneva is creating the grade. You'll be the first to wear it. Effective at your acceptance signature. The ISCA record reads Captain Marcus James Cole tomorrow morning. The crew reads it the same day." Marcus looked at her hands on the desk. "That's a lot of paper for one person." "It's a lot of paper for the institution. You happen to be standing in front of it. They have been working the change since the architect's file opened. You're the first because you're the one who's here. And I've been the last commander to hold the chair. Yes." Marcus understood then that some part of the conversation she had rehearsed had been about giving the rank to him in a way that allowed him to take it. She had built the moment so the new grade was a fact she could hand him, plain, without ceremony. He felt his throat go. "I need to think." "Take the night. The acceptance signature is tomorrow at 07. Hassan will be at my ready room at 07. She has medical sign-off paperwork that needs you to acknowledge. You can refuse at 07. I don't recommend that. You have the right." Marcus nodded. He stood. He looked at her. "You knew at the Daedalus close." "Hassan told me on 12 March 2191. The Daedalus's last deployment was 3 weeks long. I returned to Geneva for the formal diagnostic. The diagnosis confirmed on 31 March. I have been operating with it for 16 months. You captained the Resolute Shakedown. I captained the Shakedown because Hassan cleared me for it, and because the institution needed a 6-month transition under a captain who knew the Resolute's commissioning crew. The Shakedown is closing. The institution is correct. The threshold is correct. I am stepping down at the correct time. You did right by the Resolute. I tried. Take the night. Decide. We will sign in the morning." Marcus walked to the door. He stopped. "Elara." Vasquez looked at him. "Thank you." "Take the night, Marcus. Drink water. Eat something. Sleep if you can. We will sign in the morning." Marcus left the ready room. Marcus walked the corridor back toward the bridge and got as far as deck 3 before he stopped. He stood at the family photograph wall. He looked at the Daedalus photograph Vasquez had chosen and not labeled. He thought about asking her, at some point, what she had been looking at in the frame. He thought he probably already knew. Marcus didn't return to his cabin until late. He didn't eat dinner. He stood night watch personally beside Reyes. The bridge at night ran in its low rhythm. Reyes at nav. Asar at the second chair. Lindquist on the science section. Liam at the engineering relay. Marcus sat at the second chair across from Asar, not Vasquez's chair, his own XO chair, and signed the night's Geneva traffic at the wing console. Reyes brought him a routine course correction approval, a half-degree adjustment to maintain harmonic stack alignment. Marcus read the math. He signed it. Tomas, the 0918 trace. Held clean all watch. I'll keep the side panel open through day 19. Keep it. Yes, sir. Reyes returned to Nav. He hadn't asked Marcus why Marcus was on the bridge at 2318. Reyes was an officer who could see a wall in front of a man and choose to walk around it. Reyes brought a sensor array recalibration cycle. Marcus signed. The hand came up to his neck and went down. Later, Reyes stopped at Marcus's station. He didn't sit. He stood at the half-step distance and said, low, "Marcus, the 0430 correction. I can take it solo if you want the chair." The 5-hour exchange they had been having on routine corrections had been without subtext on the surface. The offer was the first acknowledgement Reyes had made and was deliberately small. "No, Tomas, I'll sign it. Thank you." Reyes nodded. He returned to Nav. The bridge ran in night watch quiet. At shift end, Asar offered Marcus the second chair properly. He shook his head. He walked to his cabin. The acceptance form was in the ready room drawer, still unsigned. He had not opened the cabin console. He had not replied to his mother. He had not eaten. He lay down on the bunk in his uniform. Marcus thought about Vasquez at her cabin desk in 5 days' time, packing the small portable items she kept on her shelf. He thought about Hannah at the XO station tomorrow morning, watching him sign or not sign. He thought about the 2170 reprimand, the meeting in the Norfolk admin building, the senior officer who had asked him to look the other way, the no that had ended his command track trajectory before it had begun. Vasquez had read the reprimand 3 times. Vasquez had read it the way the authority had not. In the dark, he thought about the rank Geneva had built. Captain. He said the word aloud once, to the cabin ceiling, just to hear what it sounded like in his own voice. The Charleston rhythm came up underneath the word, the substrate showing through, the way it did when the trained layer wore thin. He turned the word over in his mouth. He set it down. Marcus thought he probably knew what he would sign at 7 a.m. He kept the knowing to himself, the way Hannah kept her observations of him to herself, and let the morning come. Chapter 4. The Briefing. Vasquez had been at her ready room desk since before dawn. By then she had read the day's traffic from Geneva. She had signed 3 Geneva acknowledgments. She had placed the second iteration acceptance form on the desk, fresh paper, the first iteration filed with the log, and beside it the field promotion paperwork, the chain of authority handover document, and the small folder labeled "For the New Captain" in her own hand. The folder was unsealed. She had read the title page twice this morning to make sure the single sentence still said what she had meant it to say. The grandmother's wedding ring sat at the gold chain at her throat. She touched the ring with her right index finger. The chain was warm from her skin. She put her hand back on the desk. The corridor showed Marcus on the door's approach indicator. He had not slept. The indicator's biometric strip read his heart rate a fraction higher than his usual. Hassan had told her before dawn by the side channel that he had stood night watch beside Reyes and had decided to sign. Vasquez had known he would by day 18 evening. She had timed the courier. She had timed the conversation. She had given him the night. Marcus arrived. He stood at the threshold for a beat. She let him stand. "Sit down, Marcus." Marcus sat. The door opened again. Hassan entered with the medical sign-off paperwork. She placed it on the desk without speaking. She had been Vasquez's friend for 9 years, and the friendship did not require the morning's small ceremonies. Her eyes went to Vasquez once. Vasquez's eyes went back. "Marcus, the medical sign-off requires your initials in 3 places. Read it. Take your time." Marcus read. He initialed 3 places. He signed the medical fitness acknowledgement. Hassan, to Vasquez, "Commander, everything is in order." Vasquez nodded. Hassan left. Now she and Marcus were alone. The field promotion paperwork. Read it. Marcus read. Vasquez had watched him read paperwork for 8 years at her chair on the Daedalus, and the way he read had not changed. The same concentration at the eyes, the same slow second pass, the same finger going to the bottom of the page to mark his place. He read it twice. One more time before I sign. Marcus. One more time. Hannah has the experience. Hannah has the seniority. Hannah has the Daedalus years and the Resolute's commissioning watch. Geneva will accept her field promotion at 5 minutes' notice. I am asking you, off the record, why me? Vasquez put the pen down. She looked at him for a beat. The dying was in her throat. She swallowed it back. She would answer the question. Off the record, because Hannah will do what Geneva asks. You will do what the Resolute needs. Today, those two things look the same. They will not stay the same. When they diverge, and they will, I want the captain who has been on the wrong side of Geneva before and survived. Hannah has never been on the wrong side. I do not want her to learn what that costs while the Resolute is in deep frontier. I want you who already knows. That is the answer. Sign. Marcus read her face. He picked up the pen. Then he signed. Vasquez signed under his signature as the outgoing commanding officer. Both signatures were on the form. Vasquez kept her eyes on the page when she spoke. That signature creates the rank, Marcus. There has never been a captain in ISCA before. The chair was commander's. The architect's file is open. Geneva has spent 6 months drafting the grade. You are it. Walk her well. Marcus read the line on the form that confirmed it. Field promotion to the rank of Captain ISCA, constituted this day per Geneva Operations Directorate Order 2192/07-G441, effective at signature. He looked at her. He did not speak. The new rank was paper. The skin would come later. They sat with the signed form. The ready room ambient ran at the Resolute's usual hum. Distant. The ship continued beyond the room. Vasquez stood. She walked to the desk's far side, picked up the folder, walked back, and placed it in front of him. This is for you. Read it when you have time. Not today, not this week. Maybe in 2 months. The folder is a list of things I would have told you in the next 6 months if I were staying. The list is not exhaustive. It is what I could remember at the rehearsal. Marcus read the title page. He did not open the folder. He set it on his side of the desk. Thank you. One more thing. Marcus waited. You'll override when it matters. That reprimand on your record is the best thing on your file. I told you that on the Daedalus in 2189. I have not changed my mind. Hannah knows. Hassan knows. Park knows. Reyes knows. Everyone who matters operationally knows. You do not need to prove anything to ISCA Geneva. You need to do the work the Resolute is here to do. Do it. Trust the crew more than you trust yourself for the first 3 months. Walk the ship slowly. Eat with the junior crew when you can. The senior staff lunch can take care of itself. Yes, sir. Ilara, off shift. We have known each other for 17 years. Yes, Ilara. That is the list. Marcus stood. She stood. They did not shake hands. They had shaken hands 40 times across 17 years. The handshake was not the moment. Vasquez touched his chest twice with the back of her hand. The 2-tap. Transferred from chair to skin. She had practiced the transfer in her cabin yesterday and had only nearly cried. Today the practice held. Walk with me to the dock at 13:30. Senior staff send-off at the corridor. Do not give a speech. No speech. Vasquez left the ready room and walked to her cabin. The cabin was partly packed. 3 trunks at the door, 2 open at the desk and the bookshelf. The wedding ring at the chain at her throat sat against her collarbone. The café de olla her mother had taught her, cinnamon, brown sugar, dark roast, was in the small carafe Loretta had sent on the day-7 Courier. The combination was Doña Carmen's, by way of her mother. Hannah arrived with the Geneva response packets. Coffee? Please. Vasquez poured 2 cups. Hannah had taken Vasquez's café de olla in cabins across 2 ships for 9 years and 4 months. They worked through the correspondence in silence, Vasquez signing each item, Hannah cueing them for the outbound packet. The last item was signed. The handover from the paperwork side was complete. Vasquez stood. She walked to the desk. She picked up a paper envelope, sealed, in her handwriting. She came back. She placed it in front of Hannah. This is for you, not for Marcus, for you. Hannah read the address line. For Hannah on day 21. Day 21? 2 days after I leave. You will have a moment on day 21 where you will need a note from me. Read the note then, not before. Commander, with respect, why am I the recipient? Vasquez sat with the question for a beat. She had rehearsed the answer in Spanish first and then translated. The Spanish version was shorter. Because the moment you will have on day 21 is not Marcus's moment. It is yours. He will be at the chair. You will be at the XO station. You will not be able to ask him what to do, because the question will be about him. The note is the answer to a question you have not asked yet. Hannah looked at the envelope. Her hand stayed flat on the desk. This is a heavy gift. It is. I have considered the alternatives. They are worse. Take it. Hannah took it. All right. There is also this. A second envelope, thicker than the first. Hannah looked at it. This is the contents of my ready room drawer. 7 memoranda from ISCA Geneva that I have not given Marcus. They contain Geneva side information he should have eventually, but should not have today. You decide when. The likely timing is 3 to 6 months. Use your judgment. ISCA will not ask you to bring them forward. ISCA does not know they exist. Commander, they are about the Post-Architects program. Geneva politics around the Resolute's mission profile. Internal disagreements about deep frontier scope. 3 names of senior staff at Geneva who have argued against this assignment. Marcus does not need any of it today. He may need some of it eventually. You are the bridge. You decide. Hannah took the second envelope. One last thing. I do not have a date for when Marcus will need to know what I am dying of. He has the diagnosis name. He does not have the prognosis specifics. He will ask Hassan eventually. When Hassan tells him, the question of whether the prognosis affects the Resolute's mission planning will land. The answer is no. The prognosis is on me. The Resolute is on him. Tell him that when it lands. He will need to hear it from a third party. You are the third party. I understand. That is everything. Hannah sat with the 2 envelopes. Vasquez had watched Hannah run her thumb across the corner of the first envelope twice. The small motor tick Vasquez had been clocking for 9 years. The question Hannah had not asked was forming. Vasquez waited. Are you afraid? Yes. Will you be all right at Geneva? I will be at Geneva. All right is not what the diagnosis is offering. I will be at a desk. They let the dying work as long as the desk lets them. I have the desk. All right. All right. They sat with it. Hannah fed, Mira, The Café de Ola. The supply chain accommodated. Loretta sent it on the day-7 with Esther's catfish. The Galley has been planning the morning since I told them I was leaving. They love you, Elara. They love the chair. The chair will be Marcus's tomorrow. They will love him too. Hannah stood. She had the Geneva outbound packet. She had Vasquez's 2 envelopes. She had the day's work ahead. She looked at Vasquez. Commander, I will see you at the corridor at 13:30. Elara, at 13:30. Hannah nodded once and left. Vasquez sat. The cabin held the small things that had been hers for 14 months and would not be hers in 14 hours. The framed photograph of Maria and Diego at the Houston Yards in 2177, her sister at 32, her brother at 24, both standing in front of a half-built ISCA scout vessel her father had been the engineer on. The small ceramic dog her grandmother had bought her at the Mexico City Zocalo when she was 4. The Ficciones her mother had given her at 18 when she left for Austin. All of it would go in the 3rd trunk. Vasquez had 1 hour before the dock. At the desk, she wrote a 1-page note to her mother in Houston. Short. She would say in person, in 2 weeks, what mattered most. Today's note was the brief version. I am coming back. The diagnosis has crossed the threshold. The work is in good hands. Hassan and I will see you in Geneva first. I will be at Houston after that. She sealed it. She placed it in the outbound packet. Vasquez stood. She closed the cabin door for the last time. The handle was warm under her palm. She did not look back. From there, she walked to the dock corridor. The senior staff was at parade rest along the wall when she came in. Marcus at the center, Hannah to his left, Park, Hassan, Reyes, Moran, Apia, Yuki, Brenda along the wall. The corridor smelled of the air handler at this depth, slightly metallic, and faintly of the morning's bread that had carried up from the galley 2 decks below. Vasquez came in with 1 small bag. She had been packing it for 3 months. It was light. The commander walked the corridor's length. She stopped at Marcus first. She touched his chest twice with the back of her hand. Silent this time, the gesture only. He held still. She moved on. To Park, first along the wall, she said, James, the secondary stack at the Joran calibration last September, that was your work. The Resolute will not get a better engineering officer. Thank you. Park's handshake. He did not speak. He nodded once. To Hassan. She stopped. Hassan's eyes were wet. Her own were dry. The difference was 9 years old and would not resolve. Hassan whispered, Te quiero, amiga. Vasquez nodded. They did not embrace. Hassan stepped back into the line. To Reyes. She smiled. The rare expression. Reyes had seen it twice across the Daedalus. Tomas. That reprimand on Marcus's record is the best thing on his file. Tell him I said it again before you forget. I will tell him. To Moran. She nodded. Moran nodded. No words. The 2 of them had decided 5 years ago that words added nothing between them, and the corridor was not the place to revise the decision. The economy was theirs. To Apia. Aquaba, Lieutenant. Apia laughed. The full warmth he carried under the diplomatic register. Aquaba, Commander. Yebehia bio. Vasquez nodded. We will meet again. They both knew the twee was a courtesy. She had read his file, he had read hers. They would not meet again. To Yuki, quieter. Your mother served at CW3. I read her medical records during the briefing for the Resolute's commissioning. Tell her, when you next speak with her, that an old commander who never met her in person sent her good wishes. Yuki's composure held, a moment, the smallest flicker at the eyes. Yes, Commander. I will tell her. To Brenda. The catfish at the senior staff lunch on day 4. My mother would have wanted that recipe. The galley logs have it. Thank you. Commander, the galley keeps the recipes for whoever needs them. To Hannah. She stopped. They shook hands. The handshake was long, longer than any other on the corridor. Nothing was said. The 2 envelopes were in Hannah's pocket. The handshake was the corridor's anchor. Vasquez returned to Marcus at the center. She did not touch him again. She had touched him twice in the ready room. A third time would have been performance. She said the line she had rehearsed. Captain Cole, the Resolute is yours. Walk her slowly. Commander Vasquez, the Resolute will do what she is here to do. Vasquez nodded. Hassan's wrist console pinged. Hassan read it. Minor incident at the medical bay. She stayed at parade rest. The Resolute did not pause for the corridor. She would not have wanted it to. Vasquez turned toward the hatch. Park broke parade rest by half a step. Commander, the secondary stack work last September. The credit goes the other way. Vasquez stopped. The Houston substrate Spanish came up under her irritation, and she breathed past it. James Park had been arguing about credit since 2189. The Daedalus's primary stack work had been his, and he had pushed the credit back at her then, too. The pattern was his. James, you are wrong. We will not have this conversation. Stand to. Park returned to parade rest. The exchange took 8 seconds. The senior staff had heard it. Marcus had heard it. Park's refusal of her praise, her refusal of his refusal, both stubborn, neither yielding. Hannah caught Marcus's eye, the smallest flicker. They had both worked with Park long enough to know he did this. Vasquez walked to the relay courier hatch. The hatch opened. She stepped through. The hatch closed, the seal engaging with the metallic sound she had heard at the start and close of every courier cycle of her career. The commander did not look back. She had said the thing she had come to say. What was left was the relay packet and Geneva and the slow administrative dying she had planned for. She put the small bag on the bench seat and sat down. Through the hatch's narrow port, she could see a sliver of the corridor. Marcus's shoulder, the wall behind him, Hannah's hand at her side. She watched a moment longer. She turned her face away. The courier's engine spooled. She closed her eyes. "Vamonos," she said, to no one. The courier left the Resolute. No one moved for a beat after the hatch closed. Hassan walked to the medical bay. Minor incident, she had said. It would not wait. Hannah walked to the bridge to handle the Geneva flag Yuki had been holding. Marcus turned to face the line. Stations. The senior staff dispersed. He walked back to the bridge alongside Hannah. He did not speak on the walk. He arrived on the bridge. The bridge crew was at stations. Asare was at the second chair. Reyes had returned to nav. The harmonic stack hummed at cruise. Marcus took the captain's chair for the first time as captain. With one hand, he tapped the right armrest once, then twice. No one at any station turned. Asare logged the watch handover and stayed at the second chair. Reyes kept his eyes on the nav display. The captain let the silence settle. The bridge worked around him. Asare logging the watch handover, Reyes refreshing the nav display, Yuki at comms with the Geneva flag now actionable, Park's engineering channel showing the secondary stack at 100%. Then, at standard volume, to no one in particular and to all of them, "All right, where are we?" Reyes from nav, 44K staging approach, 3 days plus 11 minutes to staging. Kaya, 8 days from anything legible at the harmonic baseline. 3 more from there to first-order analysis. Yuki. Geneva flag is the official acknowledgement of the field promotion. Standard form. 2 cycles ahead of the next courier. Send the acknowledgement. Park. Secondary stack at 100%. Bus stable. Liam at the relay. I'm at his shoulder for the next 2 days. Good. Hana. Sir. Walk me through the rest of the day at 1500 in the ready room. Yes, sir. Marcus sat back. The chair fit him. It would fit him better next month. The harmonic coil hum sat at the Resolute's cruise pitch. 8 days minus 11 minutes to 44K staging. The senior staff at their stations. Marcus set his palm flat on the right armrest and let it rest there. He thought, briefly, about Vasquez at the courier bench seat with her small bag and the wedding ring at her throat. He thought about the Resolute heading toward the junction without her. He thought about the Daedalus and the 17 years and the way Vasquez had said "Vamonos" at the end of meetings. The captain set the thought down. Tomas. Sir. Slingshot us toward 44K. Standard approach speed. We'll close from here. On it. Chapter 5. Captain. Marcus arrived at the captain's cabin door late. He had not slept since the small hours. He had eaten 1 ration bar that afternoon because Hassan had walked it to the bridge personally and stood at the rail until he ate it. He had handed the chair to Hana with 2 instructions. Call me if anything breaks. Do not call me otherwise. And walked the short corridor to the cabin he had not yet been inside. At the door he stood. Then he opened it. Inside, the move was almost finished. Petty Officer 3rd Class Min Jun Choi was at the bookshelf transferring Marcus's manuals from the trunk. Ensign Liam Chen, off shift in his junior officer fatigues, was taping the last of the trunk seals at the door. Both looked up. Choi saluted. Liam did the thing he did when he was supposed to salute, and almost did and did not, the small civilian hesitation Park's apprentices carried into their first year. At ease, both of you. Finish what you have. I am not in the way. Sir. Choi continued. Liam continued. Marcus turned his back to the door and stood at the desk so he was not watching them work. The desk had 1 drawer. The lock was not engaged. He pulled the drawer open. It was empty. He closed it. The cabin was bigger than the XO cabin by 1/3, the captain's rank issue. Reinforced door. The bookshelf, half stocked already, held Vasquez's ISCA issue manuals, the ones she had decided belonged to the Resolute rather than to her. A single folded note sat between 2 of them. He could see the corner of it. Her handwriting, the small, precise script he had been reading on her ready room desk for 6 months. He left it where it was. Marcus looked at the wall. The cabin's wall-mounted bridge channel was open at low volume, the captain's cabin's default. Park's voice came through. XO, secondary stack pressure bus reading is back to baseline. Diagnostic cycle complete. Filing report. Hana on the bridge. Logged, Park. Stand down for the evening if you can. Park. Acknowledged. Liam Chen has the watch. The channel cleared. Marcus did not mute it. The ship was talking to herself tonight. He wanted to hear her. Choi and Liam finished. Choi at the door. Captain, we are clear. The Galley sent that. He nodded at the wrapped item on the desk. Mess Specialist Holloway's compliments. Thank you, Choi. Liam. They left. Marcus sat at the desk. Hassan's sealed packet was beside the wrapped item. He opened the packet first. 1 sheet of paper, in her hand. Marcus, sit down. You have not slept. Whatever you came here to do tonight, it can wait an hour. The chair is yours in the morning. The chair will be yours after you sleep. Eat the cornbread. Drink the tea. The cabin is yours. Amira. Marcus read it twice. That Hassan had written the note rather than coming herself was the message. She had decided he could be alone tonight and would not be the one to deliver the "please sleep" note again. The next one would come from someone else, or it would not come. Marcus unwrapped Brenda's package. One slice of cornbread, still warm from the Galley's officer delivery alcove. A thermos of black tea beside it. He looked at the cornbread. His mother had made it in the Charleston kitchen on Sunday mornings when he was 8. The recipe had crossed from Charleston to Lagos when his grandmother married James Cole Sr.'s father, and crossed back when Adays married James Sr. and learned it from the woman she would call Mama Cole. Brenda had no way of knowing he had grown up with it. Brenda had her own grandmother's recipe, her own Cumberland Street, her own corner of the same coast. Charleston came back to him. The kitchen, his father at the harbor office, the smell of the docks in August. He ate the cornbread. He stood and walked to the bunk and sat on the edge. I should sleep, he thought. I should not sleep yet. He lay down in his uniform and slept. The Resolute's ambient hum shifted to night shift draw and woke him. The cabin's wall channel had a low-volume handover in progress, the third watch commander taking the chair from Hannah. Marcus straightened his uniform and walked the 30-second corridor back to the bridge. The bridge at night watch was Asare's. She had the second chair already. She gave him the standing report at his shoulder in 3 sentences: overnight quiet, Reyes plotting contingencies, the temperature drift on Liam's bus normalizing as the boy had predicted. Marcus thanked her. He stood at the rail and let the bridge's rhythm carry him. Then he walked back to the cabin and slept the rest of the night. Marcus came back to the bridge before dawn. The captain's cabin was on deck 2, a short walk from the bridge corridor. Walking it twice overnight, he understood the gift. A captain close was the captain. A captain 3 decks away was a man in a corridor. Lieutenant Vivian Asare was at the chair preparing the senior staff handover. The night shift was mid-transfer to day shift. Marcus stopped at the threshold. Asare announced it. Captain on the bridge. The bridge stopped. Each station turned to face him. Hannah at the XO station, Liam at the engineering bridge relay, Park off shift since 22:30, Reyes at nav, Yuki at comms, Moran at science, Asare standing. At ease, continue the handover. Asare nodded. The bridge resumed. Marcus walked the perimeter. He had walked the perimeter every morning for 6 months. This morning he was on the inside of the rail, not the outside. He stopped at each station the way he had been stopping at each station. Yuki first, then Reyes, then Moran, then Liam. Yuki, anything overnight? 1 Geneva ping at 0314, routine, logged. The flag I held during the corridor yesterday was a Courier schedule confirmation. Thank you, Yuki. Tomas, the closing approach. Refined twice after the Geneva flag. The harmonic tuning window is tight. Kaya wants 40 minutes more than the current plan allows. I have an option for her if you authorize. Walk me through it when we have the bridge. Sir. Kaya, the signature. Kaya did not look up from her console. Working. The trace is unusual. I want to talk to you about it before staging. Not now. Today. After lunch. After lunch. Marcus moved to the engineering relay. Liam was at the station for the first morning of his junior officer career under a new captain. The tension in the boy's shoulders was visible from 3 paces back. Ensign. Liam straightened, quickly, visibly. Captain. Secondary stack at 100%. Park briefed me at 22:30. The diagnostic cycle is clean. The rebalance is filed. I have the channel until Park returns at 0900. Good, Liam. Carry on. Liam exhaled, small. The senior staff caught it. Hannah at the XO station saw it. Marcus saw Hannah see it. The boy went back to his console an inch taller. Marcus walked to the chair. He stopped at the chair's side. He did not sit. Marcus looked at the chair, Vasquez's chair. Yesterday he had sat in it as captain for the first time. The Courier's hatch closed, his hand on the right armrest for the first single tap. The chair fit him better today than yesterday. The chair would fit him better next month. The chair was his now. Marcus sat. He placed his hands on both armrests. He tapped the right armrest once. No one at any station turned. He did not tap again. The engineering channel pinged at his ear. Liam. Captain, Park's office requested I flag the secondary coil bus has shown a 0.3% temperature drift over the last 6 hours. Within tolerance. The trend is the flag. Park is reviewing at 09 when he returns to the deck. Liam, what's your read on the drift? A small pause. Junior officer caught. The new captain had asked the apprentice for his read, not Park's. The bridge was listening. Captain, mine. The drift looks like residual heat soak from yesterday's rebalance cycle. The bus has not fully shed the cycle's thermal load. I would expect normalization by 12 o'clock. If it does not normalize, I would recommend a 6-minute cooling spin down at 12:30. Logged. Carry the trend until 12. If it does not normalize, walk me through the spin down before you call Park. Yes, Captain. The channel cleared. Marcus had asked for the apprentice's read, and Park's apprentice had given it cleanly. The senior staff had heard. Hannah at the XO station kept her eyes on her console. Reyes at Nav did not look up. Yuki at comms made a small mark in her log that would mean nothing at the Geneva archive and everything to her. Marcus turned to his correspondence. Reyes brought the closing approach refinement to the chair. Marcus stood for it. Reyes turned the tablets so they could read it together. 40 minutes added to the second-day harmonic tuning window. A quarter day's mission arrival margin spent. Kaya's request, channeled through Reyes's math. Tomas. The 40 minutes is for Kaya's tuning at the second day. Walk me through what she gets with the extra 40. She gets a cleaner read on the residual signature. The current window is enough to characterize. The extra is enough to disambiguate architect residual versus Tarvan residual versus unknown. The classifications produce different replies from Geneva. The disambiguation matters. Hannah. 40 minutes is inside field judgment authority. The flag is not required. The arrival margin cost is acceptable. We are not on a deadline. Authorized. Reyes file the refinement. Kaya gets her 40. On it. Reyes walked back to Nav. Hannah stayed at the XO station with her console between them. She spoke at desk volume, not the bridge's volume, the volume of 2 officers having a conversation that did not belong to the bridge. Marcus. The decision is the call. You've done it twice this morning. That isn't the chair's job. Marcus kept his eyes on the chair's console. The neck rub came up. He let it stay down. I know. You'll get the rhythm of it. Not today. I'm naming it once. All right. Hannah returned to her work. The exchange was brief. No one heard it. The volume was at desk level. Marcus sat back. Hannah had told him not to confirm with her before he signed. Hannah was right. He'd have to learn the chair the way every captain had to, by being the only person in the room with the answer. The morning continued. Day 22, morning at 09:34. Kaya stood at her science console. She had been there since 06. Priya Okonkwo was beside her. The two of them had been working the harmonic signature analysis for 19 hours across 2 shifts. Kaya had eaten at the console twice. She had not slept since 04 day 20. Kaya walked across the bridge to the captain's chair. "Captain, the 44K harmonic signature has started to resolve. The signature is not what the catalog templates predict. I want approach speed reduced 50% of current cruise, to give the section a clean read across the next 4 hours. The reduction adds approximately 17 hours to the arrival window. The flag does not require it. The science does." Marcus read the proposal on her tablet. The harmonic signature was a faint, diffuse trace across the array's lower band. The template prediction was a Tarvan residual. The actual reading did not match. The reading looked architect class, but the architect templates were sparse, and the residual was at the array's sensitivity limit. Reyes at Nav had walked the proposal at his station. He spoke from his console. "Captain, cutting cruise by 50% loses the harmonic tuning window's overlap with Kaya's planned read. Alternative, hold the cruise at current. Kaya sharpens her read by extending the analysis on the back end. We keep arrival margin. The trade is hers." Kaya without turning. "Tomas, the back end is after we cross the outer margin. The signal degrades inside the margin. The clean read is now." Reyes, "How much degrades?" Kaya, 3 to 5% loss in signature precision per crossing. The disambiguation I need is in the third significant figure." Reyes paused. "Then yours." Kaya, "Mine." Marcus had watched the exchange. So had the rest of the bridge. 2 officers holding a position, both releasing cleanly once the numbers were on the table. The Resolute ran this way. Marcus stood. Marcus walked to the science console. Priya stepped back. Kaya turned the display so he could see the residual signature, the template overlay, the gap. The gap was the thing she wanted the clean read of. Marcus looked at it. The neck rub came up and went down. Reyes, "Reduce approach speed to 50%. Hold the new speed until Kaya clears the analysis. Yuki, file a courtesy notification to Geneva. Resolute slowing approach for harmonic signature characterization. Hana, log the field judgment authorization." Slowing. The Resolute eased. The reduction was visible only in the navigation display's velocity readout, the small green number stepping down across the next 60 seconds. Marcus walked back to the chair. He sat. He did not tap the armrest. At 10:18, Park's engineering channel pinged. Park had returned to the deck at 09 and had been working through the diagnostic backlog. Bridge. The cruise reduction means the primary stack draw is lower. The secondary stack will be at idle for the next 4 hours. Are we anticipating a reacceleration? James. Plan for reacceleration in 4 hours. Hold the secondary stack at warm idle. We may need it sooner if Kaya closes the analysis early. On it. The channel cleared. By 11:14, the bridge had settled into its new tempo. The Resolute at 50% cruise, junction 44K resolving slowly on the science section's displays, the air handlers at lower draw, the harmonic coil hum a quarter tone down from full cruise. Kaya, without turning from her console, "Captain, thank you. Thank me when you have the read." "Yeah, nah, I'm going to need a few hours." "Take them." Kaya returned to the analysis. Priya beside her. The console's display was the gap between template and reading. Faint, diffuse, the thing nobody had a name for yet. Marcus sat back in the chair. He set his palm flat on the right armrest and let it rest there. Reyes at Nav had the slowed approach plotted. Hana at the XO station was running the day's coordination. Park's engineering deck was at warm idle. The Resolute eased toward a junction whose signature did not match what the template said it should. Kaya had her 4 hours. Marcus stayed in the chair. The morning watch ran past 11:30. Chapter 6. The Chair. Marcus came into the ready room on day 21 and sat at the desk Vasquez had used for 9 months and left clean. He had handed the chair to Hannah for the morning correspondence cycle. The Geneva packet sat at the top of the queue. He broke the seal. Most of it was what he expected. Verschuren's congratulations on the field promotion, the handover acknowledgement, 3 notes, personnel cycles, supply chain confirmation, a sentence about Vasquez's safe arrival. The Resolute's post-junction 44K orders, 4 pages, signed by Peter Larson, who had met Marcus twice and had not warmed to him either time. Marcus read each page and signed where signing was required. The 44K orders carried the senior staff's Deep Frontier survey at coordinates 39 light-years past the far side of the junction. Park's yard return-aligned plan was accepted in full. Hassan's 11.5-month medical window was honored. The senior staff had got the assignment they wanted. A 5th sheet was slipped behind the rest. Typed, on Verschuren's old machine, no letterhead. Captain Cole, your field promotion has been accepted. I read your file in full last week. The 2170 panel, the senior officer at the 78 port call, the engineer who would not sign the substrate test memo in 84, the diplomatic letter from 87, the design review notes from 89. The panel was right on its terms. The administrators after were right on theirs. None of them was right on mine. The reprimand will not be retracted, and I will not ask you to pretend it has been. You are the Resolute's captain, F. Verschuren. Marcus read it twice. 22 years he had carried the panel's reading from when he was 20, and the softer marks that had accumulated alongside it ever since. The senior officer at the 78 port call who had later taken a Geneva chair. The engineer who would not sign the substrate test memo in 84. The diplomatic counterpart who had complained in 87. The 2 engineers from the Resolute Design Review who were almost certainly the same 2 now reading his first mission report. Every event right on its operational merits. Every CO had written a favorable rebuttal. Vasquez had told him over coffee at the dataless port call in 87 that one day someone above her would stop covering for him. The not had happened differently than she had expected. Verschuren had just told him, off the record and on letterhead, that another voice was on file beside all of them. Marcus placed the note in the drawer beside Vasquez's first letter, the one Hannah had put there the night Vasquez took the Courier, which Marcus had not yet opened. He closed the drawer. The ready room door opened. Hannah came in with the day's drafts and set them on the desk. She did not sit. 3 acknowledgments, she said. Kaya has a resource request in the queue. Second item, read it first. 1 routine note at the bottom. Marcus read Kaya's draft. The science section was requesting an additional 6 hours of harmonic tuning analysis at the second day approach window. When he ran the math against Reyes's plotted closing approach margin, it meant the Resolute would be at the junction with the array hot and the closing pattern uncomfortable. He could see the call coming a day before he would have to make it. He signed Kaya's draft anyway. The request was correct on its own terms. Park has a bridge call at 0930, Hannah said. He has the secondary stack diagnostic closing. He wants to brief you in person if you have the time. I have the time. He has the diagnostic at his deck. The walk is yours. Yes. Hannah stayed at the door. Marcus, Verschuren's note. You read it. How do you know? Because she sends one to every captain who carries a reprimand. Vasquez told me about hers on the Daedalus's third deployment. The content varies. I have not read yours. I have. Good. The drawer is the right place for it. Eat lunch. Hannah left. Marcus sat with the closed drawer. The wall channel ran low, Reyes confirming the closing approach margin, Yuki reporting routine Geneva traffic, the Resolute at cruise. Marcus stood. Marcus walked to engineering the long way. The Verschuren note needed corridor time to land. Outside the medical bay he stopped, decided not to look in yet, and turned for the engineering deck. Hassan would be expecting him after lunch. Marcus stepped through the bulkhead onto the engineering deck. The harmonic coil hum carried up through the plates the way it had since the Shakedown. Park was at his console, with the secondary stack diagnostic curve running on the central display. Liam Chen at the bridge-side relay, PO2 Even Linerud at the auxiliary stack, a younger hand Marcus had not been introduced to yet at the secondary base station, 5 more crew at their stations. Park looked up. Captain, the cycle is at 87, 8 minutes to close. Walk with me? Yes. They walked. Park spoke as they passed each station. Pressure bus is clean. Primary stack is drifting 400ths across 3 days against a baseline of 6. Boundary array assemblies both hold. Harmonic coil bus holds. Marcus listened. The brief told him what he already knew. The deck was running clean. At the boundary array station, Park stopped. Captain, the starboard assembly reads 100%. The port reads 99.4. Within tolerance. Easily. The baseline accepts anything above 97. I would like to rebalance the port at the next mid-cruise window. The rebalance takes 4 hours. The assembly is offline during the cycle. We have no operational impact at cruise. Why? Because the 0.6% gap is correctable. Because if we have an array discharge at the closing approach margin, I want both assemblies at 100. Because the baseline is a floor, not a ceiling. What do you lose if we do not rebalance? Operationally, nothing. The array works at 99.4. The discharge profile is slightly less symmetric. The secondary stack absorbs a slightly higher fraction of the discharge load if the rebalance asymmetry is in play. None of this matters at cruise. It might matter once at the closing approach. Marcus rubbed the back of his neck with his right palm. Park, Vasquez authorized the port rebalance during the Shakedown 2 months ago. Park did not answer immediately. She did. The rebalance held for 6 weeks. The 0.6 has crept back. Engineering wear or operational use? Engineering wear. Older harmonic substrate on the port side. How often? Every 6 to 8 weeks under cruise. All right. Plan the rebalance into the standing schedule. Every 7 weeks. Calendar item, not a flag. I don't want this coming back to engineering every 6 weeks for 2 years. Park looked at him a beat. Yes, Captain. I will file the calendar. Good. Continue. They walked back to Park's console. The diagnostic closed. Park filed the report. Marcus signed. Park, walk me past Liam's station. Yes, Captain. Liam straightened at the approach. Marcus had been watching the back of Liam's head from the time he came onto the deck and had been waiting for the right beat to bring the conversation around. Liam, the 0.3% temperature drift you flagged at day 20, did it normalize by 1200 the way you predicted? Yes, Captain, by 11:47, 20 minutes ahead of my estimate. You underestimated by 20 minutes on the low side. Why? Captain, I was being cautious. The drift could have taken longer. I wanted the spin-down option in reserve. 20 minutes ahead was the actual rate. My estimate was conservative. Good. Be cautious when you are uncertain. Be accurate when you are not. Carry on. Yes, Captain. Marcus and Park walked past the secondary bay. A young engineer Marcus had not been introduced to was at the back side of the diagnostic, working a checklist with the careful attention Marcus had seen out of Boston Academy graduates. He looked up as they passed, nodded once. Marcus nodded back. Marcus continued his circuit. Marcus came down to the medical bay after lunch. Hassan was at her desk with the morning's log on the screen. Saucy Byrne was working physicals at the east side. 2 crew were on cots with what looked like routine recovery work. Amira. Captain, Hassan stood. On the cot, sleeves up. Marcus sat on the cot at the bay's quiet end. Hassan brought her wrist console and the BP cuff. She set the cuff at his left arm and the wrist console at her own forearm. The silver bracelet caught the bay's overhead when she reached. The cuff inflated. Hassan watched the console. Saucy at the east side did not look across. "How long since you slept, Marcus?" The Marcus was the signal. He had been hearing the shift from her for 3 years, and it still landed. 4 hours last night, 3 the night before. Hassan took that in. The cuff hissed back down. She tapped the wrist console twice, scrolling the sleep log it pulled from the cabin biometric. 5 nights below 4 hours, and I write to Geneva. You won't enjoy what I write. Amira. Hassan picked up a hydration tab from the tray and put it in his palm. Now. Marcus took it. Hands flat, fingers spread. Marcus spread them at his knee. Hassan watched the small tremor at the 3rd and 4th fingers of his right hand. She did not name what she saw. She typed something into the wrist console. "Come to my cabin at 8. I will cook." Yes. Hassan released the cuff. She set the console aside. Marcus stood. "Amira, thank you." 8 o'clock. Marcus returned to the bridge and took the chair from Hannah before the watch turned. Day 22 brought the crew's reduction call he had seen coming the day before. Day 23 ran the crew's margin Kaya had asked for, with Reyes at nav refining the approach pattern through the morning watch. Marcus came on to the bridge that evening for the night shift handover. Hannah had been at the chair for the evening watch. Lieutenant Asare, 3rd Watch Commander, was already at the 2nd chair. Hannah stood as Marcus stepped up to the rail. "Marcus, the night is quiet. Reyes will be at nav until 0200. The night shift nav rotation begins then. Lindqvist on the science section. Liam Chen at the engineering relay. Standard crews." "Thank you, Hannah. Sleep. You also." Hannah left the bridge. Marcus sat. The bridge was at night watch lighting, the consoles low, the air handlers low, the primary stack at cruise. A night watch correspondence packet sat on the chair's wing console. Hannah had prepared it for him, small, 4 acknowledgments, 2 routine reports. Marcus signed and read. Standing, he walked to the ready room. He came back with Vasquez's first letter, the one Hannah had put in the drawer the night Vasquez took the Courier. Marcus opened it. Vasquez's hand. 1 page, the dense, small writing she used for personal correspondence. Marcus. "I am at Geneva. 4 days. The transition is what I expected and what I spent 16 months not expecting. Both can be true. Watch Hannah. She started correcting you on day 7. She will not stop. Let her. She is right about you sooner than I was, and I was right early. Hassan will land on you somewhere around day 70, and she will not ask. Eat what she puts in front of you. Sleep when she tells you. She told me last year that she watches your hands at the chair the way other physicians watch a pulse. She meant it. Verschuren has written to you by now. I told you over coffee in '87 you would keep doing this. I would keep covering. One day someone above me would not. The knot has happened differently than I expected. She is not the one above me. She is the one beside me. Read what she wrote. Put it in the drawer. The work is the Resolute's. Your career is yours. The reprimand and the rest of them are the institutions. You don't have to make them agree. Walk the ship slowly, mijo. The first 3 months are the crew teaching you. The next 3 are them learning you. The work comes after that. Vámonos. Alara. Marcus read the letter twice. Marcus folded the letter and took it back to the ready room, where he put it in the drawer beside Verschuren's note. He came back to the chair and sat in it. The bridge ran the night watch. He did not speak. Then he stood. Asare, the chair is yours. Reyes, call me if anything breaks. Captain, Asare said. On it, Reyes said. Marcus walked the corridor to his cabin. The cabin desk console was still open to his mother's last letter, the one Adazi had sent on the Courier that delivered Hassan's diagnosis brief on day -14. He had read it 4 times and had begun 3 replies and finished none of them. Marcus sat at the desk and opened a new draft. The reply was 2 sentences. Mama, the Resolute is steadier than I am. Walk the harbor for me on Sunday. His hand stopped at Sunday. Only the console lit the cabin. He had turned the overheads off when he came in. The Resolute hummed through the deck plate at cruise. The cursor blinked at the period after Sunday. Marcus saved the draft. He did not send it. He turned the console off. Marcus slept. Chapter 7. The Captain's Table. Marcus left the ready room at the back end of the morning correspondence cycle and took the long corridor toward the mess. He had not announced he was coming. Hannah had the chair. 5 days as captain, and the chair could be Hannah's for an hour at lunch. The corridor lighting changed at the Deck 4 threshold. Warmer at the mess hall end of the ship. A design choice Marcus had not understood until he had walked the corridor for a week. 2 junior crew were at the supply cart rotation halfway down. PO3 Min-Jin Choi from engineering, and an airwoman first class he had not been introduced to. Captain, Choi said. He straightened. The airwoman straightened a beat later. At ease. Marcus walked past. At the corridor intersection, Park was coming the other way, sleeves rolled, the secondary stack diagnostic notepad still in his right hand. Captain? James? The port rebalance is at the standing schedule, first cycle in week 8. Good. You slept. Marcus had to smile slightly. 4.5 hours, 3 nights in a row, climbing back. Slowly, yes. They passed each other. Park went his, Marcus went his. The mess hall door opened on the lunch hum. About 20 crew at the long tables, the engineering rotation at the larger one, the science rotation at the smaller, the NCO table at the side, mostly empty. The hall smelled of the day's catfish. Brenda was at her counter, Tessa Reyna at the plating station, Hamza Mahmoud at the side counter, working the bread. Brenda saw Marcus enter. She nodded once. Marcus walked to the counter. Captain, the galley is open. Whatever you want. Brenda, what do you have today? Cornmeal catfish, the second pass, lighter than the senior staff lunches, or the ration plate if you'd prefer institutional. Catfish. Tessa will plate. Sit where you'd like. Marcus looked at the captain's table at the back wall. 3 at a table that seated 8. Liam Chen at one end. Choi, the corridor's Choi, who must have walked the same long way, at the second seat. Ensign Aditya Khatri at the corner, head down over a tablet. Marcus took the plate Tessa handed him and walked over. The 3 at the table stood as he approached. Khatri stood a beat late. His eyes had been on the tablet. He caught the others moving and rose with them. At ease, sit. I am joining the lunch already in progress, not interrupting it. They sat. Marcus took the long side of the table rather than the head. He set the plate down. I do not know all your names yet. Tell me. Ensign Liam Chen, sir. Engineering. Marcus nodded. He had spoken to Liam 2 days back about the temperature drift at day 20. Petty Officer 3rd Min Jin Choi, Captain. Junior Engineering. Ensign Aditya Khatri, Captain. Engineering. Khatri. Boston? Khatri's eyes lifted. Yes, Captain. How did you— The way you say it, the vowel. My father's family is in Charleston. I have been listening for U.S. East Coast vowels since I was 4. Khatri's mouth moved, the start of a smile. He kept small. My family is in Cambridge. My father is at MIT. Distributed systems theory. My mother is in pharmaceutical research. Boston is the larger frame. Distributed systems. Is your father? Yes, Captain. Dr. Vikram Khatri. He consulted at the ISCA Technical Authority on the boundary arrays data integration in the late 2170s. He returned to MIT full-time in 2178. He gave me his consulting notes when I took the Resolute posting. Marcus put down his fork. Then he worked on what became the Resolute's primary array. He worked on the data layer. Yes, Captain. The harmonic stack engineering was done by other teams. My father did the distributed processing side that ties the array's secondary readouts to the institutional analysis. Liam had stopped chewing. Choi had stopped eating altogether and was looking at Khatri with the look junior engineers wear when a peer's family lineage resolves into the work they themselves do every day. Marcus picked up his fork. Your sister. At Harvard. Medicine. She is in her 3rd year. She wants pediatrics. My mother wants her at oncology. The argument has been running for 2 years. Who is winning? My sister. Khatri's face had loosened. My mother is losing slowly. My sister had an article in the Journal of Pediatric Medicine last September under a junior author credit. Specialized Pediatric Harmonic Imaging. My mother read it. She has stopped saying oncology is broader for the past 6 months. Choi, before he caught himself, what's her name? Khatri smiled, the small smile of a younger brother who had decided somewhere between the original question and this one that his sister's name was not for the mess hall conversation. She prefers her privacy. The article is on file at Harvard if anyone wants to look. Marcus caught the decision. He did not press. You are at the engineering corridor's secondary bay. Yes, Captain. Park has me on the secondary stack diagnostics. The secondary stack work is what I am specializing in. You like the work? Yes, Captain. Khatri paused. My father did this work at 30. I am 20. I have 10 years to catch him. Marcus laughed. Liam laughed, recognizing the surpass the father move from one of his own. Choi smiled and went back to his catfish. Marcus ate. The catfish was the lighter recipe, exactly as Brenda had said. His wrist console pinged at his sleeve. Hana on the bridge channel. Brief. Captain, Reyes has a closing approach refinement that needs the chair's sign-off. Window closes at 12:30. Standard call. Aditya, good to know you. Continue the conversation. I have to be on the bridge. Marcus stood. Khatri stood. The other 2 stood. At ease. Sit. Eat your lunch. They sat. Marcus walked toward the door. He paused at the galley counter on the way out. Brenda, Tessa, thanked you. Captain, the mess is open for you any time. Captain, Tessa said. Marcus turned toward the door. Behind him, Brenda was already turning to Hamza. Marcus caught the start of a sentence in her voice over the noise of the room. That young man is going to be a fine engineer, and did not look back. He passed through the doorway and into the corridor. Marcus reached the bridge. Reyes at nav. Hannah at the XO station, not the chair. She gave him the chair with the slight handover gesture and stepped to the rail. Captain. Tomas. The refinement. Kaya's harmonic tuning resolved on the first-day data faster than the closing approach plan assumed. The second-day window can be tightened by 20 minutes if we shave the inbound margin against the gain band safety floor. We recover 20 of the 17 hours we lost at day 22. Hannah. Within field judgment authority. Logged. Authorized. File it. On it. Reyes turned back to nav. Marcus sat. The chair was still new under him. The chair was still new under him. Marcus came down to the rec hall after the second watch handover. He had told himself he was checking the corridor. The corridor would not have required him to leave the bridge. The rec hall was 3 corridors over. The room was quiet at this hour. The projection wall was dark. The chess corner had its weekly leaderboard chalked on the small board beside the set. Seorsh #1, Liam #2, Khatri #3. The Tuesday after his Saturday win against Seorsh, the corner had been informally calling him the next champion. The guitar sat in its corner by the cushion stack. The faint smell of popcorn from Saturday's movie was still in the carpet. Khatri was at the corner table by the chess set. He had his tablet open. Liam was beside him with a small gray metal cylinder on the table. Marcus recognized it as the running joke of the engineering deck's coffee maker, the one Park refused to call ship's engineering about on the principle that engineering was us. Choi was at the table opposite, working through a deck of cards on his own. Khatri stood when he saw Marcus. Liam followed. At ease. Sit. I came down because I have not heard cricket explained, and I owe Khatri the conversation. The 3 of them sat. Choi looked up from his cards and folded the hand and shifted his chair toward the table. All right, Captain, cricket. Khatri pulled the chess set toward him. He took the white king and set it at the center of the table. The wicket. 3 stumps, 2 bails on top. Imagine the king is the wicket. The batsman stands in front. He set 2 pawns at either end of the king and a third forward of it. Stumps. Batsman. The bowler is 22 yards away at the other end. Khatri moved a knight to the far end of the table. Liam slid the small gray coffee machine cylinder over so it sat in the middle ground for the pitch. He bowls the ball, never throws it. The arm has to be straight through the delivery. Bend the elbow and you have thrown. Thrown is illegal. The umpire calls it. Liam. And the leg before the wicket? If the ball would have hit the stumps and the batsman's leg gets in the way, he is out. The umpire decides whether it would have hit. Khatri set the knight down. That is the whole game in the end. The rules are written. The application is the umpire's. There is a technology now, ball tracking, the decision review system, that predicts the ball's path and lets a player challenge the call. It is correct about 97% of the time. The remaining 3% is what the umpire still owns. Marcus laughed once, surprised, warm. He set his hands flat on the table. That's a captain's chair you've just described. Khatri's grin widened. Same call, different field. I like that. I like it too, Captain. Choi. My grandfather watched the Asian leagues in Busan. He had a thing about the Indian-Pakistan derby. He never told me the rules, he just told me which side to root for. The Pakistanis if they were playing England, the Indians if they were playing Australia, nobody if they were playing each other because his marriage was over the day my grandmother got tired of the volume. The table laughed. Khatri laughed first. The volume is real, Khatri said. My father turns the broadcast down when my mother walks into the room. My mother turns it up when she walks out. Seorsei Byrne came in through the corridor door at the back of the rec hall, walked toward the chess corner, saw the king out of position and the pawns laid out as stumps, took 2 seconds to read the diagram and said, "That is a test pitch in midsummer. Whose innings?" and kept walking toward the guitar without waiting for an answer. The 4 of them laughed again. Liam, she watches cricket? Her grandfather watched the Sussex matches. She has the rules. She told me at day 12. Marcus listened. The questions kept coming. The order of the batsmen, the fielding positions, why silly mid-off was silly, and Cotry answered each one without hurrying. The penny whistle started up from the guitar corner. Seorsei had set the guitar aside for once and picked up the smaller instrument she kept in her cabin. The corner held a Connemara tune at low volume. The conversation kept its hum. Marcus glanced at his whist console. He had not been called. Aditya, thank you. Liam, Choi, same. Marcus stood. The 3 stood. He waved them back down. The penny whistle did not stop. Marcus walked back to the bridge. The corridor between rec hall and bridge was at its evening thinning. Marcus walked it at the steady pace. Same call, different field. He kept that. He could already see where it would land. Vasquez had told him once that the work of being a captain was, mostly, finding lines somebody else had said better and keeping them for the moments when a captain had to say something. Cotry had given him one. The bridge was quiet. Asar at the second chair, Reyes still at nav, refining the closing approach margin for the inbound day. Reyes looked up. "Captain, refinement is filed. We have a small note on the gain band. I want to walk you through it tomorrow morning, not now." Tomorrow morning. Sleep, Tomas. On it. 28 days of mission. 5 days as captain. He had eaten lunch with 3 of his junior crew and learned cricket from one of them that evening. The closing approach to Junction 44K was 4 days out. Marcus sat. He set his palm flat on the right armrest and let it rest there. Chapter 8. The Signal. The science section sat 30 centimeters below the bridge floor. And on day 24, the only light Kaya wanted was the green of the console she was reading. She had come from her cabin early. Her thermos sat at her left hand at the back of the console. The console was holding 3 template overlays at the lower band edge of the array's primary stack, and all 3 were running their failure curves at the same time. Kaya stood at the console more than she sat at it. Her father had stood at his deep field interferometer at Melbourne, and the standing was an inherited posture, not a chosen one. The Junction 44K signature had been resolving slowly for 2 days at the cruise margin. The part of it she could read clean had dropped into the institutional categories within the first hour. The part of it she could not read clean had sat under the array's lower band ever since. Priya Okonkwo arrived a little after. On the mornings she ran with Hana in the gymnasium, she walked into the section after Kaya. The gold compass pendant, the one her Aunt Rachel had given her at 18, sat at her collar. She set her own thermos down at the secondary console and pulled up the overnight cue. "Where are we?" Kaya did not look up. Pattern is holding, not matching. 3 template overlays are clean failures. Tarvin residual at 0.18 correlation. Architect construct at 0.21. Veckel derivative at 0.09. The signature is at the array's lower band. We are seeing a residual, but not the residual class. What's the next step? Cross-correlate against the cluster survey database for architect residual subclass templates. There are 17 subclasses logged. I want each run separately, not as an ensemble. That is 16 hours of analysis. I will start. Yeah, nah. Start with the 4 likeliest first. Subclasses 3, 7, 11, 14. Those are the ones that have residual signatures in the lower band per the architect's contact institutional archive. Understood. Priya began. The 2 consoles cycled green. The array's secondary fed data through the primary stack at half draw, which was where Marcus had set the cruise on day 22, and where the Resolute had stayed for 6 days now. The bridge ambient came across the rail, Reyes at nav speaking low to himself, the way he did when he was plotting alternates, Hana running the morning coordination, the captain's chair quiet. Marcus had been to the section 3 times across the 6 days. Each time he had stayed under 5 minutes and asked her for the read and left her with her. At 0942, the primary array's harmonic tuning shifted unprompted, a 0.2-second realignment in the lower band's sensitivity range. Kaya caught the shift on her console as a brief instrumentation flicker. She tabbed the diagnostic. The array had auto-tuned to a faint signal at the edge of detection. The signal had resolved away in the next second. She marked a console flag, timestamp 094214, lower band, auto-tune triggered, signal did not persist. Something had been there for less than a second. Kaya left the flag in the diagnostic log and went back to the subclass run. Nothing to bring to the bridge yet, just the array twitching at something below threshold. Priya finished the first 4 subclass cross-correlations and turned her chair toward Kaya's console. None of the 4 are matches, correlations 0.12, 0.07, 0.19, 0.15. The next 12 are less likely on prior, below 5% that this is one of the 17 logged. Run the next 12 anyway. Why? Because below 5% is not 0. Because the archive is not a suggestion. We rule out known before we call something new. If I file new without exhausting the priors, Geneva returns my file as insufficient negative space. Run them. Priya did not move. Her hand stayed on the edge of her console. Her fingers found the gold compass pendant at her collar once, quickly, and went back down. Kaya, the archive is bounded. The contact-era fleet didn't come this far out. We're past where their priors were calibrated. Kaya stopped working. She turned her chair. The 2 of them looked at each other. Priya did not look away. The half cup at Kaya's left hand was cold. Then say so when we file, Priya. Right now, I am asking you to run the 12. All right, I am saying it now. Heard. Run them. If we have nothing after 17, we write new together. Until then, we exhaust the priors. That is what discipline buys us here. Priya turned back to her console. Her hand passed over the pendant a second time on the way. Yes, Kaya. Priya ran them. The 2 of them worked through the next 12 subclasses across days 25 and 26. Each was a clean failure. The total run took 21 hours of analysis across the 2 days. By day 27 morning, the institutional archive at the lower band level was exhausted. The signature did not match any logged subclass. On day 26, Kaya walked across the bridge to the engineering deck for a cross-consult with Park. The array's lower band sensitivity was what was producing the residual reads. She wanted Park to confirm it was at engineering baseline. Park did not turn from his diagnostic. Kaya, the array's lower band is at factory baseline. The auto-tune at 0942 on day 24 is the only deviation in the past 6 days. The deviation lasted 0.2 seconds and resolved. The harmonic coil bus is at 100% calibration. Whatever the signature is, the array is reading it clean. That is what I needed. Thanks, Park. Kaya returned to the section. Park and she worked the same way every time. She brought the engineering question, he answered in 3 sentences, she took the answer and left. It held. By day 27 evening, she had the working hypothesis written down. The signature was residual class, architect construct adjacent, and did not match any logged subclass. She was prepared to call it unclassified residual in the institutional cover and flag it for ISCA follow-up at her own discretion. Marcus would get the brief in the morning. She tapped the edge of the console once with her index finger. The commit. Priya, at her own console, saw the tap and did not comment. The section quieted down at the crew's handover shift. Kaya stood at her console and read the analysis through once more. She went to her cabin. A few hours of sleep. Day 28. Kaya at her console. The brief sat ready on the screen at her left. She planned to walk it to the chair after the morning watch settled. Priya beside her, processing the previous night's run. The 17th subclass had come in at 0.08 correlation, the cleanest failure of the 17. Priya, we will write new in the brief. The institutional archive is exhausted. Yes, Kaya. Kaya opened the brief file. She wrote the cover page. Junction 44-K harmonic signature. Classification, unclassified residual. Architect construct adjacent, not matching 17 logged subclasses. ISCA follow-up flagged. She set the cursor in the body and stopped to read what she had written. At 0754, the primary array's harmonic stack captured a burst. Not a flicker, not an auto-tune, a real burst. Kaya's console flagged it before the burst was complete. The duration showed 3.7 seconds, all at the array's lower band edge. The signal strength profile rose and fell in a 0.4-second rise, a 2.9-second sustain, and a 0.4-second fall. The waveform held its shape across the whole sustain. Whatever it was, it had been pushed cleanly through the band. Kaya, Priya said. I see it. Kaya locked the data stream. The burst was captured. At 075408, the bridge's primary stack channel pinged with the section's lock flag. Hana at the XO station. Kaya, status. Kaya did not turn. 3.7-second burst, lower band, captured. Standby for analysis. Standby. Captain on the bridge. Marcus arrived at the section. The bridge channel call had brought him in from the ready room in 90 seconds. He stopped at Kaya's right shoulder. Kaya, read. Captured. Analyzing. 2 minutes. Kaya ran the analysis. The burst signature did not match any of the 17 architect residual subclasses. It did not match Tarvin. It did not match Veckhall. Whatever the source was, the Resolute's institutional catalog did not have it. But the burst carried content. The lower band carrier frequency had structure within it, a coherent waveform encoding what the array's institutional protocol read as spatial coordinates and a timestamp. Kaya decoded the coordinates first. The console returned 220.4 light-years from the Resolute's current position, bearing 14.7 degrees off galactic plane, well outside the Resolute's mission envelope. The timestamp was the second decode. The console returned ship time chronology plus 14 hours, 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Kaya stopped. She ran the timestamp decoder a second time. Same result. A third decode ran against a different reference frame. Same result. The timestamp was 14 hours ahead of the current chronology. Priya, beside her. Kaya, I see it. Kaya locked the data stream. The burst was captured. At 075408, the bridge's primary stack channel pinged with the section's lock flag. Hana at the XO station. Kaya, status. Kaya did not turn. 3.7-second burst, lower band, captured. Standby for analysis. Standby. Captain on the bridge. Marcus arrived at the section. The bridge channel call had brought him in from the ready room in 90 seconds. He stopped at Kaya's right shoulder. Kaya, read. Captured. Analyzing. 2 minutes. Kaya ran the analysis. The burst signature did not match any of the 17 architect residual subclasses. It did not match Tarvin. It did not match Veckhall. Whatever the source was, the Resolute's institutional catalog did not have it. But the burst carried content. The lower band carrier frequency had structure within it, a coherent waveform encoding what the array's institutional protocol read as spatial coordinates and a timestamp. Kaya decoded the coordinates first. The console returned 220.4 light-years from the Resolute's current position, bearing 14.7 degrees off galactic plane, well outside the Resolute's mission envelope. The timestamp was the second decode. The console returned ship time chronology plus 14 hours, 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Kaya stopped. She ran the timestamp decoder a second time. Same result. A third decode ran against a different reference frame. Same result. The timestamp was 14 hours ahead of the current chronology. Priya, beside her. Kaya, I see it. The decoded timestamp held on the stable display. The decoded coordinates showed 220 light-years away. Her chest tightened. She set her hand flat on the console's edge. The hand was steady. She kept it where it was. Priya looked at her. Neither of them spoke. Marcus at her shoulder. Kaya, walk me through. Kaya turned her chair toward him. Captain, the burst is 3.7 seconds. The carrier signature is not in the institutional archive. The burst carries content, medium pause, spatial coordinates, and a timestamp. The coordinates are 220 light-years from us. That is well outside our mission envelope. The timestamp is 14 hours ahead of the current ship time chronology. I have run the timestamp decode 3 times. The result is stable. 14 hours ahead? 14 hours, 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Forward. Marcus was silent. Kaya watched his right hand find the edge of the science section rail and rest there. She did not turn back to the console. Options. 3. First, medium pause, instrumentation error. The lower band auto-tune on day 24 may have flagged a residual harmonic that the decoder is interpreting as content. The timestamp may be an artifact. I do not believe this is the case. The burst was captured at 100% array calibration. The decoder is at institutional baseline. Second, medium pause, corrupted ping. A relay courier upstream may have transmitted a corrupted packet. The carrier signature does not match the institutional encoding standard, so this is also unlikely. The decoder would not parse a corrupted ping as coherent content. Third, medium pause, something I cannot explain. The coordinates are real. The timestamp is real. The signal originated at the coordinates and was received at our current ship time. The 14-hour offset is the data the burst carries. And what does option 3 mean? Captain, it means I do not know. I have no framework for a signal that arrives carrying coordinates outside our envelope and a timestamp from forward. I will flag it for ISCA follow-up. I do not have a better answer right now. Marcus looked past her at the console. The timestamp held on the display. Reyes, Hana. Reyes and Hana walked from their stations to the science section. Reyes leaned in over Kaya's right shoulder. Hana stopped at the rail. Hana read the console before she spoke. Captain, The institutional protocol for an unidentified harmonic signature burst is to file the anomaly with ISCA and continue the mission. The protocol does not authorize diversion to the coordinates. The coordinates are well outside our mission envelope. The Resolute does not have the resources to investigate. Reyes, concur. Tactical option is to hold position and characterize. The 14-hour offset is the deambiguator. If a second burst arrives, we will know whether the offset is structural or a one-time artifact. Marcus, Kaya. The 14-hour offset is the signal arriving from 14 hours ago or carrying a timestamp that is 14 hours ahead. Ahead. The timestamp is forward. The signal carries information dated approximately 2200 today. 2200 today. 2200 today. None of them spoke. The bridge ambient came over the rail. Yuki at comms paused on her own line. Park's engineering relay pinged twice and went quiet again as Park caught the situation through the channel. "All right," Marcus said. "Flag for ISCA T. Hana, the file. Reyes, hold position. Kaya, keep working. Second burst, third burst, anything that gives us a structural read on the offset." "Filing," Hana said. "Holding," Reyes said. "Working," Kaya said. The bridge moved back toward the morning watch with the additional flag watch layer now active. The Resolute sat at the outer margin of junction 44K. The closing approach was paused. Marcus stayed at the section for another 4 minutes. He did not ask Kaya further questions. He watched the console with her until she had locked the analysis to the institutional file format, and then he returned to the bridge. Kaya turned to Priya. "You and me. 2-hour rotations from 0930. Lindquist and Watanabe on the alternates. Continuous monitoring on the lower band. Anything anomalous in the band, you call me. The expected window is 2200. Yes, Kaya." The Resolute held at the outer margin of junction 44K through the afternoon. The science section ran continuous monitoring on the lower band. The rest of the array did the standard junction characterization Kaya had locked into the section's profile 6 days earlier. From 0930, Kaya, Priya, Ensign Jakob Lindquist, and Petty Officer Hina Watanabe rotated through the section in 2-hour shifts. The section did not go unmanned for more than 90 seconds across the day. Marcus walked the section in the afternoon. He came up the rail step quietly and stopped at Kaya's console. The bridge's afternoon work had been clean. Reyes plotting the hold position pattern, Hana managing the day's coordination, Yuki at comms holding the brief in the relay courier queue for the next outbound run. Marcus looked at Kaya's elbow. The covered tray Brenda's people had brought down at noon was still there, the cover still on. Kaya had not turned to it. "Captain, the expected window is 2200. I will brief you again if something changes." Marcus read the lower band display over her shoulder for 4 seconds. "You will keep watching. Continuous monitoring. 2-hour rotations. Lindquist and Watanabe on the alternates." "Good." Marcus continued his bridge circuit. That evening, Hamza Mahmood and Tessa Reyna came to the section with a fresh tray. Priya took it. Hamza glanced at the earlier tray under Kaya's elbow, said nothing, and took it with him on the way out. The near tray was rice and the catfish stew Brenda had been working at across the week. Priya ate at her console. Kaya did not turn from hers. Lindquist took the second rotation at the secondary station. Later, the new tray sat where the first had sat. Kaya had not eaten. The stew was cold. Late in the evening, Kaya opened the lower band live trace at full resolution and locked her console to it. Priya did the same at the secondary. Lindquist at Station 3 and Watanabe at Station 4 watched the array's adjacent bands. The bridge ambient went quieter than the section had heard it across the day. Reyes had told Nav to hold. Marcus had not returned. He did not need to. The four of them in the section had the window. The expected window came at 2200. Nothing. The lower band stayed quiet through the predicted rise window, through the predicted sustain window, through the predicted fall window. No burst, no flicker, no instrumentation anomaly. The 14-hour ahead timestamp on the morning burst did not correspond to a subsequent event the array could see at junction 44K. Kaya did not move from the console. Her hand stayed where it had been at the edge of the screen. Priya, at her own console, made a small note on her tablet and set the tablet down. Kaya became aware of the cold catfish stew at her elbow as evidence she had not stood up for hours. Kaya opened the brief file and finished the cover. Junction 44K Harmonic Signature Burst. Day 28, 0754 ship time. Duration 3.7 seconds. Signature class Unclassified Residual. Architect Construct Adjacent Failed Correlation against 17 logged subclasses. Burst content. Decoded spatial coordinates 220.4 Ly from Resolute at plus 14.7 degrees galactic plane. And decoded timestamp plus 1404.22 ship time chronology forward. Subsequent observation. No corresponding event at the plus 1404.22 timestamp. The science section observed a null at the expected window. ISCA follow-up. Kaya signed the brief. Yuki had it queued for the next courier. Priya, that is the file. We are at junction characterization until further notice. Kaya. Kaya turned. Yeah? You wrote unclassified residual in the cover. The decoded content is not residual. The content is new. A beat. The institutional file accepts unclassified residual as the broad classification. The decoded content is captured in the body. ISCA will read both. The cover is the institutions. The body is the science. The cover is what gets the file routed. The body is what gets the file read. Yes. Priya, you were right at 11. The archive is one of the priors. There are others. Next time, name them when you see them. Don't wait for me to ask. Yes, Kaya, I will. Priya's hand went to the gold compass pendant at her collar. She turned back to her console. Kaya turned back to her own console. The analysis was open. The 14-hour forward timestamp sat on the stable display. The 220 light-year coordinates sat under it. The lower band was quiet at 22 hours, 16 minutes ship time. That's not a nexus, she said. To nobody, 3 words. Kaya tapped the edge of the console with her index finger and went back to work. Chapter 9. The Splinter. The harmonic signature came up on Kaya's console 4 days into the approach. Hana was at the XO station. She heard Kaya begin a sentence, "That's not," and stop. Kaya did not stop sentences halfway. Hana looked across the bridge. Marcus was at the chair. He had heard the half-sentence too. He was not looking at Kaya yet. He was waiting for Kaya to give him a full one. The crew had learned to wait. Kaya turned. "Captain, there's a vessel at the junction's far side. It is not in any of our lineage registers." Class. Tarvon design lineage with field modifications. Significant ones. I have not seen this configuration before. Yuki. Yuki at comms. "Captain, open the diplomatic channel. Standard ISCA? Standard ISCA. Apia." Quasi Apia at the diplomatic station had already opened his protocol library. Hana had watched him do it during the Tarvan design lineage with field modifications call. His hands moved over the console at the patient pace the Resolute had been hearing for a month. Captain, Protocol 47C, Standard ISCA opening for unknown vessel class. Proceed. Apia transmitted. The bridge waited. Yuki at comms watched the channel. She shook her head at the 30-second mark. Apia, no response, trying 48A. Apia transmitted. 30 seconds, no response. 49B. 30 seconds, no response. Apia turned to Marcus. He did not speak. The question was on his face. Marcus said quietly, "Try them all, Lieutenant." Patiently. "Yes, Captain." Apia turned back. The next protocol opened on his console. Hana watched it happen. There were 47 cataloged post-architects protocols in the diplomatic library. Quasi had just transmitted 3. He had 44 to go. Her hands rested in the settled position on the XO console. Her thumb did not tap. The bridge had gone tense. The kind of tense the Resolute did when an unknown vessel had failed to respond and was not yet moving. Every officer at every station was keeping a private list of contingencies. Hana had 11 years aboard ships of the Resolute's lineage. She knew the rhythm. What she had not seen before was the shape of the vessel on the far side of the junction. The Tarvan design lineage was familiar. She had read the institutional briefings. The Daedalus had encountered Vekal-derived vessels twice during her 5 years aboard, and the harmonic signature she was reading now was not Vekal. The Tarvan substrate was different. Field modifications meant the vessel had been altered after the build. By whom was the open question. The observation stayed with her. She did not voice it. Kaya would name it when Kaya was ready. The science section's read was Kaya's. The bridge's read was Hana's. The cross-station overlap was not the moment for the XO to commentate. Marcus stood at the chair. He had not sat back down since the harmonic signature came up. He was watching Apia. Hana watched Marcus watch. Apia transmitted 50A, no response. 51A, no response. 52A, no response. Apia ran the protocols at the slow rhythm of his training. The bridge settled around him. Marcus, after the third silence, turned to Hana. How long? 44 protocols at 30 seconds each, 22 minutes. And then, pause for recycle, 20 minutes. Then the second pass, medium pause, same protocols, longer transmission windows. The full library at full register is 6 hours. Then 6 hours. Yes, Captain. Marcus nodded. He looked back at Apia. He sat down. His right hand went to the armrest's wear corner. The crew had the answer they needed. Reyes, at Nav, had been working an evasion solution since Kaya's first half-sentence. Hana could see his console from her station. The geometry he had plotted was elegant. She had not asked him to plot it. He had decided to be ready. By mid-morning, Apia had run protocols 53A through 67B. The vessel, Marcus had begun calling her the Splinter at the 3rd hour, and the name had stuck on the bridge, had not responded. Yuki at comms. Channel still clean. Receiver acknowledging carrier wave reception. They are listening, Captain. They are not answering. Acknowledged. Continue. Hana watched the bridge. Marcus was settling into the chair the way he settled when a problem had begun to show its shape. His right hand on the armrest, his left on his knee, his weight forward by maybe 2 centimeters. The crew did not read the centimeters. Hana had been reading them for 11 years. At the end of the morning watch, Apia closed the first pass. 47 attempts in 4 hours. 0 responses. He looked across the bridge at Marcus. Captain, first pass complete. Begin the recycle, Lieutenant. Same protocols, slower transmission. Run the second pass at the standard register. Yes, Captain. Apia's hands began the recycle. The bridge's tempo did not change. Hana stood at her station for a moment. The thought she had been holding since the 3rd hour had not become a thing she would voice. It had become a thing she could carry. She had encountered a vessel that would not respond once before. Vekal derived. The Daedalus, 2186. That one had ended on the 39th attempt of the 3rd pass. 6.5 hours of patience. The vessel had been operating an old protocol family and had needed the right key to recognize the Daedalus as institutional. That match was insufficient. The Tarvan design line had a different protocol family. The field modifications meant the vessel might not be operating any cataloged family at all. The Daedalus memory could not predict the Splinter's behavior. Hana kept the memory anyway. The XO's job was sometimes to carry the precedents nobody else could carry yet, in case the precedent become useful later. Marcus stood at the chair a long beat at the start of the recycle. Then he sat. By the lunch hour, Apia had run protocols 1 through 12 of the recycle. 0 responses. The Splinter had not moved. Hassan came onto the bridge from the medical bay shortly after noon. She did not come to the chair. She walked to Hana's station. Hana? Emira. Hassan, quietly. He's been at the chair since first light. I know. Eat? Brenda sent up sandwiches at mid-morning. Has he eaten one? Yes. Good. Hassan turned and walked back toward the lift. The crew had noticed the visit and let it pass. Hassan was on her circuit. The medical officer made the rounds. The Splinter held its position. The Resolute held hers. Apia ran 13 of the recycle. No response. By the second day, Hana had refined her match. The Daedalus Vekal encounter had ended on attempt 39 because the Daedalus's biphragmatic officer had mistyped Protocol 39, a wrong string in the authentication block, and the Vekal vessel had read the misprint as the Vekal diplomatic substrate. The opening had landed by error. Hana did not believe the Resolute's answer would be analogous. Apia was not the Daedalus's junior lieutenant. His protocol block discipline was institutional and precise. He was not going to mistype. He was also not, after his hours at the station, going to deviate from the cataloged protocols. The patient absolutism was Apia's principle, and Marcus had affirmed it at the 3rd hour. So the match did not predict success. The match predicted only that vessels that did not respond on the first pass sometimes responded on later passes for reasons unrelated to the diplomatic content. The reasons would matter. The reasons might be a vessel that had been damaged and was in operational recovery, transmitting later when the systems came back online. A vessel that had cycled into a hibernation mode and was reading slowly. A vessel whose crew had been trained to ignore the first 3 passes of any institutional opening because that crew's institutional posture required hostility by default and patience by default. The third possibility was the one Hana held. It was the one she could not voice yet because she had no evidence. What she had was a pattern read. Marcus, at the chair, was reading the same set of possibilities. She could see the reading on his hands. The right hand had moved. He was rotating the chair's right armrest control by a millimeter at a time. She had been watching him do that for an hour. The rotation was the way Marcus read possibilities. The crew had not learned to recognize it. Hana watched him work through the third possibility. She watched him reach it. She watched him decide what to do with it. He decided to continue Appiah's patient pass. The decision had her agreement. She would have made the same one. Two officers who had read the same situations for 11 years aligned in that way. What came after, the trust, the small reads, the unspoken corrections, was the part ISCA did not write into the curriculum. By the end of the day's watch, Appiah closed the second pass. 47 attempts at extended transmission, 0 responses. Marcus stood. Lieutenant, the third pass at first light tomorrow. Run all 47. Same register. Yes, Captain. Hana, I'll take the chair through the evening watch. You have the night from then. Yes, Captain. Appiah saved his console state. The bridge settled into the afterwatch quiet. Reyes at Nav stayed half an hour past his standard shift to talk to Hana about the evasion solution he had been refining. She signed off on his updates. He left the bridge. Yuki at Comms ran her end-of-watch log. Kaya at the science section ran the harmonic signature analysis through the institutional library one more time. She shook her head. She filed the analysis as no match. Hana stood at her station. The bridge had thinned to the night rotation. The engineering relay took the watch. The Splinter held position. The Resolute held hers. Hana walked to her cabin. She had decided to skip the treadmill that morning. She had wanted the extra time to sit with her father's letters. The 8th letter was open on her console. She had not read it in weeks. She read it now. Hana showered. She slept. The sleep was undisturbed. On day 35, the evening watch was quiet. The Splinter held position 12,000 kilometers from the Resolute's approach margin. Appiah had run the third pass at first light and the fourth pass after lunch and was at the fifth pass attempt when Hana came up from the mess hall for the handover. He did not look up when she stepped onto the bridge. He was at Protocol 41 of the fifth pass. Marcus was at the chair. He had been at the chair for 8 hours of the day with 2 breaks. He looked tired. He stood when Hana stepped to the rail. Hana? Marcus. Marcus stepped back from the chair. Hana did not sit yet. Status? Fifth pass, 41 of 47. The Splinter has not moved. Reyes has the evasion solution refined to the second margin. Park has the secondary stack at standby. Kaya has the harmonic signature analysis running with 3 additional comparison sets. She will have the next iteration by the early morning watch. Yuki has the comms log clean. Night watch instructions. If they fire, you wake me. If they move, you wake me. If they hail, you wake me. If they continue to hold and Appiah closes the fifth pass before the watch ends, file the close and let the next pass start at first light. The standing schedule continues. Yes, Captain. Marcus looked across the bridge for a moment. Appiah was at Protocol 42. Yuki was at Comms. Reyes had been relieved by his second watch counterpart Vargas. Vargas was at Nav. Kaya was still at the science section. She would be there another hour at least. Marcus said, without raising his voice, "They are not going to respond, Hana." Hana looked at him. "I know. We try anyway." Marcus nodded. He gave her one more look, the one she had learned to read across 11 years of bridges. The one that meant, "I see you, and I am leaving you the chair," and walked toward the lift. She watched him go. The lift closed. Hana sat. The armrest console came up at the EXO acknowledgement under her right hand. Hana set her hands in the settled position on the armrests. She looked at the point on the ceiling above the second console, the spot where the secondary structural support met the main bulkhead. She held it for a moment. Then she looked back at the bridge. Appiah was at Protocol 43, 3 to go. Lieutenant Apaya. Apaya turned. Continue. Yes, Commander. Apaya turned back. Protocol 44 opened on his console. Hana watched the channel come up. Her right thumb pressed once against the armrest's edge and lifted. Chapter 10. Protocols. Protocol 42 opened on the console. Kwezi keyed the transmission sequence. Yuki, at the comms station beside him, watched the channel. "Carrier wave clean," Yuki said. "Transmit." Kwezi transmitted. 30 seconds passed. "No response," Yuki said. 43. 43 the same. 44 the same. The diplomatic station had been at continuous operation since the Splinter's harmonic signature came up on Kaya's console. Kwezi had been on this chair through long shifts. He had eaten at his station. He had eaten in the mess hall and returned to his station before the dishes were cleared. 5 days. The catalogued post-architect's contact diplomatic protocols numbered 47. Each had been developed across a decade of ISCA institutional refinement and cultural respect calibration. Each was designed to give an unknown vessel a different opening into a diplomatic exchange. The library assumed that no vessel of any catalogued lineage would refuse all 47. The Splinter had refused them through 5 passes. Kwezi's father had said once, at a diplomatic event in Accra in 2179, when Kwezi was 20, "A protocol library is a set of doors. When all of them are closed, you have not yet found the door." Akwasi had been speaking about a different problem, a cultural property dispute at the African Union, but the maxim had landed with Kwezi anyway. Kwezi keyed Protocol 45. "Transmit," Yuki said. Kwezi transmitted. At the 23rd second, a brief signal came back on the channel. Yuki's hand went to her console. "Kwezi, I see it." The signal was 3 milliseconds long, a single harmonic ping at the Splinter's frequency. Not a diplomatic response in any catalogued form. An acknowledgement. The Splinter had detected the protocol transmission. The Splinter had not chosen to engage. Kwezi held his hands above the console for a moment. He had been at this station for 5 days. The first sign that the Splinter was reading his work in any way was 3 milliseconds long. He drew breath. He turned to Yuki. "Yuki, flag the bridge." "Captain Cole?" "Captain Cole." Brief flag. Protocol 45 produced a one-time 3 millisecond harmonic acknowledgement on the Splinter's frequency. Not a response. An acknowledgement. Request authorization to continue the pass. Yuki transmitted the flag. Marcus acknowledged on the bridge channel. Hana logged. Reyes came across from nav within 30 seconds. He stopped at the diplomatic station's rail. He did not approach the console. Kwezi. Tomas. A ping. A ping. Useful? Yes. We can stop asking whether they have detected us. They have. Reyes nodded. He looked at the console. The Protocol 45 entry sat on the screen, with its 3 millisecond timestamp. Marcus's voice came back on the channel. "Continue, Lieutenant. Document the acknowledgement. Cross-reference any future repeats." "Yes, Captain." Reyes lingered at the rail. "I have not seen one of these before." "There is no one aboard who has." "What does the acknowledgement mean?" Kwezi considered. Reyes was asking for the cultural read, navigator direct, the pattern recognition reaching across stations. "It means they are present. It means they have chosen not to engage. It means the choice is deliberate. It does not mean they will not engage later." Why Protocol 45? 45 is the most recently catalogued of the 47, the post-Architect's Contact editions of 2188 through 2191. The Splinter may be reading the more recent protocols as institutionally calibrated to a regime they recognize. Or the protocol may have crossed a frequency band the Splinter is willing to acknowledge. Or it is coincidence. I do not know yet. Will you find out? I will run the pass again at first light. If Protocol 45 produces a second ping, I will know the response is to the protocol. If it does not, the acknowledgement was a one-time event, and the choice may have been about something else. Reyes considered. Are you sleeping? 4 hours last night. Essie knows. She knows. Reyes nodded. He turned and walked back to Nav. Quasi turned back to the console. Quasi keyed Protocol 46. Transmit. Yuki transmitted. 30 seconds. No response. Quasi closed the pass. He filed Protocol 45's acknowledgement in a separate entry, the first non-zero entry in the diplomatic log since the encounter began. Quasi stood. The diplomatic station's chair released him. The soreness in his lower back had been with him for 3 days. He stretched. Yuki watched him stretch. Coffee? She said. Midase, please. Yuki rose to get it from the bridge's small galley nook. Quasi looked at the console. The diplomatic log was clean. The acknowledgement was filed beside it. The next pass would begin at first light. Quasi had been thinking, across the past several hours, about what his grandfather Quabena would have said about the Splinter. Quabena had been an Asante elder. He had spent a lifetime watching delegations from outside Asante institutions arrive at the Asante court with their own protocols. He had developed views on what it meant when an outside protocol failed to land. The door is not closed because the door is closed, Quabena had said once. The door is closed because the threshold is wrong. Quasi had been 12 when he heard it. He had not understood it at the time. He had been carrying it since. The inheritance had been with him across his diplomatic career, 20 years of doors he had been trained to open at thresholds where the threshold had not always been the right one for the door. The Asante diplomatic tradition his father had taught him, the institutional tradition he had learned at the academy, the ISCA protocol library, the post-architect's contact editions. Each was a set of doors with its own thresholds. The Splinter's doors had thresholds none of the cataloged sets matched. The letter to Isi on his cabin console had been at 3 paragraphs for 2 days. He had not finished it because he had not yet found the line that summarized what he was doing without making it sound like institutional failure. What he was doing was not failure. He had not yet found the line for that either. Quessy would find it. He would write the letter tonight. He had decided that during the Protocol 44 transmission window earlier in the morning. Yuki came back with the coffee. Quessy took it. He sat. He set the cup at the console rest his left hand had been reaching for since first watch. The acknowledgement, Yuki said. Is it useful? Yes. They are listening on the channel I am transmitting on. They are choosing not to respond. The choice is the answer. To what? To the question of whether they have detected us at all. They have. We can stop asking that question. Yuki nodded. She returned to her station. Quessy drank the coffee. The diplomatic station was at its 6th day of continuous operation. Tomorrow would be the 7th. That evening, the rec hall was at its senior staff occupancy. Reyes at the storytelling corner, Hassan beside him, Brenda at the small table near the kettle with a tray of tea, 2 junior crew, Liam Chen from engineering, Sorsay Byrne from medical, at the second tier of seating. Hassan had asked Quessy at dinner whether he was coming up to the rec hall after. He had said yes. He had not prepared a story. The chair at the corner was waiting for him. He took it. Brenda brought tea, strong, sweet, the kind he liked. Medasse, Brenda. Lieutenant. Brenda set the kettle back. The rec hall settled into its evening shape. Reyes leaned forward slightly. Quessy. The Splinter. The Splinter. 6 days now. What do you make of it? Reyes leaned forward in the way he did when he wanted the long answer. Quessy knew the invitation. He had been at this rec hall for 10 months. Reyes asked questions when he wanted Quessy to tell a story. This was not strategy. This was story. Quessy considered. He had not prepared. He had carried the morning's acknowledgment and the Quabena memory across the day. He had not chosen a story tonight. Tonight's story would choose itself. There was a king of the Asante in 1853. The rec hall settled deeper. Hassan put her tea down. His name was Kwaku Dua. He had been on the throne for 19 years. He had refused, across those 19 years, to attend the British Colonial Conference at Cape Coast Castle that the British had been holding annually for the purpose of negotiating gold export tariffs. The British found this difficult to understand. The Asante Royal Court had every interest in the tariff negotiations. The gold export trade was the economic substrate of the Asante state. The king's refusal to attend in person was, from the British perspective, irrational. Reyes was already smiling. He had heard versions of this before. He was here for the version Quessy was telling tonight. The British were wrong. The king's refusal was not about the tariffs. The refusal was about the protocol. The British conference required attendees to remove their footwear at the threshold of the negotiating chamber. The British thought this was a cultural courtesy. They had borrowed the practice from a Japanese-Dutch precedent of the 1840s, and they had decided it would apply to everyone equally. The Asante Royal Court had a different practice. The royal sandals of the Asante kingship are not footwear. They are an office. The king does not wear the sandals. The sandals wear the king. The sandals are the office, and the office is in the sandals. The king cannot remove the sandals to enter a room because the king cannot remove the office. He is not a man who happens to wear the sandals. He is the king who is the sandals. Hassan, what did the king do? He sent emissaries. The British received the emissaries. The British did not understand that the emissaries were authorized to negotiate. The British insisted that the king attend in person. The king refused. This went on for 6 years. Reyes, did the British figure it out? Eventually. A junior British clerk in the Gold Coast Colonial Office wrote a memo in 1859 explaining the sandals. The memo reached the senior officer's desk. The negotiation was reorganized. The conference table was moved outside the chamber that required removed footwear. The king attended. The negotiation concluded the next year. Hassan was watching him. What did the king do when the British refused to adjust? Quessy held that. Hassan asked it in the tone she used when she already knew the answer. He waited longer. The negotiation finished 6 years late. The negotiation finished. The rec hall was quiet. Reyes had stopped smiling, not because the story had failed, because the story had landed. Brenda, at the kettle, I'll bring more tea. Hassan, quietly, 6 years. 6 years. Quessy drank his tea. The rec hall watched him drink it. Liam Chen at the second tier was sitting very still. Sorcy Byrne beside him had her hands in her lap. The story had reached them too. Reyes. The Splinter. The Splinter. You think we are about to wait 6 years? I think we are about to wait the time we need to wait. 6 years is unlikely. 6 days is what we have done so far. The number is not the lesson. What is the lesson? That the door is not closed. The threshold is wrong. We will find the threshold, or we will wait. Reyes nodded. He took his tea. The rec hall came back to its own volume. Brenda brought the second round. Hassan, after a long pause, "Have you written to ISCA about today's ping?" "Not yet. I will write the letter tonight." "Good." Brenda brought the second round. Reyes asked Hassan about her morning rounds. Hassan answered. Liam Chen said something quietly to Sorcy Byrne. She nodded. She did not answer. Kwesi drank his tea and let them talk. Day 38, morning. Kwesi had written the letter to Essie the night before. He had finished it late. He had transmitted it on the morning relay courier window. He had slept little. He was at the diplomatic station before first light. The seventh pass began with first light. Protocol 47C, transmit. 30 seconds. No response. Then 48A, 49B, 50A, the same answer at each. The channel clean, the carrier wave acknowledged, the splinter silent. By the time Marcus came onto the bridge for the morning watch, Kwesi was at Protocol 52A of the new pass. The Splinter had held its position for 6 days. The Resolute had held hers. Protocol 45 had not produced a second acknowledgement on its repeat the previous afternoon, and the run through 88 onwards across the evening watch had produced nothing further. Marcus walked to the diplomatic station. He stopped at the rail. He did not approach the console. The bridge crew noticed the approach. Yuki at comms turned slightly. Reyes at nav did not turn, but had the diplomatic station's audio channel open on his console. Kwesi? Captain. Status. Captain, the Tarvan-adjacent vessel has rejected Protocols 47C through 52A. I am preparing 53B and 54C. Marcus looked at the console. The protocol log filled the screen. 6 days of attempts. 1 3-millisecond acknowledgement, no further engagement. Yesterday's ping. Not repeated. The acknowledgement was a one-time event. The Splinter has chosen not to repeat it. Continue. Yes, Captain. Marcus turned. He walked to the chair. He sat. The bridge tempo did not change, but the crew had noticed the captain's confirmation. Apia had the chair's backing, and the patience was the Resolute's policy. Kwesi keyed Protocol 53B. Transmit. 30 seconds. No response. Yuki had the channel ready for 54C before he asked. The diplomatic station was at its 7th day of continuous operation. 6 days of position holding, 1 acknowledgement, no engagement. Quebena's threshold was wrong. Kwesi did not know which threshold was right. He had not yet found the door. Kwesi keyed Protocol 54C. Transmit. 30 seconds. No response. Kwesi waited the full 30 seconds. He waited a further 30 after that. He had developed the habit. The catalogued wait was 30 seconds. Kwesi's wait was 60. You will respond eventually, he said, softly, to himself. You will. The Splinter did not respond. Kwesi keyed Protocol 55A. Chapter 11. The Second Splinter. Reyes had the Resolute's approach margin plotted at 4 separate vector solutions by the time Kaya turned at her console. Tomas? Reyes looked across. Kaya did not call across the bridge unless the science section had something he needed to act on immediately. What? Second vessel signature at the junction's far perimeter, Tarvan design lineage, matching the first Splinter's class, but coming in at a different angle. I have her at 16.3 from the first vessel, closing rate 700 meters per second. Reyes was already pulling the angles up on his console. The second vessel was on a convergence vector with the first, not parallel, not flanking, an inbound vector that would put both vessels at the same approach margin relative to the Resolute in approximately 41 minutes. Marcus. Marcus was already looking. Reyes. Second Splinter, different angle, inbound, 41 minutes to convergence at the standoff margin. Show me. Reyes brought the geometry up on the bridge's main display. The Resolute's position, the first Splinter at 12,000 kilometers, the second Splinter inbound at 16,300 from the first, the convergence point at the standoff margin, 3 vectors in a kite configuration. They will not engage at the convergence point, Reyes said. The first Splinter has held position for 6 days. The second has come in to match. They are flanking us at standoff range. This is operational geometry, not deployment. Kaya, confirm the second Splinter's class. Kaya, Tarvan design lineage with the same field modifications as the first. Slight variation, the harmonic stack assembly is asymmetrical in a way the first vessel's is not. I have not seen this configuration before either, but it matches the family the first one is in. Yuki. Yuki, Captain. Open the diplomatic channel to the second vessel as well. Quezi, when you finish the current pass, start a parallel pass for the second one. Same protocols. Document any difference in their response patterns. Yes, Captain. Marcus turned to Reyes. Tomas, tactical posture. Primary array warm, secondary stack at standby. Reverse thrust ready. We do not commit to anything until they do. Park. Park on engineering channel. Captain. Primary array to warm. Secondary stack to standby. Reverse thrust at ready. Tomas's call. Yes, Captain. Cycle starting now. The primary array will be at warm in 12 minutes. The secondary stack is at standby already. Reverse thrust at ready in 9. Confirmed. The engineering channel closed. Marcus to Reyes. What do you have? Reyes was already plotting. The kite configuration, the convergence vector, the standoff margin, the Resolute's evasion options, the boundary array's effective range, the engagement geometry at 3 different ranges. He had been keeping the math live for 6 days. At 12,000 kilometers, they have us in a crossing fire if they choose to fire. The first vessel's array geometry covers the southern hemisphere of our approach margin. The second covers the northern. The crossing is clean from their perspective. From ours, we have 3 evasion options at the secondary stack range, 1 at the primary stack range. The secondary stack range option 2 preserves our survey completion vector. I would call option 2. Show me option 2. Reyes pulled it up. The vector slid the Resolute 12 degrees off the approach margin centerline. It kept the boundary array at the assembly's optimal firing angle. It preserved the junction survey data range. It required the secondary stack at 3/4 draw if engaged. Park, option 2 engagement parameters. Park, audio. 3/4 draw on the secondary stack. 8 minutes to recovery on the primary. We can hold this for a sustained exchange of 3 minutes before the primary stack needs recharge. After that, we lose the firing window. Marcus considered. The bridge was at the center of every officer's attention. Reyes's plot was on the main display. Park's voice was on the engineering channel. Quezi was at the diplomatic station starting the parallel pass to the second vessel. Yuki had both channels live. Kaya was reading the second Splinter signature. Marcus said, option 2 stays on the board. Hold posture. Reyes, holding. Reyes touched the console edge with 2 fingers. The call was committed. Diego Vargas was at the secondary nav station 3 meters from Reyes's console. He had been at that station for weeks. He had been watching Reyes plot. He had been learning at the pace junior officers learn from senior officers they actively want to learn from. Vargas turned slightly toward Reyes. What if they split off the kite? Vargas said quietly. Reyes considered. Vargas had been working the same problem in parallel. Then we have one splinter at our flank and one at our forward arc. If they split, the first one, the one holding for 6 days, takes the flank. She has the better firing arc to our hull from there. The forward arc vessel is recoverable. The flanker isn't. 6 days of holding tells me she's the patient one. The patient one will want the geometry that lets her wait us out further. Vargas nodded. And if the second one is the patient one and the first one is the aggressive one, Reyes considered. Vargas had asked the right question. The plot assumed the first vessel, the one that had been holding for 6 days, would be the measured one in the engagement. If the assumption was backwards, Park's secondary stack readiness was biased toward the wrong target. The option 2 crossing geometry needed to hold both firing order possibilities until one of them committed. Then we are wrong about which one is which means we biased Park's secondary stack toward the wrong target. I will have Kaya split her monitoring across both stacks evenly. Park holds neutral until one of them commits. The kite works either way. The firing order assumption is what we hold loose. Vargas nodded. He went back to his console. He was plotting the same options Reyes was. The difference was that Reyes had been plotting them for 6 days and now had to unclot the firing order bias. Reyes spoke across the bridge. Kaya, split your monitoring evenly across both Splinter's stacks. Firing order assumption neutral. Kaya did not turn. Adjusted. The overlay on Reyes's nav console updated to show both gain band readings in parallel. Reyes opened the engineering channel. James, hold the secondary stack neutral until one of them commits. Do not pre-bias toward the first one. Park, audio, yes. Reyes closed the channel. Marcus stayed standing at the chair. He was watching the geometry on the main display. He was reading it the way he read everything, looking for the assumption that was wrong before the assumption was named. Reyes had learned to wait for the captain to find the assumption. Marcus, when he had it, Kaya, the second Splinter's field modifications, are they configured for kite pair operations? Kaya, affirmative. The harmonic stack asymmetry on the second vessel mirrors the first symmetry in a way that suggests engineered pair operation. They are designed to work as a pair. How long have they been a pair? I do not have a way to determine that from the signature alone. Reyes, does the kite configuration make sense to you tactically? Reyes considered. The pair operation read was the assumption Marcus had been looking for. If the splinters were designed to operate as a pair, the standoff geometry meant something different from a pair of independent vessels each holding position. It changes the read. A pair of independent vessels holding position would be 2 separate decisions. A pair designed to operate together is one decision. If they have been waiting 6 days for the second vessel to arrive, the holding pattern was the deployment phase. The kite is the operational phase. They are not waiting anymore. They have started. Marcus nodded. Tomas, adjust option 2 for pair tactical operations. Yes, Captain. Reyes pulled the option 2 plot back open. He started adding the pair operations parameters. Marcus did not sit. He left the bridge, 30 seconds, the ready room and back, and came onto the bridge holding a printed sheet from a folder Reyes recognized as the captain's table file Vasquez had left for the new captain at the chair handover. Marcus did not show the page. He laid it face down on the chair's sidearm. Reyes saw red ink at the upper corner, Vasquez's hand. She had marked something on the page. Marcus stood reading the pair operation overlay for a long time, the page face down beside him. Reyes did not ask. The captain was reading Vasquez's folder before an engagement window. the answer he wanted not yet in it. You waited until the captain spoke, or did not. Marcus did not speak. He returned the page to the folder and the folder to the ready room and came onto the bridge for the engagement window without referring to it. But Reyes had seen the red ink, and it stayed with him at the edge of the plot, a thing seen and not named. Reyes left the bridge an hour later after the Option 2 pair tactical adjustment was committed. He wanted to talk to Park face-to-face about the primary stack parameters before the engagement window opened. The bridge channel could carry the conversation, but the engineering deck could carry it better. Park ran cleaner in person. The corridor down to engineering was empty at the watch turn. The Deck 3 auxiliary nav station was halfway along. Diego Vargas was there on the secondary watch, running the same Option 2 plots Reyes had been running on the bridge. Vargas looked up. Tomas. Diego. Heading to engineering? Yes. The pair tactical adjustment? I want Park's read on the secondary stack at sustained three-quarter draw against a pair tactical opponent. Vargas considered. He had been running the plots for an hour. The auxiliary station had the same overlay as the bridge nav. If they fire first, the secondary stack at three-quarter has us at 4 engagements before the recharge cycle locks us out. Pair tactical operations might compress that. They will probably alternate fire to deny us the recharge window. Reyes nodded. Vargas had the read right. That is the question I am asking Park. What do you think Park will say? I will find out. Vargas smiled. Vámonos. Reyes laughed. The word was Reyes' own. He had said it twice in his first month on the Daedalus in Vargas's hearing. Vargas had picked it up. He used it sparingly and never on the bridge. Vámonos. Reyes continued. The engineering deck was busy. Park's people were running the pre-engagement diagnostic cycle. Liam Chen was at the secondary stack monitoring board. 2 more crew at the boundary array assembly stations. Park was at his console. Park looked up when Reyes stepped through the bulkhead. Tomas. James. The pair tactical adjustment? Yes. Park gestured to the secondary console. Reyes came over. Primary stack at full warm. Secondary stack at standby. Reverse thrust at ready. Cycle is at 12 minutes, 8, and 9 respectively. All 3 will be at their committed state by the engagement windows open. Sustained three-quarter draw. Park considered. He pulled up the secondary stack's discharge curve and overlaid the pair tactical engagement model. The model was Park's own. He had been running it as a private engineering exercise for 2 years, against the possibility of exactly this kind of opponent. Three-quarter draw, alternating fire from 2 splinters. We can sustain 4 engagements over a 12-minute window. The secondary stack's recharge cycle is 45 seconds per engagement. The splinters will hit our recharge windows if they are alternating. Each missed window costs us 1 engagement of the 4. How many can we afford to miss? None. And if we miss all 4, then we discharge the primary stack, which is not authorized. Cleared parameters? The primary stack's combat use discharge would exceed cleared parameters by a factor of 5. The boundary array's calibration would shift by 0.5%. The discharge would also exceed the institutional doctrine on boundary array combat use. The reprimand would come back from Geneva within 2 weeks. Reyes considered. The factor of 5 excess was the technical number. The Geneva risk was the political number. Both were real. What is your read? Park looked at him. Reyes had seen the expression 3 times across the 4 years they had served together. The one that meant the technical answer is the answer. The political answer is yours. My read is that the secondary stack at three-quarter is the right tool. If the engagement runs longer than the secondary stack can hold and the alternative is losing crew, the primary stack discharge becomes the right tool, not before. Understood. Tomas. James. You will tell Marcus. I will. Good. Reyes turned and walked back to the bridge. The engineering deck hummed behind him. Park's people were at their stations. Liam was at the secondary stack board. The Resolute was readying her arrays at her own pace. The corridor back up was quiet. Reyes touched the bulkhead with 2 fingers as he passed the Deck 3 threshold, a habit he had developed years back at the Daedalus. He used it to commit to a call before he made it. He had not yet made the call. The call was Marcus's. Reyes was carrying the inputs. Reyes arrived at the bridge. The kite was still on the main display. The first Splinter at 12,000. The second at 16,300. The convergence at 38 minutes now. Day 40 was on Reyes's console before he was in his chair. Reyes had slept little. The bridge had been at posture through the 2 nights between day 38 and day 40. The splinters had not moved on day 38 evening or day 39. The Resolute had held the approach margin. On day 40, the splinters' arrays began warming at the first watch. Kaya had flagged it at the morning watch's open, a 0.5% gain band shift on both splinters' harmonic stacks. Yuki had transmitted the flag to the bridge channel. The night watch had logged it. Marcus had been on the bridge before Reyes was. Reyes had been on the bridge 5 minutes later. Quessy was at the diplomatic station. He had been at the station continuously through day 38 and day 39, except for sleeping cycles and meals. He had run the full protocol library 3 more times in the past 2 days. He had run the post-architects contact editions twice in parallel. He had run the Tarvan substrate variants Reyes had not heard of, but Quessy had constructed from the institutional reference library. He had run everything. The splinters had produced no further acknowledgments after day 36's 3-millisecond ping. At the morning watch's open, Quessy had closed the last available pass. The protocol library was exhausted. Quessy turned to Marcus. Captain, the diplomatic library is exhausted. There are no further cataloged protocols to transmit. I have run all variations and all combinations. Acknowledged, Lieutenant. Marcus did not say what came next. He did not need to. The bridge had been waiting for this moment for 6 days. The moment had come. Kaya at the science console. Captain, both splinters at 1.3% gain band shift on the harmonic stacks. They are at 60% warm. Estimated time to full warm, 10 minutes. Reyes had been keeping the math live since the engineering consult on day 38. The kite geometry, the convergence vector, the pair tactical adjustment, the secondary stack draw at 3/4, the 4 engagement window, the recharge cycle. He had been holding the variables in his head and on his consult alternately for 2 days. The bridge had been at posture. He had been at the console. Isabella had written him a letter. It had come on the relay courier with the routine Geneva traffic. She had been at the family house in San Juan. She had written about the harbor. She had asked if he was sleeping. She had asked if he was calling Camilla weekly the way he had said he would. He had read the letter at the end of the night watch. He had not replied yet. Reyes had been on a bridge for an engagement once before, on the Daedalus in 2189, against a Vekol-derived vessel that had broken off after the Daedalus's first warning discharge. The engagement had been brief. The crew had been fine. He had written his mother a letter that night and had told her about it, because she had asked him to tell her about everything. Isabella had not been afraid for him after he wrote her. The letter had been the bridge between his work and her staying without being afraid. Reyes had not written her about the splinters yet. He had not yet found the way to write about something that had been holding position for 6 days without making it sound either more dangerous or less dangerous than it was. Tonight he would find it. Marcus. Park. Park on Engineering Channel. Captain. Status. Primary array at full warm. Secondary stack at 3/4 standby. Reverse thrust at ready. Crew at stations. We are at the engagement parameters Tomas and I worked out on day 38. Acknowledged. Hana at the EXO station had the casualty log open. The log was a precaution. The Resolute had not taken combat casualties in her commissioned life. She opened it because ISCA protocol required it rather than because she expected to use it. Reyes saw her open it because he had been watching her station. The EXO had been watching his. Hana caught his look. She gave him the half nod that meant, "I have logged it. We are ready." Reyes turned back to his console. Marcus turned to Reyes. The chair was forward. Marcus had not sat back since he had taken it at the watch's open. Tomas. Reyes touched the console edge with 2 fingers. The call had been ready since day 38. The pair tactical adjustment had been ready since the engineering consult with Park. The geometry had been ready for an hour. The bridge had been waiting 6 days for this moment. 3 minutes to engagement window. They will fire first. Cleared parameters allow for secondary stack response. Marcus held that for a moment. The bridge was at the center of his attention. Park on the engineering channel, Kaya at the science section, Yuki at comms, Hana at the EXO station, Kwesi at the diplomatic station with the empty library, Reyes at nav with the tactical plot committed and ready. "All right," Marcus said. "On it," Reyes answered. Reyes's hand was already on the console. The plot was already in motion. Chapter 12. First Fire. Marcus was standing at the chair when the first splinter fired. The fire came at 1 minute 50, 10 seconds inside Reyes's predicted window. The crew had been holding the firing order assumption loose since Reyes had set the neutral monitoring an hour earlier. Park's secondary stack was at 3/4 standby. Kaya's monitoring was split evenly across both stacks. The first splinter's gain band crossed the discharge threshold. Kaya called the spike. The harmonic disruption pulse left the leading vessel's array. "Movement," Kaya said. "Pulse," Reyes said. The pulse crossed 12,000 kilometers in 3.6 seconds. Marcus felt the Resolute take it through the deck plate under his right foot. The secondary stack absorbed the discharge. That was Park's deck doing what it had been built to do, and the Resolute shuddered along the keel. The shudder was the harmonic coil bus stabilizing the pulse's resonant frequency against the secondary stack's gain band. The bus would stabilize within 4 seconds. The 4 seconds were the cost. A console flare went up in the engineering corridor at the starboard secondary array's monitoring panel. The panel had taken the residual pulse energy the stack could not absorb. The flare was contained within 10 seconds. Park's deck had the suppression systems on standby, but 3 crew at the assembly station had been at the panel when it went. The flare had caught all 3 before they could clear. The Resolute held. Park on engineering channel. "Captain, starboard secondary array took the hit. Console flare in the corridor. 3 crew at the assembly station. Hassan to the medical bay. Casualties. Hassan on medical channel. Captain, 3 crew at the corridor. Console flare burns. I have them. Hana. 3 casualties. Logged. No fatalities. Kaya. The Splinter's pulse signature. Captain, Tarvan substrate primary harmonic. Standard discharge curve for the class. No surprises in the signature. Pulse energy was at 60% of theoretical maximum for the harmonic stack rating. They fired short. Why? They were testing our absorption. The pulse was a measurement, not a kill shot. Marcus considered. Kaya's read matched the read he had been carrying. The splinters had been holding position for 6 days. The patient one was the first to fire. The first fire was calibrated reconnaissance. The kite pair model had been right about the formation and wrong about the role assignments. Vargas had asked the right question. Reyes had unplotted the firing order bias in time. Marcus did not have time for the relief. He had a call to make. The first splinter stack was at recovery cycle. The second splinter held her position with her stack still at full warm. Reyes, Marcus. The second splinter. Holding. Her stack is at full warm, but she has not committed to a firing geometry. She is reading what we do next. Park. Captain. Secondary stack. 3/4 draw. Target the first splinter's port quarter. Cleared parameters. 3/4 draw. Port quarter. Yes, Captain. Secondary stack at discharge cycle now. Marcus stayed standing at the chair. The bridge crew did not look at him. They were at their stations. The engagement was at the chair's call. Reyes pulled the firing parameters open on the main display. The Resolute's array was at the optimal angle to the first splinter. The secondary stack was at 3/4. The discharge geometry was committed. The cycle was at 8 seconds to discharge. Marcus did not look at Hana. He did not need to. The casualty log was at 3. Hassan had the bay. Park had the secondary stack at discharge cycle. Reyes had the firing geometry committed. The bridge had committed. The engagement was at the chair. 6 seconds. Marcus thought briefly of his father's marine engineering maxim: if the hull's complaining, you're not listening. Park had been listening. Park's deck was ready. The Resolute's hull was not complaining. The hull had absorbed the hit and was at the 4-second stabilization cycle. The deck plate under Marcus's right foot was holding the shutter. 4 seconds. Marcus looked at the main display. The first splinter at 12,000 kilometers. Her stack at recovery cycle. The port quarter geometry highlighted in the firing overlay. 2 seconds. Tomas? On it. Take it. The discharge cycle reached 0. The pulse left the Resolute's array at 3/4 draw. Marcus felt it leave through the deck plate. The harmonic coil bus released the pulse energy. The array's outboard assemblies cycled the discharge geometry. The pulse crossed the firing path at the speed harmonic disruption pulses crossed firing paths, the same 3.6 seconds the splinter's pulse had taken to reach the Resolute. 3.6 seconds the other direction. Hit, Kaya said. The pulse hit the first splinter at the port quarter. Raya Zebnav, hit confirmed, port quarter. Harmonic stack signature on the leading edge is dimming. She is rolling. Kaya at science. Spinner class roll pattern. The harmonic stack lead edge has gone dark. That means the port assembly took structural damage from the hit. She will be at 50% stack capacity for a minimum of 48 hours. The first splinter rolled. She did not return fire. Her stack continued cycling at half power. Her withdrawal vector pulled her toward the junction's far perimeter. Marcus watched her go. Tomas, where does she end up if we let her run? 20,000 kilometers clear in 90 seconds. Outside the kite formation standoff margin by another 40 seconds. If she holds the withdrawal vector, she will be at 30,000 in 3 minutes. Park, secondary stack. Captain, secondary stack at recovery. 8 minutes to next discharge readiness. We took the hit, we delivered the shot. The recovery cycle is at the cost we calculated. Calibration. Park considered. The pause was the part of Park's voice that the crew had learned to read as the technical answer coming. Captain, boundary array calibration shifted by 0.1% on the starboard assembly. Within tolerance. Within doctrine. The shift is the discharge's institutional cost. Acknowledged. The first Splinter was at 15,000 kilometers now and pulling further. Her roll had stabilized. She was on a withdrawal vector that would take her clear of the standoff margin within 90 seconds. The second Splinter held her position. Marcus turned to the science console. Kaya, the second Splinter. Captain, she is reading the first Splinter's withdrawal. Her stack is still at full warm. Her firing geometry has not adjusted. She is making a decision. How long? I do not have a way to estimate her decision cycle from the signature alone. The Tarvin Substrate Diplomatic Library suggests pair tactical operations include withdrawal trigger sequences. A withdrawing partner is the signal for the holding partner to commit to withdrawal too. But that is the catalog doctrine. Field modifications mean we cannot assume. Rias. At 3-minute estimate. Hana. Within field judgment authority. Park. Secondary stack at recovery. Primary stack at full warm and standby. If she commits to firing, the response options are the secondary stack at half-draw or the primary stack discharge. The half-draw is within doctrine. The primary is not. Marcus considered. The pair tactical model predicted the second Splinter with withdraw. The partner's withdrawal was the cataloged signal. But the model had been wrong about the firing order assumption. The bridge was holding two possibilities loose. Marcus looked at Hana. Hana looked back. The half-nod between them, the one she gave him when she had logged the parameters and was ready for whatever came next. Marcus stayed standing. The second Splinter held. 2 minutes. Reyes had the firing solutions for both possibilities open. The half-draw return fire if she committed to a firing geometry, the standby cycle if she committed to withdrawal. Park's deck had the parameters live. Kaya at Science narrowed her monitoring further. 3 minutes. The second Splinter stack stayed at full warm. 4 minutes. Marcus did not move from the chair. Then the second Splinter rolled. The roll was the same pattern the first had used. The harmonic stack's leading edge dimmed. The vessel committed to a withdrawal vector. She pulled toward the junction's far perimeter where the first Splinter was already 2,000 kilometers clear of her position. Kaya. Captain, the second Splinter is withdrawing. Same pattern. Reyes. Same vector. They are exiting as a pair. They are returning to the kite formation at the standoff margin's outer perimeter. Marcus, after another 15 seconds, they are gone. Hana, logged. Marcus sat. He let himself sit back for the first time since the watch's open. Marcus stood at the chair after another 2 minutes of the second Splinter's withdrawal vector clearing the standoff margin. The bridge crew had not changed posture. Park's deck was running diagnostics on the engineering channel. Reyes was already pulling the survey approach plot onto his nav console. Kaya was at Science with the first Splinter's port quarter residual filling her overlay. Park. Captain. Post-engagement diagnostic cycle. Full pass. Yes, Captain. Cycle starting now. Kaya. The harmonic signature analysis. Continuing, Captain. I have the post-fire residual on the first Splinter stack. I will have a preliminary read in 20 minutes. Yuki. The institutional engagement report. Drafting now, Captain. I will have it on your console for sign-off within the hour. Hana. Captain. Take the chair. I'm going to medical. Yes, Captain. Marcus walked. The corridor down to the medical bay was empty at the post-engagement hour. The crew had cleared for stations. The casualty coordination had been routed through Hana's logs. Hassan was at the bay with Sayorsi Byrne working the 3 injured. Marcus stepped through the medical bay door. 3 crew on cots, 2 engineering hands, PO3 Choi, the captain's table Choi, and another junior hand Marcus had not been introduced to before today. The third was Patel, Sayorsi's medical tech apprentice. She had been at the monitoring panel when the flare went. All 3 were bandaged at the face or the forearms. None had life-threatening injuries. Hassan was at her desk. She turned. Captain, Amira. 3 casualties. Console flare burns. Bandages and burn cream. They will be back at stations within 24 hours. All 3 of them? All 3. The closest to serious was Choi's left forearm, 2nd degree across about 10 square centimeters. The other 2 were facial, superficial. They will scar, but not badly. Choi sat up on his cot. Captain? Petty officer. How are you? I lost both eyebrows, Captain. Marcus looked at him. The boy's face was bandaged across both eye ridges. The bandaging gave him a startled alien quality. His eyes were visible, but the brow line was gauze. Choi, I would not have noticed. Choi grinned through the bandages. Captain, you would have. Marcus laughed. Sayorsi Byrne at the cot beside Choi's laughed. Hassan laughed. The medical bay broke. The other 2 crew laughed too. The unnamed engineering hand more carefully, his cheek burn hurt to laugh through, and Patel from the corner cot. Hassan, Captain, sit. Amira, I can't. Sit. 5 minutes. The bridge can have you when I am done. Marcus sat. Hassan handed him a cup of tea from her Turkish-style pot. Strong, slightly oversteeped, sugar at the rim. He drank. Hana has the chair. Hana has the chair. The bridge is fine. Tomas? At nav with the survey approach plot open. He has been at it since the 2nd Splinter withdrew. Kaya? Reading the boundary array residuals. The starboard secondary array took the hit. The calibration shifted by 0.1%. Marcus considered. The drift was small. The drift was also not 0. The boundary array's factory baseline was the starting point. 1 engagement at 3/4 draw had moved the calibration by 0.1%. He had read the institutional doctrine on boundary array drift. 1% total shift was the threshold where Geneva would require a yard return for recalibration. The Resolute was at 0.1% total drift after 1 engagement. That is the cost, he said. Hassan looked at him. Marcus. Amira. You did the work. 3 crew in my bay. None will die. The splinters are gone. The mission can continue. Yes. Eat tonight. I will be at your cabin at 20:30. Yes. Marcus finished the tea. He stood. Petty Officer Choi. Choi sat up again. Captain? Eyebrows grow back. Yes, Captain. You and the other 2, when you are released, you will eat at the captain's table for the next week, whenever your watch rotation aligns. Yes, Captain. Marcus turned to Hassan. Amira. Thank you. Captain. Marcus walked back to the bridge. Marcus stepped onto the bridge. Hana was at the chair. She stood when Marcus stepped up to the rail. Hana, status. Captain, engagement closed. Both splinters withdrew across the standoff margin's perimeter. They are now at 23,000 kilometers and falling further. Reyes has the survey approach plot. Kaya has the harmonic signature analysis running. Park has the secondary stack at recovery, primary stack at standby. Yuki has the institutional engagement report draft on her console for your sign-off. Acknowledged. Tomas. Reyes turned. Marcus. Authorize the survey approach. Option 2 off the board. Kaya at science section running the analysis. On it. Reyes pulled the survey approach plot up. The Resolute shifted from the option 2 tactical posture to the junction approach vector. The boundary array assemblies cycled back to standby. The harmonic coil bus relaxed to the science section's analysis mode rating. Marcus sat. He let himself sit back. Kaya opened the harmonic signature analysis on the main display. Reyes flagged the survey approach plot for Marcus's review. Yuki drafted the engagement report on her comms console. Park's diagnostic cycle hummed on the engineering channel. The Resolute moved through the junction's geometry. Marcus, after another 20 minutes at the chair. All right. Chapter 13. The Drift. Park had been awake for 31 hours. The post-engagement diagnostic cycle was at the third pass. Liam Chen at the secondary stack monitoring board running the integration check. 2 crew at the boundary array assembly stations cycling through the calibration curves. The engineering deck at the post-engagement rhythm Park had been building across the past day. Park was at his console. He had not been to his cabin since the morning of day 40. The secondary stack was at 91% capacity. The primary stack was at 100. The boundary array's starboard secondary assembly had taken the absorption hit. Repairs would take 6 days. Park had assigned a 4-crew team to the work. The team was at the assembly now. The diagnostic cycle was checking everything else. Marcus was on the bridge. Park had been on the engineering channel with him at the morning's diagnostic open. He had given the captain the status the captain had asked for. The captain had acknowledged. The bridge was at survey approach. The mission was continuing. What was not continuing cleanly was the boundary array's calibration drift. Park had run the calibration check at the morning's diagnostic open. The starboard secondary assembly was at 0.1% drift from factory baseline, the discharge cost he had named to Marcus at the engagement's close. That number was correct. What Park had not expected was that the port secondary assembly had also moved by 0.03%. The port assembly had not fired. It had taken no hit. The discharge had not crossed it. But the drift was there. Park had logged it. He had moved to the third pass of the diagnostic cycle to confirm. The third pass would confirm or refute. The third pass confirmed. Park stayed at the console. He read the numbers. He read them again. The port assembly's drift was real. The discharge had not crossed it. The port assembly had not fired. The calibration had moved anyway. Park had been an engineer for 27 years. He had built arrays at the Houston yards across 6 different vessel classes. He had read drift readings on every array he had built. The cataloged passive drift rate was something he knew at the cellular level. Every yard engineer of his generation knew it as the baseline against which an array's health was read. The port assembly's drift was not cataloged. The cataloged possibility predicted 0.005%. The actual was 0.03, 6 times. Park had known 15 seconds after the discharge that the starboard assembly's calibration would shift. He had told Marcus the cost at the engagement's close. He had logged the post-engagement calibration drift in the report he was preparing for Geneva. The starboard 0.1 was the cataloged outcome. The port's 0.03 was the new thing. The new thing was a problem. Park reached for his cabin console without standing up. He logged the new thing as Open Engineering Anomaly E2192-08-26-01 in his private engineering journal. The journal had 33 years of anomalies in it. Park kept them open. The open ones got their pages turned every week. Liam at the monitoring board. Chief, third pass on the port secondary assembly. Calibration shift confirmed at 0.03%. Acknowledged. What does it mean? Park considered. Liam had earned the asking 9 months on the deck, all of it learning. I do not know yet. The port assembly has not fired. It has not been crossed by the discharge geometry. The discharge geometry was contained to the starboard side of the array. Sympathetic resonance? Possibly. The harmonic coil bus is shared across the array. The port assembly may have absorbed a residual through the bus. The model says it should not have. The model has been wrong about other things. What do you want to do? Log it. Flag it to Kaya at the science console. Run the diagnostic cycle through the recovery period and see if the drift stabilizes or continues. Yes, Chief. Park stood. He touched the bulkhead at the engineering deck threshold. He had been touching it more often across the past day. The threshold touch was the discipline of staying focused. The fatigue was making the discipline more visible. Park walked to the bridge. Marcus was at the chair. Hannah was at the exo station. Kaya at the science console. Captain. James. The calibration. Marcus looked at him. Hannah looked at him. Kaya looked at him. The starboard secondary assembly is at 0.1% drift, expected. The port assembly is at 0.03% drift, not expected. The port assembly did not fire. The discharge geometry did not cross it. I do not have a model for the port drift. Marcus considered. He looked at Kaya. Kaya. Captain, the port drift is... I do not have a model either. Sympathetic resonance through the harmonic coil bus is the cataloged possibility. The cataloged possibility predicts a drift on the order of 0.005%. The port drift is 6 times that. Park, your recommendation. Continue the diagnostic cycle through the recovery period. Track whether the drift stabilizes or continues. If it continues, the institutional doctrine on boundary array drift requires a yard return flag within 48 hours. If it stabilizes, the drift becomes the new baseline and we continue with the survey. Acknowledged. Continue the cycle. Flag Kaya and me at each iteration. Yes, Captain. Park turned to leave. James. Park turned back. Thank you. Yes, Captain. Park walked back to engineering. The corridor between bridge and engineering had the post-engagement quiet. The crew had been at the engagement's pace for 2 days. The standoff had broken. The mission was continuing. The corridor had relaxed. Park's 31 hours had been a deliberate choice. He could have slept across the night between day 40 and day 41. He had decided not to. The diagnostic cycle would have been at the 2nd pass when he came back. The 3rd pass would have been Liam's. Park had wanted the 3rd pass to be his. Park arrived at the engineering deck. Liam looked up. Chief. Continue the cycle. Run the recovery period diagnostic at regular intervals. I will be in my cabin. Calm me on any drift change above 0.01%. Yes, Chief. Liam. Chief. You did good work. Get sleep when your relief takes the board. Yes, Chief. Park walked to his cabin. He took his boots off. He slept. Thursday came at day 43. Park had slept across days 41 and 42. He had been back at the engineering deck across both days. The diagnostic cycle had continued. The port secondary assembly's drift had stabilized at 0.04% across days 41 through 43, 0.01% more than the day 41 reading. Not enough to flag for yard return. Not enough to be nothing. Park brought the jjigae ingredients to the galley at the evening's pace. His mother had sent the seasonings, gochujang, doenjang, dried anchovies, a small jar of gochugaro, on the relay courier that had delivered Vasquez's first letter to Marcus. The ingredients had been in his cabin since. He had been saving them for Thursday. Brenda was at her counter. She watched him come in. James, Brenda, Brenda, Thursday, Thursday. Brenda gestured at the cooking station. Hamza Mahmoud had already cleaned it for him. Tessa Reyna had laid out the cutting boards and the heavy iron pot Park had been using for the past 4 Thursdays. Park went to work. The jjigae was Park's grandmother's recipe, his father's mother, Ming-kyung, who had taught him to make it at the family garage in Houston when he was 14. Ming-kyung had died in 2054 when Park was a teenager. The recipe was hers. The knowledge of when to add the gochujang and when to add the anchovies and when to let the broth simmer at the lower heat for the next 30 minutes, all of it was hers. The galley filled with the smell of the broth at 20 minutes in. Reyes was the first to come in. He had been at Nav for the morning watch. He was off duty now. He had the navigation log in his hand, which he set down at the senior officer table. James, Tomas, what is it tonight? Jjigae, the seasonings my mother sent. Acceptable. Reyes sat at the table. The mess hall was at the evening service. About 15 crew at the long tables. The engineering rotation at one, the science rotation at the other. Liam Chen came in next. He had the secondary stack monitoring board log printed out. Park had not asked for it, but Liam had brought it, because Liam had been trained to bring the log on Thursdays. Chief, Liam, sit. Liam sat. Hassan came in at the 3rd quarter. She had been at the medical bay. The 3 engagement casualties were at the post-recovery check-in. She had been there for 2 hours. James, Amira, the jjigae. 20 minutes from done. Good. Hassan sat. Park finished the jjigae at the 3rd quarter. He brought it to the table in the heavy iron pot. He set it down. Tessa Reyna brought rice. Brenda brought the small dishes of banchan she had improvised from the supply chain. Kimchi, the last batch from the previous port call, getting old, still good. Pickled cucumbers, a small dish of seasoned spinach. The table ate. The jjigae was hot and dense, and the seasonings landed correctly. Min-kyung's recipe held across 30 years of Park's making of it. Reyes, between bites, James. The secondary stack at 3/4 on day 40. The tuning was clean. The pulse profile on the array's outboard assembly was, I have not read a cleaner discharge. Thank you. Vargas said in the corridor yesterday he thinks you tuned the stack across the 6 days of standoff. Park considered. He had not commented on the tuning to anyone. He had made the adjustments he had made. The adjustments had been engineering decisions. The engineering had been correct. I tuned it. Across the 6 days? Across the 6 days. The secondary stack runs in a calibration band. The band is what makes the discharge clean. I adjusted the band by 0.02% each day. By day 40, the band was at the center of the firing geometry's optimal envelope. Reyes considered. Then he laughed. You tuned the secondary stack like you were tuning a piano. I was tuning the secondary stack like I was tuning a piano. The principle is the same. The frequency matching across the harmonic coil bus is the same problem as the frequency matching across a piano's harmonic register. Hassan, dryly, if only the rest of us ran clean like that. Park smiled. The smile reached his eyes. Hassan saw it. She went back to her jjigae. The table laughed. Mireille's letter was in Park's pocket. It had come on the morning relay courier with the institutional traffic. Park had not read it yet. He had been waiting for after dinner. Park ate. The table ate. Brenda brought a second round of rice. The mess hall continued. After dinner, in his cabin, Park opened Mireille's letter. Mireille had been at the Houston yards on Saturday. Her own work. She consulted occasionally on residential architecture projects in the neighborhood her parents had built up across decades. The yards had nothing to do with her work. She had been at the yards because Jiwon had asked to see them. Jiwon was 8. She wanted to know where her father had worked before the Resolute. Mireille had taken her on the public tour route. Jiwon had asked, at the keel-laying memorial for the Polaris 1, why there was a memorial. Mireille had explained that the Polaris 1 had been retired. Some retirements had memorials. Jiwon had asked if the Resolute would have a memorial. Mireille had not answered immediately. She had said, eventually, not for a long time. Park read the line twice. Park set the letter down on his cabin console. He would reply in the morning. He had decided that during the second read. Park slept. Day 46 was Tuesday. Park was at the engineering console at the morning's first watch. The diagnostic cycle had been running for 5 days. The port secondary assembly's drift had stabilized at 0.04% across days 41 through 44. Park had logged it. Flagged Kaya and Marcus at each iteration, the drift had been at the new baseline. On day 45, the drift had moved again. The starboard secondary assembly had moved from 0.1 to 0.15%, a 0.05% increase, within tolerance. The increase was the kind of drift the catalog assumed for passive operation across a 5-day window. The catalog's expected increase was 0.003% across that window. The actual increase was approximately 17 times the expected. The port assembly had moved from 0.04 to 0.10%, also within tolerance, also approximately 20 times the cataloged expected drift. Both assemblies were drifting, without firing, at more than 10 times the cataloged rate. Park had logged the day 45 readings. He had not flagged Marcus or Kaya at the time. He had wanted to confirm with a second iteration. The second iteration was day 46 morning's diagnostic. He was running it now. The day 46 diagnostic confirmed. The starboard was at 0.20%. The port was at 0.13%. The aggregate worst-case drift across the array was now 0.2%, twice the post-engagement baseline. The increase had come from passive operation across 6 days. Park leaned forward at the console. He read the numbers again. He read them a third time. Park opened the engineering channel to the bridge. Captain. Marcus on audio. James. Calibration. Both assemblies have continued to drift across the past 5 days. Neither has fired. The drift rate is approximately 10 to 20 times the cataloged expected rate for passive operation. The starboard is at 0.20%. The port is at 0.13%. A pause. The channel held. Acknowledged. Hold the report. I am sending Kaya down. Yes, Captain. Park closed the channel. Kaya arrived at the engineering deck within 4 minutes. She had brought her wrist console with the science section's harmonic signature analysis open. James. Kaya. Park turned the engineering console toward her. The two of them looked at the data. Kaya considered. She looked at the console for a long time. She didn't speak. Then she said, "That should not happen." It happened. I will work on it. Park nodded. Kaya turned and walked back toward the science section. Park watched her go. The engineering deck was at the morning's pace. Liam at the monitoring board. 2 crew at the recovery cycle stations. The harmonic coil bus humming through the deck plate. Park logged the day 46 readings. The institutional log would receive the entry as post-engagement passive operation calibration anomaly within tolerance, flagged for science section review. Geneva would file it. The institutional doctrine would not require a yard return flag at 0.2%. The threshold was 1%. Park added the Day 46 entry to his private engineering journal beside Open Engineering Anomaly E2192-08-26-01. The journal had a new line now, passive drift continuing, rate 10 to 20 times cataloged, cause unknown. Park stood. He touched the bulkhead at the engineering deck threshold. "Egu," he said, softly, to no one. Chapter 14. The Courier Comes Twice. Marcus came up from the bridge to the ready room past the galley alcove, where Brenda was washing Park's iron pot from last night's jjigae, the residue clinging to the lower curve the way it did when Park's mother's gochujang met the iron seasoning, and where Hamza Mahmood was at the counter slicing cornbread for the morning rounds. Brenda did not look up from the pot. Hamza did. Marcus passed. Hamza nodded. The morning continued. He went straight to the routine correspondence because the routine correspondence did not require him to think about the part of the morning that had not yet arrived. The Geneva response was 3 days late. The standard cycle for a post-engagement brief was 8 days, short because the authority preferred to mark its position quickly when a field judgment was on the file. 11 days post-engagement was 3 days against the standard. He had been telling himself across 3 mornings now that 3 days was nothing. The authority sometimes ran longer when the panel review was complicated. The upper soft limit was 14 days, and only at 14 did a captain start to read the silence as the silence. The telling himself had become its own small ritual, the engineer's version of patience, sized in days, bounded by the Courier cycle calendar. It worked at the desk drafting acknowledgments. It worked less well during the bridge watch, when the work paused and the waiting did not. Marcus drafted the day's 3 responses through the first hour. The 2 routine items were 90-second work. The Courier cycle confirmation took a paragraph. He wrote it once and was unsatisfied with the rhythm of it. He rewrote it. He saved the second. The ready room drawer beside the desk held the 2 Day 23 items. He had not opened the drawer in days. He worked past it the way he had worked past it on the other mornings. The Courier window opened on Yuki's board at the standard hour. The acknowledgment came through the open ready room door. Yuki said acknowledged across the corridor. The airlock cycle ran on deck 1. Yuki came up the ladderway shortly after with the sealed pouch in her hand. Yuki stopped at the ready room door. "Captain, Courier packet. 3 captain's eyes, standard at the open level, personal pouch at the back." At the desk. Yuki crossed the room and set the pouch down with the seals facing him. She did not turn for the door. The pause was a quarter second longer than her usual exit pause. Her hand stayed at the edge of the desk a moment after the pouch was down. "Charleston routing, Captain, voice packet, recorded in September." Marcus looked up. He read what she had read. Her face had already done the editorial. The slight tightening around the eyes that was Yuki noticing the family pouch had landed on the same morning the authorities' response had. "Thank you, Yuki." Yuki gave him the small nod she reserved for things he had said quietly enough that the comms log did not have to receive them, and left. Marcus did not reach for the pouch immediately. The authority's silence was an object he had been carrying for 11 days. Sealed in front of him on the desk, it had become a different object, and he wanted the brief interval before it became the thing it was actually going to be. He sat with the unopened pouch. When he opened it, the authority response was on the top. the authority's letterhead at the corner, Verschuren's selectric monospace across the body, the signature block in her hand-typed style. 2. Captain M. Cole, ISV Resolute. From Deputy Director F. Verschuren, ISCA Authority. Re. Post-Engagement Brief, ISV Resolute, Splinter Formation, Junction 44K, 26 August 2192. Captain. The Authority has received and reviewed your post-engagement brief. The cleared parameter response, secondary stack 3/4 draw discharge, is supported. The record at Authority plus Operations is open at this classification. Concurrent note from Operations. The Authority is required to acknowledge that boundary array combat use is not generally authorized under ISCA doctrine. The Authority recognizes that the Day 40 engagement was a response to first fire from the Splinter formation. The engagement falls within the Field Judgment Extreme Circumstance authorization per ship specification, Section 3, and the Post-Architects Program doctrine the Resolute carries. The Authority is required, by procedure, to remind you that subsequent engagements must remain within protocol parameters. Post-engagement briefs at each subsequent engagement, reporting to be sustained. Captain Cole, the Authority recognizes that field conditions require field judgment. The doctrine requires the documentation. Continue. F. Verschuren, Deputy Director, Authority. Marcus read it once at the pace of intake. He read it a second time at the pace of meaning. The first reading gave him the structure, the support, the doctrinal reminder, the procedural reminder, the closing. The structure was what he had hoped for. The structure was what he had not allowed himself to assume across the 11 days. The second reading gave him the closing again. The Authority recognizes that field conditions require field judgment. The doctrine requires the documentation. Continue. F. Verschuren, Deputy Director. Marcus read it once at the pace of intake. He read it a second time at the pace of meaning. The first reading gave him the structure, the support, the doctrinal reminder, the procedural reminder, the closing. The structure was what he had hoped for. The structure was what he had not allowed himself to assume across the 11 days. The second reading gave him the closing again. The Authority recognizes that field conditions require field judgment. The doctrine requires the documentation. Continue. The closing was Verschuren's voice. The closing was Verschuren saying she had read the brief and was telling him to keep going. Marcus knew her command letter pattern well enough to hear where the Authority's form stopped speaking and where she started. The record would hold. He understood that to the point of being able to set it down. Marcus set it down. The drawer opened. The memo went on top of the Day 23 items. The drawer closed. 3 things in it now. Marcus sat with the open drawer at his knee a moment longer than the work required before he reached for the second seal. The relief was in his chest as a small loosening. He waited to see whether anything else came after it. The second sealed item was the ISCA response. The letterhead was the Temporal Intelligence Division stamped header, a single dark band across the top edge with the division's designation at the center. 2. Captain M. Cole, ISV Resolute, routed via Authority. From ISCA Director K. Volkova. Re. Day 28 Fragmentary Signal Flag ISV Resolute X Junction 44, 14 August 2192. Captain. ISCA has received and is processing the Day 28 Fragmentary Signal Flag from your Science Section, CSO K. Moran. The Temporal Anomaly Classification Protocol requires a 90-day review window. The response at the close of the 90-day window will route to the Resolute via the standard Courier cycle. Note: your CSO's flagging discipline is exemplary. The Day 28 flag is textbook. The director acknowledges. Continue your mission. ISCA will respond at the close of the review window. K. Volkova, Director, ISCA. Marcus did the arithmetic without meaning to do it. The engineer's reflex with any date he was given. 90 days from Day 28 landed at Day 118. The number sat on the desk and asked him to remember Vasquez's folder. Page 3, second operational decision. The chart Vasquez had been preparing to act on and had not. A 3-splinter formation projected at Day 113, red ink at the date in her hand. He had read the page twice across the past week and had not yet absorbed it. He absorbed it now. Day 113 was 5 days before Volkova's window closed. The authorities' answer to Kaya's flag would arrive a week after the Resolute came out the other side of the projection, if she came out. ISCA carried its own cycle. The cycle did not bend for the mission. Marcus had wanted Volkova's read on Kaya's flag before the projection. He was not going to get it. The science section would carry the question alone into the engagement window. Kaya would not have a Volkova framework to work inside. The ISCA memo went into the drawer. The third sealed item was Verschuren's hand-typed personal note. 1 paragraph, selectric monospace, no letterhead. Captain, I have read your brief. The cleared parameter discharge was the only call you had against a first fire from a Tarvan-adjacent vessel, and the panel will not say so. I will. Your chief engineer's archive flag is on my desk. The framework gap is the authorities, not your engineering decks. We will work it from this side. You keep your bridge. Pause. F. Verschuren. Marcus read it twice. Verschuren had read Park's flag. She was saying so on the page, in the kind of sentence she only used when she wanted Marcus to know she had read the underlying thing and not the panel's summary. We will work it from this side. The "we" was Verschuren, and whoever Verschuren had been bringing into Geneva side conversations across her 23 years at the authority. And the "this side" was the side that had been carrying the gap before Marcus had ever taken the chair. Some part of the 11-day weight he had been carrying went out of his shoulders for the first time since the discharge. The personal note went into the drawer with the rest. The open-level traffic took the next interval. The routine acknowledgments, the read receipts, the procedural traffic, the captain signs and forwards without thinking. By the time he had cleared the queue, the morning's Geneva work was closed, and the personal mail pouch was the only thing on the desk that had not been opened. The deferral had been deliberate. Marcus recognized the deferral. He picked up the pouch and went to the cabin. The corridor between ready room and cabin was 30 seconds long. Marcus walked it more slowly than that, because the cabin was where the second weight of the morning was going to land, and he was not yet ready to be on the other side of having heard it. The corridor had Sawyer's penny whistle audible faintly from her cabin 2 doors past his. She was at the Carolyn's concerto she had been working at across the past week, and the 7th phrase was still landing wrong. A junior engineering crew passed Marcus carrying a piece of the broken coffee machine wrapped in a clean cloth. Liam's latest theory, the 3rd week of the drama. The crew member said Captain, and Marcus said the crew member's name back, which he was glad he could do without thinking. He had been working at the Resolute's crew roster the way he worked at any new command's roster, 4 names a day. Marcus stopped at the cabin door. The deferral had run its time. Inside, the cabin was as the Resolute's morning watch always left it. The bunk made flat. The console at standby. Brenda's coffee blend smell faint enough by now that he had stopped thinking of it as Brenda's and had started thinking of it as the cabin's. Marcus sat at the desk and opened the pouch. One paper letter from his mother. One voice packet from both his parents, recorded at the September Charleston dining room table. The paper letter first, one page in his mother's hand. Marcus, the September visit. I am at Charleston for 2 weeks. Your father has been at the Harbor Engineering office in the mornings. We have had lunch together every day. The consulting work has slowed. The Mount Pleasant Ferry has rearranged everything along the Upper Harbor, and the Maritime Engineering office is between contracts. He is steady. The Sunday walks have been good. He is walking the harbor tip route still. I joined him last Sunday. It was warm. The catfish from last night is in the refrigerator. I will send the recipe to Brenda if you want it. Your father says the Resolute's mess is already at the gold standard, so I will leave that with you. Both your grandmother and Brenda's grandmother were Charleston catfish women. The circle is small. I will be at the house through the end of the month. The biennial Geneva to Charleston trip is on the calendar for late November. Eat, sleep, walk where you grew up when you get home. We love you. Mama. Marcus folded the letter once and held it. He is steady, was his mother's sentence for the slowing his father had been working through across the past year and was now telling him about. She had buried it under the Mount Pleasant Ferry because she did not want him to carry it across light years. She had buried it shallow because she would not lie to him. His mother had walked the harbor with his father last Sunday. The Sunday walks had been his father's habit alone for 15 years. Marcus opened the voice packet on the console. The recording came up, the Charleston dining room sound he had grown up inside. The September air through the open kitchen window. The slight humidity in the room's reverb. His mother's chair at the table. A daze at the table. Marcus, we are at the table. The September visit. I am at Charleston for 2 weeks. Your father has been at the Harbor Engineering office in the mornings. We have had lunch together every day. He is at the table now. The catfish from last night is in the refrigerator if you want me to send the recipe to Brenda. Your father says the Resolute's mess is already at the gold standard, so I will leave that with you. Both your grandmother and Brenda's grandmother were Charleston catfish women. The circle is small. James, say something. A pause. His father took 3 seconds. Marcus knew the 3 seconds before they happened, his father's old pattern of finding the first sentence before opening his mouth. James Sr. at the table. Marcus, the harbor. Your mother told you about the September news. The new ferry runs to Mount Pleasant now. The maritime work has slowed. The consulting is steady. I have been at the office in the mornings. Walking the harbor on Sundays. You know how I am about my Sundays. Same route since 2178. Your mother joined me the Sunday before last. We did the harbor tip route. It was warm. The Mount Pleasant ferry is changing everything down there. I am keeping notes at home. Anyway, winding up, son. Your mother is here. A small rustle. His father handed it back. A daze. Marcus, the walks. You used to walk with your father when you were home. You have not walked with him since you commissioned in 2174. His record is good. The September walks have been good. He is steady. Be careful, Marcus. Call when you can. Your father wants to know about the array. I want to know that you are sleeping. Both questions. Yours to answer. Take care of yourself. Eat, sleep, walk where you grew up when you get home. We love you. Mama. The recording ended. Marcus played it again. His father's 3-second pause was sharper on the second listen. His father had been gathering himself, not just gathering the sentence. I am keeping notes at home. was the line his father had used to say the work had moved indoors. A third pass. Marcus paused it at his mother's line about being careful. The console waveform stopped at the syllable. He sat with it. His mother had asked him to call across her last 3 letters, each phrasing more direct than the previous. He had not called. He would not have called even if she had not asked, because the bridge required everything he had through the cruise window. But she was naming it now. She was telling him she could see the column. Both questions. Yours to answer. Take care of yourself. Eat, sleep. Walk where you grew up when you get home. We love you. Mama. The recording ended. Marcus played it again. His father's 3-second pause was sharper on the second listen. His father had been gathering himself, not just gathering the sentence. "I am keeping notes at home" was the line his father had used to say the work had moved indoors. A third pass. Marcus paused it at his mother's line about being careful. The console waveform stopped at the syllable. He sat with it. His mother had asked him to call across her last 3 letters, each phrasing more direct than the previous. He had not called. He would not have called even if she had not asked, because the bridge required everything he had through the cruise window. But she was naming it now. She was telling him she could see the column. Both questions. Yours to answer. Take care of yourself. Eat, sleep. Walk where you grew up when you get home. We love you. Mama. The recording ended. Marcus played it again. His father's 3-second pause was sharper on the second listen. His father had been gathering himself, not just gathering the sentence. "I am keeping notes at home" was the line his father had used to say the work had moved indoors. A third pass. Marcus paused it at his mother's line about being careful. The console waveform stopped at the syllable. He sat with it. His mother had asked him to call across her last 3 letters, each phrasing more direct than the previous. He had not called. He would not have called even if she had not asked, because the bridge required everything he had through the cruise window. But she was naming it now. She was telling him she could see the column. Both questions. Yours to answer. Take care of yourself. Eat, sleep. Walk where you grew up when you get home. We love you. Mama. The recording ended. Marcus played it again. His father's 3-second pause was sharper on the second listen. His father had been gathering himself, not just gathering the sentence. "I am keeping notes at home" was the line his father had used to say the work had moved indoors. A third pass. Marcus paused it at his mother's line about being careful. The console waveform stopped at the syllable. He sat with it. Both questions were her actual questions. Both questions were the older question she had taught him at 15 never to ask directly, whether the Resolute was carrying him or whether he was carrying it. Honestly answering the smaller questions would carry the older answer. That was the trick. Marcus did not call. He had known he would not call before he had opened the packet, and the knowing had not changed. The recording went into the cabin console's unprocessed folder. The folder held 3 other items already, voice notes from his mother he had not yet replied to. The folder's name was his own. He had named it at his first command, when the deferral had been smaller and the folder had still been a temporary thing, and he had kept the name as the deferral grew. The paper letter went onto the shelf beside the bunk. Marcus stood. The bridge was 30 seconds away. Marcus took the chair from Hannah at the noon transition. Reyes was at nav with a chart up on the side display and the heel of his hand at his jaw. He had the expression he wore when an astrogation revision was 3 minutes from clean and he did not want to be interrupted. Marcus did not interrupt. Kaya had been at the science section through the morning watch and was still there. The deep margin survey was producing spectral entries faster than the catalog's reference library could match them, and she had her secondary monitor at the comparison routine. Yuki, at comms, was reading what looked like David's morning relay letter at the corner of her console. She closed it when Marcus took the chair, and resumed the institutional traffic without speaking. The chair did not need her to speak. The afternoon ran as the Resolute's Deep Margin Fridays ran. Park came up from engineering at the second watch quarter with a printed calibration sheet and laid it at the captain's chair sidearm. Marcus read it, Marcus initialed. Park went back. Reyes finished his astrogation revision and started the next. Kaya made an audible at the science station 3 times across 2 hours, which the crew had learned to interpret as "the universe is being interesting." Vargas came up for his half-watch with Reyes. The two of them ran the Courier cycle prep for the day 56 outbound. Vargas asked Reyes a question about the second watch chess ladder. Reyes said, "Sorce is at first chair this week," and Vargas said, "Of course she is," and the two of them returned to the prep work. The bridge crew rotated. The Resolute held the survey approach. The corridor outside the bridge had Hamza Mahmoud carrying a tray of post-lunch dishes back to Brenda at the Galley, and the engineering deck's perpetually broken coffee machine could be heard hissing as Liam tried his 4th method that week. Marcus held the chair through the afternoon. He did not return to the ready room until the evening cycle. That evening, Hannah came into the ready room with the day's correspondence pouch. She had been at the rec hall briefly on her way up. Marcus could hear the projection wall's faint test pattern hum through the open ready room door behind her. The Saturday night movie tech already cycled up for tomorrow. Reyes had been at the rec hall with Vargas, going through the ISCA media library for the November selections. The corridor outside the rec hall had the small group from Hannah's Sunday reading drifting back from dinner. She placed the pouch on the desk. She did not sit. She did not look at the drawer. Hannah did look once at the cabin console across the corridor. The cabin door had been open since he had left it at the noon transition. The standby display showed the unprocessed folder's recent files list. The Day 51 voice packet was at the top. Hannah saw the folder. She did not ask. 3 acknowledgments, 1 note from Park. ISCA T response routed to your queue. The Park note. Top of the queue. Hannah opened the pouch for him. She brought the coffee pot from the small alcove beside the desk, black coffee, Brenda's evening blend, the pot Hannah had been bringing to the evening review since the Resolute's commissioning, and poured 2 cups. 1 for him, 1 across the desk at the second chair. Hannah sat. Marcus opened Park's note. Captain, ISCA T, Director Volkova, has attached the calibration drift flag to the Day 28 anomaly file as supplementary evidence. The drift will be reviewed within the same 90-day window. Engineering will continue monitoring. The drift has held at 0.2 to 0.3% across days 46 to 51. The archive's framework limit is confirmed but will not be reclassified before the ISCA-T response. Park, CE. Park was telling him the engineering watch was at the engineering watch and would stay there through the Volkova window. The line he was reading between was Park's because Park had been writing in that line for 3 weeks now. I am holding this. You do not need to carry it. The Park note went into the drawer. 6 items. Marcus worked the 3 acknowledgments at the desk. The 2 routine items were quick. The Courier cycle confirmation took a paragraph. Hannah drank her coffee at the second chair across the desk, slowly, in the way she had of staying without making the staying a presence. When the work was closed, Hannah stood. Outbound queue to Yuki at handover. Bridge at cruise. Night shift on time. Hannah moved to the door. She turned. Coffee, Captain? A beat. Marcus took the question for a second, then, please. Hannah came back, poured the second cup, placed it in front of him. She did not sit again. She walked back to the door. "I will see you in the morning." "Yes, Hannah." Hannah left. The wall channel ran at the low-volume bridge relay. The corridor outside carried the rec hall's faint movie night setup. Chairs being moved, someone laughing at something Reyes had said. The small junior crew choir Brenda had been forming for the Sunday sing-along running through down to the river one register too high and breaking off with shared embarrassment. The captain alone with the second cup of coffee. Marcus drank it slowly because he was not ready to leave the ready room. He had been holding a small list across the desk. Authority response received and supported. Verschuring personal note. ISCA 90-day window. Parks drift holding. Hannah's wordless evening. And the list had been getting longer all day. And he had not yet looked at it in one piece. The list was the day. The day was the chair he was sitting in. The coffee went cold by the last quarter cup. Marcus stood. The corridor to the cabin was 30 seconds. At the cabin desk, the unprocessed folder was still at the top of the recent files list. The morning's timestamp was still on it. He did not open the recording. The correspondence draft application opened to the unfinished reply Marcus had been carrying since day 23, 2 sentences. "Mama, the Resolute is steadier than I am. Walk the harbor for me on Sunday." Marcus placed the cursor at the end of the second sentence. He thought for a long time. He wrote 2 sentences. "Mama, the array is fine. I am sleeping." The cursor stopped. The day 23 pair had been a true thing. The Resolute is steadier than I am was the captain at the beginning of his command saying what he had been able to say at that point. Walk the harbor for me on Sunday was the son speaking to the father at the angle the son still knew how to use. The day 51 pair was not the same kind of thing. The array is fine, and Verschuren's note in the ready room drawer named the archive's framework limit at authority level. I am sleeping, and Hassan had his sleep tracker at 4 hours 48 minutes average across the past 11 days. Each day 51 sentence was a reassurance dressed in his mother's directness. She would read both as reassurance, because reassurance dressed in directness is what reassurance looks like when it is being offered by someone who does not yet know how to say what is actually going on. 32 days at the chair, and Marcus did not yet know how to say what was actually going on. He was not sure the saying was a thing he could send across the courier cycle to Charleston. Marcus saved the draft. He did not send. Marcus did not stand from the desk for some minutes more, because going to bed meant closing the day, and the day had ended at the answer the authority had supported, and the answer his mother had asked for, and only one of those answers had been the one he could provide. The cabin minimum lighting came up at the bunkside panel as he lay down. The Resolute's cruise hum carried through the deck plate. The family and the authority had both answered today. Neither was the answer Marcus had needed to give. Marcus slept. Chapter 15. The Twin Processing. Hannah came onto the bridge before the morning watch, and the watch was already shaping itself around her. Crew's hum at the deck plate, bridge lights at the inner watch setting, bulkhead displays running their slow, accumulated sweep. LT Asar at the second chair, log open. Reyes had not yet arrived. Liam Chen was at the engineering relay, holding the seat until Castillo took it. Marcus stood as Hannah came forward. He had been at the chair since the small hours by Asar's log. The small bottom-of-the-list item Asar had keyed, not flagged, the entry that said Captain to bridge with no follow. Hannah. His voice had the night in it. Night was clean. Reyes at nav until 02. Lindquist at science. Liam on the engineering relay. Survey approach continued at cruise. Kaya will be at the section at 06. Yes, Captain. You have the chair. I have the chair. Marcus turned. He stopped at the bulkhead threshold for half a second. Not a pause, not quite. Just the small drag where his weight transferred, and went off the bridge. Hannah put her hand on the XO console edge in the way she had taught it to rest, and her right thumb tapped once against the console, very lightly, on the down curve where the manual jack used to be in earlier hull classes. Asar had the handoff ready. Hannah took it, read the night log, signed it, keyed the routing for the morning manifest. Liam at engineering glanced at her once. The junior officer's check-the-room habit Park had not yet trained out of him, and went back to his board. Asar gathered her stylus and data slate and walked off bridge. Reyes arrived with a coffee in his left hand and his nav tablet under his right elbow. Hannah. Tomas, the course. Reyes set the coffee on the nav station ledge and brought the tablet up at the console. Approach holding. Standard cycle on the survey vector. Kaya's revised spectral window opens at 9:40 if she keeps to last night's plot. I have her 3 options. We will be ready. Castillo took the engineering relay, a steady reliever. Liam had handed him a clean board and a single note about the secondary stack's recovery curve, which Park had been watching for days and had not made a thing of. Yuki arrived at comms with the Courier cycle confirmation already drafted for the Day 56 outbound run. Yuki caught Hannah's eye across the bridge and held up the slate. Hannah nodded. Yuki brought it over. XO, Day 56 cycle. Outbound queue is at 22 personal items and 11 institutional. I have the routing checked. All right. Hannah scanned the slate, signed it, keyed it back to Yuki. Captain's queue. Captain's queue. Yuki went back to comms. At 9:14, Park's engineering channel opened. Park's voice came across the bridge speaker, dry and flat. XO. Pressure spike on the secondary stack's harmonic coil bus. 0.2 seconds. Consistent with the post-engagement recovery pattern. Logging. Logged, Park. Castillo has it on his board. We will watch it. The channel closed. Castillo made a small adjustment on his console, and a small note in his log, and no comment to anyone. The bridge moved on. 12 days past day 40, the Resolute still running the small backwash of the engagement through her systems. Hannah had stopped flinching at the engineering pings days ago. She read them now the way she read the morning manifest. Mid-morning, Reyes walked from Nav to the XO station. He brought the tablet with him. Reyes did not sit. He stood at the console's right side and waited until the bridge ambient was its own sound again. Yuki keying something at comms, Kaya's quiet conference with her 2 junior science officers, Castillo's slow scroll through the engineering relay. Then Reyes spoke, at a pitch that did not carry past the 2 of them. Hannah, the calibration drift. Go. It has held at the 0.2 to 0.3 band since day 46. The ISCA cross consult sits in their 90-day queue. My read. Reyes paused. His hands were doing the precise thing they did when he was building a navigation problem in his head, not the gestural thing they did when he was excited. I am preparing my nav cycle to accommodate the possibility of sustained drift operation. The engineering archive's recovery curve assumes baseline. The Resolute's actual state is no longer at that baseline. I am running a private cross-check. What kind of cross-check? My nav cycle against the actual drift accumulation, not the archive's assumed baseline. I want to see the spread between the cataloged recovery and the Resolute's recovery. If they diverge meaningfully, I want to know before the bridge does. Reyes was working a problem. His brown eyes had the bright before the dark in them, not anxious. This was the Reyes Vasquez had named in the folder. Filing it with anyone? Not yet. It is in my head only. I will bring it to the captain when the engineering archives baseline proves inadequate. It has not. The Resolute is at cruise. All right, Tomas, carry the cross-check. Bring it when it matters. Yes, Hannah. Reyes went back to Nav, set the tablet down, picked up the coffee he had left at the ledge, drank half of it in one swallow, and bent over his board. Hannah looked at the point on the ceiling, the spot where the secondary structural support met the main bulkhead, the small fixed mark she had been using since the Daedalus, and then her hand returned to the console edge. Marcus came back to the bridge mid-morning. He had eaten something. Hannah could read it in the way his shoulders sat. Brenda had probably done the eating for him work. She fixed the captain's standing problem at the table by putting a plate where his hand had to find it. Hannah. Captain, cruise, survey approach holding. Reyes at nav with the day's plot. Kaya's spectral window at 0940 ran clean. Engineering logged a 0.2-second spike on the secondary stack's harmonic coil bus at 0914, consistent with the recovery pattern. Park has it. Castillo is watching. Good. Day 56 Courier cycle confirmation is in your queue. Noted. Hannah handed off the chair. Marcus took it the way he took it now, leaning rather than sitting, his right hand on the armrest in the resting position the night shift had stopped commenting on. In the corridor, she passed a piece of music she had not expected. Syor's penny whistle from her cabin 2 corners down. 3 notes of something Connemara, then nothing. The bulkhead closed it. Hannah finished her treadmill rotation late in the afternoon, day 53. Hannah had run the 19-year incline pattern. She had been alone on the gymnasium floor for 40 minutes, the late afternoon low-traffic window, and the Resolute's small gym had given her the privacy it usually did. The engineering hands ran in the mornings, the bridge crew ran in the early evenings, the slot between belonged to no one, and Hannah had claimed it for the deployment. She wiped down the treadmill, racked the towel, and stepped out into the gymnasium corridor. Hassan was on the bench outside the gym door. Hannah, sit. Hannah sat. Hassan had a small carafe from her cabin and 2 cups. Hassan had been at the bench for about 7 minutes by the look of the tea, Egyptian style with cardamom, the carafe Lila had sent in 2189. Hassan poured Hannah's cup at the temperature Hannah drank it, her own cooler. The corridor was quiet. The engineering hands' evening turnover had not started. The rec hall noise was 4 corridors away and did not reach here. Hassan drank her tea. How is he? Hannah let the question sit, the half-second she let any question sit while she decided what part of it she was answering. He read the Verschuren memo and listened to the Adaze voice packet on the same day. He has not replied to either. He has been sleeping at 4.8 hours a night across the past 2 weeks, the floor on his tracker. Hannah drank the tea. The cardamom was warm and Cairo, and not the Resolute. He has not slid further. He has not eased. His bridge station heart rate average, 8% above baseline. Hassan drank her own tea. The silver bracelet at her right wrist caught the corridor light. He will not collapse this week, Hannah. He will collapse in 3 to 5 weeks. Hannah set the cup down. I know. The 2 of them sat with the sentence. 12 seconds. A pair of medical deck crewmen passed at the far end of the corridor, one telling the other something about Tessa Reyna's plans for the November movie selection. The voices fell away through the bulkhead curve. Somewhere behind a galley bulkhead, Brenda was calling someone honey. The Resolute's daily Charleston transmission, Not the words, only the warmth of it. "He'll do what Vasquez wrote in the folder," Hassan said. "He'll raise his voice at someone he respects. He'll pause. He'll recover. He'll write the note that night." "You have read the folder?" "I have." Hassan turned her cup once between her palms. "Vasquez gave me a duplicate at her cabin briefing on day 19. Page 5, item 1. You will collapse at approximately day 90. Hassan will be there. Hama will be there. Trust both. Do not collapse alone." Vasquez was within 5 weeks of accuracy. The day 90 prediction will fall at approximately day 107 once you account for the post-day 51 stress accumulation. And the recipient? Reyes. Hana nodded. She had thought so. She had not quite let herself think so, which was the same as having thought so and waited for someone else to say it. "The tactical instinct that mirrors the chair's recklessness," Hassan said. "Marcus will raise his voice at him. Reyes will receive without comment. He'll recover cleanly. Reyes already knows. He has read Vasquez's note in page 2. Tactical instinct, institutional break. The two are not the same officer. Reyes is prepared. You have prepared Reyes." "Not directly. Vasquez prepared the senior staff before she went. Park read the note. Reyes read the note. Kaya read the note. Each senior officer has access to a folder reference. Vasquez prepared us before Marcus had read page 5 himself. 48 hours ago, Hana had brought Marcus a coffee in the ready room and watched him not look at the cabin console across the corridor where the unprocessed folder timestamp was visible. He had not commented. She had not commented. They had been doing this for years before this deployment. "Amira," Hana said. "The day 21 envelope. The instruction to be the second person in the room when the Verschuren memo arrived. I did it. The day 21 envelope was Vasquez. The folder page 5 is Vasquez also. She prepared both of us." "She prepared all of us." Hassan was looking at the bulkhead opposite, not at Hana. "The senior staff is what Vasquez left him. And he does not know?" "He does not. He will not, in this. The folder page 5 will reach him at the usual cycle. The preparation stays underneath until the pattern requires it." Hana thought of Marcus's hand on the ready room desk drawer 2 evenings ago. The way he had closed it without putting anything in or taking anything out. He had been at page 3 of Vasquez's folder for 11 days. Hana knew the rhythm of his reading by the rhythm of his closures. "I will be there," she said. "So will I." The two of them sat for another 2 minutes. They drank the rest of the tea. 2 engineering hands passed at the corridor's far end. One was laughing at something the other had said. Liam Chen and Castillo, maybe, or someone from Vargas's watch. The laughter was the Resolute's evening sound. And it was the Resolute sound in particular because the laugh had stopped at the corner and continued in a lowered register, the way hands learn to laugh on a working ship. They had not stopped finding things funny, only learned to choose where the funny things landed. Hassan stood, gathered the carafe and the 2 cups. "I have to be at the bay. Eat something this evening, Hana." "All right." Hassan walked off toward the medical bay deck lift. The carafe held the way she always held it. Hana sat on the bench for 90 seconds more, then went to her cabin to shower and dress for the evening watch. Saturday, day 54, was movie night, and Hana did not attend. Brenda had selected the September run, and tonight the rec hall was running an early 21st century thing with Sandra Bullock. Hana had heard Reyes ask Vargas in the corridor whether the film had a heist in it. Vargas had said yes, Reyes had said acceptable, and that was the conversation. Hana read in her cabin. The film hummed across the deck plates faintly from 2 corridors away, and ended late with a small surge of corridor noise, the rec hall crowd dispersing. Reyes audibly arguing with someone about an outcome, Brenda's voice rising once at, "That is not what that scene was about, honey," a thin laughter trailing through the bulkhead. Sunday morning came with Brenda's choir running down to the river to pray through the galley alcove. Hannah was at her cabin desk on her second coffee, weak, black, the way she preferred, and the way the rest of the bridge had never quite understood. And the hymn came along the corridor at the volume it always came along the corridor. Hamza Mahmood's tenor was carrying, Tessa Reyna's alto under it. Hannah liked the singing without attending. The religious frame was not hers, but the sound was part of the ship now, the way the crew's hum was. Sunday evening, Hannah ran the reading group in the rec hall. Middlemarch, the chapter where Lydgate begins to understand what he has chosen by marrying Rosamond. Slowly, in the way only Elliot does slowly. 6 crew were there. Yuki off shift, David not yet having replied to her morning relay, Vargas because Reyes had said try it, Liam Chen on his 4th visit. Hannah read. She did not editorialize the prose. The group ended the way it always ended. Yuki said afterward without saying anything, then gathered her teacup and the small dish she had brought from the galley alcove and went. Monday, day 55, was routine. Reyes plotted a small course adjustment Kaya had requested. Park's engineering channel did not ping. Castillo's relay reported the secondary stack at 99.1% available draw. The wardroom Aeolus model on the long table by the porthole, when Hannah passed it that afternoon, had acquired a small painted detail at the medical bay corridor. Someone had added a single gray painted figure at the medical bay door this week, very small, half the size of Hassan's figure at the bay interior. The new figure was Circe, Hannah thought. Hassan would not have added a second figure of herself. The model was finishing itself slowly by accumulation. The wardroom convention was working. Tuesday evening, Hannah came back to her cabin. Hannah had eaten at the long table tonight, Tessa Reyna and Hamza Mahmood at her right. She preferred the long table on weekday evenings when she could. The junior officer texture, the senior officer table at lunch, and the long table at evening. Brenda had known the pattern since commissioning and seated the long table accordingly. Tessa had been describing her sister's wedding in Manila, planned for late November next year, and Hannah had listened the way Hannah listened, without prompting, without joke, fully present. Hamza had brought a small wooden figure to the table and given it to Tessa wordlessly. A small dancing figure, the carving precise at the skirt's fold. And Tessa had taken it with both hands and said, "Hamza," in a way that landed at the table as the only word required. In her cabin, Hannah showered. Then she sat at her desk. The drawer at the desk's right-hand position held 11 letters from her father, arranged by date. The 2186 one at the 8th position. Hannah placed her right hand on the drawer pull and held it there. The drawer opened. The 8th letter was where she had left it. 1 page in Richard Whitfield's hand. Portland return address, top right corner, in his small, careful print. The paper had the weight her father's letters always had. He had bought a specific stationery from the Marine Supply Company across the street from his business, and used it for 30 years. The 11 letters in her drawer were all on that paper, in that hand. Hannah removed the letter and closed the drawer. The reading happened at the desk. Hannah, your mother and I have been reading the newsletter reports about your second deployment on the Daedalus. We are reading between the lines. We are proud of how you handle being far from home. You have been at this for 10 years. The distance has become your working life. We read through the newsletter, and we read what is underneath. The underneath is what we are proud of. Your father, Richard. Hannah read it twice and placed it on the desk. She did not return it to the drawer immediately. Her father, then Marcus. The letter had been written from Portland in 2186 when she was 26 and on the Daedalus. Richard had been alive when Hannah boarded the transport in February 2189. He was dead when she landed in Portland in March 2189. The letter on the desk had reached her on the Daedalus 22 days after he wrote it. She had not responded. She had meant to. The next week, and the next week, and the next, and the years had taken her without her noticing. And then her father had died. And now she had 8 years of having meant to write back, and never having written back. The letter sat on her desk, and the gap sat beside it. The other distances stayed unenumerated. The cabin held its small ordinary things, the ambient hum at the deck plate, the jar of marine supply-grade salt on the shelf above her desk, the light at minimum setting because she had not turned it up since coming in. Hannah picked up the letter, held it for a moment, returned it to the drawer at the 8th position, closed the drawer. The cabin console opened to the correspondence draft application. The Day 56 outbound queue accepted personal mail until 2200 ship time tomorrow. Yuki's slate that morning had said 22 personal items already in queue. The senior officers had already keyed in their Charleston-bound and Lagos-bound and Cairo-bound and Galway-bound and Vancouver-bound items. The Resolute's small Saturday night writing being the largest weekly fact of the ship after the watches. To Michael, then. Michael. The photograph from the late August beach trip arrived on day 49. Sam's grin at the sandcastle is everything. The Resolute is at the deep margin survey. We have had one engagement. You would have read about it in the newsletter. It says what it says. We have had no further engagements. We expect more. The senior staff is steady. The captain is steady. I am steady. Hannah paused at the line break. Sam was 7. Lily was 5. Maya was a year and a few months. Michael had sent the new tooth photograph in the spring Courier. Maya propped at Maria's elbow, a single tooth and a fierce small face. The letter continued. Tell Sam her aunt sends a hug. Tell Maya her aunt sends a hug. Tell Lily her aunt sends a hug. Tell Maria her sister-in-law sends a hug. I will write again next week. Hannah. Hannah sent it to the outbound queue and closed the console. The Day 56 Courier would route it earthbound at the standard cycle. Michael would have it on the Oregon Pacific Marine Research Institute relay within 38 days. The cabin at minimum lighting. The Resolute's ambient hum. The drawer closed. The jar of salt on the shelf. The bone clip taken from her pocket and set on the small dish where Hannah kept it at night. Hannah lay down at 21:48 and thought, briefly, about the long table, Tessa's sister's wedding in November, Hamza's carved figure, the warmth a working ship made for itself when nothing was on fire. Marcus at the chair. Weeks since the senior staff lunch in the first days out. The Resolute had had her first engagement since then. The archive limit had surfaced. The day 107 mark was in Hassan's reading. Her father's letter in the drawer, where it had been for 8 years. The underneath was what he had been proud of. Hannah had not been able to write back to that and did not know whether she ever would. The letter sat. The gap sat. The sentence she had not written stood there in the cabin with the rest of her work. Hannah slept. Chapter 16. The Galley Wakes. Sorcy came into the medical bay early, day 60, and the bay was already running. Hassan was at the primary station, her teacup at her elbow. The cot lights were on the low amber morning setting. The diagnostic array hummed at the corner. The bay smelled of antiseptic and of Hassan's Egyptian coffee from the ceramic flask she had brought down. The silver bracelet at her right wrist caught the cot light as she turned the screen. Sorcy. Good morning, doctor. The day's caseload. Hassan did not look up. Tanegawa at A1, medium pause. Sign off, 5 minutes. Castillo at A2, medium pause. Routine physical, 15. 3 follow-ups. Liam Chen at 0900 for the wrist. 3 routine physicals across the morning. Yes, doctor. Tanegawa and the records this morning. Castillo is yours. Hassan keyed the assignment through. The screen split. Sorcy went to the cot. A1 Yuki Tanegawa had her right hand up before Sorcy reached her. The day 40 burn healed. The skin pink at the edges and clean across the palm. She flexed the hand and watched her own knuckles. MT2 burn. Sorcy took the hand at the wrist. The hand was warm. The pink had gone the right way. The new skin was at full elasticity. The small ridges that had stayed at week 3 had smoothed. A1 Tanegawa. The record is closed. If anything comes back across the next 6 weeks, itch, tightness, sensitivity at heat, return for follow-up. Otherwise, I am not asking to see this hand. Arigato. You are welcome. Tanegawa swung off the cot and went out. Sorcy teed the record closed. The file slid into the post-engagement archive. The records work ran through the morning watch. A Linnerud post-shift sleep flag Park had countersigned. One of Brenda's Galley assistants who had cut her thumb at the breadboard. A routine entry from comms. The closures went through. An hour into the work, Hassan turned from the primary station and said her name once, not loudly. Sorcy. Sorcy came to the primary station. Hassan had the engineering deck weekly running on her left screen and the Tanegawa file open on her right. You closed Tanegawa. Yes, doctor. The hand is... I read your note. Hassan brought up a subscreen Sorcy had not opened. Her pulse ox this morning was at 96.8. Last week's was at 98.4. The 2-week average is at 97.9. The trend is real, and the trend is not the hand. Sorcy stood at the primary station. Her own breath did the small thing it did when she had missed something. She had checked the file. She had checked the hand. She had not pulled the pulse ox trend, because the case had been closed for 2 weeks operationally. This morning was the sign-off. I missed it. It would not have shown up at the cot. The cot, read, is reading the wound. The pulse ox trend is on the 3rd tab, and the 3rd tab was closed because the case was closed. Hassan was looking at the screen with her own face on the diagnostic problem, not at her. It is the trend that matters. Call her back. Yes, doctor. Tell her it is precautionary. 2-week pulse ox check. Bring her to me at 1400. Yes, doctor. Was it? I do not know yet. Hassan brought up the secondary bay atmosphere logs. The day 40 Cascade burnt her hand. It also vented a small volume of insulation gas. Park sealed at 6 minutes. 3 engineering hands were in that volume. Tanegawa, Rios, Castillo. The other 2 are due for the same screening. I had been carrying the question. The Tanegawa trend is the answer. The bay's air handler shifted to its mid-morning setting. Sorcy did not move. It is not the burn. Hassan nodded once and keyed the screening protocol through to Sorcy's console. Full pulmonary screen on all 3 this afternoon. Confidentially, I do not want this on the engineering deck rumor cycle before I have a read. You will run the screens with me. Yes, doctor. Sorcy, the closure was correct against the case as written. The case was written too narrow. Hassan's right hand was at her own bracelet briefly. I should have flagged the trend at the file open this morning. You are not the only person who missed it. Yes, doctor. Recall Tanegawa. Prepare A3 for Rios. I want all 3 screened before the watch rotates. Yalla. Sayorsi went to the secondary station and keyed Tanagawa's recall. The confirmation came back shortly after. She opened Castillo's file before he came in. Liam came in for his appointment. The wrist was on the cot before Sayorsi asked. Third visit, the column had put him on the cot again. The tape was waiting. He had a small gray smear at his temple Park had not pointed out. The jade ring on his right index finger caught the cot light. Sayorsi. Liam. She took the wrist at the joint. The swelling was less than last time. How many times this week? Twice. You said the lift this week. Park needed me on the access at 06. I took the column. You took the column at 06, and now you are on my cot before 9? She started the tape. Every shift you climb the column, it takes the wrist. The lift gets you there. In 9 minutes, the column in 3. And the wrist is on my cot. Will I have you here on day 63? Liam smiled into the cot-side instrument tray. Hoisi, probably. Then the lift on day 64. She finished the tape. The join held. All right, go. Liam stood. The gray smear was still at his temple. Sayorsi did not point it out. She walked him to the door. He went back along the corridor toward the Deck 6 lift. By mid-morning, Sorsi handed the secondary station to Hassan for the rotation. The Tanagawa recall was set at 1400. The screening protocol was open. The corridor outside the bay smelled of the air handler's mid-morning shift and the faint trace of Brenda's bread from the galley one deck up. She had missed the trend. Hassan had named it. The work absorbed the missing by becoming the next correct thing. Day 63, Wednesday. Sorsa was at the senior NCO table at the side of the mess hall, Brenda's domain. Hamza Mahmoud was at the table, his apron rolled at the elbows. Brenda was bringing a covered dish from the counter. Tessa was at the plating station running the floor. The mess hall was at Wednesday lunch volume, 30 crew across the long tables. Vargas with Liam and 2 engineering hands, Yuki at the far end. The piano at the rec hall's far end was visible through the corridor opening, nobody at the keys. Brenda set the dish at the middle of the table. Her hands were dusted in flour at the knuckles. The wedding band was on her left ring finger today. The top of the bread had cracked across the X cut at the center, the way the Galway loaf was supposed to crack. Soysa, honey, the soda bread. Brenda, try it. The recipe is from Neom O'Brien, a galley supervisor I worked with on the Daedalus. She was Galway. She gave me the recipe in 2188 before her retirement. I have been iterating for 2 weeks. Soysa took a piece. Warm. Dense the way the Galway loaf was dense, crumb tight, crust thick. The slight sour the buttermilk brought. The wheat at the right weight. She tasted it. She closed her eyes for a moment. Brenda, this is the Galway bread. She opened her eyes. Where in Galway was Neom O'Brien from? Salt Hill. My grandmother knew a Neom O'Brien. She taught at the Salt Hill Primary in the 2140s. Same person? Brenda's mouth shifted at the corner. Probably. Neom mentioned a Connemara grandmother of one of her students. She taught the soda bread recipe to the grandmother at a parent-teacher evening. The grandmother said her flour was wrong. Neom sent her the correct flour the next week. She told me this at her retirement. She had been carrying the parent-teacher evening for 40 years. Myra Sweeney. That would have been the name. The table held still. Hamza, who had been quiet, set down his fork. Brenda did not move. Her hands were on the table at the edge of the dish. Have mercy, Brenda said softly. 2 degrees across 2 generations and the Atlantic and 3 light years, and the Galway bread is at the Resolute table. 2 generations and the Atlantic, Sorsa said. And my grandmother is still asking my mother to write to her about the flour. Brenda laughed, the low, warm one. Tell your grandmother the flour is correct here. I requested it on the day 32 Courier. It arrived on day 56. This is the first batch. This is the Connemara flour. It is. Hamza took a piece. He chewed slowly. It is good. Denser than the Galley bread. It is supposed to be, Soisa said. My grandmother makes it once a week on Sundays. She slices across the X-cut, butters the warm slice, eats it standing at the kitchen window. My grandfather used to eat it the same way. The window looks at Cleggan Bay. Hamza watched her across his slice. AOC? Soisi paused. The AOC she did not surface. Hamza had asked at the Recal card game last week, lightly, when Vargas had been telling a story about his great-uncle's Bogotá Altiplano ghost. Soisi had said one sentence then and let the conversation move on. He had remembered. Soisi broke another piece of the bread. The AOC, the fairies, side people, the Irish word for them. They live in the landscape. My grandmother believes, my mother believes a little, I do not believe, and I respect. They are not creatures, they are presences. The Connemara coast catalogues them. ISCA would catalog them as folklore. My grandmother would call them neighbors. Brenda's hands had gone still. The institution catalogues, Brenda said. The home remembers. Soisi looked at her. I have heard a version of that conversation from 12 crew across my enlistment, sweetheart. Different presences, different homes. Charleston has its own. My grandmother had the harbor stories, the ones that were not for the visitors. The institution catalogs those too if you go looking. The home keeps the version the institution misses. Yes. Brenda sat down. The wedding band caught the light when she pulled the chair in. My grandmother had a fish fry on Cumberland Street, Esther's. The institution would call it a 1980s family business. My grandmother would call it the table where you ate when you came home from the docks at 5 and could not face your own kitchen yet. Hamza, after a beat. Detroit had the Egyptian-American Community Church basement, my mother's mother. The institution called it a community resource. We called it Friday. Soisi held the piece in her hand and did not eat it for a moment. She had grown up between two registers, the Galway City English her teachers used at Colaista Iognad, and the Connemara Irish her grandmother used at the cottage. They were not the same language. Go rive Mayagat, Brenda. You are welcome, sweetheart. Tessa came over with a small bowl of jjigae. Park's leftover Brenda had held in the refrigerator. Tessa had her hair tied at the working knot, a small gray smudge of grease at the second knuckle from the trolley wheel. Soisi, Hamza, the bread. Soisi pushed the dish toward her. Tessa took a piece, ate half of it standing, sat down with the other half beside the jjigae. The talk went to mess hall texture for 20 minutes. Tessa's sister Joanna's wedding in Manila late November next year. The dress had arrived at the Reyna House in East L.A. the week before deployment. Carolina had sent a photograph. Brenda had questions about the menu. Tessa had answers. Hamza listened with his eyes at whoever was speaking. Soisi stood. Hamza's small nod. Tessa's gracias. Brenda. Soisi. Tell your grandmother the flour is correct. I will. Sciorsi went out through the long table corridor. Vargas raised a hand from the third long table. She lifted hers back. The silver bracelet at her left wrist warmed under her thumb as she walked. She arrived at the bay before the Tanigawa recall. Hassan was already at the primary station. Day 67, evening. Soisi came down the corridor from the junior officer block with 3 teacups balanced on a small tray Brenda had given her at the galley counter. Brenda had brewed the late evening pot herself. Soisi had asked for 3 cups. Brenda had not asked who. The rec hall had the post-dinner quiet. A dozen crew across the room, the projection wall down, the upright piano at the far end with nobody at the keys. The card game corner was at the alcove, low table, 4 chairs, the leaderboard chalk-marked beside the chess set. Vargas was at the table already. Liam was on the chair to Vargas's right, his left wrist out of the tape now and resting at the chair's arm. The jade ring caught the light when he reached for the cup Sorcy set down. Sorcy. Diego. Liam. You brought tea. Vargas took his cup. The deck of cards was at his right hand at the table corner. Brenda's late pot? Yes. Acceptable. Liam laughed. Reyes would approve. Reyes would have called Vargas dramatic for repeating it. Sorcy sat in the third chair. Liam, your wrist. Recovering. The lift this week. Per the medical bay direction. Sorcy smiled at the cut pattern phrasing. Deal. Vargas dealt 5-card draw. Small stakes, chips made from engineering offcuts Liam had brought up in week 2. Vargas drew 3. Sorcy drew 2. Liam stayed at his 5. He had been working on the slow, careful read for 3 weeks since Vargas had given him a paperback on poker strategy. 3 sticky tabs at the trick pattern chapter. Sorcy had seen the book on his bunk shelf. Liam played the 4 of hearts. Vargas the 7. Sorcy the 9. Vargas took it. Liam, Vargas was laughing. You held the 4 for the 3rd trick. The 4th trick is the better play. You played the 4 at the 3rd. I read about it. The 4th trick pattern is supposed to be the higher yield. It is. You held the 4 for the 3rd anyway. I was holding for the trick after. There is no trick. Sorcy. Liam, you are studying poker like an engineering manual. I am. And the results are slow, Vargas said. They are. Sorcy set her cup down. Liam, stop reading the book. I want to be better at this. Stop reading the book and you will be better at this. You are an engineer. You have read enough about the game. Play the game. Liam looked at her. The smile at the corner of his mouth was the one he had at the engineering deck when Park had told him something obvious. All right, Sorcy. The card game continued. Vargas dealt again. Sorcy won the hand. Liam folded early. The favors pile at Vargas's elbow grew by 1 stub. 3 hands later, Vargas stood. Cabin break. 8 minutes. Do not deal without me. We will not deal without you, Liam said. Vargas put his hand briefly on Sorcy's shoulder as he passed and went out the corridor toward deck 3. The rec hall held its quiet. A pair of engineering hands at the far end were playing a slow guitar piece. Somebody had picked up the rec hall guitar. A blues pattern, not loud, the kind of song 2 people played to each other across a table at the end of a shift. Liam turned his cup in his hands. The jade ring caught the cup's rim. He did not speak. Sciorsa. Yes. Your grandmother. Sciorsa looked at him. Hassan mentioned at the morning brief that your family has been writing about her health. I was at the engineering relay. I overheard. I was not meant to hear it. Park heard and did not say anything to me. I have been carrying the question for 2 days. Sciorsa held the cup. The bracelet was at her wrist. Her thumb came briefly to the silver. She has been ill across the past 3 months. The family has not asked me to come home. I could not come home if they did. 30 days minimum for the transit. The family understands the maths. The distance. Yes. She turned the cup. Hannah called it the distance gap. She had used it with Hassan in the corridor. Hassan brought it to the brief. The senior staff has been using it. It fits. Yes. The 2 of them sat with it. Liam was looking at the chess set across the alcove. The wooden pieces his grandfather had sent him from Shanghai at the deployment departure. She is 83, Sciorsa said. She gave me the bracelet at the departure. I have been writing every week. She does not write back herself anymore. She dictates in Irish to my mother, who writes it out in English with the Irish phrases left in. The community medical service in Connemara has the diabetes and the age things. She is at the cottage. She has the kitchen window. She has the Sunday bread. Liam nodded. You will not be there when she— No, Sciorsa said it plainly. I will not. The bracelet will be. The letters will be. She said the distance is what Connemara has always known. Her own brother emigrated to Boston in 2048. He did not come back before their mother passed in 2052. The distance has been in our family since before the family had a word for space. It is the same shape. Yes. She did not want me to come home. She wrote it in the second letter. Amwernin, na tar awale almoshonsa. My love, do not come home for me, Sciorsa said the Irish quietly. She has the right to send me out. I have to be the one she sent. Liam held his cup. He did not say anything. The blues piece at the far end of the rec hall finished one phrase and started another at a slightly slower pace. Sciorsa. Yes. I am sorry. Gora bai mehagat, Liam. Liam did not ask anything else. Vargas came back inside his 8 minutes. He sat down, he picked up the cards, he dealt the next hand. Liam played without the book in his head. He won the trick. Vargas raised an eyebrow. There it is. Sciorsa smiled into her cup. The game closed near the end of the watch. Vargas took the chips with a small flourish. 3 favors, he would call them across the week. Liam stood. He stretched the wrist. The wrist held. He picked up the chess set. Sciorsa. The ladder. Tomorrow. I will bring the clock. The 3 of them went out, Vargas peeling off at the Deck 4 lift, Liam and Sciorsa continuing down the junior officer corridor toward their own block on Deck 3. The corridor had the crew's quiet of the Resolute's late evening, the air handler's low draw, the bulkhead's hum, the faint clatter 2 decks up where Brenda was closing the kitchen with Hamza for the night. Hamza's cabin was 4 doors down from Sciorsa's. As they passed it, she caught the faint mineral smell of cedar shavings. Hamza at his desk, carving, the work his hands wanted when the galley closed. A small wooden figure had appeared on the long table corner last week without commentary. Reyes had picked it up and called it acceptable. Liam stopped at his own door, 2 down from hers. Sciorsa. Liam. The lift tomorrow. Sciorsa held up the wrist. She tapped her own. Liam went in. The door closed. Sciorsa keyed her own door open. Bunk, desk, the small shelf with the penny whistle she had set there on day 2. The photograph of her grandmother at the kitchen window in Connemara pinned to the bulkhead at eye level. The Connemara silver in the small dish on the desk where she put her watch at night. The cabin at minimum lighting. The Resolute's ambient hum at the deck plate. Sciorsa sat on the bunk. The bracelet was at her left wrist. She touched it. The silver was warm from her own skin, and cool at the edge where the Celtic knot turned. Her grandmother had taken it off her own wrist at the departure dock at Shannon 4 months ago, and put it on Sciorsa's. Meyer had said, "The distance is what we know," and "The bread keeps for a week if you wrap it right," and "Send word when you have a window." The penny whistle stayed on the shelf. The Carolyn tune's 4th phrase had not come clean for 3 weeks. Tonight it would not come at all. She let it be. The letter to her grandmother could wait until tomorrow. The day 72 Courier had the window. Sciorsa lay down. The air handler shifted to the deep night setting. The corridor was quiet. Hamza had stopped carving. Liam's door was closed. Somewhere, 2 decks up, Brenda's last galley light was still on. Somewhere on the bridge, Marcus was at the chair or standing beside it. Sayurse closed her eyes. Chapter 17. The Open Door. Hassan was at the primary station before the Deck 6 lights had stepped up from the inner watch amber. The bay's morning diagnostic hum was steady at the corner. The 4 cots were empty. Her small Egyptian carafe sat of her elbow with the first pour cooling. The silver bracelet at her right wrist caught the cot light when she keyed the senior staff biometric review open. The cycle ran every 14 days. Today was the cycle day. Sorcy came in a few minutes after 6, hair braided down her back, the night's records already pulled on a slate. She set the slate at the secondary station and went to the coffee station for her own cup before saying anything. Doctor. Sorcy. The day's caseload. Hassan keyed the assignment screen across. 3 records to close. Castillo at 09 for the senior NCO physical, that's yours. Rios's handburn final sign-off, Castillo's forearm sign-off. Liam Chen at 10 on the wrist, 3rd week of the lift accommodation. Yes, doctor. I will be at the record review until 11. Sorcy went to her station. She had a way of taking instruction that didn't require performance. The yes, doctor was the whole of the acknowledgement, and the day's work began at the next breath. Hassan had learned the rhythm across 6 months and had stopped commenting on it. Sorcy had the discipline. The discipline had a name in Connemara, and Hassan had not asked what. The senior staff review came up. Hannah Whitfield, 6.2 hours, heart rate +2, baseline. Thomas Reyes, 5.6 hours, heart rate +5, the left shoulder pre-evaluation signature holding to its cycle, the re-evaluation window 3 weeks out. James Park, 5 hours, sustained 4-day pattern. He had been at the engineering deck bunk room more nights than at his cabin since the day 41 calibration spike. Nothing she had not seen before from him. Kaya Moran, 5.4 hours, variable. The 14-hour science section days alternating with the catch-up nights. Kwezi, 8.0. Yuki Tanaka Ross, 6.4. The steadiest sleeper on the senior staff. The numbers were what they were. Marcus Cole was at the top. Sleep 4.8 hours per night average across the past 14 days. Slight slide from the 5.0 he had stabilized at after the day 33 inflection. Bridge station heart rate +8% baseline. Breakfast skipped 4 of 14 mornings. Ship walk extended 22 minutes from deployment open average. Voice stress tick at the consonant doubling. The Charleston rhythm thickening when the watch ran long. She had caught it at the bridge handover Tuesday past. The shape of the pattern was familiar. Vasquez in 2188 on the Daedalus had read the same. Hassan had been Vasquez's physician then. Sayursa passed the primary station to retrieve a file for the Rios record. Hassan did not look up. Sayursa's eyes stayed on the screen for half a second longer than the walk required. She took the file. She returned to her station. The bay continued. Castillo came in at 9 for the senior NCO physical, and Sayursa worked him through it without coming to the primary station for the second confirmation. Liam came in at 10. Hassan heard Sayursa speaking to him at the cot from across the bay. 3rd week, Liam. How many times on the column this week? Twice. The lift on day 72, and Liam laughing, low, the kind of laugh he had developed for the medical bay specifically, and then the cot's instrument tray clicking shut and Liam going out toward the Deck 6 lift. Mid-morning, Hassan opened the filing window and drew the standing protocol template. The template was ISCA's. She had filed 3 of these across her career and read perhaps 30 in her residency archive. The template knew what to ask. She typed. Subject: Captain M. Cole, ISV Resolute. Standing Protocol Deployment, Captain's Pre-Collapse Signature Monitoring. Hassan, CMO, files at Standing Protocol level under Authority 2174-MA-08. Trigger, Sleep Average, 4.8 H per night, sustained over 14 days. Bridge Station Heart Rate, plus 8% baseline. Breakfast skip pattern at pre-collapse signature. Shipwalk extension at pre-collapse signature. Voice stress tick at pre-collapse signature. Protocol deployment. Standing protocol monitoring, plus scheduled CMO ready room intervention at inflection. Clinical reading, day 73 ship time. Authority. CMO's medical authority per ISV Resolute, ship specification, section 4. Hassan read it once. The text was correct. She filed it. The filing had no ceremony. The screen returned its acknowledgement. The file routed to the captain's queue with a stamp that would reach Marcus when he next opened administrative correspondence. He would read it before the day 71 morning watch. She had timed it for that. Syorsa she did not tell. Hana she did not tell. Marcus she did not tell. The standing protocol would reach him at his screen. The ready room intervention would land on day 73. Hana she planned to catch in the gym corridor tomorrow, the bench they had used the week before. A different conversation. Not yet. Hassan touched the bracelet at her right wrist briefly. Not the displacement touch, the steadying one before deployment. The bracelet was warm. Hassan closed the filing window. The bay's air handler shifted to its mid-morning setting. Syorsa was at the secondary station processing Liam's wrist note. A new caseload entry came in from the engineering deck. Rios, with a small chemical burn on the back of her left hand that she had walked off for 2 hours before reporting. Standard engineering deck nonsense. Hassan keyed it through to Syorsa to handle. The bay continued at the morning rotation. Hassan refilled her coffee and walked the corridor down to the wardroom. The Daedalus model on the long table by the porthole was at its slow accumulation. She paused at it the way the senior officers had been pausing at it for weeks. Park had finished the engineering deck weeks ago, every panel painted at the proper gray. Reyes had done the nav station with a ½ millimeter's worth of precision around the chair he had once sat in. The medical bay corridor had her own gray-painted figure at the door. Small, no commentary. She had added it early in the deployment and not touched it since. Tomas had added something this week, sometime between the Thursday jigay and now. A second small figure at the nav station. Not himself, smaller. Vargas, she thought. Tomas had been working with Vargas on the second watch nav cycle for 3 months. The model was Tomas's way of saying so. Hassan touched the model's edge, not the figures, and went back to the bay. The Turkish-style teapot was the Daedalus-era one. She had kept it on the small shelf in her cabin across 3 vessels and 11 years. Lila had sent it as a graduation gift the day Amira boarded the Daedalus. The lid had a small chip at the corner from a bulkhead bump in 2186. She brought it down the Deck 2 corridor before the ready room appointment that she had not announced. The corridor was quiet. The rec hall was 3 corridors away. She could hear, faintly, someone at the rec hall guitar. A slow piece, not Liam's, somebody she did not know by playing. The kind of evening sound the Resolute made when nothing was on fire. The ready room door was closed, but unlocked. The medical authority accommodated entry without knocking. Marcus had expected this from her since the Daedalus. She did not knock. Marcus was at the desk reviewing correspondence, 3 drafts open on the console, his right hand at his temple, the lamp at the side angle he used for paperwork. He looked up when the door opened. He had read the standing protocol that morning. She knew this because his face had the small recognition that did not surprise. Amira. Marcus. Hassan set the teapot on the desk's clear corner. She brought 2 cups out of the small carrier she had used since the Daedalus. She poured. The tea steamed in the lamplight. The cardamom was thin tonight. She had used less than usual. She had wanted the bitterness to carry. Marcus's cup went at his right hand. Amira took the second chair across the desk. The 2 of them drank. The wall channel at low volume bridge relay. The lamp's small electrical hum. He did not speak. She did not speak. The silence was working. When Amira spoke, she did not raise her voice. She never had. You have not slept properly in 3 weeks. Your heart rate on the bridge is 8% above baseline. You are skipping breakfast, 4 of 14 mornings. Your ship walk is 22 minutes longer than it was at deployment open. Your voice at the chair has shifted. The Charleston consonant doubling. I have noticed. Marcus set the cup down. He looked at the tea, not at her. After a beat, Amira. I am not asking you to fix it tonight. I am telling you I know. I know. Amira watched the way his right hand moved across the desk to the cup again and did not pick it up, only touched the rim. She had seen him touch a cup instead of drink from it across 3 vessels. The next time you skip breakfast, I am going to bring you breakfast at your desk myself. Do not test this. All right, doctor. Amira, off shift. We have known each other for 11 years. A longer beat. Marcus's right hand left the cup. He looked across the desk. All right, Amira. The second silence was different from the first. He had taken what she had brought. The room had absorbed it. He was working through it. She did not fill the silence. The medical bay had taught her, 28 years ago in Cairo, that the silence after a deployment belongs to the patient, and the physician sits inside it without colonizing it. She had not unlearned the lesson. Amira drank her tea. The chip on the pot's lid caught the lamplight. Marcus. Yes. The standing protocol I filed yesterday. You read it this morning. I read it. The CMO's medical authority deployment. You filed before bringing it to me. Yes. The protocol does not require your prior authorization. Authority 2174 MA08 gives me that. I know. And the trigger, the pre-collapse signature. The pre-collapse signature. She held the cup in both palms. I have read it before. Vasquez in 2188 on the Daedalus. Marcus did not answer for a moment. He had not asked the question. She had answered it anyway. Vasquez collapsed, he said. She collapsed. Mid-deployment, October 2188. The pattern was the same. She raised her voice at her XO at the time, a woman named Halland. Vasquez paused for 30 seconds. She recovered. She wrote the apology note that night. The recovery was clean. And the Halland pattern. Halland received it without flinching. She knew it was coming, because Vasquez had prepared her. Not directly, but through the observation Vasquez wrote into the folder. Amira drank. Page 2. Watch for the volume shift. When it comes, do not move. Do not intervene. He will recover within 30 seconds if you let him. Holland taught that to Vasquez. Vasquez taught it to Hannah. Marcus's hand returned to the cup. He picked it up this time. He drank. Hannah mows. Hannah has been prepared. Reyes has been prepared. Park has been prepared. Kaya has been prepared. The senior staff has been reading Vasquez's folder observations since deployment open. The day 90 prediction on page 5, Vasquez's estimate, I am reading the actual collapse at approximately day 107 based on the day 51 stress anchor. Vasquez prepared the senior staff. She did. She built the preparation into the folder's page-by-page structure. The senior staff carries it. You do not see it. That is the design. You are the recipient. The senior staff is the preparation. Both hold. A longer beat. Marcus was looking at the desk now, the cup in his right hand resting against the wood. The lamp was at the angle that caught the silvering at his temples. She had watched that silvering across 3 vessels and had not commented on it. Amira. His voice had something in it she had not quite heard from him before. She wrote the Resolute's crew for me before she left. She did. She did. Marcus held the word. Yes, a single syllable, carrying more than the word ordinarily carried. She knew the discipline of his single-syllable register. She had read it for 11 years. She did not respond to it. The room absorbed it. Amira finished her tea. She poured a second small measure into her own cup, not into his. His was still half full. He was drinking slowly tonight, the way he had drunk it once before on the Daedalus, when she had brought it to him after the 2189 reprimand via memorandum landed in his queue, and he had not yet said anything to anyone. "Eat breakfast tomorrow," she said. "Hannah will bring it to your desk if you skip. I will bring it if Hannah does not. Choose to bring it yourself. I will see you at the morning watch." "Yes, Amira." Amira stood. The lamp shifted at the angle of her body's movement. The 2 cups stayed on the desk. The pot stayed. She would return for them in the morning, and Marcus knew this, and the leaving them was part of what she was saying. At the door, Amira half turned. "The standing protocol stays at standing protocol level. I will not flag it to Geneva. I will not flag it to Hannah. The Bay carries it. The senior staff carries you. The protocol exists so that if the collapse lands, it lands in a room that has been prepared." Marcus did not answer with words. He looked across the desk at her, then gave the small nod that acknowledged what she had said. Amira left. The corridor outside the ready room had the rec hall guitar, carrying still, 3 corridors away. The same slow piece, slower now. The player working the same phrase at the end. The tune Amira did not know. She walked the Deck 2 corridor back toward the lift. The bracelet at her wrist warmed against her thumb. Yalla, she thought to herself. The way her grandmother had used it. The gentle one, not the impatient one. Come along then. The work continues. Day 80 came in on the morning watch, and the medical bay was as it had been every morning since the standing protocol filing. Routine, quiet, the 4 cots empty, Sciorci at the secondary station before Hassan was, the diagnostic arrays hum at the corner of the room. Sciorci had come in early. The pattern had run since day 71. Hassan had read it. She had not commented. Sciorci had caught herself at the pattern by day 74 and had given up pretending it was incidental. The 2 of them had developed a wordless protocol around the early arrival. Hassan did not acknowledge it. Sciorci did not explain it. The bay opened at 5:30 instead of 6, and the morning had 30 minutes of additional silence built into it. This was its own kind of medical care, Hassan thought, and did not say so. The morning's biometric review came up at the primary station. Marcus had shortened the ship walk by 12 minutes since day 73. The sleep tracker showed 5.2 hours per night across the past week, sustained. The breakfast skip had not recurred since day 74. The bridge station heart rate was at +5% baseline, not +8. The voice stress tick at the consonant doubling had not shown up at the morning handovers Hannah had logged. The pre-collapse signature had eased. The standing protocol remained in place. Hassan would not lift it. Hassan drank her coffee. Across the bay, Sciorci was working through the morning's records. Vargas had pulled a muscle in his back doing something stupid on the engineering deck and was due in at 8. One of Brenda's galley assistants had cut her thumb at the cornbread tin and would be in shortly. The caseload built at the day's working pace. The chess ladder Sciorci and Liam kept in the rec hall, which Hassan was not part of, had moved this week. She had passed the leaderboard yesterday on her way down from the wardroom and seen Sciorci's name at the top, with Kaya at second and Liam slipping to fifth. Hassan did not play chess. Her grandmother had played chess. The absence had been her own decision. She did not regret it. The board was inhabited. That was the point. Marcus walked through the medical bay corridor at the morning hour Hassan had begun watching for. Marcus had been walking this route since day 74. The route took him past the bay's open door, not through it, only past it. The shipwalk had a new dogleg in it that brought him by her station 3 or 4 mornings a week. Hassan had read this as another form of acknowledgement. She had not commented. The acknowledgement was the walk. Today, Marcus stopped at the door. Amira. Marcus. The bay's diagnostic hum was at the corner. Sciorci, at the secondary station, did not look up from her work. Hassan had taught her at Cairo University Medical Center once, 2 decades ago, that when the patient at the door was a colleague's patient, the room belonged to the two of them and not to the technician at the desk. "I slept 5 hours last night," Marcus said. "Eat dinner with me tonight?" Hassan held the cup. "Yes." "My cabin, 8 o'clock." "Yes." "Good." Marcus did not say more. He continued the walk. The corridor's air handler shifted to its mid-morning setting as the bulkhead absorbed his footsteps. The sound of the broken engineering deck coffee machine could be heard faintly 2 corridors down, somebody, probably Liam, hissing through it again. The machine had been broken for weeks, and the engineering deck had stopped trying to fix it and started trying again, and was still failing. Hassan returned to her work. Seors, at the secondary station, did not say anything for a minute. Then, "Doctor, the dinner. Marcus is hosting tonight." "Yes." Seors returned to her work. Hassan had taught her, years ago in Cairo, not to ask. Seors had absorbed it. The bay ran on it. Mid-morning, Hassan keyed the screening protocol Seors had begun yesterday. The Vargas backstrain follow-up, the cornbread tin thumb that would close quickly when the galley assistant came down. The work continued at the day's working tempo. Vargas came in at the 8 o'clock window. Seors worked him through it. He left with the standard advice about lifting at the knees that he had heard before from Seors and would hear again. The galley assistant came in next. Half an hour later, Hassan stood. She walked to the coffee station for a refill, Egyptian style. The carafe had run low. She had brought a second pour down from her cabin in the small flask she kept for the morning. She poured the refill. The bay was quiet behind her. Seors processing the galley assistant's record at the secondary station. The 4 cots empty. The diagnostic arrays hum at the corner. Hassan held the cup. The bracelet at her right wrist was warm from her skin. The bay's air handler shifted again. The very small fractional pressure change she had learned to read the way a sailor read the air at the harbor. The standing protocol was holding. The pre-collapse signature had eased. The senior staff carried the preparation. Marcus had chosen to bring his own breakfast. He had chosen to shorten the walk. He had chosen the dinner. The preparation was working at the level it was designed to work. The dinner was on her calendar. Amira would arrive at his cabin just before 8 with the teapot. Marcus would have something simple. Brenda would have helped him with it. Brenda did not need to be asked. The two of them would sit and eat. They would not name the standing protocol. They would not name the ready room conversation. They would talk about Cairo, probably, or Charleston, or his father's harbor walks, or Lila's letters, or nothing in particular. 11 years had taught her the rhythm of a meal with Marcus. Hassan drank the coffee. "Habibi," she said, softly, to no one. The bay was empty at her station. Soise was working at the secondary. The diagnostic array's hum was the only other sound. The word landed and dissolved. She had used it perhaps twice in 11 years aboard a working vessel. She did not perform it. She did not explain it. She carried it. Hassan set the cup down. The morning's caseload was building. The dinner was at 8. The Resolute was at cruise. The preparation had held. Chapter 18. The Pattern Resolves. Kaya was at the science section before the Deck 2 lights had stepped up from inner watch amber. The thermos at her left hand held the dark roast and cardamom blend Brenda had been making for the science section since the deployment's early weeks. The console held 4 files. The first was the 17 failed subclass cross-correlation Priya had run with her across days 25 and 26. The second was the Day 28 fragmentary signal decode, 3.7 seconds, 220 light-years, 14 hours forward. The third was Park's calibration drift accumulation from Day 46 onward. The fourth was a temporal anomaly cross-reference file Kaya had been building privately since the morning after Day 28. That one she had not mentioned to anyone yet. Kaya stood. Her father had stood at his deep field interferometer for years at Melbourne. The standing was an inherited posture. The 4 files were the question, and the question had been holding its shape across the last 12 days the way a problem holds when it is about to resolve. Priya came in shortly after 6. 3 mornings a week she ran with Hannah in the gymnasium. The gold compass pendant her Aunt Rachel had given her at 18 sat at her collar where Priya always wore it. Priya set her thermos at the secondary console and pulled up the overnight queue. "Priya? Kaya? The pattern is in the file. I want to walk it through with you before I take it to the captain." Priya did not answer. She set the queue aside and pulled her chair around so the 4 files were on her own screen too. She had spent 5 hours with Kaya on days 25 and 26 working the 17 subclasses. She knew which doors had closed and which had stayed open. "Walk it," Priya said. Kaya opened the analytical display. The junction 44K harmonic signature. Diffuse, residual class, not a construct. The closest architect construct subclass had topped out at 0.21 correlation on day 27. The 17 subclasses had not found a match. The signal had been arriving at the array's lower band for 61 days now, the same diffuse residual reading at every diagnostic iteration. Pull up the architect construct decay curve. Priya brought it up. The decay curve was the ISCA archive's established architect construct signature, the slow asymmetric fall the construct itself produced at the end of its active life. 12 seconds of slow tail, a precise spectral fingerprint, the established post-architect engagement profile from the post-contact archive. Kaya overlaid the junction 44K residual on the decay curve. The 2 traces matched. Priya looked at the overlay. Priya did not say anything for several breaths. "Kaya," Priya said, "that is the decay curve." "Yeah. This is not a construct." "No. This is what a construct leaves." "Yeah." Kaya waited. Priya was working it through. Priya did not lunge at conclusions. She touched the data 3 times before she named it. Kaya had been training her toward fewer words for months. The training was slow. Then where is the construct? Kaya turned her chair slightly so the question landed in the room and not at Priya specifically. "Not here. Not anymore. It was here. It went somewhere else. The residual is what it left. What did it leave? Nothing here. Maybe everywhere else. Priya touched the compass pendant at her collar. The gesture was reflex. Priya did not seem to notice she had done it. Kaya opened the third file. Park's drift accumulation curve. Day 46, first surface at 0.1%. The curve climbing in steady increments across the past 5 weeks. The current reading at 0.34. Park had been coming her the readings at every diagnostic iteration without ceremony. Egu, he had said once across the channel, the soft one, when the day 60 reading came in at 0.27. Kaya had not made him say more. The drift, Priya said. You think they connect? I think the 4 files connect. Look, the junction 44K residual matches the construct decay curve. The construct is not here. The archive's 17 subclasses do not cover this signature class. The drift on the boundary array starts 6 days after our first engagement and has not stopped since. The day 28 fragmentary signal is coordinates we cannot reach and a timestamp that is forward. I have been carrying these 4 things separately. They are not separate, they are one observation in 4 columns. Priya was quiet for a longer stretch than usual. The science section's morning was the consoles, the hum from the primary stack below, Brenda's blend cooling in 2 cups. You will take this to ISCA, Priya said. To the captain first, day 92. He has the review window. ISCA on the day 99 Courier. The temporal anomaly cross-console fits inside Volkova's response cycle. They will read it at day 118. And the framework. Priya was asking the question Kaya had been asking herself for 12 days. I do not have one yet. The archive does not have one either. The architect construct signature class is broader than the 17 subclasses. The deep frontier may carry more of this residual than the contact era fleet found. The temporal anomaly is at a layer I cannot read. I have the observations, the framework lags. Yeah. Priya looked at her. Priya almost laughed. The corner of her mouth shifted. The laugh did not arrive. You have been holding this for 12 days. I have been holding 3 of the 4 for longer. The 4th, the day 28 signal at the temporal layer, that one I have been carrying since day 29 morning. Bloody hell. Kaya's voice was dry on the last 2 words. The Australian idiom was the surface. It is grand. The universe is exactly what has always been. I am working on it. Priya did make the small laugh then. Priya did not always laugh at Kaya's dryness. Today she did. The corner of the section's morning warmed by half a degree. The 2 of them worked in parallel across the rest of the morning. Priya took the temporal anomaly file and started a parallel pass against ISCA-TI's cataloged events from the post-S8B5 archive. Kaya drafted the brief for Marcus. Hamza Mahmoud came up from the galley with a covered plate Brenda had sent, flatbread, 2 boiled eggs, a small dish of pickled okra from her relay courier preserves. The carved wooden figure on the second shelf above Lindquist's station, the small Te Reo Manu Hamza had given Kaya earlier in the deployment without commentary, caught the morning light when Hamza turned at the rail. "Dalu, Hamza," Priya said. "Senior Chief said to eat the eggs first." Hamza went out. Kaya ate the eggs first. Brenda was always right about which order food should be eaten in. Shortly after mid-morning, Park's engineering channel pinged the bridge with a routine diagnostic anomaly. The boundary array's starboard secondary panel, the field repair fix at 75% load bearing per Park's day 46 work, had flagged a brief 0.2-second pressure bus spike at 1400 ship time even. Hana from the bridge. Park, Standard cycle? Park. Standard cycle. The field repair fix is holding at baseline. The spike is consistent with the post-engagement recovery pattern. Logging. Hana. Logged. The bridge moved on. Kaya heard the exchange through the section's open relay. The pressure bus spike sat at the array's surface. The drift sat under it. The two readings did not yet talk to each other in any file the Resolute held. Kaya did not say so to Priya. Priya was working the temporal cross-reference. The section closed at the afternoon rotation. Lindquist arrived for the handover. Watanabe was already at the secondary station. Kaya handed the section to Priya and went down the corridor to her cabin to read the draft of the brief once more. The cabin door closed. Kaya sat on the bunk a long while without opening the console. The 4 files had been 4 columns for 12 days. The columns were now 1 observation. The observation was correct at the science layer. The framework was not yet a framework. The procedural sequence, Captain Day 92, File Day 99, ISCA response Day 118, was clean. The deeper question, what is the construct leaving everywhere else, sat in the cabin and would not move. Kaya wrote 2 lines to Owen in a draft that did not go out. Owen, the universe has done something it should not have. Your aunt is working on it. The next courier was Day 99. The letter would wait until she could write him about a tram. Marcus had the chair on the morning watch of Day 92 when Kaya came onto the bridge with the brief on her tablet. The bridge at 09:14 ship time was at its mid-morning rhythm. Hana at the XO station, Reyes at nav with the day's plot, Liam Chen on the engineering relay covering for Park, Yuki at comms, Apia at the diplomatic station, quiet, reading institutional traffic the way he had since the protocol library second cycle closed at Day 41. The bridge ambient was instruments at their cruise draw, the hum from the primary stack below, and Reyes saying something low to himself, the way Reyes did when he was running a vector alternate in his head. Kaya stopped at the chair's side. Captain? Kaya. The junction 44K residual matches an architect construct signature class, not the construct itself, the class. There are other junctions out there with this class of residual. Marcus did not answer. He looked at the tablet in her hand. He did not reach for it. How many other junctions? I do not know yet. I will. ISCA will want this analysis. I will file. File it. Kaya returned to her science console. Hana had heard the exchange. Reyes had heard the exchange. The bridge had caught the words and the words wait. The brief itself, the full content, would land in the next 20 minutes. The opening line had landed first. Kaya read the draft once more at her console, then walked back to the chair's side with the tablet. Captain, the brief. Marcus took it this time. He read the cover. He scrolled the body. He read the 4 observations and the timeline. He read the temporal anomaly classification and the Courier routing through to ISPITI's response window at Day 118. He read it the way he read everything, looking for the assumption that was wrong before the assumption was named. Hana came across from the XO station and stopped at the chair's other side. Reyes, at nav, had set his hand down on the console edge. Reyes was listening. Reyes was not yet looking. Liam Chen had glanced at Marcus once and then back at the engineering relay. Park's voice was on the open channel from his console 2 decks down. Marcus looked up from the tablet. Kaya, if the signature class is broader than the archive has cataloged, the Resolute's post-junction 44K reassignment is not a residual follow-up. It is a junction cluster survey. Yes, Captain. The Deep Frontier Junction Cluster Survey is what this classification supports. Geneva will assign at the standard mission cycle window. The brief gives them the framework. Hana, beside the chair, the reassignment is Geneva's call. The brief informs it. The Resolute continues at her current profile until ISCA responds. Marcus, understood. Reyes had turned from nav now. He had not stood, he had not crossed the bridge, he had only turned the chair 40 degrees, so the angle of his head was at the conversation. Captain, Tomas. A junction cluster survey at the depth Kaya is implying, that is, sustained drift operation. The engineering archive's baseline does not match the Resolute's actual state. My private cross-check against the drift accumulation, I will bring it to you at the next review cycle if Kaya's classification holds. Marcus held that for a few seconds. The cross-check was new to the chair. The cross-check was not new to Reyes. Reyes had been carrying it since the corridor with Hana weeks earlier. The corridor had become the chair. Bring it, Tomas. Yes, Captain. Park on the engineering channel. Captain, engineering can support a sustained drift profile within standing protocol. We are at baseline. The drift is logged. The institutional baseline will need to be updated against the Resolute's actual numbers. That is a longer conversation. The short answer is yes. Acknowledged, Park. Kaya watched Marcus while Park spoke. Marcus had signed the brief, the small executive flick of the stylus across the routing field. Yuki would have the file in her queue inside the minute. Marcus had taken it the way he took most science briefs, with the executive decision in his hands and the implication held one step removed. The implication was the part Kaya could feel was not yet at the chair the way the observations were. That distance was not a fault. It was the gap between the science and the chair. Kaya had been at this layer with her father across 30 years. The scientist names the observation. ISCA carries the framework. The framework lags. The lag was correct at the procedural level, and also why she was filing to ISCA inside the same Courier cycle. Marcus closed the brief. He looked across at her. Kaya, the other junctions. When you have a number, bring it. Yes, Captain. Marcus handed her the tablet. Kaya took it. She walked back to her science console. The brief was now in Yuki's queue for the Day 99 Courier. The institutional sequence was clean. Kaya sat. She read the close of the brief once more, her own signature at the routing field, the 4 observation summary, the temporal anomaly classification, the response window arithmetic. The brief was correct. The framework was still lagging. Marcus had taken what he could carry today. ISCA would carry the rest at day 118. The Resolute would continue at her current profile in the meantime. The bridge moved on. Reyes returned to his vector plot. Hana returned to the XO station. Liam at engineering keyed something through to Park's deck. The morning watch's 3rd hour rolled on. Reyes came into the rec hall chess corner that evening on day 98. The rec hall after dinner had its post-meal quiet. Tessa Reyna had picked up the rec hall guitar across the past week and was playing a Mexican corrido at half tempo, the key her grandmother had taught her. Liam Chen and Sorzy Byrne were at the chessboard across the alcove, with a clock between them, the second Tuesday ladder game of the night. Sorzy was at the top of the ladder this week, Kaya at 2nd, Liam 5th and dropping. The Daedalus model on the wardroom long table down the corridor had acquired a new addition this week. Park had added a tiny gray-painted figure at the engineering bulkhead threshold. Reyes had told Kaya about it yesterday with the dry phrasing he used when he found something quietly funny. The chess corner was Kaya and Reyes's alcove. Low table, 2 chairs, the board between them. Brenda came past with a small tray and set 2 cups of tea. Her late evening rotation, the comfort she had decided the senior staff on standoff duty needed at the end of the day. Brenda did not stay. Kaya. Tomas. 3 games, standard configuration. Reyes settled into the chair across from her. 3, yes. You will win Friday. Reyes looked at her over the board. "We will see." The first game opened. Reyes, with his E4-D4 pattern, the rapid center control his academy chess instructor at the San Diego campus had drilled into him a decade ago. Kaya with the Caro-Kann, the slow-build defense her grandmother in Auckland had taught her at the kitchen table at 9. The older Niam's Trinity College Chess Club setup carried 2 generations forward. The game ran at the pace they had always played. At move 12, Reyes won a knight. At 16, Kaya recovered the exchange. At 20, Reyes had the positional advantage. At 24, Reyes had the game. "Yeah, nah, best of 3. Reyes laughed, the warm, short one. The second game opened. At move 18, Kaya found a clean rook sacrifice attack across the c-file. The game closed at move 26 with Kaya's victory. Reyes had read the sacrifice 3 moves late and shrugged. Best of 3 closes at the third. The third game opened. Reyes shifted his opener, the Catalan now, slower, more deliberate, the pattern he kept in reserve for when he wanted the game to last past the half hour. Kaya stayed with the Caro-Kann. At move 10, Reyes paused. He looked across the board. "Kaya, the classification on day 92. The archive doesn't have a category for what we are seeing. The signature class broader than what ISCA has logged. Yes? My cross-check against the drift accumulation, the engineering archive's baseline, does not match the Resolute's actual state. Same pattern as yours. The archive's category for the construct signature class diverges from what we are observing in the deep margin. The archive is hitting a limit at 2 points at once." Kaya let that one find its shape across the board. Reyes had taken his white bishop off the diagonal and not yet placed it. The bishop was in his hand at the table's edge. The corner of his eye had the precision he carried at the nav console when he was building a problem. "You are running the same observation," she said, "from the other discipline." "Yeah." The 4 observations, the residual, the drift, the day 28 signal, the post-engagement persistence, they align in a way the archive doesn't cover. The archive may be structurally inadequate across this deployment. Kaya waited a moment longer. The Australian ya-na idiom was at the back of her mouth. She did not deploy it. She set the question down carefully on the small table beside the cooling tea. "Tomas, the archive may be structurally inadequate, but the archive is limited and the archive is structurally inadequate are 2 different things. The first is the procedural layer. We work within what ISCA has built. We file what we have. ISCA-T updates the catalog at the next response cycle. The second is the architectural layer. The thing ISCA built may not be adequate for what we are finding. The first we work with. The second we report. Both apply. They are not the same conversation." Reyes set the bishop back at f3, not where he had been about to put it. He had picked the move based on something other than the third game position. That is the distinction. Reyes nodded once across the board. The captain heard the first one today. Yeah. He did not hear the second. Not yet. Reyes was quiet for a stretch. The Recall Guitars piece had finished one phrase and started another. At the alcove, Sarsi had said mate in 3. Liam in the small flat tone she used when she was being kind about it. "You will file the brief at day 99. Yeah. The brief covers the first layer. ISCA-T carries the second layer when they read it at day 118. The procedural sequence is clean. The architectural question lives at the layer Geneva will or will not look at. That is not my call to make, and it is not yours. No, it is grand." Reyes laughed again, short, dry, the warmer register he used when Kaya's Australian idiom inverted on him. The third game continued. The game ran 14 more moves at the slow Catalan pace. Reyes won at move 22. With a piece-up endgame, Kaya could see 4 moves before he closed it. You won Friday. Reyes set his king down on its side, the soft laugh again. The chess corner closed when Tessa set the rec hall guitar down at the wall. Reyes carried both empty cups to the rec hall trolley on the way out. At the alcove, Sarsi and Liam were resetting their pieces for one more game on the leaderboard clock. You will file the brief at day 99. Yeah, the brief covers the first layer. ISCA carries the second layer when they read it at day 118. The procedural sequence is clean. The architectural question lives at the layer Geneva will or will not look at. That is not my call to make, and it is not yours. No, it is grand. Reyes laughed again, short, dry, the warmer register he used when Kaya's Australian idiom inverted on him. The third game continued. The game ran 14 more moves at the slow Catalan pace. Reyes won at move 22. With a piece-up endgame, Kaya could see 4 moves before he closed it. You won Friday. Reyes set his king down on its side, the soft laugh again. The chess corner closed when Tessa set the rec hall guitar down at the wall. Reyes carried both empty cups to the rec hall trolley on the way out. At the alcove, Sarsi and Liam were resetting their pieces for one more game on the leaderboard clock. Kaya walked the corridor back to her cabin and sat at the cabin desk for a long stretch without keying the console open. The distinction she had given to Reyes, the procedural layer, the architectural layer, sat with her the way the 4-file question had sat with her 12 nights running. The archive was limited. That was the file she had given Marcus. The archive was structurally inadequate. That was the file she had not given anyone yet. Reyes carried the second file now too. The two of them across 2 disciplines reading the same shape. The shape was real. The shape was not yet a name. Kaya wrote one more line to Aeon in the draft that had been sitting open for 13 days. Aeon, your aunt has worked on it. The universe is still doing the thing it should not be doing. We will catch up. The console closed. The draft saved itself to the queue that did not yet have a destination. Kaya lay down on the bunk. The Resolute was 3 weeks from her second engagement at junction 44K. Kaya did not know the engagement window yet. The bridge had not seen the third Splinter on the long-range arrays. The chess corner had not been pushed past the standoff register the senior staff was carrying. The drift was at 0.34%. The brief was in the day 99 Courier queue. The framework lagged, and the framework would lag past the close of the deployment. Kaya closed her eyes. She thought. Yeah. Kaya slept. Chapter 19. The Captain's Edge. Marcus had read Kaya's brief through twice on day 99 and a third time on day 100. By the morning of day 102, the brief was at the top of the cabin console's recent files list, and he had stopped picking it back up. The line that mattered was, "The archive may be limited at the post-architect's signature class." Kaya had given him the procedural shape. ISCA would carry the broader question at the day 118 response window. The Resolute had been assigned a survey vector that the brief now classified as residual follow-up rather than first pass. 2 choices sat in front of him. The first was Park's framework gap caveat in the engineering note that had landed 3 weeks ago and that Marcus had read twice without acting on. The institutional baseline does not match the Resolute's actual numbers. Sustained drift profile recommended pending ISCA. The second was Reyes's option 2 revised vector, the survey trace Kaya had asked for at her brief's annex, a 15-degree adjustment that would bring the Resolute through a denser slice of the 44K residual band. The vector preserved the survey completion timeline. Park's caveat asked him to hold. Marcus authorized the revision at the morning bridge handover. Hannah had the chair through the night. She gave him the standard handoff. The crew's hum at the deck plate. Reyes at nav with the day's plot. Liam Chen at the engineering relay covering Park. Kaya section at the secondary watch under Lindquist. The bridge ambient was its own working sound. Marcus signed the routing slate for the survey vector revision. He did not open the side panel where Park's caveat lived in the engineering queue. Hannah watched him sign. Park's note, Hannah said. On the queue, I have read it. All right. The all right landed and Marcus did not hear it. He took the chair. Hannah stood at the XO console a second longer than she ordinarily did before crossing to the door. Reyes at nav had glanced once at the signed slate and once at Marcus and once back at the plot, which Marcus saw as Reyes reading the chair. Reyes was reading something else. The morning ran at the working pace. The vector engaged through the late shift. The Resolute shifted through the 15-degree adjustment by the early afternoon. The spectral entries through Kaya section accelerated. Lindquist was at his console for the catalog cross-reference work, and his hands were quick. Park came onto the bridge from the engineering deck after lunch. The chief engineer did not say what he had come to say at the chair. He said it on the engineering channel from his own console 11 minutes later, after he had walked the corridor down, which was Park's discipline when he was bringing something Marcus would not want to hear. Captain? James. The vector revision. Yes. The boundary array's calibration drift is at 0.39%. The revision puts the array's gain band into a profile the baseline does not cover. The actual numbers will be inside the envelope. The cataloged numbers will not. I am logging a framework gap notice. Marcus held that on the bridge. The Charleston substrate at the back of his throat moved without him moving with it. He set it down. Acknowledged, James. The notice goes into the log. The vector stands. Yes, Captain. The engineering channel closed. The bridge moved on. Reyes did not look up from the nav console. Reyes had been not looking up at specific moments since day 92. By the evening watch, the spectral entries through Kaya's section had narrowed at the high end of the band into a feature the catalog did not classify cleanly. Kaya routed the feature to the bridge science display without commentary. Marcus read it. Marcus closed it. The displaced energy of the morning signature was a small bright weight in the center of his chest by the time Lieutenant Asare took the chair for the night. The walk back to his cabin was quick. The folder was at the desk, the one Vasquez had left him. Page 4 was where it had been at his last reading, the chair register page he had been at for 11 days. Page 5 was the page he had not yet opened. The folder stayed closed tonight. The cabin came down to minimum lighting. The bunk took his weight. Sleep took some hours. The bridge, on the morning of day 107, had the post-cruise quiet of a ship whose senior officers had stopped looking at each other directly. Marcus had felt it across the past 4 days without naming it. Park's framework gap notice was in the engineering log. Park had not raised it again. Park had not eaten at the senior officer table since day 104. Reyes had been at nav with the day's plot at the published hour and not a minute earlier. Hannah had run the morning watch at the XO console with her hands at the settled position. She had said, "All right," exactly twice at the morning handover, and Marcus had read the count without recognizing he was counting. Brenda had brought cornbread and grits to his cabin door in the early morning. Marcus had eaten standing. The taste had not landed. By the afternoon watch, the survey vector was producing returns the Resolute could not catalog. Lindquist was at the secondary science station with a backlog of 73 spectral entries. Kaya had come up to the bridge mid-afternoon to look at the band in the bridge display without speaking. She had stood at the chair's side a long beat, said, "Captain, the returns are inside our capacity. The framework will not be inside ISCA's capacity until day 118, and gone back to the section." She had not made it sound like a warning. What she left out was the warning. Marcus held the chair through the early evening. Reyes at Nav, working a vector revision Marcus had asked for after the late afternoon handover, Kaya and Lindquist below at the science section running the catalog cross-reference, Liam Chen at engineering, the relay quiet because Park was at his own console 2 decks down, Hannah at the exo station because she had come back after dinner. Shortly after the evening watch settled, Ensign Marisol Acevedo at the secondary nav station entered a heading adjustment for the cruise vector correction. The standard correction was 0.04 degrees. Acevedo entered it as 0.4, a factor of 10 error at the keystroke. Reyes saw it at the cross-check overlay and overrode at 4 seconds before the correction executed. No one caught the moment as a moment. Reyes: Acevedo, 0.04, not 0.4. Re-input. Yes, sir. Re-inputting. The re-input went through clean. The correction settled. Nothing had happened. The small, bright weight in Marcus's chest moved up to the base of his throat. The weight had been there for 5 days. The volume came up before he had decided it would. Reyes: talk to your team. Charleston came into his consonants and stayed. The bridge was still. Reyes did not move at the nav console. Acevedo's hands stayed at the input. Liam Chen at engineering closed something on his board with the quiet of a man who had heard what he was not supposed to hear. Hannah at the exo station, medium pause. Marcus saw her in the corner of his eye and did not look at her, medium pause, kept her hands in the settled position. The volume had been 2 notches up. The crew had not heard him at elevated volume across 87 days of his command. Now they had. 1 breath. That was too much. Give me 30 seconds. The bridge gave him 30 seconds. Marcus stood from the chair. The counting did not need to be counted. He had been counting since he was 20. Charleston Harbor was 9 light-years away in the wrong direction, and his hands at the chair's sidearm were doing the thing his father's hands did when something had broken at the consultancy office and his father had to walk down to the docks to look at it before saying anything. At the 23rd second, Marcus was at Reyes's station. Reyes had not turned the chair. Marcus did not need him to. Quieter, at Reyes's shoulder, Tomas, that was not yours. Reyes set the stylus down at the console edge. The brown eyes did not come up immediately. Captain. The error was 4 seconds. The override was yours. The volume was mine, and the recipient, through you, was Acevedo. That was wrong. I will speak to her myself. Continue the watch. Reyes lifted his eyes from the console. The brown was steady. No flinch, no Reyes smile that covered things, no warm one either. The call had landed, and Reyes was carrying what it had landed on. Yes, Captain. Marcus walked to the secondary nav station. Acevedo straightened, the Tier 3 posture of a junior officer who had been at her station for 14 days and was about to learn whether the captain stood behind what she had heard. Ensign Acevedo. Captain. The raised voice was mine, not yours. The keystroke error was caught. Nothing happened. The volume was not about your input. Do you understand? A half-second. Yes, Captain. Continue the watch. Yes, Captain. The chair was 3 meters back across the bridge, and the 3 meters were the longest deck Marcus had walked since the 2070 corridor at Geneva, when he had been 20 and the senior officer's complaint had been on the routing slate and ISCA had been deciding what kind of officer he was going to be. The chair was not furniture tonight. Hannah at the XO station was at the settled position. Her right thumb was very lightly against the console edge. Marcus did not look at her face. The hands told him she had decided, before he spoke, that she would not intervene unless the 30 seconds ran out. The 30 seconds had not run out. Marcus held the chair through the rest of the evening watch. The bridge ran clean. Reyes worked the next vector revision without producing the Reyes tells. Liam Chen relayed 2 engineering items without editorializing. Acevedo executed 3 further corrections at the secondary nav station, and Reyes signed each one off at the standard acknowledgement. The volume of the bridge was the volume of work being done by people who had watched their captain raise their voice and catch himself and were now executing as if the watch were any other. The watch end transition came at the published hour. The chair handed to Lieutenant Asare. Marcus walked off the bridge. Hannah was at the corridor's threshold past the bulkhead curve. She did not say his name. She did not say anything. She fell in 2 paces behind him toward the ready room, which Marcus heard rather than saw. The ready room door closed behind them. The wall channel at low-volume bridge relay. The lamp at the side angle Marcus had been using for paperwork. The folder on the desk where he had left it that morning. Page 4 still facing up. The chair register page, the corner soft with the 11 days of handling. Marcus did not sit. The coffee pot at the small alcove gave his hand something to do. Hannah stood at the desk. She did not sit either. The pot ran. The cabin air handler shifted at its half-hour cycle. The cup landed in Marcus's hand before he had decided to pour it. Marcus. Hannah. Sit down. The chair took him. Hannah did not. That was the collapse, Hannah said. You raised your voice, you caught yourself. You apologized to Reyes and to Acevedo. The recovery was clean. It was clean. The volume was mine. The volume was yours. The decision underneath it is mine to name. Marcus took the cup off the desk and did not drink it. The coffee was too hot. The cup went back to the saucer. The vector revision, Hannah said. Day 102. Park's caveat was in the queue when you signed the routing. You read it. You signed anyway. Park logged the framework gap notice 11 minutes after coming onto the bridge to ask you to hold. Reyes had brought the option 2 revised plot because Kaya's annex asked for it. The annex said capacity for residual follow-up. It did not say capacity for primary trace. You read it as the opening. Kaya read it as the limit. Park read it as the gap. You took the opening. The vector preserved the survey completion timeline. It did. It also put the array's gain band into a profile the institutional baseline does not cover. Park has been carrying that alone for 5 days. Reyes has been carrying the navigation accommodation alone. Kaya has been routing entries the catalog cannot match without telling you the catalog cannot match them, because she briefed you what the limit was and you did not hear her. She briefed the limit. I heard the limit. You heard the procedural limit. The architectural limit was at the chess corner with Reyes on the evening of day 98, and she did not bring it to you because she had not yet heard you ask the question that would let her. You are reading a science section through the chair. The section is reading itself through the science. The two are not the same, and you signed the routing for the first without checking the second. Marcus did not answer for a beat. The Charleston substrate was at the back of his throat again, doing what it did. He held it down. Hannah. I am not finished. Marcus held. Hannah took the half-step closer to the desk that she did when she was about to say what she had been carrying. Her hands were at her sides. Her shoulders were not raised. She was at the cool register, and the register was compression. You are not Vasquez. The lamp at the side angle moved a fraction with the air handler cycle. The folder on the desk did not move. You are not reading the folder to find her in it. You are reading it to avoid the chair. Marcus looked at her. The answer did not come. The cup was at his right hand and stayed there. You have been at page 4 for 11 days, Hannah said. You have not opened page 5. The reading is not the reading. It is the place you have been standing while the chair waits. Vasquez chose you for this chair. She did not choose you to keep her seat warm. You have been keeping her seat warm. The vector revision was you reaching for the call she would have made. The volume tonight was you finding out the call did not fit because the chair is yours, not hers. A long beat. Marcus opened his mouth. He closed it. The thing he had been about to say, that the call had been operationally defensible, that the array compensation was within envelope, that Park's flag was advisory, not a block, was the answer Vasquez would have given. Hannah wasn't asking Vasquez. She was asking him. Marcus stayed at the desk. The corridor outside the ready room had Reyes's footstep. 2 paces, then a pause at the bulkhead curve, then the resumption. Reyes had heard the close of the conversation. Reyes did not pretend he had not. The chief navigation officer continued past the door at the working pace, and the door's residual sound mask absorbed his passage. Hannah read it. Marcus read her reading it. She did not turn toward the door. She did not soften. The call stands, Hannah said. The framework gap notice is in the engineering log. Park is at his deck. Reyes is at nav. Acevedo is on the secondary rotation. The watch is running. The chair you are sitting in is yours. The folder on this desk is Vasquez's. They are different objects. Read page 5 tonight. Hannah, that is what I came to say. The rest is the working through. You will do it. I will be on the bridge in the morning. The chair will be there. The leaving did not wait for him to answer. She had not asked a question. The half-turn at the door was the one she used in the evening review when the day was closed. Tonight she used the same gesture at a different scale. Marcus. Yes. Eat tomorrow. Hannah left. The door closed. The corridor absorbed her footsteps in the direction opposite Reyes's. The lamp at the side angle threw working light across the desk. The folder was where it had been. The coffee on the desk had stopped steaming. Marcus did not move. The cup came up. The coffee at the wrong temperature went down for the second time tonight. He had been rushing through the warmth across the past 5 days at every cup. The same hurry as the rushing through the folder. The cup settled at the saucer with the slow precision his father had at the consultancy desk when the morning's bad news had landed and the office had to keep operating anyway. Marcus looked at the folder. Page 4 was where he had left it. The chair register page. The way Vasquez wrote about the chair as if the chair were a coworker with a personality you learn to read. He had been reading it as instruction. He had been reading it as her instruction. He had been reading it as the place where the captain he was supposed to be lived. And the captain he was supposed to be was the captain who had been at the chair for 8 years before him. And the captain in his head was Vasquez, and the captain on the bridge tonight had been Vasquez shouting because the chair was not. The page turned. Page 5 was Vasquez's hand. 7 items. The first 6 waited. Marcus read the first one. You will collapse at approximately day 90. Hassan will be there. Hannah will be there. Trust both. Do not collapse alone. Marcus read it twice. Day 107. 17 days late. The collapse had not been at the day 90 inflection Vasquez had estimated. Hassan had revised it to day 107 in the standing protocol document at his cabin console on day 71. Hassan had been right. Hana had been in the room. Reyes had been the recipient. The senior staff's preparation, the thing Vasquez had built into the folder's page-by-page structure, the thing Hassan had named at the ready room on day 73, held tonight. The folder closed at page 5. Items 2 through 7 would wait. Marcus was not ready to read them. The cabin was 30 seconds across the corridor. The cabin at minimum lighting. The console at standby. The unsent draft to his mother from day 51 still in the recent files at 4 sentences. The Resolute is steadier than I am. Walk the harbor for me on Sunday. Mama. The array is fine. I am sleeping. The console opened. The note to Reyes drafted first, because writing the apology note that night was what the senior officer who had collapsed at the chair did. Tomas. The volume tonight was mine. The 4-second override was yours. The recipient, through you, was Acevedo. That was wrong. Thank you for not flinching. Thank you for continuing the watch. Sleep when you can. Marcus. The note routed to Reyes's cabin console. The response came back at the 8-minute mark. 1 line. Captain, the watch was good. Sleep. T.R. Marcus read the line and did not pick up the cup of cold tea he had carried from the ready room. He stayed on it longer than the words required. Reyes had not written Marcus. Reyes had not written acceptable. Reyes had written what a navigation officer wrote to a captain who had raised his voice on the bridge and caught himself. It was correct. It was also the small distance Reyes was holding, and Marcus had earned it. The console went to standby. The reply to his mother did not get drafted. The day 51 4 sentences sat in the recent files. There was nothing tonight to add to "The array is fine, I am sleeping." That was true at the post-collapse hour, and he had decided years ago not to write what was not true. The folder was on the cabin desk where Marcus had placed it on the way through. Page 5 was closed. Hana had said, "Read page 5 tonight." Item 1 had been read. Items 2 through 7 were on the same page. Hassan had read them aloud in the ready room on day 73, in the careful order Hassan read things. The letter to a family. The flag as safety net. The decision that would cost a life. The chair as furniture. Verschieren and Hana. The reprimand. The items had been heard then. They had not been absorbed then, because day 90 had been theoretical then, and tonight had not been theoretical. The page did not get read tonight. Marcus stood from the cabin desk. The bunkside panel ran at its low, warm yellow. The Resolute's cruise hum was at the deck plate in the way it was at every cabin on every deck. The corridor outside had Siresay's penny whistle absent. She did not play past the late hour. And the engineering deck's coffee machine was hissing again 2 corridors down at a pitch Marcus had been hearing in his sleep since day 18 and had stopped noticing. The bunk took his weight. The folder was at the desk, and page 5 was closed, and item 1 was already on the other side of the night. Hana had said, "The chair will be there." The chair would be there. Sleep did not come for a stretch Marcus did not count. When it came, it was the bursts pattern from the academy, 2 hours. The 20 minutes of waking, 3 more. A daze was alive in Charleston. James Sr. was at the consultancy office on the Mount Pleasant ferry route. Vasquez was at Geneva on the medical roster. The Resolute was at cruise. The collapse had landed, and Marcus had caught himself, and Hana had named what he had been doing for 11 days, and the chair was his. Marcus slept. The folder was on the desk. Page 5 was closed. The morning was 4 hours away. Chapter 20. 3 Vessels. The page from Hannah caught Marcus at his cabin desk on the evening of day 113 with the cup of green tea Seorsei had brought down at the evening watch close, still half full at his right hand. The cup was the third Seorsei had brought across the past 4 days. The routine had emerged after Hassan's standing protocol intervention on the night of day 107. Nobody had named the routine, and nobody was going to. The page text read, "Captain to the bridge. 3 vessels." Marcus pulled the duty tunic on over the off-duty shirt, fastened the collar, and was at the cabin door inside 80 seconds. The corridor to the lift was empty at the evening hour. The lift came at 6 seconds. The cruise hum at the deck plate underfoot was the cruise hum of a vessel whose night watch was still at the cruise posture and would not be at cruise posture for very much longer. The bridge was Hannah at the chair, Kaya at the science section, with the bridge display routed to her primary console, Yuki at the comm station with 2 channels live, Reyes already at the nav console. He had been at his cabin 3 decks aft of Marcus's and had moved faster, and the night watch petty officer Evan Linnerud at the engineering relay covering for Park while Park transited from his deck. The bridge ambient was not the standard evening watch. The bridge ambient was the half-step elevation of a watch that had received a flag and was holding posture until the captain arrived. Marcus stepped to the chair. Hannah stood from it. Status. Kaya, at the science section, did not turn the chair. Captain, 3 vessels. Tarvin design lineage with Splinter field modifications. Range, 3.6 light minutes. Bearing, 24 Mark 018. Formation center at the deep margin vector area. We are at the apex of the triangle. The deep margin vector area was the same vector the 2 internal comm pulses on day 35 and day 38 had pointed into. The pulses Reyes and Kaya had caught without naming at the time. The triangle's apex was the Resolute's present position. The formation had emerged at a geometric convergence point, and the Resolute was at the lit corner. Marcus took the chair. Hannah stood from it. Status. Kaya, at the science section, did not turn the chair. Captain, 3 vessels. Tarvin design lineage with Splinter field modifications. Range, 3.6 light minutes. Bearing, 24 Mark 018. Formation center at the deep margin vector area. We are at the apex of the triangle. The deep margin vector area was the same vector the 2 internal comm pulses on day 35 and day 38 had pointed into. The pulses Reyes and Kaya had caught without naming at the time. The triangle's apex was the Resolute's present position. The formation had emerged at a geometric convergence point, and the Resolute was at the lit corner. Marcus took the chair. Reyes, tactical evasion plotting. Reyes, at nav, had pulled the geometry onto his console before Marcus said his name. Plotting. 3 primary evasion solutions. The formation geometry is the boxed-against junction pattern, medium pause, the seam topology at our back, 1 vessel at each flank, 1 astern. The mutual support range will close the box at the 1200 window tomorrow. Park, engineering. Park came onto the channel from the corridor approaching the engineering deck. Marcus heard the footfall pace through the open relay. Park was not running, but was not walking the cruise pace either. Captain, secondary stack to active warm, primary stack to standby warm, cleared parameter envelope for engagement response. Time to readiness, 6 minutes for secondary, 11 for primary at cleared parameter. Full draw on the primary requires Captain's Discretion Extreme Circumstance Authorization per Authority 2174 MA08, the Cascade Risk Projection from the Day 39 consult. The Day 39 consult was the one Park had brought to him in the corridor after the first Splinter engagement. The framework had been cleared parameters work. Full draw exceeds them. The institution will write a memo. Verschuren had written the memo. The memo was in the drawer. The Cascade Risk Projection was the engineering line under the memo Park had carried in his head across 73 days. Acknowledge, James. Stand to active warm. Hold primary at standby warm. Cleared parameter envelope. Yes, Captain. Marcus looked across at Kaya. Kaya had not moved from the section. 3 vessels confirmed. The Class 7 pattern, the 3-vessel formation the Splinter Doctrine uses when coordinating with sub-assets for engagement. They will reach mutual support range at approximately 1200 ship time tomorrow. The Class 7 designation was Kaya's working name. Marcus had read it on her working file. The file had landed without ceremony. Kaya had said, "I am calling it Class 7 because it is the 7th formation profile I cannot fit cleanly into the archive," and had not elaborated. The Class 7 designation was now operational vocabulary. Yuki. Yuki at comms. Captain. All stations. Action stations. Engagement preparation flag routed to Geneva on the standard cycle. ICA operations will receive at the next Courier window. The relay call is locked through the action station's interval. Authorize. Now. The alert tone from the chair's signal was the soft 3-pulse the Resolute used for action stations, not the harsh siren of the Drift-era vessels Marcus had crewed at the Academy simulator, the inheritance of which had been deliberately replaced for the Exploration class. The console brightness across the bridge stepped up by 20%. The harmonic coil hum from engineering became audible at the deck plate underfoot as Park's beck brought the secondary stack to active warm. The bridge had gone to action stations for the first time since day 40. Marcus sat back. He did not let himself sit back. He sat forward. The chair was forward. Hana came across from the XO station with the casualty log open at her console and the protocol violation memorandum file at her elbow on the slate she carried. Hana stopped at the chair. Marcus. Hana. Hana did not raise her voice. The bridge was at action stations and the crew could hear her if she let it. She did not let it. The voice was the cool register at the conversational level. The classification Kaya and Reyes named at the chess corner. The archive's structural inadequacy across multiple systems. This 3-vessel formation is Class 7 Splinter Doctrine. The ISCA archive does not have a cataloged engagement response for Class 7. We are in an engagement the archive does not cover. Marcus looked at her. Hana had the slate at her side. The slate's content was not the conversation. The conversation was the naming. I know. Verschuren's memo at day 51 acknowledged the limit. She said the institution would work the limit. We will work it too. Yes, Captain. Marcus held the chair's sidearm. The next was the part of the conversation neither of them had named at the Ready Room days earlier. He named it now because the bridge was at action stations and the chair was his and he was not Vasquez and the 17 days late was behind him. And Hana, I know what you have been doing, what Vasquez asked you to do. I know. A half-beat. Hana did not soften. Hana did not perform reception. Hana absorbed it the way she absorbed the casualty log open at her console, by registering and continuing. Yes, Captain. Hana returned to the XO station. The slate went back to the casualty log. Her right hand returned to the settled position at the console edge. Across the bridge, Reyes at nav did not look up. Kaya at the section did not turn. Yuki at comms had her eyes on the relay call lockout timer. The exchange had been at the conversational level, and the crew had heard it the way they heard everything that happened between the chair and the XO console. None of them gave it back. Marcus held the chair. The Splinter formation continued to approach across the night at the steady 700 meters per second closing rate Kaya had read off the science display. Yuki routed the engagement preparation flag through the Courier cycle queue and locked the relay call out for the duration. The lockout timer at her station began counting up from 0. In the small hours, Brenda Holloway sent up 4 covered mess trays from the galley, with Hamza Mahmood at the trolley. Coffee, toast, 2 boiled eggs each, the engagement station's rations the Resolute had practiced at sea trials and had not deployed at the Day 40 engagement because Day 40 had been 36 minutes from open to close. The bridge crew ate at their stations. Marcus ate the eggs and not the toast. Reyes handed nav to Diego Vargas for the night coverage and walked the corridor down to Park's deck for a brief secondary stack cross-consult. He returned with 2 console prints folded under his arm and resumed nav from Vargas without comment. The prints were Park's primary stack standby warm cycle data. Reyes had wanted the numbers in front of him before the engagement opened. The numbers were in front of him now. Linerud handed engineering relay back to Park, who had been at his console since the watch opened and who was not coming off the deck until the engagement closed. The morning watch handover happened with the bridge already at action stations, and the watch officer, Asar, stepping in beside Hana at the XO station rather than taking the chair. Kaya at the section did not hand the section to Lindquist for the night coverage. She held the section through the night. Lindquist worked the secondary console at the science section's far end and did not ask whether Kaya wanted relief. Marcus had been at the chair since the evening before. The Splinter formation was at 50,000 kilometers and closing. The engagement window was open, and the Resolute's posture was committed, and the bridge ambient was the elevated steady of a watch long into action stations without having yet fired or been fired upon. The chair was forward. The cup of green tea on the chair's sidearm cup rest was the 3rd he had drunk since action stations opened, and the bridge had brought it without comment. At 0547, day 114, Kaya's voice cut across the bridge channel. Captain, 3 Splinter array spikin', 3 harmonic disruption pulses, 2.8 seconds to discharge. Marcus was already standing. He had stood at 0543 when the gain band shift had crossed Kaya's secondary threshold. He had not yet sat. The standing was the read. Park, secondary stack full draw absorption. Reyes, deflection vector against the leading Splinter's pulse vector. Hassan, bay active. Park, on the channel, secondary stack full draw absorption ready. Reyes, at nav, deflection plotted, on execution. Hassan, on the medical channel from the bay active. The bay was at engagement preparation. 4 cot positions had been ready since 2230 day 113. Say burn was at the secondary station with the burn kit unpacked at the second cot. Hassan's silver bracelet had been on her right wrist when Marcus had seen her at the morning's medical check. The same bracelet the bay had seen at every medical check since commissioning. At 054711, the 3 Splinter pulses discharged. The vectors hit the Resolute across the next 3 seconds, starboard quarter, port quarter, aft. The Class 7 first volley 3-vector pattern Kaya had named at the file. The Resolute's deflection at 054712 shifted the apex of the triangle by 68 meters. The secondary stack at full draw absorption took the starboard pulse and the port pulse at approximately 78% each. The third pulse, aft, hit the starboard hull at the aft secondary hull position. The deck plate underfoot shuddered. The harmonic coil bus stabilized inside 4 seconds. Park on the engineering channel. Captain, starboard hull plate at the aft position, minor damage. Structural integrity at 89%. The 85% threshold is where I flag it. We're above. Holding. Acknowledged, James. Hassan on the medical channel. Captain, 4 injuries. 2 serious. Petty Officer First Class Inez Acosta at the secondary engineering deck. Internal bleeding from the hull plate flex. She is at the bay and I am working. Crewman Second Class Jorge Sandoval at the aft hull monitoring station, concussion from the hull flex. 2 minor burns at the comms relay and the engineering relay. All ambulatory except Acosta. Bay receiving. Acknowledged, Hassan. Park, secondary stack discharge response 3/4 draw. Target the leading Splinter's port array assembly. Park, discharge response prepared. Reyes at nav, targeting. Leading Splinter port array. Locked. Mark. At 05:48:14, the Resolute's secondary stack discharged. Marcus felt the pulse leave through the deck plate underfoot, the harmonic coil bus releasing the energy. The array's outboard assemblies cycling the discharge geometry, the keel taking a fractional vibration that was the cost. 3.6 seconds the other direction. The leading Splinter's port array assembly went red on Kaya's display. The leading Splinter rolled 22 degrees long axis. Kaya. Captain, leading Splinter damaged, not withdrawing. Class 7 doctrine, they accept damage without breaking formation. This is a sustained engagement. Marcus held the chair for a beat. The pattern Kaya had named at the file was now the pattern in the geometry. The Day 40 read had been right about the enemy it understood. This was a different enemy, running a doctrine the archive did not hold. Park's framework gap notice from Day 102 had been the first surface of it. The whole of it was under the bridge's hands now. Understood. Reyes, second salvo posture. They will re-engage. Plotting second salvo response. Across the next 90 minutes, the bridge ran the engagement at the working pace of a bridge that had practiced the working pace and was now performing it. The 3 Splinter vessels discharged at 12 to 15-minute intervals each. The Class 7 sustained engagement pattern Kaya had only theorized at the file was the field-confirmed pattern. The Resolute secondary stack at 3/4 draw responded each cycle within the cleared parameter envelope. The cleared parameter envelope held. Hassan's medical channel routed 3 updates across the 90 minutes. Acosta's internal bleeding stabilized at 06:14. The bay was at critical but stable. Sandoval's concussion was treated and Sandoval was at observation rest at the secondary cot. The 2 minor burns at the comms and engineering relays were processed and returned to stations across the first 25 minutes. The comms relay return was Yuki's hand on the channel call. Captain, Specialist Linnarid back at the engineering relay. Specialist Reyna back at the comms relay secondary. Reyna had been at the comms relay secondary station since Day 86, covering for the previous specialist's medical leave. Marcus had eaten with Reyna at the captain's table 3 weeks earlier and had asked her about the rec hall guitar she had picked up across the past month. 3 additional minor injuries across the 90 minutes. Console flare burns at engineering stations were processed at the bay and returned. Hassan's reports across the engagement were the medical authority Marcus had stopped marking as separate from the bridge's working sound. Park managed the engineering deck across the 90 minutes from his console 2 decks down. The secondary stack recovery cycle had been running between discharge responses. The recovery rate was visibly slower than the Day 40 baseline. Park flagged the rate to the bridge at the second discharge response, and at the 5th and at the 7th. At the 7th flag, Park said, "Captain, the calibration drift is at 0.7%. The baseline tolerance still holds. The recovery rate is slower than the archive's baseline expects. The archive's baseline does not match what the Resolute is doing. Park said it. Park did not editorialize. Park had carried the framework gap notice from day 102 across 13 days, 12 of them without saying it aloud past the engineering log. The 13th was now. Acknowledge, James. Hold. Holding. The engineering channel did not close. Park kept it open across the engagement. Marcus heard the engineering deck behind Park's voice, a hand calling a stack reading, a console alarm cycling through to clear, the harmonic coil bus stabilizing after each discharge, the working noise of a deck at engagement. The deck was Park's. The deck was working. The deck would do its job because the deck was Park's. The names on the deck Marcus could place. Park, Liam Chen at the secondary stack monitoring board, Linerud back at the engineering relay, the engineering hand Aditya Khatri at the aft assembly station, whose voice Marcus had heard one cycle earlier calling a coupling reading to Liam, another two hands whose stations Marcus knew without their names being load-bearing at this minute. At 0718, the Splinter formation broke its discharge cycle. The three vessels repositioned to a tighter convergence. The boxed-against junction pattern Reyes had plotted on day 113 and named at the chair 8 hours earlier emerged in the geometry. Kaya, Captain, formation tightening. They are boxing us against the junction. Our evasion options are narrowing. Reyes, geometry. Reyes walked the convergence display from his nav console to the captain's chair. The small bridge step Reyes had not taken across the past 8 hours. Reyes preferred to brief from the nav station. This step was the read. Reyes stopped at the chair's side. Captain, they've boxed the Resolute against the junction seam topology. We cannot escape without crossing one of the three vessels' protective perimeters. 3 options. I have them worked out. Marcus held that. Walk me through. Reyes, after a beat, Yes, Captain. The walkthrough did not happen at the chair. Marcus did not yet know the walkthrough would not happen at the chair. He was reading the geometry on Reyes's slate. At 0730, the engagement was at the mid-mark. The Splinter formation at the tightened boxing pattern. The Resolute held position. Secondary stack at 67% available draw, down from 87% pre-engagement. Marcus, into the engineering channel. How are we doing, James? Park, secondary stack at 67%. Recovery is slow. The calibration drift is at 0.7%. The archive's baseline tolerance still holds, but not by much. Hold, James. Holding. Day 115, morning. Marcus had slept 3 hours. Hassan had deployed the medical authority at 2200, day 114, with the silver bracelet hand at the chair's sidearm and the line, Marcus, 3 hours. Asare has the chair. Hana takes it from him at 04. You will be back at 07. Marcus had not argued. The cabin had taken his weight. He had slept the 3 hours in the burst pattern from the academy, 2 hours, the 20-minute waking, 1 more hour. The unfinished reply to Adeas in the unprocessed folder on the cabin console had been there when he lay down and when he woke. He had not opened the folder. The reply could wait. The reply had been waiting. Marcus had returned to the chair. Hana had handed it back to him at the XO station with the settled position at her right hand at the console edge and the half coffee at the cup rest on the chair's sidearm and a single line, Action stations held through the night. Across day 114 evening and day 115 morning, the Splinter formation had held the boxed pattern. The discharge cycles had continued at the 12 to 15-minute intervals. The Resolute had held position. The secondary stack recovery rate had continued slow. The calibration drift at the day 115 morning cycle was 0.8%. The archive's baseline was at the lower threshold of its declared tolerance. The Resolute was at the lower threshold. The three options decision had been open for 28 hours. Marcus had not yet authorized it. Hassan came onto the bridge channel from the bay. Captain, medical bay status. Acosta is critical but stable. The emergency protocol is holding. Sandoval has been released to off-duty rest. 8 additional minor injuries across the day 114 evening and day 115 morning cycles. All processed and returned to stations. The bay is at engagement baseline. Acknowledged, Hassan. Continue. Yes, Captain. The channel did not close immediately. Hassan held it for a second longer than the medical status close required. The way Hassan held things, 1 second past the close when the close was about more than the status. Then the channel closed. The morning ran at the working pace of a bridge that had been at action stations for 34 hours. The discharge cycles continued at the 12 to 15-minute intervals. The Resolute's response cycles continued at three-quarter draw within the cleared parameter envelope. Park's recovery rate flags continued across the engineering channel at every fifth cycle. At 9:42, a console flare burn at the engineering relay sent Linerud to the bay for treatment and back to his station inside 20 minutes. Hassan logged the flare and the return without commentary. At 10:18, Kaya routed a refined formation monitoring overlay to the bridge display, the boxing geometry visible to the bridge in the resolution Kaya had been refining across the night. At 10:48, Bark said, on the channel, Captain, secondary stack at 58%. The recovery is slow. The drift is at 0.8. Hold, James. Holding. The number was Park's edge, the surface of the slower thing, the thing Park had not said and was not going to say across the open channel. The deck was working. The engineering channel stayed open. Park's voice on the recovery cycle stayed slow. The drift sat at 0.8. The boxed pattern stayed unbroken on the far display. At 11:14, Reyes walked the convergence display to the captain's chair for the second time. The three options had been refined across the 28 hours. Reyes had brought the slate at the close of every watch since the formation tightened. Reyes had been at the nav station for 36 of the past 48 hours, with 3 breaks of 20 minutes each for the head and a meal at the relay station counter that Brenda had set without being asked. Reyes stopped at the chair. Captain, the 3 options are ready. I can brief here or at my station. Marcus looked at Reyes. He looked at the chair. He looked at the bridge. Hannah at the XO station with the settled position at her right hand. Kaya at the science section with the formation display routed to her primary console. Yuki at comms with the relay call lockout timer past the 28-hour mark. Park's voice through the open engineering channel calling a stack recovery reading to Liam Chen on the deck. The bridge was at action stations and had been at action stations for 37 hours. Marcus stood. Hannah, the chair. Yes, Captain. Hannah crossed from the XO station to the chair. She did not look at Marcus. She did not look at Reyes. She sat in the chair, and her hands settled at the chair's sidearms in the placement that was the captain's chair placement, not the XO console's settled placement. Marcus walked with Reyes toward the nav station. 3 meters. The crew watched them go. No one commented. Not at the chair, Tomas. Walk me through it at your station. This decision belongs at the nav console. Reyes nodded. Yes, Captain. The nav station was Reyes. The console was Reyes. The three options display was Reyes. Marcus stopped at Reyes' shoulder. Reyes opened the display. The geometry filled the screen. The Resolute at the apex of the tightened triangle, the three Splinter vessels at the converged perimeter, the junction seam topology curved against the Resolute's aft. The three options were marked 1 through 3 at the left edge of the display in the small clipped notation Reyes used when he had been refining a plot for hours. Marcus looked at the screen. Hana at the chair did not turn. Kaya at the section did not turn. Yuki at comms had the relay call lockout timer in her peripheral and was watching the screen with the timer at the corner of her eye. The harmonic coil hum from engineering had the slow pulse of the recovery cycle. The splinter formation on the far display held the boxed pattern. Marcus said, "Tomas." Reyes, "Captain." "Walk me through." Reyes set his hand at the console edge, the two-finger touch that was Reyes' call-committed gesture. The hand stayed at the edge. The display did not yet move. Chapter 21. Tactical. The three options had been on Reyes's tablet since that morning, day 115. Marcus came to the nav station. Reyes had been ready for him at the half-step distance. "Captain." "Tomas, show me." Reyes turned the tablet on the console edge so the screen faced Marcus's right shoulder rather than his own. The display was the format Reyes used when he was briefing a captain rather than running a plot. 3 blocks, color-coded at the corner tabs. Blue for sustained, yellow for retreat, red for primary stack. Cost projections written in the right margin in the small clipped handwriting Reyes used for briefs. Numbers first, projections second, narrative last. The discipline was his grandfather Esteban Alvarez Mendez's discipline. Show the position before you show the move. Marcus did not pull up a chair. He stood at the nav station, leaning forward against the console edge, the way he leaned against the captain's chair when he was reading a problem. Reyes had been 38 hours at this console without more than an hour off it. The left shoulder was complaining, the old San Juan injury at the level it reached when Reyes had not slept. He set the shoulder aside. Option A. Sustained. Reyes opened the blue block. We continue the secondary stack 3/4 draw cycle. We hold against the formation through the boxing pattern. The Splinter Class 7 doctrine accommodates a sustained engagement. Their formation's expected outcome is that we crack first or they crack first. Their casualty curve is comparable to ours through the first 6 hours. By hour 9, our secondary stack reaches its framework limit. At that point, we go to primary or we go to retreat. Our casualty curve in the window, 1 to 2 named crew, 12 to 18 minor injuries. Probability the formation withdraws when one of their vessels goes down, 60%. Probability they escalate to a 4th tier doctrine response, 40%. The 4th tier is unrecorded in ISCA's catalog. We do not have data on what comes after Class 7. Marcus read the margin. He did not speak. Reyes opened the yellow block. Option B. Retreat through the formation. We break the boxing pattern by running the perimeter at high relative velocity. Our crossing window is approximately 14 seconds. The 3-vessel formation creates a kill box at the perimeter. The kill box gives them concentrated pulse impact across the 14 seconds. 3 to 5 named crew, 25 to 35 minor injuries. Hull integrity after the crossing, roughly 65% of pre-engagement baseline. Field repair viable. Yard return mandatory. The deep margin survey paused pending yard. Geneva categorizes this as a field judgment retreat. The Splinter formation does not pursue across a high-velocity perimeter cross at the catalog doctrine read. They hold the kill box. They let us go. Once we are clear, we are clear. Hana at the XO station was not on this channel. Reyes did not turn his head. The XO console was 3 meters aft of the nav station. Hana would be reading the bridge while he briefed. The conversation was at a level Hana would hear if she chose to hear it. Reyes did not edit himself for the hearing. Hana would not edit for being heard. And option C. Reyes did not open the red block immediately. He took the half-breath Marcus's question required. He had been holding the option in front of him for 30 hours. He had walked it through with Park on day 39 when they first ran the plot as a worst-case plot. He had not yet briefed it to Marcus. Option C. We authorize the primary stack to full draw. The boundary array forward pulse at 5 times the secondary stack 3/4 draw cycles energy. We target the leading Splinter port array assembly and the leading Splinter. Destroyed or heavily damaged. 92% destroyed, 8% at structural collapse imminent. The Class 7 doctrine accommodates withdrawal on leading vessel destruction. The second and third Splinter vessels withdraw. The engagement closes. And the cost. Reyes did not look at the margin. He had the numbers from Park's Day 39 walkthrough. He had not stopped carrying them. On our side, the primary stack full draw discharge has a cascade risk Park briefed me on Day 39 when we first ran the option as a worst-case plot. The cascade is a known consequence of full draw on this design of cooling path. The cleared rating is 65% of full draw load. The discharge produces 100%. The overload is approximately 35% above rating. The cooling path's energy buffer takes the overload for approximately 0.6 of a second. Then the cascade pulse routes through the buffer's downstream channel to the secondary engineering bay. The bay's working personnel station is 12 meters from Park's console. 18 seconds after discharge, the cascade reaches the bay. Casualty. 1. The engineering crewman on the bay station at the discharge moment takes the cascade burn. Park's projection, terminal class injury. Hassan will not save the person from the cascade phase. Marcus did not turn his head. The Charleston came into his consonants for a beat. Reyes saw it because he had been watching for it. Who is on the bay rotation at action station's posture? Park has not given me the personnel name yet. The action station's rotation is set the morning of the discharge. Park would know. 5 seconds. The bridge ambient was the action station's postures elevated steady. The harmonic coil hum from engineering at the slow pulse of the secondary stack recovery cycle. Yuki at comms with the relay call lockout timer past the 37-hour mark. Kaya at the science section with the boxing geometry on her primary console. Asar beside Hana at the XO station because the third watch had handed forward without anyone calling the handover at the published hour. 5 seconds at the nav station was measurable. Hana at the XO console did not turn the chair. Hana caught Reyes's eye across the 3 meters. Reyes met it. Hana held the look for a half second and returned to her console. The XO had absorbed the base station number without entering the conversation. Her right hand at the console edge was at the settled position, the placement the crew had learned to read as Hana receiving without yet moving. All right. Marcus's all right this time was not the transition marker. It was the half-syllable that came before the decision and was not yet the decision. Walk me to engineering. I want Park to walk me through. I want the rotation name from him. Yes, Captain. Reyes stood. Marcus did not yet move from the station. He was reading the screen of final time. Reyes waited at the half-step distance, the way he had been waiting since that morning. The left shoulder complained against the weight. He ignored it. The Karo Khan opening had been in his head for 36 hours, without his asking it to be there. Do not respond to the opponent's pressure. Respond to the position. Esteban Alvarez Mendez at the kitchen table in San Juan in 2171. Tomas had been 8. The bishop on f3 had been the move Esteban had wanted his grandson to find before the grandson found it. The position now was Marcus deciding at the nav station whether to authorize the cost of 1 named crewman against the cost of 1 to 5 named crew under options A and B. The position was clear. The move was Marcus's. Marcus turned from the screen. Hannah, the chair. Hannah crossed from the XO station the way she had the day before and took the chair. Asar stepped to the XO station without comment. Marcus walked the corridor off the bridge. Reyes followed at the half-step distance. The engineering deck was at the post-cruise pace of a deck that had been at action stations for 38 hours without coming off the posture. Park was at his primary console when Marcus and Reyes came through the bulkhead. Liam Chen was at the bridge relay station beside Park. The relay was open. Liam was reading a secondary stack recovery readout and not yet looking up. Linnerud was at the auxiliary stack. 3 other engineering hands were at their secondary stations. The deck was at the action station's rotation. At the secondary bay, 12 meters through the access window from the corridor turning, Aditya Khatri was at the bay's primary console. The diagnostic readout was on his screen at the standard format Reyes had seen on Park's deck on day 39. Khatri's right hand was at the console edge. His left hand was at the console's secondary input pad. He was running the secondary stack diagnostic check the action station's rotation called for at the half-hour mark. He had not heard the bulkhead cycle. He was at his station, he was alive, he was doing his job. Reyes did not look through the access window. Marcus did not yet. They walked to Park's console. Captain? James, Reyes has walked me through the 3 options. Option C, the Cascade. Walk me through it again. Yes, Captain. Park opened the Cascade risk reference on his console screen. The reference was the document Park had written in 2188 on the dataless after a near Cascade event and had updated for the Resolute's commissioning. Reyes had read it once, on day 39, in this same engineering corridor. He had not asked Park for a copy. He had remembered the numbers because the numbers were the kind Park did not need to repeat for a navigation officer to retain. Park walked Marcus through, item by item, plain as a procedure manual. The primary stack opens at 100% draw. The cooling path takes the overload. The energy buffer holds it for 0.6 of a second. At plus 18 seconds, the buffer fails. The Cascade pulse routes down the buffer's downstream channel to the secondary engineering bay's primary working station console. The grounding strap is the path of least resistance. The operator at that station takes the discharge, a 0.8-second concentrated coil-driven burst at the lower band right side of the console. The Cascade-class burn is at the terminal-class injury threshold. Hassan cannot save the operator from the Cascade phase under the field conditions available. Marcus read it slowly. He stopped at item 5. The grounding strap. Is there an engineering reroute that would push the Cascade away from the bay console? Park, after a beat. On a yard return overhaul, yes. On the dataless, the strap was rerouted to a dedicated heatsink in 2189. It cost 6 weeks of yard time. On the Resolute, the strap is on the original commissioning routing. We have not had yard time. All right. Marcus read to item 7. Reyes stood at the half-step distance from Marcus's right shoulder. Park's console light at the engineering deck was the ISCA standard high lumens, bright after the bridge. The deck's illumination at action station's posture was at full draw because the engineering crew needed the brightness for the diagnostic work. Park's reference document had small annotations in his own hand at the margins. Reyes had seen the annotations on day 39. They were the kind of marginalia Park made when he was reading his own document for accuracy and not for elegance. Marcus closed the reference. James, the bay's working personnel rotation at the discharge moment. Park did not open the rotation document. He had been at the rotation document that morning. He had it in his memory because the rotation was the kind of memory Park did not let himself store loosely. Captain, the action station's rotation is set by the morning. At the current rotation, the bay's working station is Ensign Aditya Khatri. Marcus held that. He did not turn yet to the access window. Park did not move from his console. Reyes did not move from the half-step distance. The engineering deck around them did not pause for the captain's silence. Linnerud at the auxiliary stack called a stack reading to Liam Chen at the bridge relay station. Liam acknowledged at the conversational level and entered the reading into the deck's recovery log. The deck continued at its work. The Cascade risk reference on Park's screen did not move. Marcus turned to the access window. Khatri was at the bay console. He was 12 meters from the corridor turning. He was in his engineering uniform, sleeves at the standard fold. The silver and religious symbols bracelet at his right wrist visible at the console edge. The small scar at his right cheek from a Boston cricket field in 2188 was the lit detail at the brightness of the bay's illumination. His right hand was at the console. He was entering the diagnostic check's mid-sequence input. The bay readout showed the secondary stack draw at 58% available. The cumulative drift at 0.83. Reyes could read the readout from the corridor because he had been reading similar readouts at the nav console for 30 hours and the numbers were familiar. Marcus looked through the window. He did not speak. He did not move. The Charleston came into his consonants, the read Reyes had been watching for. The captain held the man down. Aditya Khatri. Park. Yes, Captain. Marcus. The young man at the captain's table on day 24. The cricket explanation. The bowler's arm, and the over, and the leg before wicket. Same call, different field. Park. Yes, Captain. Reyes had not been at the captain's table on day 24. He had been at the nav station running the Splinter's first arrival approach plots. Marcus had told him at the end of the day about the conversation. Marcus had said, "He explained cricket to me. He was good." The line had stayed with Reyes the way Marcus's small captain's observations had stayed with him across 11 years of serving alongside him. Reyes. Captain. Marcus. Tomas. I know. The pause was longer than the one at the nav station and shorter than a minute. Neither Park nor Reyes moved. Khatri at the bay continued the diagnostic check. He completed the mid-sequence. The diagnostic moved to the bay's harmonic coil ground loop test. He stepped half a pace at the console to read the secondary readout. The silver and religious symbols bracelet at his right wrist caught the bay illumination and was bright for a quarter second before he settled at the news station. Marcus turned from the window. James, the rotation, can it be changed? Park did not pause. He had the substitute calculation in his memory because he had run it that morning and had not stopped running it. Captain, the substitute on the bay station's rotation is CM2 Marcelo Castillo. He is 48. He has 3 children. The next substitute is PO1 Sahar Ibrahim. She is 26. She is on her first deployment. The next after her is CO2 Marko Vinkovic. He is 31. He has been at the engineering deck 6 years. None of them are good answers, Captain. Marcus. None of them are good answers. Park. No, Captain. The line did not need elaboration. Park did not offer it. Reyes had not known the three substitutes by name before this moment. Castillo at the auxiliary stack was Park's deck's senior chief. Ibrahim and Vinkovich were names Reyes did not yet have files on. They were Park's deck. He would have the files by the end of the day if he needed them. He did not need them. The three names sat in the corridor air between him and Marcus and Park. Reyes did not editorialize. Marcus stayed at the window. He did not change the rotation. He turned from the window. "James, I am going to the ready room. I will give you the discharge order, if I give it, within an hour." Park: "Yes, Captain." Reyes: "Captain." Marcus walked the corridor back toward the bridge. Reyes followed at the half-step distance until the corridor turning to the bridge bulkhead. At the turning, Reyes caught Marcus's elbow for a beat. The contact was light. Reyes did not hold. He released. Esteban Alvarez Mendez had taught his grandson the touch when the position was clear and the move belonged to someone else. The position has been read, the player is at the move, watch and wait. Captain: "Tomas, you will know the call when you make it." Marcus did not answer for a longer beat than the moment required. The Charleston substrate at the back of his throat was at the level Reyes had not seen since the Day 107 collapse on the bridge. Not the same shape, a different one. The captain was carrying it rather than catching himself out of it. On it, Reyes did not say it. This was not that kind of beat. "I know." They parted at the bridge entrance. Marcus walked to the ready room. Reyes walked to the nav station. Hannah at the chair saw them both come. She did not ask. She had the chair. Marcus was at the ready room across the afternoon and into the evening, day 115. The wall channel at the bridge relay opened on the ready room console at the low volume level Marcus had used for his thinking work since taking the chair. The bridge kept the channel open and did not comment on it. Hannah brought coffee. She did not stay. Marcus did not speak. Reyes was at the nav station overnight. He had Park's Cascade risk reference on his tablet. He read it once in the night and did not look at it again. The third watch handover under Asar brought the bridge to mid-engagement steady. The Splinter formation continued the boxing pattern at the unchanged tempo. The secondary stack recovery rate continued slow. Marcus returned to the chair. He did not announce a decision. He ran the bridge through the second watch handover. He sat at the chair through the evening watch. Hassan deployed the standing protocol sustained watch instruction through Hannah, the same instruction she had deployed on day 80 and day 107. She did not enter the bridge. The instruction traveled the exo route. Marcus accepted. Asar took the chair. Marcus walked to his cabin. He slept the longest stretch he had taken since the engagement opened. Reyes did not sleep more than an hour at the nav station's relief bunk along the corridor. He kept the nav station through the night under Asar's watch. The third watch ran its usual tempo when the captain was off the bridge, and Reyes ran his portion of it the way Asar's crew had learned to run with him. Diego Vargas relieved him at the nav console for 2 short intervals across the night. Reyes used the intervals to walk the corridor twice, drink water at the relay station counter Brenda had set without being asked, and return. The position was Marcus's. He watched and waited. Early on day 116, Marcus relieved Asar at the chair. He had eaten breakfast at Brenda's counter, paratha and eggs. Brenda had put the chili oil on the side without being asked. She had not asked him about the chair. He had not said anything. He was steady. The crew read the steadiness and adjusted to it. The morning's tempo came up by a half step. The Splinter formation continued the boxing pattern. Across day 116 morning, Park's recovery rate flags continued at every 5th discharge cycle. The secondary stack was at 58% available, down from 67 the previous day. The recovery was slow. The cumulative drift was at 0.85. Marcus stood from the chair. He walked across the bridge to the nav station. Reyes did not stand. He had been at the console for the morning's run-through. He had the targeting display open at the leading Splinter port array assembly's coordinates. He was reading the boxing geometry at the long axis convergence point Kaya had refined across the night. Tomas. Captain. The decision. Reyes. Yes, Captain. Marcus looked at Reyes. Reyes understood before the order came. Reyes did not editorialize. Hana at the XO station was at the settled position. Yuki at comms had the relay call lockout timer past the 45-hour mark and the institutional flag routing prepared for the post-discharge cycle. Kaya at the science section had the formation tracking open at the primary console. She did not turn the chair. Marcus turned to the bridge. Marcus on the channel. Park, prime the primary stack to full warm. Hassan, your bay ready? Park on the engineering channel. Primary stack to full warm, ready in 8 minutes. Hassan on the medical channel. Bay ready. Acosta moved to side cot. Emergency capacity prepared. Source at the secondary station. Marcus, acknowledged. Reyes, target the leading Splinter port array assembly. Primary stack, full draw. Hold for my command. Reyes set his hand at the console edge, the two-finger touch that was his call-committed gesture. The targeting moved from the long axis convergence point to the leading Splinter port array assembly's geometric center at the engagement range Kaya had refined that morning. Targeting locked, leading Splinter, holding. Across the next 60 minutes, Park's primary stack warmed to 100%. The boundary array forward was at the cleared parameter envelope. Hassan's bay was at emergency capacity prepared. The Splinter formation continued the boxing pattern. Kaya at the science section tracked the formation's geometry without comment. The formation did not move from the pattern. At 13:58, Park on the engineering channel, Captain, primary stack at 100%, cleared parameter envelope. The action station's rotation is at the standard set. The secondary bay's working station is Ensign Khatri. The engineering deck is at full readiness. Marcus, acknowledged Park, hold, holding. Reyes, at nav, targeting locked, leading Splinter port array, holding. Hana at the XO station, operational coordination at the decision threshold. Yuki has the institutional flag routing prepared. Geneva will route at the post-discharge cycle. Yuki, at comms. Filing ready. Kaya, at the science section. Formation tracking. Holding. 13:58, Park stack at 100%. 13:59:30, Reyes's two-finger touch at the console edge unchanged. 13:59:58, Yuki's filing ready. 1400:00. At 13:59:58, Marcus stood from the chair. He walked to the chair's center, the chair center position from which a captain gave an irrevocable order. Reyes did not turn the chair at nav. The targeting display on his console was the leading Splinter's port array assembly at the engagement window center. The discharge relay control was at his right hand. The hand was at the console edge at the two-finger position. Marcus, plainly. Discharge on my mark. Park. Primary stack at ready. Reyes. Targeting locked. A silence. Marcus. Mark. Reyes's hand finished the discharge relay sequence. He did not look away from the targeting display. He did not look at the captain's chair behind him. The discharge would execute at the frame Park's deck was running. Reyes kept the targeting locked. The crew would have the Splinter port array assemblies read inside 5 seconds. The Cascade would have the bay inside 18, and the bay would have it for 0.6 of a second of buffer before the buffer failed. The position had been read. The move was Marcus's. The move had been made. Reyes at the nav station held the targeting and waited for Park's deck to execute. Chapter 22. The Cascade. Park's hand had been on the primary stack control since the bridge had called readiness. The engineering deck around him was at the posture an engineering deck took when the captain's voice was about to arrive on the channel, and the order would commit the Resolute to the engagement. Liam Chen was beside Park at the secondary console. Aditya Khatri was 12 meters to the left, at the boundary array assembly access station, the post he had taken when the engagement opened 35 hours back, closer to the assembly than Park's main board, where the assembly's manual override panel lived. The other engineering crew were at theirs, Castillo at the auxiliary stack, 3 hands at the secondary stations. The harmonic coil hum was at the cruise note the Resolute held when the primary stack was at full warm and waiting. The channel opened. Marcus on the channel. Discharge. Full draw. Now. Park executed. The primary stack opened at 100% draw. The boundary array's forward emitter sent a 1.2-second pulse at the lower band. The pulse left the Resolute through the forward bulkhead. Park did not see it. The bridge had the read. The engineering deck had the numbers. The instruments on Park's third console bank moved. The secondary engineering deck cooling path's load rose from 65% cleared to 100% rated inside the first 2 seconds and kept climbing. The display marked the climb at the standard format: green to amber at 124%, amber to red at 132. The cooling path was doing what the Day 39 consult had said it would do. Kaya on the bridge channel, pulse on target, 4.2 seconds to leading Splinter. A pause across the deck. The harmonic coil hum was 1 note higher and would not settle until the discharge sequence closed. Kaya again. Hit. Leading Splinter, bow array assembly and forward haul, heavy. Marcus on the channel, quiet. Read. Kaya. 47-degree long axis roll, past the spinner class threshold. Structural collapse imminent, not returning fire. Park watched the cooling path indicators climb past 135. He had carried those thresholds in his head across 73 days. The engineering crew at the deck would read the climb and would not know yet what the climb meant. The climb was at the level a senior engineer recognized and a junior engineer did not. At 14:011, a second indicator on the third bank flicked. It flicked from green to red without going through amber. Park read it. The automated containment on the boundary array assembly's secondary breaker had failed. The breaker was the assembly's first line against a cascade pulse routing back through the forward emitter housing. The engagement damage from day 115 had been on that housing. The maintenance cycle had been scheduled for the post-engagement window. The post-engagement window had not arrived. The breaker had not held. The assembly could only be sealed manually, from inside. Park's hand was on the secondary bay alert toggle. He did not yet press it. Kaya still. Second Splinter caught the expansion edge, 12%, reorienting away. The cooling path was at 138. The Cascade warning sounded at 1414, the soft 3-pulse tone the Resolute used for an engineering class anomaly approaching its threshold. Engineering heard it. The bridge would not. The crew at the deck would look at Park. Costello looked at Park. 3 hands at the secondary stations looked at Park. Khatri at the assembly access station did not look up. He was reading his own console, which carried the same indicators Park was reading. Liam at the secondary console said, "Low. Chief, the breaker, the automated." Park, "I see it." Park named it on the channel. Park on the engineering channel. "Captain, assembly access. Manual seal required from inside. 60 seconds." The harmonic coil hum continued. The cascade warning continued. The cooling path indicators climbed. No one moved except Kotri. Marcus on the channel, "Fast, close. On the deck, coming to you." Marcus had been at the engineering threshold since the open of the engagement. He had been in and out across the past 48 hours. He was 22 meters back at the corridor side of the deck, and the assembly access was the next bulkhead. Park heard the footfall on the channel and on the deck plate underfoot at the same instant. Kotri stood from the assembly access station. He did not look at Park. He looked at the assembly door. Park watched Kotri stand. The way a man stood from a console said what the man was about to do. The engineering deck had taught Park to read it across 35 years. Kotri stood the way a man stood who had read his own console and reached the same line Park had reached and was going to be the one inside. Kotri. Kotri did not turn. Marcus came onto the deck through the Courier bulkhead at a pace that was not running and was not the cruise pace either. He was 9 meters from the assembly access. Kotri was 3. Marcus did not stop walking. Marcus hard, the channel still open, the voice carrying into the deck and through the relay to the bridge. "I'm not sacrificing you or any member of my crew." It was not Marcus's captain's chair voice. It was the corridor voice, the one he reached for when something in him was at the line that did not bend. Park had heard it twice across 11 years. Once at the Daedalus in 2187, when Vasquez had handed Marcus a Courier, and Marcus had read it and said no to a Geneva timeline. Once now. Kotri said, "The ship needs you, Captain." Kotri was already moving. Kotri did not say it the way a man said something he had rehearsed. He said it the way a man said something he had read off the console in front of him. The cooling path at 138. The breaker read. The assembly the next bulkhead. The captain coming from the corridor. Kotri was reading the console aloud, not making a speech. Kotri stepped through the assembly threshold. Marcus reached for him. Marcus had been 7 meters back when Kotri stepped. He closed 3 of the 7 in the second Kotri took to clear the threshold. He was 4 meters from the door when the door began to cycle. The access door engaged. The manual seal protocol the assembly carried was the protocol the engineering deck had built into the assembly during the Houston yard work in 2189. Park's own protocol. Park's signature in the design files. The protocol cycled the door closed in 3 seconds once the inside actuator was set, and the seal was irreversible once the cycle began. Park had specified the irreversible cycle himself. The reasoning at the design review had been that a man inside the assembly at a Cascade event needed to know the door would not open behind him. Park had signed the spec. Marcus reached the door at 1423. The door was sealed. Marcus put his right hand flat on the bulkhead at the door's frame. He did not pound the door. He did not call Kotri's name. He held his hand flat against the bulkhead and watched the seal indicator on the door's outside panel cycle from amber to red and stay red. Park was 12 meters back. His hand was still on the alert toggle. He did not press it. The alert had already sounded. The deck was at the Cascade posture. Liam came up beside Park. Park did not turn his head. He read the cooling path indicators on his third console bank because reading them was what he could do, and the man inside the assembly was doing what he could do. The cooling path climbed past 140. Marcus stood at the bulkhead with his hand flat on it. He held the door without moving. Then he turned his head and looked across the deck at Park. The captain wanted the cooling path numbers and the Cascade arrival window. He did not have to ask. Park, across the deck, plainly. 18 seconds, then 9 seconds in the assembly's containment envelope, then the Cascade is closed. Marcus nodded once. He did not move from the bulkhead. The deck was quiet across the 18 seconds. The harmonic coil hum continued. The Cascade warning continued. Castillo at the auxiliary stack had stopped reading his console. He was looking at the assembly door. Park did not say anything to him. The auxiliary stack was at the post-discharge recovery cycle and did not need attention for another 40 seconds. At 1442, the Cascade hit the assembly. The hit came through the deck plate as a low compression, not a blast, not a noise. The sound of mass at high energy passing through a bulkhead and being contained by the structure on the far side. The deck plate underfoot rose half a centimeter and returned. The lights stepped down by 10% for half a second and came back. The harmonic coil hum spiked and held and began to recede. The cooling path indicators on Park's third bank dropped from 143 to 118 across 2 seconds. The Cascade had been contained. The assembly had taken it. Khatri inside. The seal disengaged at 1458, the assembly's safe open threshold, the Cascade contained, the containment envelope past its peak. The seal indicator on the door's outside panel cycled from red to amber to green. Park was running before the green came up. Crossing fast, he covered the 12 meters from his console to the assembly door in 7 seconds. He was 3 steps ahead of Marcus, who had moved from the bulkhead the instant the indicator cycled. The geometry of the deck put Park closer to the assembly's interior center than Marcus by 4 meters. Park had built the geometry. Park was the one who reached Khatri. The assembly interior was dark on the primary panel. The secondary panel was on emergency power. Burnt insulation, ozone, the metallic edge of a controlled cascade, an arc event held. Khatri was at the manual override panel, slumped against it. His right side had taken the energy the seal had stopped from going further into the deck. Park crossed the interior in 3 strides. He went to one knee beside Khatri. The Cascade burns were extensive: right shoulder, right ribs, right hip, right thigh. The silver bracelet on Khatri's right wrist was warm to the touch through Park's glove. The bracelet's small religious symbols had softened at the edges where the energy had passed. Khatri was unconscious. His pulse was at the manual pulse checkpoint at the carotid. The pulse was there. The pulse was fast and thin. Park put his right hand under Khatri's left shoulder and his left arm under Khatri's knees and lifted. Khatri weighed less than Park expected. 68 kilograms. Park's gym bench memory. Park was 84. The last man Park had carried at this distance had been a fellow engineering officer at the Daedalus in 2186, 38 meters through a cabin fire corridor. The officer had survived. Park remembered the weight. Khatri was lighter. The lightness was the youth. Marcus was at the assembly threshold 3 seconds behind Park. He did not enter the assembly. He stood at the threshold with his right hand on the frame. Park, plane. Medical lift. I have him. Marcus stepped back to clear the threshold. Park came through the door with Khatri in his arms. He turned for the engineering corridor. The corridor ran 47 meters to the engineering medical lift. Park had walked that corridor every working day across the past 8 months. He had not run it carrying a man before. Liam was already ahead. He had peeled away from the secondary console the second the seal disengaged and was at the medical lift call by 14:01:08. Liam on the comms channel. Medical lift. Engineering emergency. Cascade casualty. Lift to the medical bay. Now. Park ran. The corridor smelled of chlorine and warm electronics, the engineering deck on a long shift. The deck plate underfoot rang at the standard tone the Resolute made when a man's boot landed at full weight at the pace a man's boot landed when a man was carrying another man in his arms. Park's left shoulder began to complain at the 10-meter mark, the same shoulder that had taken the load in 2186. The old scar at the base of his thumb burned at 20 meters. He did not adjust. The carry was the right arm if it had to be. Khatri's left hand had slid against Park's chest. The hand was slack. Park did not look at it. He looked at the corridor ahead, the bulkhead at the left access, Liam at the call panel, the lift cycling open, the amber emergency lighting at the lift interior. Marcus had not stopped walking from the assembly threshold. He was behind Park at the pace a man walked who would not run because the engineering corridor was not a corridor a captain ran on a working deck. The engineering channel was still open. The bridge was audible through it. Reyes on the bridge channel. Third Splinter holding at the formation periphery. Range 4.1. Not closing. Hana, operational coordination at standby. Primary stack at 12%, secondary at 41. Hana, on the bridge channel, acknowledged. The captain is off bridge. I have the chair. The bridge had taken the watch. The engagement was still active. Park reached the lift at 14:01:32. Hassan and Seorse were at the lift door. They had heard Liam's call. Hassan had the emergency bay's authorization override already keyed. Seorse had the stretcher. Park brought Khatri to the lift threshold. Hassan stepped forward. Seorse was at the legs. Park did not speak. Hassan put both her hands under Khatri's head and shoulders. Seorse took the legs. Park let Khatri go to them at the speed they took him, slow enough that the body did not jolt, fast enough that the handoff was inside 4 seconds. Khatri was on the stretcher. Marcus was at the lift now. He had walked the corridor at the pace he had walked it. He had not run. Hassan looked at Marcus. It was the look an Egyptian physician gave a captain at the corridor outside a medical bay when the physician already knew. Hassan nodded. One nod, slow, the gesture small. Marcus did not speak. The captain turned. He walked back toward the bridge. The engagement was still active. The watch needed him. Hana had the chair. Hana would hand it back when he arrived. The Resolute was at the post-discharge posture, and the third Splinter was still at the formation periphery. Park watched Marcus walk. He stood at the lift threshold without moving. Then he turned and went back the way he had come. Park reached his console at 14:02:14. The engineering crew at the deck had not stopped working across the carry. Castillo at the auxiliary stack had brought the auxiliary down from active recovery to standby. 3 hands at the secondary stations had run the cooling path's post-Cascade integration check. The cooling path was at 71% and falling. The primary stack was at 12. The harmonic coil hum was back at cruise. The Cascade warning had stopped. Park sat at his console. The chief brought up the engineering log. He opened a new entry. He wrote, "The Cascade event timing, 1400:00 discharge, 1411 breaker red, 1414 Cascade warning, 1423 access sealed. 1442, Cascade contained. 1458, seal disengaged. The numbers were clean. The numbers would run in the post-deployment review for years. Park did not yet write the Khatri line. The Khatri line was Hassan's responsibility, on the medical side, and Park's on the engineering side. The two sides would compare drafts in 2 days. The bridge channel carried Hana running the engagement at the watch, Reyes at nav with the third Splinter geometry, Kaya at the science section with the formation tracking, Yuki at comms with the ISCA flag routing. At 1413, Hassan came on to the medical channel. Hassan, Bay update. Cascade class burns through the right thoracic wall. Internal cascade phase setting in. Working. Hana on the bridge channel. Read. Park read it. The minutes went. Park documented. The engineering crew at the deck worked the post-cascade stabilization cycle. Castillo brought the auxiliary into the rebalancing routine. The 3 hands at the secondary stations cleared the cooling path's residual load. The deck eased into the post-engagement quiet that meant putting back what had been taken out of true. At 14:19:32, Hassan came on to the medical channel. Hassan, time of death, medium pause, 14:19:32. Aditya Khatri, Cascade class burn, internal cascade phase. Hassan signing. The medical channel closed. Park kept his hands on the console. Liam had come back from the medical lift 14 minutes earlier. He had been at the bridge relay station beside Park's console without speaking across the documentation. He had not turned the bridge relay channel on. He had stood at the station, not seated. Liam moved now. He turned toward Park. Park lifted his hands off the console. Then he put them back down, palms flat, fingers spread. He did not grip the console. He did not lean forward. He sat at his chair and he put both his hands flat on the engineering console at the position they had been at when he had executed the discharge at 1400 at 00, and he did not move. 90 seconds. Park did not perform them. He did not know they were 90 seconds. He learned the count afterward from the timestamp on his next entry. The engineering deck around him continued. Castillo did not look at Park. The 3 hands at the secondary stations did not look at Park. The harmonic coil hum at the deck plate was at the cruise note. The bridge channel carried the bridge, Reyes at nav, the third Splinter at 4.1, Hana running the watch, the Resolute at the post-engagement posture. None of it was at Park's console. Liam stayed at the bridge relay station. Liam did not move. The channel stayed off. The next log timestamp came up at 14:21:14 ship time. The engineering deck did not mark the interval. The deck was at the work, and Park's hands flat on the console did not look different from Park's hands at the console at any other moment when Park was reading the cooling path indicators. Liam saw. At 14:21:10, Park lifted his hands. Rising, he stood. He turned. Park. Liam. The secondary bay repair cycle. Begin field repair. Document the Cascade event for the engineering log. I will brief the captain when he calls. Liam. Yes, Mr. Park. Park looked at him. Liam was 23. Liam had been Park's protege for 9 months. Park had read Liam's wound at the Yosemite climb in the file Park had pulled from the institutional record before the Resolute commissioning. Park had not raised it. Park had watched Liam grow. Park. And Liam. Sir? Park. The bridge relay channel was off. You were at the field repair preparation across the past 2 minutes. Yes, Mr. Park. Park nodded once. Park sat back at his console. He opened the engineering log entry again. He wrote the post-Cascade stabilization timing, cooling path, back to 50% at 1408, harmonic coil bus integrity confirmed at 1411, primary stack stable at 12 at 1414. Liam went to the bridge relay station. He opened the field repair coordination channel. He spoke into it the way an engineer of 3 deployments spoke into it. Calm, the steadiness he had been building across the past 6 months. The channel routed to the secondary bay repair team. The repair cycle began. Across the corridor, the boundary array assembly access door was propped open. The interior was empty. The Cascade had left a scorch pattern across the right side wall where Catrari had been against the manual override panel. The structure had contained it. The scorch would not be repaired before yard return. The scorch would be the deck's mark of the moment, and the Resolute's engineers would walk past it on every working day across the 7 months back to Earth. Park finished the engineering log entry. He set the entry to file at the captain's review queue. The deck was quiet. The cooling path numbers eased back. The Cascade was closed. The Resolute was at the post-engagement posture, and the engagement was still active. And Hannah had the chair. Park put his hands on the keyboard and began the cross-reference Hassan's medical side log would need, the seal timings, and the names of the personnel present at the deck across the interval. Castillo, 3 hands by initial, Liam Chen, James Park. Khatri's name he did not write. That line was Hassan's, on the medical side. Park kept working. Liam stood at the bridge relay, running the field repair cycle. He did not turn his head toward Park's console. Park's hands on the keyboard kept the rhythm of the documentation. The cooling path settled. The deck plate underfoot was at the cruise note. The Resolute was at the post-engagement quiet of a vessel that had survived. Chapter 23. Withdrawal. Hannah had the chair for 98 minutes. Hannah's stamp at 1432, day 116, Marcus's own back at 1614, and the count was the first thing his head produced before the day's other arithmetic took over. 88 minutes of sleep in the cabin. The numbers belonged to the post-discharge ledger. Marcus carried them because the engineering crew below carried theirs, and Park carried his, and Hassan was downstairs carrying the one he could not yet face. From late afternoon, day 116, through the dawn of day 117, the bridge ran the post-engagement watch. Kaya at the science section ran the formation's withdrawal vector against the array's tracking solution every 2 hours. The leading vessel's structural roll had passed the day 40 spinner threshold at 47 degrees and was at 51 by midnight ship time. The second Splinter had been moving away from the centroid for the last 6 hours of day 116. The third had held its position. Reyes at nav had the post-discharge approach plotted and kept it. Hassan had ordered food up to his console twice through the night without going through Marcus. Yuki at comms had the day 119 outbound packet queue building. Hannah had stayed past her watch by an hour, and Marcus had not asked her to, and Hannah had not announced it. Park's engineering log, first post-Cascade entry, stamped 14/21/14, day 116. Hassan's medical channel time of death stamp was 14/19/32. The 2 numbers sat under everything else in Marcus's head. They were not for naming yet. Yuki's voice came on to the bridge channel. Captain, 3rd Splinter lifting at 0614. Withdrawal vector out of the deep margin, aligning with the second. The voice was quiet. Yuki had not been to her cabin since the Cascade. Her left hand was at her collarbone. Marcus saw it without turning his head. Acknowledged. Captain, the leading vessel is no longer tracking active. Last signal at 0612. Structural failure consistent with the discharge profile. The engagement was over. The bridge had known the third splinter would lift. The question had been the timing. Marcus did not announce the close. The crew had spent the last 14 hours waiting for the third to move, and the closure was in the moving. Marcus sat at the chair until the morning hour. He drank coffee Hamza had brought up, too hot. He drank it that way. The cornbread biscuit on the side console had not been touched. Marcus stood. All right, status by station. The bridge gave him the round in order. Hannah at the XO console answered first. XO clean. Operational coordination running. The watch rotation is on its post-engagement schedule. Reyes at Nav. Nav clean. The Resolute is at the junction's deep margin entry. The deep margin survey work the engagement interrupted is loaded and ready when you are. Kaya at Science. Science clean. The Splinter withdrawal vector tracked. Rendezvous beyond the deep margin in approximately 14 hours. The formation will be out of array range by day 119 morning. Yuki at Comms. Comms clean. The flag routing packet to Geneva queued for the next outbound courier, day 119. The engagement resolution summary is in your queue for review. Hassan came on to the medical channel from below. Medical clean, by which I mean operationally clean. The bay has Acosta, critical but stable. 2 recovery cases in side cots. 9 returned to duty. Sandoval discharged. The fatality is logged. I will have the certificate to you tonight. Park came on to the engineering channel. Engineering. Secondary stack at 41% draw. Primary at 12. Recovery rate slow. Starboard array damaged at the bow assembly. Field repair will get her functional, but full repair requires yard return. Cooling path sealed. New buffer panel on order from Liam's bench. Park stopped. The pause he took when he was about to bring something the bridge would not want to hear. The drift, Captain. Cumulative calibration drift post-discharge is 1.4%. We are above the 1% yard return flag. I have logged. Marcus did not answer at once. The Charleston substrate had been at the back of his throat since the cabin. It was at his teeth now. He set it down. Acknowledge, James. The yard return flag is your call to log. It is mine to answer to Geneva. We will answer it together. Yes, Captain. The engineering channel closed. The bridge sat at the round. Hannah at the XO console had her right hand on the console edge in the settled position the crew had learned meant the XO was reading the chair without taking it. Reyes at Nav had not turned his head. The brown eyes were on the deep margin plot. The substance of holding was the answer. Kaya at the science section had her working stillness on. Yuki's hand stayed at her collarbone. Marcus looked at the bridge. Each station's officer was at attention without performing it. All right, Hannah, the chair. I am going to the medical bay. Back by 1200. Yes, Captain. Hannah stepped to the chair, as Marcus stepped away. The handover was the hand from one armrest to the other, Marcus's right hand lifting from the right side, Hannah's right hand placing where his had been. A gesture they had run 100 times across the Daedalus years and the Resolute months. Marcus passed Yuki's station on his way to the corridor. The casualty notification packet was building on her console. Yuki did not look up. Marcus saw the line of her jaw against the chair back and did not speak. Marcus left the bridge. The transit from bridge to medical bay was 4 minutes at his pace. Marcus walked it at less. The corridor on Deck 4 had a junior comms officer passing the other way with a coffee in one hand and a routing slate in the other. An engineering apprentice headed up to relay something to Park's channel. The deck plate underfoot at the crew's hummed the Resolute held when she was not committing to anything. The crew's quiet was the ship telling the crew nothing was happening. The post-engagement quiet was the ship telling them everything had stopped. Hassan was at the primary station. Her uniform jacket was buttoned, but the top button had been let go. The throat had been on its feet for 41 hours. Sorcy Byrne at the secondary station had her hands on the rotation log. She looked up when Marcus came through the door and nodded once and did not approach. The recovery cabinet was at the far wall. Marcus walked to it. The cabinet was the morgue protocol cabinet, temperature-controlled, sealed at the ISCA medical lock plate, the seal an institutional yellow against the bay's pale gray wall. Its contents were not opened until dock. Marcus stood at the cabinet. He did not put his hand on it. The seal plate had Hassan's authentication at the bottom edge, the time of death entry and the seal entry being one operation in the protocol. The stamp was a slightly off-axis impression. Her hands had been steady, but the bay had been at the Cascade casualty workflow. The off-axis was the moment passing through her hands. Hassan walked over from the primary station and stood beside him at the cabinet. The space between them sat at the distance a physician and a captain held when the cabinet was between them and the room. Neither spoke at first. Then, quietly, "He was 20. I know. His parents are in Boston. He has a sister at Harvard. I know." A pause. The bay's air handler at the ceiling cycled once. Sorcy at the secondary station had her face turned slightly away, toward the side cots, toward Acosta, toward the recovery case under light sedation in the second cot. The turning was not avoidance. The turning was Sorcy giving the captain and the CMO the space the room required. Hassan again. His father is Dr. Vikram Khatri, MIT. Before MIT, ISCA Technical Authority. He consulted on the boundary arrays data integration in the late 70s. He returned to MIT in 2178. The array Aditya was lost from was built partly on his father's work. Marcus had known the fact. He had not felt the fact until now. Aditya had named Vikram at the captain's table. Aditya had named the MIT post and the consulting note. The data integration layer had been a sentence at lunch on day 6. On the bay's gray wall, it was the array Aditya had been lost from. I know. And the sister. Marcus held that one. The sister had been the part of the captain's table conversation he had let go past him because the boy had let it go past him. She prefers her privacy. The article was on file at Harvard if anyone wanted to look. Marcus had not looked. He had liked the boy's protectiveness. He had also been the captain at the table and had not pressed the line. Aditya did not give me her name. He said she preferred her privacy. I did not press. I do not know her name. Hassan nodded. Hassan did not say, I do not know it either. The two of them at the cabinet without the sister's name was the substance of the moment. Marcus had come down with the empty place where her name should have been. You will write to the family. I will write to the family. I will write the institutional letter to the family if you want. I will write the letter. Yes, Marcus. The yes, Marcus was the register Hassan had settled into on the data list 3 deployments back. The Marcus was the medical bay register's deployment, not the bridges. The substance was Hassan releasing the offer he had refused without offense at the refusal. Marcus stayed at the cabinet. Aditya at the captain's table, the small lift of his voice when the conversation had turned to cricket. the way he had set down his fork and used the rim of his plate as the boundary line of the wicket. The umpire still owns the remaining 3%. The boy had been at his work when the Cascade hit. The bracelet on his right wrist. Boston. The mother who had been losing the oncology argument slowly. The sister, Marcus, did not know. Vasquez's folder, page 5, item 4, sat at the back of his head. You will make one decision that costs a life. The decision may also save the ship. Both outcomes are true. Carry both. Adicia had made the decision, not Marcus. The line had assumed the captain made the call. Adicia had taken the cost off the captain's table and into his own hands, and there was a small, precise grief in the recognition that the boy had not even given Marcus the chance to refuse all the way. Marcus put his right hand on the cabinet's outer panel. The panel was cool. He removed his hand and turned toward the door. At the door, he stopped. Amira, the letter, I will draft tonight. I will ask you to read on day 122. Yes, Marcus. Thank you. Yes. Marcus left. The corridor outside the medical bay turned at the bulkhead curve 6 meters from the bay door. Marcus took the turn at his pace. Circe Byrne was at the bulkhead. Marcus saw her before he was at her. She was 3 meters past the turn, against the corridor wall, her right hand flat on the bulkhead at shoulder height. Her face turned to the wall. The braid down her back was the braid the medical bay had at every shift. The silver bracelet on her left wrist caught the corridor light. Her shoulders were neither raised nor lowered. The shoulders were holding. Circe was not making any sound. Marcus did not stop walking. He did not slow. The corridor was a corridor, and a captain walked it. A medical technician at the bulkhead at the post-engagement hour had her own protocol. His pace took him past her without breaking. He did not look at her face. He looked ahead. At the moment of passing, he caught the smallest detail in his peripheral. Circe's right hand was not flat against the bulkhead. The palm was pressing. The knuckles showed the press. The hand was the only part of her doing what the rest of her was holding from doing. Marcus saw it and walked on. He was at the next bulkhead curve in 4 seconds. The decision to pass without breaking had been a captain's decision. Circe had her own discipline, and it included not being approached. Marcus's father had once walked into a Geneva kitchen on the morning of one of Adaisy's paper rejections, seen Adaisy at the sink with her back to the door, read the shoulders, turned around, and walked back out without speaking. James Sr. had said years later, "I knew you were on your own, and I knew you wanted the morning to be on your own." Behind Marcus at the medical bay door, Hassan had stepped into the corridor too. Marcus would learn this only the next morning when Circe's shift change ran 4 hours past the protocol's scheduled handover. Hassan had seen Circe at the bulkhead. Hassan had not approached either. She had stood at the bay door with her right hand on the frame and watched her medical technician hold against the bulkhead, then walked back into the bay. Marcus did not see this. He did not need to. The 2 women at their postures in the corridor were the Resolute's post-engagement work. The captain's part of the work was to keep walking and trust both of them to manage their own. Marcus reached the ready room before noon and did not sit. He made coffee at the alcove. Too hot, black, drunk too fast. The Vasquez folder was on the desk where he had left it, the corner of page 5 visible under the loose top cover. He did not open it. He walked the small circuit twice, 4 steps and 4 steps, and sat at the desk. The institutional letter format ran to 4 paragraphs and a closing. Marcus drafted the first paragraph after midday. On 10 November 2192 at 14:19:32 ship time, Your son, Ensign Aditya Vikram Khatri, died in the line of duty aboard the ISV Resolute during a Cascade event on the Boundary Array Engineering deck. He was 20 years old. He had been aboard for 90 days. The second was the institutional cause, the Cascade, the cooling path, the breaker failure, the manual seal protocol Aditya had executed from inside the assembly because the assembly's automated containment had not held. Marcus crossed out the line, "I was 22 meters back when he made the choice," and rewrote it. "I was on the engineering deck when the call was made. I did not authorize the sacrifice. Aditya made the decision the structural moment required." The crossing out was the discipline. The rewrite was the truth. The third paragraph was Aditya's service. Marcus wrote it slowly. He named the captain's table conversation on day 24, the cricket explanation, and the 3% the umpire still owns. That James Park had said the engineering deck was built on engineers like him. He did not name the bracelet. The bracelet would be in the personal effects routing to Boston. The bracelet would say what the letter did not need to say. The fourth paragraph he did not yet have. He stopped at the back end of the afternoon. Marcus stood and walked. The corridor between ready room and engineering deck took him past the rec hall and the mess hall. The rec hall had Liam Chen at the corner guitar and 3 engineering crew at the chess corner. The guitar was not played. Liam was holding it across his knees and looking at the board. Vargas and 2 of the secondary bay hands at the chess corner were not playing either. They sat at the board with the pieces in mid-game and were not making moves. The chess clock had stopped. The leaderboard pinned above the board still had Aditya Khatri at #3 in chalk. The chalk had been there since day 76. Nobody had moved it. Marcus stopped at the rec hall doorway. The 4 men adjusted in the way crew adjusts when the captain stood in a doorway, spines a half-inch straighter, hands at the standard rest. Marcus nodded once. Nobody spoke. He walked on. The mess hall was at the pre-dinner thinning. Brenda was at the galley counter. Tessa Reyna was at the plating station, prepping rice for the evening service. Hamza Mahmood was at the side counter, working bread. The hall smelled of bread starting and of the catfish that was not tonight. The catfish was for day 118 evening. The wake the senior officer table had not yet named as a wake. Brenda saw Marcus through the door. She did not call. The Charleston grandmother nod was small and once and meant, "I see you walking, and I have you." Marcus nodded back. He did not enter. Past the mess, Brenda passed him in the corridor, moving the opposite way with a covered dish in both hands, the dome lid she used when she was carrying something to a specific cabin. She was heading down toward the engineering crew quarters. Marcus did not know whose cabin and did not need to. Brenda would put the dish on a console and not announce. The cabin's occupant would find it later and would know who had brought it. The 2 of them passed. Brenda nodded, he nodded, neither spoke. Marcus reached the engineering deck. The corridor to the deck ran past the boundary array assembly access. The door was propped open, the interior was empty. The bulkhead beyond carried the Cascade scorch across the right side wall where the manual override panel had been, dark and irregular and running from waist to shoulder in a 4-foot stretch. Marcus did not stop. He walked past without slowing. The engineering deck secondary bay was at the field repair cycle. Park was at the bay's outer console. Liam Chen had walked down from the rec hall in the 8 minutes since Marcus had been at the doorway and was beside Park now. The Park-Liam working pair had developed an unspoken handover for moments like this. Linerud was inside the bay, running a panel swap-out on a coil assembly. The bay door was open. The work was visible from the threshold. The harmonic coil hum was at the cruise note again. Marcus stopped at the threshold. He did not enter. Park saw him. Park put down the diagnostic tool he was holding. Park walked to the threshold. Liam stayed at the outer console. The two men stood at the threshold. James, Captain. A pause. Park was at the corridor side of the threshold. Marcus was at the bay side. Neither moved. The primary stack discharge was the call. It was. It was. It cost us Aditya. It cost him, yes. Marcus did not respond to it. Park had said him, not us, and the word stood. A long pause. Park looked at the bare gray corridor wall behind Marcus's left shoulder. Marcus read Park's face and read what Park was not putting on it and let the silence run. I am writing the family letter tonight. Will you read it? Yes, Captain. Thank you. Park nodded. Marcus turned to go. At the corner of the corridor, just before he left Park's line of sight, Marcus stopped. He looked back. Park was at the threshold. The two of them looked at each other. Park nodded again. Marcus nodded. He walked off. The corridor back from engineering took him past the mess hall and the senior cabin alcove again. Kaya Moran was at his ready room door. Marcus saw her from 12 meters up the corridor. Kaya was leaning against the wall opposite the door with her right shoulder to the bulkhead and her hands in the pockets of her duty jacket. Dark red hair at its short cut, hazel eyes flat as Marcus came up the corridor, the corners of her mouth carrying the small dry adjustment that the rest of her face did not. Captain. Kaya. Kaya did not move from the wall. She was not waiting for an answer. She had come up from the science section in the hour Marcus had been away from the desk, and she had stood at the ready room door for some interval Marcus did not have to ask about. The standing was the message. She was not bringing him a report. She was not bringing him a scientific question. The senior staff side of the bridge had decided one of them should be visible at the door this hour, and Kaya had volunteered. Marcus stopped at the door. He did not open it. You should sleep. You first. The corners of her mouth did the small lift. Kaya straightened from the wall. I will. Kaya walked off down the corridor toward the science section. Marcus watched her go. She had not asked him about Khatri, and had not said anything about the night's work, and had not produced a science observation. The standing at the door had been the entirety of what she came to do. Marcus opened the ready room door. The 4 paragraphs were where he had left them. The pencil was where he had left it. The coffee at the saucer had cooled to room. Marcus took the cup off the desk and drank the cold coffee. The 5th paragraph he had not yet drafted. Marcus thought about the cricket explanation at the captain's table, the hand around the cup of coffee that morning, the small lift of Aditya's voice when the boy had named the 3% the umpire still owns. Aditya's father's data integration work, and Aditya's mother losing the oncology argument slowly, and the sister whose name was not known. Marcus picked up the pencil and wrote. Aditya was a fine engineer. He was kind. James Park has told me he was the kind of junior engineer the deck is built on. The Resolute will not get a finer ensign at his rank. I am sorry for your loss. Marcus read the paragraph. He read it again. He put the pencil down. The ISCA templates prescribed closing, in service to the institution and to your family. Captain M.J. Cole, ISV Resolute, 11 November 2192. Would type onto the printed version tomorrow. The closing was ISCA's words. The rest of the letter was him. Park would read it on day 122. Hassan would read it the same day. The institutional courier would carry it on the day 140 outbound. The day 119 was too soon. The letter needed to sit until Brenda's supplementary paragraph could be added. Brenda had not yet been asked. Marcus turned off the desk lamp. He walked the corridor toward the bridge. The chair was Hannah's. He had told her noon and had been the afternoon at the engineering threshold instead of the chair. Hannah had carried the watch in his absence. Hannah stood as Marcus came onto the deck. She did not say anything. She moved the half-step that gave him the chair. He took it. The right armrest was where his hand went. The bridge ran at the watch the night shift would soon take. Hannah stayed at the XO console a count of 2 longer than the handover required. Then she crossed to the door. Marcus sat. The bridge was at the cruise hum at the deck plate. Reyes at nav would go off at the next watch change. Yuki was at the wouting. Kaya had not yet returned. The day 119 courier window would open at the morning hour. The letter on the desk waited for the closing that would arrive tomorrow. Khatri was in the recovery cabinet and would route to Boston on the family arrangements freight at dock. The sister, whose name was not known, was in Boston too. The cost sat at the back of his neck and across his shoulders the way it had since the cabinet. His right hand went to the muscle below his ear once and dropped. Marcus sat. Hannah was at the XO console. Reyes was at nav. The watch ran. Chapter 24. The Certificate. Hassan had the bay's small office to herself that evening. The desk lamp was the only lit lamp. The rest of the bay was at the low-light night setting. The door to the bay floor was open 1/3, and through it she could see the corner of Acosta's cot and the small green pulse of the cot's monitor. Marina at the secondary station was finishing the cot rotation log. Circe had not yet come back from her supper. The form was in front of her. ISCA Medical Authority 04A. A single sheet of linen blend stock, heavier under her fingers than standard ISCA printout, the institutional yellow header at the top edge. The fields were typed. Her hand was for the signature line at the bottom. Hassan read the fields once more before she signed. Subject: Ensign Aditya Vikram Khatri. Date of death: 10 November 2192. Time of death: 14/19/32 ship time. Cause of death: Cascade class thermal burn, right thoracoabdominal field, internal cascade phase, spleen, right kidney, shock. Contributing factor: primary stack discharge cycle, ISV Resolute, 1400, same date. Attending physician: Lieutenant Commander Amira Hassan, CMO, ISV Resolute. Hassan signed. The signature was AH in the small hand she had used on death certificates since her trauma fellowship at Mass General, 14 years, 57 of them, the first 30 in Boston and the last 27 across 3 vessels. This was the first on the Resolute. Her hand was steady. The signature sat on the line at the angle the line wanted it, which mattered for the Geneva archive scan and did not matter at all. The pen went down on the desk's edge. Console traffic was searchable and Geneva visible. Paper was slower and harder to forge. Death certificates, command memoranda, captain's letters, and private drawer notes still went on scan stock, signed by hand, sealed by the courier, archived against tampering. Consoles were trusted for work, paper for blame, grief, and command. The bracelet at her right wrist caught the desk lamp's light when she put the pen down. She did not touch it. The bracelet had been her grandmother's. She had worn it on every shift across every deployment. She did not need to touch it for it to be there. The family notification packet was on the desk's left corner. She drew it across. The Verschuren boilerplate was the top sheet. The deputy director's standard condolence letter, machine typeset, pre-supplied to every CMO at commissioning, the same paragraph she had read 12 times over 14 years and would read again next time. She did not reread it. She slid it to one side. The personal effects inventory from Park's people was the next sheet, typed up by one of the engineering apprentices, Park's quiet handwriting at the bottom. Inventoried, 12 nov per protocol. J. Park. She read the inventory line by line. 41 personal clothing items. 1 junior practice cricket bat from his Boston club. The Bangalore bat his grandmother had promised had not arrived before deployment. 1 set of his father's secondary generation engineering diagrams, Vikram Khatri's data integration work on the boundary array, the diagrams Aditya had brought aboard at commissioning because his father had given them to him as a graduation gift. 1 photograph of his family in a wooden frame. 13 books, 3 by Priya Okafor. A recipe card from his mother in Boston, handwritten, the corner softened from being read. The small contents of his desk drawer. The inventory went under the certificate. Hassan slipped the certificate into the packet. She left the captain's letter envelope empty, marked Captain's Letter, to be added on routing closeout, for the Day 140 Courier. Hannah had told her at the morning round it was held for Brenda's paragraph. Marcus would clear his. The closure log was next. The format took presentation, attempted intervention, outcome, time of death, attending. She wrote the intervention summary plainly. The protocol was run. The Cascade phase was won by the Cascade. She would do nothing differently if she had the same 15 minutes back. She had been certain of this since 14/19/32, 4 days ago. The log would go into the ISCA medical cross-reference for Cascade-class injuries. It might save a life one day. It might not. Plain writing was what saved lives in this part of the record. Hassan finished. She read it once. She filed it. Soyerse came to the office door. "Doctor, the bay's quiet. Acosta's asleep. The 2 recovery cases are settled. Marina is on the secondary through to 0600. Hassan looked up. "Good. Take the secondary cot. I'm going to my cabin in 20 minutes. "Yes, doctor." Soyerse stayed at the door a beat longer than the handover required. The braid down her back sat as the bay had it at every shift. The silver bracelet on her left wrist caught the bay light at her side. Her face was a 26-year-old medical technician's on her first deployment who had worked a Cascade and had not slept properly since. The Galway Connemara substrate had thickened in her voice through the past 4 days. Hassan had marked the thickening at the morning rounds without commenting. The say what everyone thinks discipline had stayed level. Marcus had walked past Soyerse at the bulkhead one morning that week. He had not stopped. Hassan had also not stopped. The 2 of them, Marcus and Hassan, had let Soyerse hold against the bulkhead alone, because Soyerse's discipline was that. Hassan had stood at the bay door with her right hand on the frame, watching, until the watching was done. Then she had come back into the bay. She had not named the moment to Soyerse. Soyerse had not named it to her. The bay had run. Hassan looked at Soyerse now. "Sayorsi, you will sleep tonight. The order is yours from your CMO. Take it." "Yes, doctor." Sayorsi went. The boots were soft on the deck plate to the cot. Hassan stayed at the office a while longer. She reread the log once. She thought about the address on the family notification packet. Dr. Vikram and Mrs. Khatri, 142 Center Street, Cambridge, MA, USA. She did not yet know Mrs. Khatri's first name. She did not know the sister's name. The ISCA personnel file did not surface either of them. Aditya had not volunteered them at the captain's table. Marcus had not pressed. Hassan walked the corridor to her cabin. The corridor at the late hour was running the night watch hum. She arrived late. She was asleep soon after. Brenda had the catfish ready early that evening. The cornmeal was the Charleston cornmeal she carried in the pantry's deep shelf. The crust was the Charleston style. The recipe was David's, written on a card her late husband had handwritten in 2183, and which lived on the prep counter when she cooked from it, weighted with a small Charleston River stone she also carried. She had cooked it once before this deployment, early on, in honor of nothing in particular. Tonight was the second. Tessa Reyna was at the plating station beside her. Tessa was wearing the small silver crucifix her grandmother had given her at the Quinceañera the first time on a service shift. Brenda had noted the necklace and not commented. She did not need to. She had nodded at Tessa once when Tessa came on, and Tessa had nodded back. The senior staff table was set for 7. Hassan came in early. She took Marcus's left. The table assembled in the order it always did. Hannah came in a half-minute behind Hassan and took Marcus's right. The two women traded a look across him as they sat, small, the kind that said, "Here we are," the kind 11 years of working as XO and CMO together had reduced to a single half-second. Reyes came in next and took the seat beside Hassan. Park, beside Hannah, his uniform jacket on, the engineering deck cuff with the 2186 Daedalus mended scorch patch on his right forearm. Kaya beside Park. Yuki was on the comms rotation tonight. She would eat at her console. Apia was at the diplomatic station completing a cross-reference. He would eat there too. Marcus came in last. He took the head of the table. He sat. The engineering long table across the hall had Kotry's seat empty, third stool from the wall. Vargas was sitting to its left. Liam Chen was 2 seats further down. No one had formally left the seat empty. The engineering crew had tacitly left it. Brenda had set the long table for the count it always had. The empty stool stood where it stood. Hassan ate. The crust was Charleston Careful, the kind that asked nothing of you on a hard week and gave back what it gave. Park ate without speaking. Reyes was quiet at her right. Kaya ate slowly the way Kaya always ate. Hannah on Marcus's other side ate steadily. A while in, Hassan looked at Hannah across the table. "I will sleep tonight." Hannah, after a beat, "So will I." A pause. Hassan ate 3 more bites. She said, "How is he?" Hannah did not look toward Marcus. He was at the head, 2 seats up. He had not heard. She kept her voice low. 5 paragraphs. He'll ask you to read on day 122. He's not sending it on the day 119 Courier. I know. He hasn't said why. He will. They ate. Park kept eating without speaking. He had eaten about half his plate and was at the slow pace he kept when he was running a 4-day calibration in his head. The half pace meant he was at the field repair schedule and at the deck-adjacent bunk room and would be at the engineering deck again at 6 in the morning. Hassan had read it. She watched him a moment longer. Then, across the table, quiet, but a corridor clear pitch she would use again if he needed it. "James." Park. "Amira. Where are you sleeping tonight?" "The deck-adjacent bunk room." "How many nights this week?" 4. "James, sleep in your cabin tonight." Park did not answer immediately. The gray-green of the engineering jacket caught the mess hall light at his shoulder. His eyes moved to the empty stool at the long table, then back. He set his fork down. "Amira. James. Read me as a doctor for 2 seconds. The bunk room is for an engineer who has 30 more hours of work. You have the field repair on a schedule. The schedule does not need you in the bunk room. Your cabin has a bed that you have not slept in for 4 nights. Sleep in it. The deck. Liam can take a single overnight if anything moves. He has done it before. You will sleep in your cabin tonight. tomorrow night also. A longer pause. Park looked at Hannah. Hannah watched. Hannah said nothing. Park, quietly, "Yes, Amira." Hassan did not thank him. She nodded once. She returned to her plate. Marcus stood at the head of the table near the end of the meal. He had eaten one piece of catfish, all of the rice, half the collards. He looked across the hall toward Brenda at the galley counter. "Brenda, that was my father's table. Thank you." Marcus did not perform it. Brenda was at her counter pouring the small jug of buttermilk that went with the cornbread. She looked up. She caught his eye across the hall. She nodded once. Marcus nodded back. Park, on the far side of the table, caught the moment without lifting his head from his plate. Marcus turned to her. "I'm at the ready room. 5 paragraphs. Hassan. Day 122, 1900. "Yes, Marcus." Marcus walked off. The table stayed. Park did not finish his plate. He pushed the last of the catfish to one side and stopped eating. Hassan let him sit with the unfinished plate. She did not lean toward him. A little later, Brenda came from the galley with coffee and a small dish of the molasses cookies she made. The cookies Khatri had eaten 3 at a time at the captain's table on day 24. She set them at the center of the senior table without comment. The senior staff took one each. Hassan ate hers slowly. Reyes drank his coffee. Park ate his cookie and finished the cup of water at his place and did not touch the catfish again. A little later, Brenda came from the galley with coffee and a small dish of the molasses cookies she made. The cookies Khatri had eaten 3 at a time at the captain's table on day 24. She set them at the center of the senior table without comment. The senior staff took one each. Hassan ate hers slowly. Reyes drank his coffee. Park ate his cookie and finished the cup of water at his place and did not touch the catfish again. The mess hall thinned. Hannah stood. Hassan stood with her. The two of them walked the corridor as far as the medical bay turning without speaking. They parted with a small nod at the turn. Hannah went on toward the bridge. Hassan went into the bay. The bay was at the night setting. Marina was at the secondary station. Acosta was asleep. The 2 recovery case cots were quiet. Sarsa was on the rotation log at the primary. The silver bracelet at her left wrist caught the cot light when she lifted her hand to mark the entry. She glanced up at Hassan and nodded. Hassan went into the small office and closed the door halfway. She filled out the evening's senior NCO log and the next morning's rotation handoff. She left the bay for her cabin at the back end of the evening watch. Park, she would learn the next morning when his off-shift log opened, had slept in his cabin. The pot was the Turkish-style she had carried across 3 vessels. She brought it down the Deck 2 corridor on day 122. The corridor was at the warm end lighting. Somewhere 2 corridors away she could hear the rec hall guitar carrying a slow piece, not Liam's. She did not knock. The medical authority entry to the captain's ready room had been understood between them since the Daedalus. Marcus was at the desk. The captain's letter draft was on it, 5 paragraphs printed, the last edits in pencil over the printed text. He stood as she came in. "Amira." "Marcus." Hassan poured 2 cups from the pot. The cardamom was thin tonight. She had used less than usual. She had wanted the bitterness to carry. She set 1 cup on his desk and took the wing chair across from him. "Read it. 5 paragraphs. I have been at it for 5 days. I want your read." Hassan picked the draft up. The first paragraph named Aditya, his rank, his post, his 20 years, his time of death, the place. The second named what the Cascade had done, and what the Cascade had protected, and what both meant, what the protection had cost. The word casualty sat in the second paragraph at the line about Aditya's death and the engagement Marcus had authorized. Marcus's pencil had moved over the paragraph twice. The second time he had crossed out cost the ship would have paid and written cost we carry instead above it. The third paragraph named Aditya, the captain's table conversation on day 24, the cricket, the sister at Harvard whose name Marcus did not have, the father's data integration work on the boundary array's signal layer, the lineage of the work that had let the ship survive the Cascade, Aditya did not. The fourth paragraph asked the parents whether to write to the sister and how. The fifth was Aditya as engineer, Park's line about the deck being built on engineers like him, the apology that was not asking forgiveness. Hassan read it a second time, a third. The draft went down on the desk between them. Marcus, it is a good letter. The edit, Amira, there must be one. Hassan drank the tea. The cup was warm at her palms. She set it down. You said casualty. Try loss. Marcus read the second paragraph again, softly, the line she had marked. Marcus picked up the pencil. He crossed casualty and wrote loss above it. He read the paragraph once more, softly, half to himself. He nodded. Casualty is for the muster sheet, he said. Loss is for the family. Yes. A pause. He had a sister at Harvard, Marcus. You did not learn her name. Is that important to you? Hassan held his eyes. She did not say it for him to defend. She said it because the letter's logic asked for it next, and he had drafted 4 paragraphs and a closing while the sister's name was still missing from the page. It is. I have asked Reyes to ask his sister at the law firm to look. The sister's name is not in his academy file. The family did not surface it. They may not surface it now. I know. Hassan looked at the letter on the desk. She did not pick it up again. The 4 paragraphs and the closing sat where Marcus had left them. The pencil's small mark at the corrected second paragraph was the only edit. The 4th paragraph carried his asking. The family would answer, or they would not. It is a good letter, Marcus. Send it. Marcus looked at the draft. He looked at her. He said, all right. The draft went into the institutional envelope. He keyed the routing slate at the corner of the desk and authorized the day 140 outbound. Brenda's supplementary paragraph would route alongside, added at the morning of the Courier window. He had spoken to Brenda the previous evening. She had nodded once and said, yes, Captain, and had not added anything. The slate confirmed the routing. The envelope went into the institutional Courier queue. Marcus sent it. Hassan drank her tea. The cup had cooled. Marcus, sleep tonight. Yes, Amira. Hassan stood. She walked to the door. At the door she stopped, half-turned. Vasquez wrote one of these for the Daedalus in 2189. I read hers. Yours is hers equal. Thank you, Amira. It is not flattery. It is the reed. Hassan left. The cabin was not her first stop. She walked the long way, the bridge corridor at the night watch quiet, then the senior cabin block, the corridor's air handler at the half volume the ship dropped to between shift changes. She arrived at her cabin late. She showered. She changed. The bunk took her weight. Her fingers found the bracelet at her right wrist. Fatima had brought it from Cairo in 2098. Fatima's grandmother had brought it from Cairo earlier than that. The bracelet was older than the modern Egyptian state, and older than the ISCA Academy, and older than Aditya Khatri's family's relocation from Bangalore to Boston, and tonight Hassan had signed a death certificate in Aditya's name, and had read his captain's letter to his parents, and had told the captain to send it. The word came quietly into the cabins, dim, to no one, addressed to nothing. Ya Rabbi. Lila had used it when the day had been more than the day. Hassan had used it twice in her life as a CMO. Once after a Daedalus incident in 2188, once tonight. Both times in private. Her eyes closed. Sleep came to Hassan that night. Across the corridor, the deck plate hummed at the night watch setting. In the bay, one deck below, Syorsa marked the late entry on the rotation log and reached for the next. In the ready room, 3 corridors away, Marcus turned off the desk lamp. On the engineering deck, Park was asleep in his cabin for the 4th straight night. In the galley, Brenda set the Riverstone on the recipe card and put both on the shelf. Chapter 25. Memorial. Hannah came onto the bridge before 6 on day 122, and Marcus was already at the chair. Marcus stood as she crossed the perimeter. The night had been on him. She read it in the set of his shoulders before he turned his face. Hannah, Captain. Night was quiet. Deep margin survey continued. Asare on the secondary. She has it. The casualty flag went on the day 119 outbound. The family letter is held for day 140, Hassan's read, and Brenda's paragraph to come. Service is day 124, 1000, mess hall. Hassan, James, Tomas are notified. Brenda is preparing. Yes, Captain. You have the chair. I have the chair. Marcus walked off the bridge. Hannah put her hand at the XO console edge and let her thumb find the down curve where the manual jack used to be on earlier hull classes. Park's channel opened early. Secondary stack at 73% draw. Drift at 1.42. Logged weekly now. All right. Kaya from the science section. Deep margin survey continuing. Yuki from comms. No overnight personal traffic for the captain. The bridge ran at the quiet of a ship 12 days out from a Cascade event with the day still to come. Brenda came up the corridor mid-morning. The smell of cornmeal caught the bridge threshold. The apron was over her uniform. Brenda walked the perimeter to the XO station without breaking step. Reyes at Nav did not turn his head and was reading her anyway. XO, may I have a minute? Of course, Brenda. Brenda lowered her voice. The bridge ambient took the rest. The letter to the Catries. I would like to add a paragraph of my own, a personal one. Route it alongside the institutional packet. Next courier is day 128. There is a day 140 window after that if you want more time. A small breath. Flower at Brenda's right elbow. A precise mark. Day 140. I want to do it right. Day 140. I'll route it with the captain's acknowledgement. Bring it to me when you have it. Thank you, XO. Brenda returned to the galley. Reyes adjusted a plot at the nav console. His coffee cup moved a centimeter on the ledge. Kaya did not lift her eyes from the catalog cross-reference she had been at since the crew's hum first settled. The bridge moved. Mid-morning, Hannah handed the chair to Asare and walked to the ready room. Marcus was at the desk with the correspondence packet open. He had not begun reading. Captain, Brenda wants to add a personal paragraph on the day 140 window. Yes. I told her I'd route it with your acknowledgement. Good. Marcus reached for the coffee pot before he had decided to. Will you sit a minute? Hannah sat. Marcus poured 2 cups. The cup he set in front of her was one he had not used for himself. You have been carrying the watch. I have been doing my job. You have been carrying it. Marcus walked off the bridge. Hannah put her hand at the XO console edge and let her thumb find the down curve where the manual jack used to be on earlier hull classes. Park's channel opened early. Secondary stack at 73% draw. Drift at 1.42. Logged weekly now. All right. Kaya from the science section. Deep margin survey continuing. Yuki from comms. No overnight personal traffic for the captain. The bridge ran at the quiet of a ship 12 days out from a Cascade event with the day still to come. Brenda came up the corridor mid-morning. The smell of cornmeal caught the bridge threshold. The apron was over her uniform. Brenda walked the perimeter to the XO station without breaking step. Reyes at Nav did not turn his head and was reading her anyway. XO, may I have a minute? Of course, Brenda. Brenda lowered her voice. The bridge ambient took the rest. The letter to the Catries. I would like to add a paragraph of my own, a personal one. Route it alongside the institutional packet. Next courier is day 128. There is a day 140 window after that if you want more time. A small breath. Flower at Brenda's right elbow. A precise mark. Day 140. I want to do it right. Day 140. I'll route it with the captain's acknowledgement. Bring it to me when you have it. Thank you, XO. Brenda returned to the galley. Reyes adjusted a plot at the nav console. His coffee cup moved a centimeter on the ledge. Kaya did not lift her eyes from the catalog cross-reference she had been at since the crew's hum first settled. The bridge moved. Mid-morning, Hana handed the chair to Asare and walked to the ready room. Marcus was at the desk with the correspondence packet open. He had not begun reading. Captain, Brenda wants to add a personal paragraph on the day 140 window. Yes. I told her I'd route it with your acknowledgement. Good. Marcus reached for the coffee pot before he had decided to. Will you sit a minute? Hana sat. Marcus poured 2 cups. The cup he set in front of her was one he had not used for himself. You have been carrying the watch. I have been doing my job. You have been carrying it. Hana did not answer. The coffee was slightly too hot, the temperature Marcus took it, which she had decided across 11 years not to mention. Marcus did not press. He had named what she would not name, and she had absorbed the naming without conceding the claim underneath. After a long beat, Marcus said, "The memorial. You will be at the senior staff table. You do not have to speak. I will speak. Brenda will speak." "Yes, Captain." Hana finished the coffee and walked back to the bridge. Day 123 ran at cruise. The corridor outside the galley carried catfish in cornmeal crust by early afternoon, David's recipe, reached for again in a hard week. Day 124. Early, Marcus took the chair back. He walked the perimeter and said good morning by name at each station. Asare, Reyes, Kaya, Yuki, Acevedo at the secondary nav. Not loud, not performing. Before the service, Marcus opened the bridge channel. All stations, memorial at 1000, mess hall. Hassan, James, Tomas, be there by 0955. Asare has the chair through the service. The bridge stays staffed. No secondary procedure suspended. Engineering? Yes, Captain. Medical? Yes, Captain. Reyes at his station, standing. Yes, Captain. The senior staff dispersed from the bridge. Hana came down the corridor with Reyes, 1 pace behind her, and Kaya 2 paces behind him. None of them spoke. The corridor smelled of catfish. Hana's right hand opened and closed once at her side, an old habit Michael would have laughed at her for. She did not stop it. The mess hall had been reconfigured. Tables along the perimeter, the central floor clear. The arrangement at the center was small, a framed photograph from commissioning week. Aditya at the secondary bay station in his engineering uniform, the assembly access door behind him, the Kara on his right wrist visible at the cuff, 2 short mess hall candles burning at either side, a folded card with his name and dates in Brenda's handwriting at the front. Brenda had asked Yuki to print the photograph from the personnel archive on day 122. Yuki had brought it to the galley counter without comment. Hana came into the mess just before 10. The hall was filling. The engineering crew clustered at the front left. Liam Chen at the leading edge of the block, the jade ring catching the mess light at his right hand. Vargas behind him. 3 other engineering hands from day 116 in a small cluster. Linarud, Minjun Choi, one of Vargas's seconds. The medical bay people stood at the front left of the medical block. Sorcy Byrne was beside her medical tech apprentice Patel, the auburn braid down her back, Connemara Silver at her left wrist. The science section was at the back, Kaya at its center. Hana counted the room without thinking. 56, maybe 57. Hassan came in just behind her, in dress uniform. The silver bracelet at her right wrist sat where Fatima's grandmother had worn it before her. Hassan took the seat at the senior staff table's left. Park came in a moment later, gray-green engineering jacket, the cuff with the 2186 Daedalus scorch patch on his right forearm, and took the seat at Hassan's left. Reyes came in beside Park without a cup. He did not want anything in his hands. Brenda stood at the galley counter, Tessa Rena at her shoulder. The small silver crucifix from Tessa's grandmother sat at the hollow of Tessa's throat. Beside the catfish pot, Brenda had set a smaller iron pot from the back pantry, Korean style, lidded. Park's eyes went to it. The pot was the jjigae pot his mother had sent in the September consignment. Brenda had not asked permission to use it tonight, and his face did not change as he read what she had done. Park nodded to her across the hall. Marcus walked to the central floor at 1000 and stood in front of the photograph without notes. At ease. We are here to honor Ensign Aditya Khatri. The hall settled. Ensign Aditya Khatri served the Resolute as engineering ensign at the secondary base station. He was 20 years old. He died at 14:19 hours on the 10th of November in the engagement at the deep margin of Junction 44K. He was at his post. I knew him. He came to the captain's table on day 24, the 10th of August. He explained cricket to me. He explained the rules. He explained the decision review system and the 3% the umpire still owns when the technology has done its work. I have been thinking about that 3% ever since. Aditya was a fine engineer. James has told me he was the kind of junior engineer the deck is built on. James, will you stand? Park had been standing through the address. He stepped forward 1 pace at his name. He did not look at Marcus. He walked to the center arrangement and stopped at the photograph and stayed at it. His face did not move. Then Park nodded, 1 nod, small, and stepped back to his place without speaking. Marcus did not fill the moment. Amira Hassan was with Aditya in his last minutes. She has signed his certificate. She has spent the past week writing the medical record that will go with the packet. Hassan stood and crossed in the 4 steps her dress uniform measured. She stopped at the photograph. She lifted her right hand and rested her fingers on the top of the wooden frame. The silver bracelet did not move. No words. Hassan lowered the hand and crossed back to her seat. Hana watched Hassan's face as she sat. There was nothing on it. Underneath, the medical bay's silence carried home. Marcus turned half a pace toward the galley counter. Brenda Holloway has been feeding this crew since the first day. She placed Aditya at the captain's table on day 24 at her own discretion. The chief steward chooses who sits there. She has made his favorite dish for the engineering long table this evening. Aditya's seat will remain empty there tonight. A pause. Brenda, please. Brenda came across the hall in the steady measure she walked the galley at every supper. The apron, the flower at her elbow, the wedding band on her left ring finger this morning. Hannah had clocked the band at the perimeter of her vision, the way one clocked which way Brenda had decided to wear the band today, which was the only way Brenda told the crew which kind of day she was having. The finger today, not the chain. Brenda stopped at the photograph and spoke one line, quiet. The hall heard her. That young man was going to be a fine engineer. Brenda stepped back. The hall stayed silent. Marcus did not fill the silence. He turned and looked at the hall. Hannah, watching from his right, saw his jaw soften, the way it had softened on the Daedalus the morning he had read a family letter Vasquez had written to a crewman's parents in 2186. The Resolute will carry Aditya with her for the rest of her time. I serve this crew. Thank you all for being here. The hall stayed still. Then the senior staff turned slightly toward the long table, and the formal part was done, and the room exhaled. The hall released into small-voiced conversations around the catfish and the iron pot's lid. Brenda crossed back. Tessa was there with the plates. They began serving the engineering crew first. Marcus stood at the central arrangement without touching the photograph. Then he crossed to Liam at the leading edge of the engineering block and put his right hand on Liam's shoulder. He left the hand there and did not speak. Liam did not look at him. Liam was looking at the long table, his jaw set, the way a 23-year-old's jaw was set when he had been at the engineering deck on day 116 and was not on day 124. Marcus moved on. Hassan came across the hall and stood beside Hannah at the senior staff table. Neither of them spoke. The standing beside ran a long while. Hannah would know it afterwards by the slow burn-down of the candles. Hassan's hand was relaxed at her side. At the end, Hassan said, "I should find Sayorsi," in a voice that did not carry past Hannah, and went. At the medical bay block, Hassan put her right hand at Sayorsi's back for a beat. Patel did not see, which was the point. Sayorsi's braid moved a quarter inch when the hand settled. Her face did not change. Reyes was at his usual seat, reading the photograph without looking at it directly. He had not taken a plate. Hannah looked at him for a second. Reyes, who had been reading her from the corner of his eye for 11 years, lifted his chin half an inch and did not turn his head. Park crossed back from the engineering block past the long table without taking a plate. He stopped at Brenda's elbow. She kept at her work. She finished Vargas's plate and set it down. Then she said, quiet, "James?" "Brenda." Brenda put one hand on his forearm, on the cuff with the 2186 scorch patch. The hand had cornmeal on the fingertips. A small trace lay on the dark fabric. Neither of them named it. Park nodded once and crossed back to the senior staff table. Yuki was not at the table. Yuki had told Hannah at the morning watch handover, in the half-sentence she used for things that mattered, that she would be at her cabin writing to David. The message about the loss had to be in Yuki's own voice, and not the institutional sheet. Hannah could picture the cabin without effort. Maya's photo at the bunkside panel, the relay window open, Yuki's fingers steady at the keyboard. Liam came up beside Park. He had not eaten. Park did not look at him. Park said, "Lo, Liam," and Liam said, "Chief," and they stood beside each other for the half-minute the engineering deck had been waiting for. Marcus crossed to the long table, took a piece of cornbread from the corner stack, ate it standing, the way he ate when Brenda put cornbread in his hand. Brenda did not look up. Her captain ate cornbread when she put it in his hand and did not need to be thanked for the knowing. The candles burned past the half-mark. Kaya came up beside Hannah. She had taken cornbread from the corner stack the way Marcus had. Kaya did not speak. The two of them stood that way a long moment. Then Kaya ate slowly and crossed back to the science group. Hannah watched the hall. What had filled in behind the silence was the Resolute's daily voice at a lower amplitude, Vargas saying something across the engineering long table that made Linerud's mouth move at the corner, Sorcy explaining the night shift cot rotation to Patel, Brenda calling honey to one of the junior science hands, and then, now, sit. Reyes stood. He had not eaten. He was not going to. He crossed to Hannah and put his right hand on the chair back at her side. Hannah, Tomas, I am at the chess corner this evening if you want to come. All right. Reyes nodded once and crossed to the engineering long table and put his right hand briefly on Liam's shoulder, not the long hold Marcus had given, a passing hand, and went on. The service ended before 11. Marcus stood at the long table with the senior NCOs of the engineering deck, Park, Vargas, Linerud, Choi, in a small half circle. He spoke to them in the engineering deck shorthand. Hannah did not catch the substance, the warmth she did. Then Marcus crossed to the central arrangement and put his right hand on the wooden top of the frame, the same place Hassan's hand had rested, and stepped back. He left without saying goodbye. The crew dispersed within minutes. Park went toward the engineering deck, Liam a pace behind. Hassan crossed once more to Hannah, and they walked the corridor as far as the medical bay turning and parted with one small nod. Hannah ate at the senior staff table at supper for the first time since day 120. The cabin took her back on the evening of day 128. Brenda had noticed the supper. She had not commented. She had put cornbread at the corner of the table, and Hannah had taken a piece without comment. Brenda had nodded once across the counter without lifting her hand from what she was preparing. The cabin at minimum lighting, the desk, the drawer at the right-hand position, the cabin console at standby. Hannah put her right hand on the drawer pull and held it there, the discipline of choosing. The drawer opened. 11 letters from her father, arranged by date. The day 110 letter sat at the front of the stack, and Hannah did not touch it. She drew out the 9th letter instead, the 21891, 3 years since the last reading. 1 page, handwritten, her father's small, careful print. The date at the top, 14 March 2189, Portland. 6 paragraphs. Hannah, your mother and I read the Daedalus newsletter today, the version that came through the family channel, not the public one. The newsletter described the Junction 31F incident in the way these newsletters describe such things, which is to say, it did not describe it at all. We read between the lines. We understand that you were at the second officer's station. We understand that Vasquez was at the chair. We understand that Hassan was at the medical bay. We understand that the man you call Marcus was at the XO. We understand that Appia authored the protocol that worked. We understand that nobody died. Your mother is glad. I am glad. We are also worried, because we have been parents long enough to know that nobody died is not the same as everyone is well. You will tell us, I think, in your next letter, whichever of these things is true. I want to say one other thing. I read your last letter, the one that came in February, 3 times. You wrote about Vasquez. You wrote about her like she was a teacher. I have been a teacher. I know how you sound when you are writing about a teacher who has chosen you. I am glad of that. Your mother sends her love. She has finished the quilt. It goes to Maya for the birthday. Your father, Richard. Hannah read it twice and put it down on the desk. The paper sat at the angle her hand had set it, the small precision of his print catching the desk lamp. Her father had been alive when this letter reached her on the Daedalus. He had died in his sleep 11 months later. She had been 3 days' transit from Earth. She had not made it to the bedside. The wound did not need naming. It was older than her command and would be older when she retired into it. Her thinking ran in no order. Her father at the docks, Vasquez at the chair on the Daedalus, Apia at the diplomatic station, smiling because he was Apia, Aditya at the captain's table on day 24, Brenda at the long table this morning with the cornmeal at her elbow, the photograph at the center of the mess hall at 1000 on day 124, a daughter at her desk, a single page folded back to its single crease. Hannah did not cry. She thought briefly that she might. She did not. The containment was the work. The letter went back in the drawer at the 9th position. The drawer closed. The cabin console opened. Michael, we had a memorial 4 days ago. We lost an engineering ensign in the engagement at Junction 44K. His name was Aditya Khatri. He was 20. The family is in Boston. The captain wrote them on the log. Brenda is adding a personal paragraph. The supplementary will go out on the day 140 Courier. I am steady. The captain asked me yesterday whether I was carrying the watch. I did not answer him. He did not push. He poured me a coffee. I had not been to the senior staff dinner since the memorial. I went tonight. I read one of Dad's old letters tonight. The 2189 one, the one after the Daedalus Junction 31F. I had not read it since then. I do not yet know what to do with the fact that I read it tonight. Tell Mom I am well. Tell Maria a hug. Tell Sam and Lily and Maya their aunt sends 3 of them. I will write again next week. Hannah. The letter went into the outbound queue. The next courier was day 135. The letter would reach Portland in mid-December. The console closed. Hannah lay down. Sleep did not come immediately. The air handlers ran at the cabin block's normal draw. The deck plate hummed at the cruise note below the floor. The senior officer corridor was at the quiet of the late hour. The day 110 letter at the front of the stack. Hannah did not yet know whether she would open it tonight or in another 3 years. She accepted that she did not know. Sleep came later. 3 doors down, Yuki was on the second pass of the letter to David. The first had gone 4 days ago. The second was for after. 2 decks below, Park was at the secondary console with Liam. Hassan was asleep, the silver bracelet at her right wrist catching the bunk side panel's small green pulse. Reyes was at the chess corner alone, playing both sides of a problem he had been turning over for days. Brenda was at the galley counter, cornmeal at her right hand, the Charleston Riverstone on the small dish where she kept it overnight. The pad of paper she had begun writing on across the past days lay in front of her, 3 lines on the top sheet in her handwriting, the 4th line beginning. The next 12 days were the time she had asked for and would use. The Resolute was at cruise. Somewhere on the engineering deck, the coffee machine that had broken early in the deployment and that nobody had fixed since day 116 was still broken. And Park was passing it now on his way to the secondary console, and Park did not look at it. Chapter 26. The Long Return. Marcus came up the corridor with 2 empty hands and the desk lamp's pale rectangle already cast through the half-open ready room door behind him. Hannah was a few minutes from the agreed hour. The day before, he had asked her on the corridor by the galley alcove if she would come. The corridor at this hour carried the Resolute's second watch quiet, the off-watch crew at the cabins, the bridge running on Asare, the rec hall's projection wall down. Somewhere, 2 corridors over, Soisey's penny whistle ran the second phrase of a tune Marcus had been hearing through cabin walls for 3 months and was no closer to naming. The Thursday before, Park had made jjigae, the first one since the Cascade. Marcus had walked through the galley alcove at the back end of the service. The smell had been there. It had also been thinner. Park had used less gochujang this time. Marcus had read the difference and not said anything. The engineering crew at the senior end of the long table had read the difference and not said anything. The iron pot at Park's right hand was the same iron pot. The Thursday had moved. The ready room was at its low working light when Hannah came in at the hour, 2 coffees in her hands. Hannah. Captain. The coffee on his desk was the one she had brewed weak. The one in her hand was Brenda's evening blend. Hannah had set it aside for herself the way Brenda allowed her to. The wing chair on the wall side was where she sat. She waited. Marcus drank a third of the coffee before he spoke. The weak one was the right one for tonight. He had not asked for it. Hannah had read what the room would need. I have to tell you something, off the record. Hannah did not say all right. The watching was her whole body. Marcus told her. Not the version Reyes would brief at the post-deployment debrief. Not the version Geneva would lift out of the institutional acknowledgement. The version that was his, that he had given the primary stack discharge order with Aditya's name on his desk, that Park's framework gap caveat had been explicit, that the same 3 Splinter vessels closing the same formation tomorrow would receive the same order from him tomorrow. He named it plainly. The voice did not rise. He did not stop. The ready room was quiet for a count he did not measure. Hannah said, I know. Marcus looked at her. I have known since the bridge. I have known since the discharge. I have known since you walked the engineering deck the morning after. I knew when I read your letter to the family before you sent it. The institutional version is the truth. The version you just told me is also the truth. They are not different truths. Marcus drank half of what was left of the coffee. The frame at the back of his desk caught the desk lamp at the corner, his sister a Daisy Jr.'s wedding in 2188, the small picture in his peripheral that he had not explained to Hannah and that Hannah had not asked about. Hannah had walked into the ready room 1,000 times, by his reckoning. The frame had never been a question for her. I needed you to know. I know. Geneva will ask. Geneva will ask. I will be in the room when they ask. The institutional version is the answer. The version you told me does not change the answer. I am not filing a different version with Geneva. You are not, that is correct. Marcus set the cup down. The wedding frame at the corner of the desk did not move. If the family writes, if they ask, what do I tell them? You tell them the institutional version. The personal paragraph is Brenda's. The truth you just told me is mine. The captain did not nod. He sat with the answer the way Hannah had laid it down. After half a minute, he said, All right. Hannah drank her coffee. 2 more minutes ran without speaking. Then Hannah stood, took both empty cups, and went. The desk was Marcus's for a while. He did not write, he did not read. The Vasquez folder was at his elbow. Page 7 had been opened weeks ago and was where Marcus had left it. He had finished the reading days ago, and the folder had stopped being an instruction and become an object on his desk. The cabin took him. He slept through the night. The morning sleep readout would land at Hassan's Bay terminal on her standing protocol channel. She would read it. She would not send a note. Brenda came at the gap, the late morning hour when the lunch service was staged and not yet running. The apron over her uniform, flower at her left hip. The handwritten note Marcus had left on her counter the previous evening. She had read it at the morning hour she came in for the bread. She had not replied. She had come. Marcus had the institutional letter open. The page he had started 4 days ago lay beside it, 3 sentences in his own hand. The personal edition begun and stopped. The finishing had not come. Marcus explained. He asked. Brenda sat at the edge of the chair. The leaning back was not in her tonight. She read the institutional letter once and read it a second time. The second time she touched the page near the line where casualty had been replaced with loss. She did not name the edit. She did not name Hassan. She did not say anything about it. Marcus's 3 started sentences came next. She nodded. I can write it. Give me 20 minutes. The captain stood. My desk is yours. Stay. I write better with someone in the room. Marcus took the wing chair. His eyes went to the bulkhead. The engineering schematic mount Park had installed in week 6, the same one he had been looking at for 12 weeks. He kept them there to give Brenda her space at the desk. Brenda wrote with the pen she carried in the apron pocket, real ink. The scrape of the nib at the paper was the small sound the ready room carried for 19 minutes. She crossed out 2 lines. She rewrote once. When she was done, she read it back to herself once, mouthing the words. The paper went across the desk. What Brenda had written was a paragraph. Aditya ate breakfast at my counter every morning. He liked the grits more than the eggs. He told me his mother makes paratha better than anyone in Boston. I told him I'd take her word for it. He laughed. He had a good laugh, quiet, but the whole room heard it. I am sorry, Dr. Khatri, Mrs. Khatri. I am sorry. Marcus read it. He read it a second time. The paper went down on the desk between them. Thank you, Brenda. He was a good young man. The nod was longer than nods take. Brenda watched him. Nothing else came from her. The letter will go out tomorrow with the edition. All right. Brenda stood. At the door she stopped. The turning did not happen. Captain, Aditya had a sister. I do not know her name. He used to talk about her. She is older. She is at Harvard. Biology, I think, or chemistry, one of those. He was proud of her. I have asked Reyes to find her name. He has a cousin in ISCA's legal records office in San Francisco. She is finding it. Good. Brenda went. The letter was sealed that week. Marcus carried it to the comms station personally. Yuki logged it for the Courier window. Her hand at her collarbone touched the small scar there and dropped. Sent, Captain. Thank you, Lieutenant. The Courier ran the 18 days. The Boston ISCA Family Liaison Desk took the letter on the day the institutional calendar marked 15 December. Hannah had projected the arrival at her own initiative. Marcus had not asked. No reply had come by the time the Boston liaison file closed. Across the next 3 weeks, the Resolute moved through her recovery in the small pieces the recovery had to be. The Sunday hymn sing-along had begun again, 2 voices short of the count it had carried before the Cascade. Brenda had not pressed for the missing voices. The singing carried at the morning hour, and the corridor outside the galley heard it the way it had always heard it. Hassan walked the corridors at the Sunday evening hour now, the same hour each week. Marcus had read the pattern across 3 weeks without naming it. The walk took Hassan from the medical bay to the wardroom and back. He had passed her twice, and they had nodded and walked on. The walking was hers. Reyes's Thursday poker reopened on the rec hall corner that week. Vargas brought the chips. Marcus heard about the game a couple of days after. Reyes folded early 3 times in a row. Vargas did not comment. The acceptable register Reyes carried at the Thursday table did not come out. The Thursday after, Reyes folded early twice more. On the 3rd Thursday, he played a clean hand to the river and won. Vargas did not comment then either. Vargas closed the record search and did not reopen it. On the Thursday after Brenda's letter went out, the jjigae came back at the iron pot. The gochujang was still thin. Park had not adjusted it again. Reyes had eaten 2 bowls. He had not said acceptable. He had nodded once at Park across the table, and Park had nodded back. The silence between them was the register. Reyes's Thursday poker reopened on the rec hall corner that week. Vargas brought the chips. Marcus heard about the game a couple of days after. Reyes folded early 3 times in a row. Vargas did not comment. The acceptable register Reyes carried at the Thursday table did not come out. The Thursday after, Reyes folded early twice more. On the 3rd Thursday, he played a clean hand to the river and won. Vargas did not comment then either. Vargas closed the record search and did not reopen it. On the Thursday after Brenda's letter went out, the jjigae came back at the iron pot. The gochujang was still thin. Park had not adjusted it again. Reyes had eaten 2 bowls. He had not said acceptable. He had nodded once at Park across the table, and Park had nodded back. The silence between them was the register. Reyes's Thursday poker reopened on the rec hall corner that week. Vargas bought the chips. Marcus heard about the game a couple of days after. Reyes folded early 3 times in a row. Vargas did not comment. The acceptable register Reyes carried at the Thursday table did not come out. The Thursday after, Reyes folded early twice more. On the 3rd Thursday, he played a clean hand to the river and won. Vargas did not comment then either. Vargas closed the record search and did not reopen it. On the Thursday after Brenda's letter went out, the jjigae came back at the iron pot. The gochujang was still thin. Park had not adjusted it again. Reyes had eaten 2 bowls. He had not said acceptable. He had nodded once at Park across the table, and Park had nodded back. The silence between them was the register. Hannah brought the evening pouch at the close of each working day. Marcus signed the routine acknowledgments. Hannah drafted the Geneva replies he would not have written at the right register. The desk's evening rhythm settled across days 144 through 160 into the pattern Hannah had built on the Daedalus under Vasquez and was now carrying on the Resolute's 2nd working partnership of her career. "Coffee, Captain?" she said most evenings. "Please," he said. The 2nd cup landed on the desk. The mess hall ran at its post-grief volume. Brenda's counter carried the Charleston River stone Marcus had seen on the recipe card the night of the catfish wake. The stone was on the counter most mornings now, weighted on whatever Brenda was reading from at the prep station. Hamza's wooden figures had stopped appearing on cabin shelves after the Cascade. They began again with a small one left at the corner of Park's engineering console without a note. Park did not move it. The secondary bay crew saw the figure stay where Hamza had set it and did not comment. The Daedalus model in the wardroom acquired one further small addition, a gray-painted figure at the medical bay station, the second Hassan had installed. She set it one evening when Marcus was at the desk 3 corridors away and did not see her do it. Hannah saw. Hannah did not say. One evening, Marcus walked past the rec hall after his watch on the bridge, and the projection wall was running the November selection Reyes had chosen the previous Saturday, Le Cercle Rouge. The airport equivalent scene was not in it. Hassan was at the back row with Sciorce, and they were both eating popcorn from the same bowl. Marcus did not enter. The corridor took him on. The unsent reply to a daze on his cabin console was where Marcus had left it months ago. "Mama, the array is fine. I am sleeping." The 2 sentences sat at the recent files list at the top across all the nights since, and the nights kept coming. Marcus walked the long circuit that evening. Vasquez had done it once a week. Haaland before her. The circuit took the better part of an hour at his pace. Once a week had been his since early in the deployment. Engineering. Park was not there. The night watch engineer was at the secondary console. He nodded as the captain came through and did not stand. Medical. Hassan was in her cabin. Sciorce was at the desk. The silver bracelet at her left wrist caught the bay light when she lifted her hand to mark an entry. The nod came, and the approaching did not. Science. Empty. Kaya was in her cabin. The corridor between Science and the rec hall had the late second watch lighting at half. The air handlers were at the cabin block's normal draw. The deck plate hummed at the cruise note below the floor. The rec hall was empty at the late hour. The lights were at half. The projection wall was down. The chess corner was at the alcove the Resolute's rec hall held at the far end past the wall. Sciorce and Liam had reopened the latter on day 144. Reyes had told Marcus at the day 150 evening review. The slate Liam had mounted to the bulkhead carried the ladder. Marcus stopped at the slate. Sciorce's name at first, Liam's at second, Kaya's at third, Reyes's at fifth, Vargas's at fifth. The names ran the column the way they ran the column. To the right of the column, in the chalk hand Sciorce used, a side column had been added. Aditya's name was there. The hand was steady. The placement was not commentary. The side column was the thing the slate now had. Sciorce had not said anything to anyone about adding it. Marcus had not gone to look. Tonight he looked. Marcus stood at the slate the length of a breath. The piano was at the far wall. The upright Pearl River the Houston Yard's maintenance technician's wife had donated at the Resolute's commissioning. The donation file was in the ship's records. The story was Park's to tell when someone asked. Marcus had walked past the piano 41 times across the deployment by the count he had stopped keeping in October. The bench took him. The lid did not open for half a minute. Then the lid opened. The keys were cool. The slight stickiness on the F-sharp, the ISCA stock Pearl Rivers all developed, was where his hand expected to find it. He had not touched a piano since his mother had visited him at Norfolk in May 2188. A diaze had played that day, badly and slowly. He had listened from the couch with a cold cup of coffee in his hand. The first 3 bars of Shenandoah came at his hands. His mother had taught him Shenandoah in the Charleston front room when he was 9. The first 3 bars came clean. The 4th bar was wrong. The hand went to the C instead of the D. The wrong key was sharper than the right one would have been. He stopped. The restart got him through the 4th. The 5th was wrong. The stopping came again. Marcus sat with both hands flat on the keys. The second start was the verse. He played for a minute and a half. The first verse of Shenandoah, badly, with 3 corrections. The melody was recognizable. The left hand was slow. The voicing was bad. The Charleston front room was 9 light years in the wrong direction, and his mother had not played for him in 4 years, and the verse ran to its close. Asare came around the corridor corner 6 minutes after the verse began. Marcus did not see her. The corridor's edge of the doorway frame was where the footsteps stopped. She was on her way to her cabin from the 3rd watch handover. The 3rd watch handover was at the hour she made it. She listened through the close of the verse. The continuing to her cabin came after. The footsteps in the corridor resumed at the moment the lid closed. Marcus did not know she had been there. The bench held him another minute. Then he stood and walked the corridors quiet back to the cabin. The cabin console opened. The unsent reply to Adeyes had been at the recent files list at the top for months. Mama, the array is fine. I am sleeping. The 2 sentences that were not the answer she had asked for, and that had sat on the console for 111 days. The cursor was where he had left it. Marcus did not delete the 2 sentences. The return key went twice. Then he began. Marcus wrote about Khatri, the parts he was allowed to write, the captain's table conversation on day 24, the cricket explanation and the umpire's 3%, Brenda's paragraph, the Geneva silence after. He wrote about the engagement, the discharge call he named without naming what Hannah now carried. The institutional version would route. The institutional version was also true. He wrote about the chair, Vasquez's chair, the chair he now sat in, the way the chair had changed how he read the bridge. He wrote that the chair was his, and that he had stopped looking for Vasquez in it. The line was for his mother, and would not require translation. He wrote about Brenda's Jjigae Thursday, and the thinness of the gochujang this time. About Sorese adding Aditya's name to a side column on the chess slate. About Reyes folding early 3 Thursdays running at the poker corner, and Vargas saying nothing about it. About Park standing at the engineering deck threshold each morning the way he had stood at it since the Cascade. The texture went into the letter, because the texture was what he could send her. The texture was what she would read when she sat at the dining room table in Charleston and lifted the page. Marcus wrote about Adayez coming to Charleston for Christmas. Adayez Jr., his sister, and he asked his mother to walk the harbor with her on Christmas Eve, the route his parents had walked when they had been courting in 2154, the harbor tip route his father had been walking alone for years, and which Adayez had joined the Sunday before last per his mother's last packet. The signing was Marcus. 3 pages. The letter went into the outbound queue at the next courier window. Yuki would log it in the morning. The console closed. The cabin came down to its minimum lighting. The bunk took his weight. The sleep that came was the longest he had had since command. Hassan would read the readout in the morning. She would not send a note. The Resolute was on course, 81 days from dock. The chess slate side column ran Aditya's name in chalk. Brenda's letter was at Boston. The Pearl River's lid was closed. Park's iron pot was back at the Galley's pantry shelf. The Sunday hymn would run again at the morning hour. Hassan would walk the corridor at the Sunday hour. The ship had moved. Marcus slept. Chapter 27. Geneva. Marcus opened the relay packet at the ready room desk on day 222, 9:15 ship time, the Resolute 19 days out from dock and back inside the standard courier window for the first time since the engagement. The packet's outbound seal had been cycled twice at the Lagrange 2 station. The lag at this range ran 14 minutes one way, which meant the briefing format would not be conversation. It would be correspondence in the institutional language Geneva preferred when a captain had filed a primary stack discharge inside a mission report. The first packet was Verschuren's. Marcus opened it on the bulkhead monitor at the wall side of the ready room and read at the pace of intake. The deputy director was at her Geneva office in the Selectric monospace format she had used in her Day 51 memorandum and her hand-typed personal note. She named the brief. She acknowledged the engagement report. She confirmed the authority's review was now open at the panel level. The authority has received your mission report. The cleared parameter primary stack discharge is logged. The panel will work the file from this side. The institutional doctrine on primary stack combat use is what it has always been. The Field Judgment Extreme Circumstance Authorization per Ship Specification PS3 covers the call. You signed it. We will document it. Continue. The closing paragraph was Verschuren's deliberate signature, the precise institutional language under which she had been writing for him since day 51. The packet closed. Marcus read it a second time. The second reading gave him what the first had not. The panel would not overwrite Reyes's institutional version. The authority would file the engagement under the field judgment clause. The record would hold. Verschuren had spent 11 days at her desk between his outbound and her response and had used the time to make sure of it. Marcus recorded a short acknowledgement. He sent it. The second packet was the ISCA-T response on Kaya's Day 28 fragmentary signal flag. Volkova's signature. The director's hand-typed close. The 90-day window had closed at day 118, 5 days after the 3 Splinter formation had been detected. 9 days before Khatri's death, in the middle of the climax engagement. The director had held the response at her desk until the post-engagement mission report came back. The Day 28 flag remains classified, pending further analysis. The temporal anomalies catalog placement has been deferred to the secondary review window. CSO Moran's discipline is acknowledged. The deferral meant Kaya would not have a Volkova framework to work inside on the next deployment either. Marcus closed the packet. Kaya would read it when he routed it. She would not say anything. She would put the deferral on her science section paper page and continue. The framework had been withheld. That was the answer the deferral gave her. The third packet was Park's engineering deck addendum, routed through Geneva and back. The boundary array calibration drift had been formally documented at 1.4% above factory baseline at the post-discharge mark, and was holding cumulative at the same reading across days 117 to 219. The drift was no longer climbing. It was also not returning. ISCA Engineering had filed the reading as anomalous, pending dockside teardown, no immediate operational impact at the cleared parameter survey ranges. Park's name was at the engineering signature line. Verschuren's countersignature was at the authority line. The drift was on the record. Marcus knew what 1.4% meant at the engineering deck level. The secondary stack would draw heavier across the next deployment by an amount inside tolerance and outside Park's preferred margins. He knew what it meant at the institutional level. Verschuren had signed it. The framework gap Park had named on day 23 had been documented at the highest signature line the authority gave Park's flag, and would survive the post-deployment review. He did not yet know what it meant at the universe level. The framework existed. It would hold this year. It would be Park's problem and Verschuren's problem and the next captain's problem after Marcus, in some shape none of them had names for yet. A second acknowledgement followed. He sent it. The Khatri addendum was the fourth and last item on the morning's queue. Marcus opened it at the desk. The standard ISCA family notification addendum, a one-page confirmation that the captain's letter had arrived at the family's Cambridge address on 15 December 2912, that Senior Chief Petty Officer Holloway's supplementary paragraph had routed alongside, that no acknowledgement of receipt had returned to the Boston liaison desk and none was required, that the file was closed. The captain's countersignature was the closing. Marcus read the page once. He signed. The signature was the same M.J. Cole that ran on every Geneva document he had filed across the deployment. The pen did not pause. The hand was steady. The form went into the Courier queue. The day 225 outbound would carry it back to Geneva. The Khatri file would close on Geneva's side in February. The Khatri file on Marcus's side would not close. and he had stopped trying to make it close on day 145 when Brenda had told him so at the galley counter. He had stopped expecting the hole on the left side of the table to close. A second acknowledgment followed. He sent it. The Cotry addendum was the fourth and last item on the morning's queue. Marcus opened it at the desk. The standard ISCA family notification addendum, a one-page confirmation that the captain's letter had arrived at the family's Cambridge address on 15 December 2912, that Senior Chief Petty Officer Holloway's supplementary paragraph had routed alongside, that no acknowledgement of receipt had returned to the Boston liaison desk and none was required, that the file was closed. The captain's countersignature was the closing. Marcus read the page once. He signed. The signature was the same M.J. Cole that ran on every Geneva document he had filed across the deployment. The pen did not pause. The hand was steady. The form went into the Courier queue. The day 225 outbound would carry it back to Geneva. The Cotry file would close on Geneva's side in February. The Cotry file on Marcus's side would not close, and he had stopped trying to make it close on day 145 when Brenda had told him so at the galley counter. He had stopped expecting the hole on the left side of the table to close. The packet exchange ran across the next 2 weeks. Verschuren's outbound on day 226 was the panel's preliminary read. The engagement report was being filed under the field judgment clause. The panel did not recommend a formal authority response beyond institutional acknowledgement. The doctrinal reminder of day 51 would be sustained as the active institutional reading. The packet closed with 2 lines under Verschuren's hand. Captain, your engineering deck's drift documentation is the kind of report I will be citing to the panel. James Park has done what I needed him to do. F.V. Marcus read the lines twice. Verschuren had named Park to him on the page for the first time since the personal note on day 51. We will work it from this side had become James Park has done what I needed him to do. The closing of the loop ran across 236 days of mission and was, in its institutional shorthand, the closest the authority would ever come to thanking the Resolute's chief engineer for the work that had kept the framework gap on the institutional page. Marcus drafted a routing slip and sent the lines to Park. Park acknowledged from engineering and added nothing. The routing trail was the engineering deck reading Verschuren's words. The ISCA T side opened its second packet on day 229. Volkova was unavailable. The briefing officer assigned to the Resolute's post-deployment temporal intelligence review was a junior analyst from the Captain Briefing Office, Officer Teresa Ngata. Her opening packet was short. She introduced herself. She named the institutional review's scope. She listed the documents she would be sending across the next 2 weeks. Her register was clipped. The recording was framed at her desk in Geneva at the standard ISCA office lighting. The wall behind her bare gray, the camera angle catching the right side of the desk in frame. Captain Cole, I am Officer Ngala, ISCA T Captain Briefing Office. I will be running the Resolute's post-engagement institutional review on the director's behalf. The format will be packet exchange across the relay. I do not expect to need more than 4 exchanges. Please send your acknowledgement at your convenience. Marcus recorded a short reply. He sent it. The next 10 days ran in the packet rhythm. The ready room quiet between outbounds, the briefing's tempo not conversation but correspondence. Ngata's packets were precise. Engagement summaries cross-referenced against the Tarvin design lineage record. Post-engagement drift data her analysts had begun working through. 2 open questions about the Splinter withdrawal vectors that Marcus answered briefly. Her replies came back brief and precise. She did not waste words. By that week, the procedural part was closing. Short, institutional, the captain's closing form. Nagata had sent her outbound that morning with the 8-page final summary and a recorded closing statement in the same packet. Marcus opened the recording. The bulkhead monitor came up. Nagata was at her desk, the ISCA standard administrative wall behind her, the administrative camera angle, the right side of the desk in frame. On the desk, a closed paper folder, a stylus, a coffee cup. And at the edge of the desk, half in frame, a thin paper publication. Cream paper, trade paperback dimensions, the cover plain. The title in serifed capitals, Notes from the Roots. Below it, smaller, Issue 47, Autumn 2189. Marcus read the title across the screen. The recording continued. Nagata delivered the closing. The Resolute's record was being filed. The catalog updates would be cross-referenced. The director acknowledged Captain Cole's cooperation. Her tone did not shift. She did not look at the publication at the edge of her desk. The camera caught what the camera caught. She did not appear to know it was in frame. The recording closed with her sign-off. Briefing complete. Geneva out. Marcus stopped the recording. The ready room was at the low working light. The desk lamp was at half. The bulkhead monitor's last frame held Nagata at her desk, the publication's serif title at the edge, until the playback's auto-clear cycled and the screen went to the ISK standard idle pattern. Marcus sat with the desk for half a minute. The publication was a blank to him. Notes from the Roots. The phrasing was not ISCA's. The serif typography was not an institutional template. ISCA's house face had been sans serif and consistent across 40 years. He had not seen the title at Norfolk, at Houston, at the Charleston Bookshop, or at any Geneva concourse newsstand. He could not place its issuing house. He could not place its register. A junior surveillance analyst, Auckland-raised, 3 years at the office, had a publication at the edge of her desk that Marcus could not place. She might have picked it up at a Geneva cafe. It might be a reference document at the office. He did not have enough to know. The pamphlet sat outside the institutional libraries he could read against. Marcus logged the question privately, not on the console, whose outbound trail ran to Geneva and back. He drew the small pad of paper from the ready room drawer, the one he kept for Park's drift flags and the handful of lines he had not entered into any console folder, and wrote one line. Nagata, publication at desk edge, issue 47, autumn 2189, 239. The pad went back in the drawer. What the question was, he did not know. He knew there was one. The captain, who had been the captain across 224 days in the chair, had learned that a thing at the edge of a frame on a junior analyst's desk was worth one line in a paper drawer, and that the line cost him nothing now and might cost him something later if he had not written it. He closed the drawer. Marcus recorded his closing reply to Nagata. Thanks for the briefing. The catalog updates acknowledged, the docking schedule confirmed for day 243. He did not mention the publication. The desk was his for the remainder of the working hour. He did not open the drawer again. The bridge took him that evening. The watch was Asare's. Reyes was at Nav. Yuki was at comms, reading what looked like David's evening letter at the corner of her console. Kaya was at the science section, running the catalog cross-reference she had been running since the Day 28 flag. The Resolute was at deep margin transit. The system perimeter was 3 days out. The dock at the Houston yards was 4 days after that. Asare gave him the cruise reading. Reyes confirmed the approach plot. Marcus took the chair and read the day's traffic. Nagata's packet acknowledged. The Khatri addendum filed. Verschuren's panel closing note at the head of the queue with the green indicator beside it. He read it once and left it where it was. Yuki turned half a step from her console at the moment he looked up. "Captain, one personal item. Charleston routing. Your mother." "At the cabin console, please." "Already routed." The captain nodded. Yuki gave him the small nod he had earned across the deployment, the one that said, "I have read what this is, and I will not say more about it on the bridge." She turned back to her console. Hana came onto the bridge that evening. She walked the perimeter and stopped at the captain's side. The exchange between them at the chair side was the routine evening exchange they had run across the Daedalus and now across the Resolute. The day's reading, the queue at the closing, the dock prep schedule running from day 242. She read the bridge for the half-second she always read it. Her right hand sat at the edge of the console where her right hand sat. Hana said, low, "Anything from Geneva today?" Verschuren's panel close. The authority will file under the Field Judgment Clause. Park's drift documentation is on the record. Good. The TI briefing closed this afternoon. Junior analyst out of Volkova's office. Nagata. 3 packets. Clean. Hana watched him for a second longer than the exchange required. Marcus said, quiet enough that the chair was the only console that heard it, "There was a publication at the edge of her desk in the closing recording. Notes from the routes. I do not know it. I logged the question on paper in the ready room." Hana did not say, all right. Her face did not change. On paper. On paper. Good. Hana did not editorialize. The editorial was in her right hand at the console edge, a beat longer than a routine evening required. No one else caught it. Marcus did. Hana said, "Anything else?" "No. The bridge is yours after the watch transition. Captain." Hana walked back to the XO station. Marcus held the chair for the closing hour of the second watch. The Resolute moved through her cruise speed at the deep margin transit. The system perimeter readout at the captain's side console held at 3 days, 17 hours. Reyes ran the approach revision one more time and did not flag it for review. The watch turned at the standard hour. Asare took the chair back. Marcus left her with the bridge. The cabin took him later. The console was at standby. The recent files list at the cabin desk's open application carried the day 213 letter from his mother at the second position now, displaced by the day 239 outbound to Nagata. Marcus opened the day 213 letter. His mother had written about Charleston in February. The Saturday a Daisy had arrived from her residency rotation, the harbor at low tide on the Christmas Eve walk, the hand on a Daisy's arm at the harbor tip turn, his father at the kitchen counter the morning of the 26th folding the previous day's printout into the kitchen drawer. The letter did not mention the Resolute's engagement. It did not mention the captain's letter to the Kathris. It did not mention Kathri. His mother had read the November letter Marcus had sent her on day 165, the 3-page letter she had received in January, and she had answered the question underneath the letter without answering the question above it. The harbor was the answer. The hand on a Daisy's arm was the answer. His father's drawer was the answer. "We love you. Come home, Marcus. Mama." Marcus read the letter for the 3rd time. The reading did not take long. He set the console at idle and sat at the desk for a minute without typing. Marcus thought about Nagata's recording. The thinking did not resolve. The publication was at the edge of the frame. The line was in the drawer. He put the line in the case he kept his mother's letters in. The case had ridden 3 deployments at the back of his cabin shelf. and slid the case back into the drawer. Verschuren came next. She had signed Park's drift documentation. She had named Park to him by name. She had filed the engagement under the clause that would let him keep the bridge. He would write her a private note after dock, not at the Geneva surface, at the layer she had opened on day 51. The captain thought about Cothry. The thinking did not resolve. The institutional file was closed. Brenda's paragraph had reached Cambridge. Liam's letter had reached Cambridge. The family had not replied. Brenda had told him on day 158 to expect the silence. Aditya's sister was at Harvard, third-year medical student. The family had not surfaced her name through the ISCA Boston liaison desk. Reyes's cousin at the San Francisco office had not surfaced it either. The record showed only what the family had chosen to file, and they had not filed her. Marcus had decided on day 159 not to press past what the family had volunteered. He left the absence where the family had left it. Marcus opened the cabin console. He wrote a short reply to his mother. "Mama, I read your letter 3 times. The harbor at low tide is what I remember at 15 and what I want to walk at 43. The dock is 4 days out. The schedule says Charleston by the 1st of April. I will sleep at the house. I will eat at the table. I will walk the harbor with Daddy on Sunday. Tell a Daisy. Marcus." Reading it back, he sent it. The console closed. The cabin came down to its minimum lighting. The bunk took him a few minutes after. The thinking about the paper line in the ready room drawer ran for half a minute and stopped. The thinking about Charleston came after the kitchen drawer, the front room piano, the marsh smell from the harbor at the back of his father's house, the porch chair where his father read in the late afternoon. Marcus slept. Hassan's morning readout would be clean. The standing protocol would lift after the dockside Hizical. The Resolute would come into the Houston yards under the day 243 schedule, 3 days, 17 hours from the cabin's lighting dropping. One corridor away, the ready room drawer held the paper line and the Nagata closing transcript. The drawer would travel with him to Charleston in the case he had used across 3 deployments the papers he was not yet ready to sort. The Resolute moved at the cruise note below the floor of his cabin. The Houston yards were 4 days out. Charleston, 11. 243 days of deployment, and the crew had chosen their captain. Geneva had documented enough of the choosing that he could carry it forward. The captain slept. Chapter 28. The Timestamp. Hannah came into the ready room before the second watch handover on the morning of day 242 with 2 coffees. Marcus had been at the desk since just past 6 and had not yet drunk anything. The cabin had been the wrong temperature in the dark. He had read it as the cabin's and not as his own, and he had given up on the bunk an hour earlier than the third watch turn. "Captain, Hannah." Hannah set one of the cups at his elbow and kept the other in her hand. The desk lamp at the side angle threw working light across the leather case he had brought up from the cabin and not yet opened. The case sat at the wall side of the desk, the corner soft from 3 deployments of being lifted in and out of cabin shelves. Hannah gave him the brief by speaking it. The page stayed in her hand. Dock at 1400 ship time on day 243. The final engineering diagnostics had come in clean on Parkside at the morning warm. The senior staff had been notified of the commendation. The ceremony would run 1 week post-dock at the Norfolk Authority Hall, with the formal venue confirmed by the External Relations Desk on the day 240 packet. Cabins were being stowed. Brenda's mess would run the dockside service from the half-hour after dock onward. Hassan would open the physicals at the late afternoon. The institutional reception for the senior staff was in the evening of day 243. His attendance required, the rest invited. Marcus listened. The nod at the close came once. Anything personal? Brenda's mother in Mount Pleasant has written. The notes in the second watch comms queue, Brenda will get it at lunch. Reyes' sister wrote, "The Anjali Khatri matter. He'll brief you before the dock." Marcus nodded again. The cup at his elbow had gone past its first warmth without him reaching for it. He reached for it now. His father had drunk coffee that way at the consultancy desk on mornings the bad news had landed and the office had to keep operating. The blend was Hannah's evening one, weak the way she brewed it, and Hannah had brewed 2 cups. And the Khatri family. There's a letter. The Courier landed it on the overnight outbound. It's addressed to you. The ready room was quiet. Where? Yuki has it at comms. She hasn't opened it. The Courier logged the seal. She's holding it for you. Marcus stood. The standing did not hurry. The corridor at this hour was empty. The second watch handover was minutes away, and he was between watches. He had a clear 7 minutes of Resolute corridor to himself. The walk took the pace he had walked the ship at for 224 days in command. At the comm station, Yuki had the printed sheet face down on her console. The face did not lift when he came in. The sheet rotated 90 degrees under her right hand and slid across to him without comment. The collarbone scar touch was at her right hand, settled and resumed. The small professional restraint was the deck the morning had built. The letter came up into his hand. The letter was Mrs. Sunita Khatri's. 2 paragraphs, stationary, not ISCA printout. The watermark visible at the corner. The ink blue. Marcus read it standing at Yuki's station. The second reading came on the walk back. The third reading came at the ready room desk, sitting. The first paragraph thanked him for the institutional letter and for Brenda's paragraph. Mrs. Khatri wrote that Aditya had written home about Brenda's grits and about Brenda's husband's catfish, that she had kept every one of Aditya's letters, that she had put Brenda's paragraph in the album with the photographs. The second paragraph was about Aditya, what he had been like at 14, what he had been like at 16 when he chose engineering, what he had been like at the last visit home 3 weeks before the Resolute deployed. The last line was, "Thank you for writing to us, Captain Cole. Anjali sends her gratitude. We are not yet able to reply with the full reply your letter deserves. We are working on it. We are grateful that you wrote first." Marcus read the last line twice. Marcus folded the letter once, lengthwise, not creasing it sharp. He stayed at the desk until the first breath passed. Then the cabin console opened, and the one-line acknowledgment went on to it. "Mrs. Khatri, your letter received. There is no obligation. The Resolute remembers him. Yours, Marcus Cole." Marcus sent it. The Courier would carry it on the day 242 outbound. Boston would have it 18 days later, 3 days after the formal ceremony. The arithmetic had been done before the typing. The drawer at the right-hand position of the desk opened. The note about Ngata was at the front of the small stack he had been accumulating across the past 3 weeks. The line on the paper pad, the day 239 transcript, the 7 Verschuren memoranda. Mrs. Khatri's letter folded once more, set on top of the Ngata line. The drawer closed. Back on the bridge a few minutes after the second watch handover, Hannah was at the exo station. The asking did not come. Marcus stopped at the chair on the way past and said low enough that only the chair was in earshot, "She wrote." Hannah's right hand stayed at the console edge. The single syllable that came back to him was quiet. "Good." The bridge moved. The wing console at the chair carried the morning's Geneva traffic at the morning queue. Marcus drank his coffee through the close of the watch transition and did not look back at the ready room door. The bridge took him through the morning at the dock prep tempo. By the early afternoon, he had walked the senior officer's circuit twice. Reyes at MAV, the approach plot committed and clean. Hassan at the medical side station closing the deployment file. Yuki at comms with no further personal traffic. Park on the engineering channel watching Liam's secondary bay walkthrough from his deck 2 corridors down. The walk closed at Kaya's console. Kaya was at the secondary monitor with 3 working pages on the desk surface in front of her. Annotated, in her hand, the small, precise script he had been learning to read across the deployment. The primary monitor carried a frequency domain analysis, one peak isolated. Kaya's own circle in light blue overlay drawn around the peak on the screen. What is it? This is not error. I do not know what it is. Marcus stopped at her shoulder. The screen was what he read. The plot showed a signal fragment, duration 3.7 seconds, captured by the array on day 28, the morning he had taken command. Kaya had walked him through the plot on day 29 and again on day 92. The new annotations he had not seen. Walk me through what is new. 4 observations. Kaya did not raise her voice. She spoke at the science section's working volume. 1. The residual signature class matches an architect construct signature class, not the construct itself, the class. I cross-referenced the post-engagement deep margin data. The residual matches 3 other deep margin junctions in the catalog, including junction 11A in the 2173 Hesperia incident record. 2. The day 28 forward timestamp is internally consistent. The carrier clock is self-referencing. 14 hours forward is not a packet error. It is the signal claiming a 14-hour forward origin. 3. The calibration drift the Resolute has been carrying since day 116 matches a drift profile in 3 other deep margin survey logs. Not the same drift, the same class of drift. 4. The signal is sparse and directed. It was not broadcast. It was sent to us, or to this place, or to this approximate place at this approximate time. I do not know which. Marcus listened. The bridge ambient continued around him. Reyes's quiet exchange with Yuki about a comms relay confirmation. The air handlers at normal draw. The third watch nav officer at the secondary station glancing over once and looking back at her own console. Marcus did not look at the bridge. The plot held him. Stay on it. It is filed with ISCA 3 times. The follow-up authorization came in the day 240 packet. The cross-consult will begin post-doc. I'll be on it. Marcus kept reading the screen. The third observation was the one that did not move when he looked away from it. The Resolute's drift had held at 1.42% across the entire return transit. Park had been watching it. The drift had not done anything. The fact that 3 other deep margin survey logs carried the same class of drift was not, by itself, anything. 32 years in ISCA service had taught him that not doing anything and the same class were 2 statements that did not necessarily live in the same sentence forever. Walk me through it once more. I need to hear it again. Kaya did. 12 minutes. Marcus listened. She did not change tempo across the second pass. She did not ornament it with the things she had been thinking between the first walkthrough and the second. The 4 observations came in the order she had put them in, at the volume she had used, with the same marginal arrows on the 3rd page that flagged the observations she had not finished thinking about. At the end, he said, "All right, stay on it. Tell me when ISCA T cross-consults. I want the post-cross-consult brief before I see Geneva again. If you need me, you have me. Captain." Marcus stayed at her console a beat longer. The 4 observations sat in his head in the order Kaya had given them, which was the right order. The day 118 ISCA window had closed in November. Volkova had deferred. The deferral was the answer she had been given. Kaya had been working without one for 213 days, and the 4 observations on her 3 working pages were what that work looked like when the science officer was Kaya. The chair took him back. The wing console carried the same dock prep traffic he had left at it. The 4 observations did not resolve. Marcus did not write them down. The thinking ran through the rest of the watch. The dock was 23 hours away. The chair held him through to the watch transition. When Asara took it at the watch hour, Marcus stood, looked once across the bridge at Kaya's section. She was still at the working pages, and went off-bridge to the corridor. The cabin was a short walk away. The bunk took him soon after. The sleep came in, and he did not count the rest. The Resolute made her final approach in the early afternoon of day 243. Marcus stood at the captain's chair. Reyes was at nav. The dock prep checklist was at green across Hana's board at the XO station. Park's voice on the engineering channel was steady. Park had not slept much either. Marcus knew it from the volume at the channel, but Park was at his post. Marcus was in dress uniform. The change had been at the watch quarter mark. Hassan had checked him a few minutes after and had signed off the dockside physical without lifting his standing protocol formally. The formal lift would come orbital side. The dress uniform was creased at the elbow. Hassan had not commented on the crease. The receiving photographs would not catch it. The Resolute hard-docked at 14:08 ship time. The Resolute held position through the 4-minute post-dock confirmation cycle. Park called clean. Reyes called clean. Hana called clean. Yuki confirmed the comms handshake with the Norfolk authorities' reception desk. Marcus turned from the chair 4 minutes after the seal. Marcus looked at the bridge. Hana first. Park on the engineering channel screen. Hassan at the medical side station. Reyes. Kaya, standing at her console. Yuki. Brenda was not on the bridge. She was at the mess for the dockside service. The corridor that ran to her counter was in his line of sight from the chair, and he looked toward it once. The ship-wide would carry the next thing he said to her. Marcus opened the ship-wide. The mission is closed. The work is acknowledged. Thank you all. The bridge answered in the standard form. Captain. Hana's voice came under it, quieter, only loud enough to land where it was meant to land. Walk well, Captain. Marcus looked at her. The line was hers. She had not said it before. He understood that he was meant to take it and not answer it on the bridge. The walk to the airlock came next. In the corridor at the threshold, he stopped once. His right hand went flat on the bulkhead at the inner airlock door. The steel was cool. The Resolute spine ran through this bulkhead, and the standard draw vibration was in his palm. He held it there a moment. Then, through the inner door, the cycle, the outer opening onto the dockside bay at Norfolk Authority. The reception was the ISCA reception for a first command captain returning from deep margin survey. Norfolk dockside personnel. 2 photographers from the record office. A member of the authority's external relations desk. No press. Press would come at the formal ceremony. Marcus was the first senior officer off the ship. Hana had set the order. Park next. Then Hassan, then Reyes, then Kaya, then Yuki, then Brenda last, because Brenda stayed with the mess until the crew was off. The dockside lighting was warmer than the ship side, calibrated for human eyes coming out of cruise. Marcus walked the corridor at the pace he had walked corridors at since he was 20. The external relations officer's handshake was firm and brief. The opening line came. He answered with the line the authority was waiting for. The photographer took the photograph. The photograph would run in the Charleston Post-Courier on day 245. The turn back toward the inner airlock was the last one. The Resolute was at the dock, the ship he had commanded for 224 days. Marcus looked at her. The reception room was the next step. The case from his cabin was at the inner side of his right hand, the leather case he had used across 3 deployments, that his mother's leathers had ridden in across all 3, and that the ready room drawer's accumulated paper now rode in alongside hers. The Nagata line, Mrs. Cottrey's letter, the 7 Verschuren memoranda, the day 239 transcript he had printed at the desk, and a single page he had written to himself on the morning of day 240. 3 lines after her day 238 letter reached the Resolute on the day 240 packet and answered the question he had stopped trying to write before he had finished asking it. The page was not for sending. He had folded it into the case beside Mrs. Cottrey's letter, because the writing was his to carry and not hers to read. The Vasquez folder had not been opened past page 5, item 1. Items 2 through 7 had stayed on the page Hassan had read aloud in the ready room on day 73. Marcus had decided across the past month that the items were Vasquez's wisdom for the captain at the beginning of his first command, and that he was no longer at the beginning. The folder had stayed on the cabin desk on the morning of day 243, with a 1-page note in his own hand at the front. What the Resolute's first deployment had been, what the crew had learned, the line about Aditya Khatri at the engineering deck on the 10th of November, the chair at day 243, the signature was M.J. Cole. The folder would stay aboard. The next captain of the Resolute, whoever Geneva named at the post-deployment review, would open the desk drawer in his cabin and find the folder at the front. The first page the next captain would read would be Marcus's. The chair on the bridge was no longer at the open of his command. The deployment had been the Shakedown. The ship was at the dock, the work was on the record. His crew had chosen him across 224 days in the chair, and the morning's press routing carried the name they had chosen. Marcus reached the reception room. The external relations officer indicated the inner door. The opening line came again from the desk. Marcus answered. The room beyond was bright and warm, and at the volume the authority had calibrated for first command receptions across 40 years. Marcus stepped through. The next hand came up. Marcus shook it. The room was warm. Behind him at the corridor's end, the inner airlock door was cycled closed, and the Resolute was at her berth, and his hand was on the case, and the case was at his side, and the work he had earned across 243 days of deployment was on the record, and on the page, and inside the leather where his hand could find it. Adeze had asked him on the day 213 letter to walk the harbor at Charleston on Sunday with his father. The first available Sunday would be the 28th of March. The booking from Norfolk down to Charleston was already in the Courier cycle return queue. Hannah had routed it at the dock prep evening. The flight left the morning after the formal ceremony. The hand he had not yet shaken lifted from across the room and waited. Marcus walked toward it. And there it is. The end. Thank you for listening. Truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, Ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe. It's all waiting at the website, fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening and safe travels out there.